Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 249 to Chapter 306. The one on the left was slightly older, and his aura was even colder and sharper. He had a long sword hanging from his waist, but it did not give off a cumbersome feeling. It was as if the sword and the scabbard had become one with this young man's body. It was like heaven itself. The one on the right was slightly younger, but his expression was indifferent. His eyes were calm, as if he did not care about the world, but there was also an awe-inspiring aura coming from his body. The ancient scabbard was slanted on his back, and only the sword hilt could be seen from his shoulder. And that sword tassel was actually white as well. The two of them walked out of the mud, dressed in white, and stepped on the white carpet without any hesitation. 2 lines of muddy footprints were left behind them. They walked forward for more than 10 feet, and then they suddenly stopped on the white carpet. The two of them slightly raised their heads at the same time and looked at the ancient heaven-reaching tower with faraway eyes. Du Fa Kai ran forward with his big belly. He respectfully bowed with his hands on his thighs and did a 10-degree bow. For his fat belly, this was definitely a difficult movement. What was even more surprising was that he was able to complete it without any hesitation. Grand Duke Chu, 2 Grand Dukes, please. Please, please. Du Fa Kai had a flattering smile on his face. At this moment, if he had a tail, it would be wagging like a windmill. Big brother, this heaven-reaching tower has prepared quite well. The younger Grand Duke had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the white carpet under his feet and said with a worried expression, "It's okay." The older Grand Duke nodded and said, "The feeling of stepping on it is barely satisfactory." Du Fa Kai's eyebrows twitched, and he wryly smiled in his heart. This priceless snow raccoon fur carpet was placed on the mud to welcome them, and this Grand Duke only said, "The feeling of stepping on it is very satisfactory. Sirs, the restaurant has prepared the best guest rooms and everything inside is brand new. Please come in and rest. It's freezing outside, haha." Du Fa Kai's fat jiggled face revealed a sincere smile. "It is only a cold." Very well, lead the way." The older Grand Duke walked forward with his hands behind his back. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his feet did not seem to touch the ground. When he arrived at the door, 2 rows of sturdy men bowed at the same time. "Welcome, Duke." The 2 young men nodded gracefully at the same time, revealing a kind smile. When facing these lowly servants, their expressions were far more cordial than when facing the nobles. Under their spring breeze-like smiles, the 2 rows of men felt something extra in their hands. When they looked down, it turned out that each of them had 2 banknotes in their hands. The denomination of each note was 500 taels of silver. There were 2, not 1. This subtle action made these men fall in love with these 2 young men from the bottom of their hearts at the first moment. 1 banknote was a casual reward, but 2 banknotes were worth 500 taels of silver. It was a sign of respect, and at the same time, it contained a kind of blessing. Everyone was given 2 pieces of 500 taels, which meant that the 2 dukes had never forgotten about these lowly people from the very beginning. This had become a long-standing habit of theirs. The more he had such a habit, the easier it was for him to gain the respect and love of others. It came from the bottom of his heart. This was what it meant to be a natural aristocrat. Du Fa Kai attentively accompanied them. He was afraid of being careless, so he did not straighten his back or raise his head. His face was like a bright chrysanthemum blooming from beginning to end. The 2 young men, accompanied by him, entered heaven-reaching tower. Mo Tianyun stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Who are these 2? The sound of delicate footsteps echoed in the corridor. The 2 honorable guests had already reached the 5th floor. He faintly heard the young man say with a smile, "Boss Du, we have troubled you. It must have been difficult for you to think of everything so thoroughly." Then came Du Fa Kai's voice. It was obvious that he was grinning from ear to ear. "Not at all. If Duke is satisfied, then this little one can rest assured." Haha, Mo Tianyun raised his eyebrows. "Duke, little one." With Du Fa Kai's status, he actually called himself little one in front of these 2 people. Mo Tianyun walked out of the door and slowly came to the small hall on the 4th floor. He knew that at this moment, the young men must be here. He went in to take a look. Sure enough. No matter if they were from opposing clans or allied clans, this year's young men were all sitting at a table and talking loudly. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu sat at a table. Luo Kuwu and Lu Suifeng sat at a table. Dong Clan's Dong Wu Lei sat at a table. As for the young man lying on the table like a pile of mud, he was the eldest young master of the Ji clan, Ji Zhu. Every time he saw this Ji Zhu, Mo Tianyin felt as if he had eaten a fly. This guy was his younger cousin, only 3 months younger than him. God knows how lazy this guy could be. Ji Zhu had once created a record. When everyone was training at Songlan battlefront, this Grand Duke Ji's attendant was seriously injured and had to rest for 3 months. And he did not bring any maids. The result was that Grand Duke Ji's clothes were not washed for 3 months. Every day, he would change into a new set of underwear and throw it at the head of the bed. As a result, when Mo Tianyin went to look for him, he found Grand Duke Ji naked on the bed, frowning as he looked for clothes to wear. And the way he looked for clothes was also unique. There were worn and unwashed clothes everywhere. This Grand Duke Ji would pull one over and smell it. Then he would pull another over and smell it. Comparing back and forth, it turned out that he was looking for the one with the least smell. Seeing this, Mo Tianyin collapsed on the spot. From then on, he did not like this younger cousin anymore. He swore to the heavens that he would never associate with Ji Zhu again. And there were so many words. Ji Zhu would remember them. He also had a younger brother named GMO. Yes, GMO Miao Mo Tianyin sometimes thought, what kind of dog fart name is this? In the small hall, more than a dozen tables were already filled. Mo Tianyin walked in. Immediately, 2 experts of the Mo clan stood up and gave him a seat. Beikuwu was shouting, who dares to bet with me? Let's bet on the identity of these 2 young men. I bet 10,000 silver taels. Gu Yenyang sneered, 10,000 silver taels? Do you think I'm a beggar? Ji Zhu lazily laid on his stomach and raised his hand, I bet. If I lose, I won't bathe for a month. Luo Kuwu disdainfully said, isn't that your Laduo? You only do this if you lose? Aren't you too shameless? Immediately, the hall burst into laughter. Mo Tianyin looked at these people with a gentle smile. For many of them, this was the first time they had met each other. Moreover, they could not tell friend from foe. These people had never sat in the same hall like today. Moreover, they did not fight until the sky was turned upside down. This kind of strange phenomenon was rarely seen in upper 3 heavens. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. Other than Dong Wu Lei and Ji Zhu, who maintained their true colors, the others were more or less reserved. What do you bet? Mo Tianyin tilted his head and looked at Luo Kuwu. I bet that they are from a clan of upper 3 heavens. Even if they are not from a great clan, they must be from a great clan. Luo Kuwu loudly said. You speak as if you are farting. Mo Tianyin disdainfully said, everyone is not blind. Everyone can see that. Why would I bet with you? Isn't this just swindling money? Luo Kuwu's purple face turned red. He became angry and said, what do you care? Boring. Mo Tianyin coldly snorted. Suddenly, an unpleasant smell filled the air. Everyone's face turned strange as they held their breaths. Immediately after, Gu Yenyang angrily shouted, bastard. Put on your shoes. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Ji Zhu had taken off his shoes and was scratching his feet with a pair of chopsticks. That rotting smell came from his feet. Who knew how many days it had been since he last washed his feet? Gu Yenyang's table was next to his, so he was even more affected. I am scratching my feet. What does it have to do with you? Ji Zhu scratched as if there was no one around. This was not the behavior of a great clan's duke. He was more like a lowly hoodlum. After scratching for a while, he actually lifted the chopstick and sniffed it. He sighed, the smell is even stronger. Everyone felt suffocated as their stomachs churned. Dong Wu Lei quietly stood up and threw himself at Ji Zhu. He grabbed Ji Zhu's neck and punched him. This young master did not say a word but was the first to make a move. Ji Zhu screamed and fought back with all his might. All the dukes gathered in a circle. Everyone held their breaths and waved their hands as they cheered. The atmosphere was very lively. Banging sounds could be heard. All right. Mo Tianyan frowned and said, Jizhu, what are you doing? In front of so many people, do you still want face? If it wasn't for second brother suddenly running away, do you think I would want to be with you? Jizhu groaned as he got up. He rolled his eyes and slowly put on his shoes. I also don't want to, but, itch. What do I do? Alright, let's talk about the two people who just came. Mo Tianyan frowned and said, some of our clans don't know each other. Some of them are from different parts of the world. Some of them are enemies. However, I want to remind everyone that we are here for a trial. And the goal of this trial is to defeat the Sword Master. When the three words Calamity Sword were mentioned, everyone quieted down. The two people just now had a noble temperament. They were obviously from big clans. Moreover, from their auras, we can see that they are young swordsmen. Although we can't see their cultivation, but, swordsmen at such a young age, even in the big clans of the three heavens, we don't have them. At such a sensitive time, two people like this suddenly appeared. Mo Tianyan's words had already led everyone's thoughts. If you say that this has nothing to do with the birth of the Calamity Sword, I will never believe it. However, since they have something to do with Calamity Sword's master, they are our competitors. And they are strong competitors. Even the enemy clans could not deny Mo Tianyan's words. So, everyone, don't let your guard down. Mo Tianyan said seriously, I am here to remind everyone. Mo Tianyan did not know why, but when the two youths appeared, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if he had a feeling that these two youths would be his mortal enemies. This feeling did not make sense, but it was real. Moreover, Mo Tianyan felt that the danger this time was even greater than the pressure he felt from his younger brother, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianyan always believed in his own feelings. Therefore, the first thing Mo Tianyan did was to use the matter of Calamity Sword to form an alliance with everyone present in this short period of time. To unite against a common enemy. Just in case, even if it was a divided alliance, they were still the descendants of the big clans. Even if they did not speak or do anything, just standing together was a strong deterrent. Even if Mo Tianyan did not say it, everyone was aware of this. These people were all the elites of the big clans. Some were pretending to be crazy, and some were foppish on the surface. But who was really stupid? Even though Jizhu was sloppy by nature, no one, including Mo Tianyan, dared to look down on him. Mo Tianyan, do these two people have a grudge against you? Someone asked casually. This question was obviously thoughtful. That shouldn't be the case. These two people make people want to befriend them. This kind of innate temperament has not changed. If they were from upper three heavens, I would know them. Lower three heavens should not have such people. The only possibility is that they are from upper three heavens. But if they are from upper three heavens, why are you so nervous? The one who spoke was a young man who occupied the most central table. He was dressed in white and had sharp eyebrows. His eyes flashed with an evil light. This made his temperament seem to change at any time. One moment he was evil, the next he was feminine, and the next he was violent. In short, anyone who saw him would feel that this guy was a bit evil. Mo Tianyan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, Brother Ao, this person has no grudge against me. Why would he have a grudge against me? Brother Ao's words are a bit strange. I just want to remind everyone, why does Brother Ao always measure the stature of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? This person was the person Mo Tianyan feared the most among the younger generation of the big clans in upper three heavens. Even Mo Tianji and Dong Wu Lei were not as important as this person in Mo Tianyan's heart. Duke Xia, Ao Xiayun. Duke Xia was a well-deserved leader among the younger generation of the big clans in upper three heavens. In all the big clans, some people hated him to the core and wanted to kill him. Some people were jealous of him and wanted to replace him. There were also people who stayed away from him. But no one refused to accept his position. This guy really had the ability. Even Mo Tianyan and Mo Tianji were being suppressed by Ao Xiayun at this moment. Once Ao Xiayun's words were spoken, the entire hall became silent. Ji Zhushan secretly turned around. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu's eyes shot out a sharp look at the same time. The few elders who were on good terms with Ao Xiayun also revealed a serious expression. Xianxia's words were very serious. Moreover, ever since he came down, Mo Tianyun had been looking for an opportunity to compete with Xianxia. Right now, everyone was gathered together. It was obvious that Xianxia was suppressing Mo Tianyun. Moreover, he was using the weakness of his personality. Everyone was a little nervous. If the two great clans were to really pull apart their factions today, then all the great clans would suddenly have to choose a side. Other than a few people who did not need to care, everyone else would have to make a choice. This was very sudden. Moreover, Xianxia had the upper hand in terms of morality. So, Mo Tianyun had fallen into an absolute disadvantage as soon as these words came out. Mo Tianyun stared at Xianxia and did not speak for a long time. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. After a while, Mo Tianyun suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Ao, these words should not come out of your mouth." "Is that so?" Xianxia did not look at him. He only lowered his head and deftly turned a small white porcelain teacup in his hand. The teacup was full of tea. As he turned it, the tea fragrance spread everywhere. Even with the mouth of the cup facing down, not a single drop of tea leaked out. "You and I are both descendants of great clans." Mo Tianyun let out a long sigh. His feminine eyes became sharp and sinister. There was also an inexplicable pressure. Brother Ao should also understand what our great clans rely on to establish themselves in the three heavens. Haha, is it relying on brothers to kill each other? Or is it despicable? Xianxia's eyes flashed wickedly as he mocked. Both. But, it's not complete. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Mo Tianyun nodded and admitted it. With his admission, even Xianxia stopped turning the teacup and slowly raised his head to look at him. The rise of every great clan is a tragedy. Mo Tianyun slowly sat down and sat across from Xianxia. He quietly stared at him and said, "If it is not your own tragedy, then it is the tragedy of your enemy." "That's right," Xianxia said solemnly. "As for us, we are the rising stars of the three heavens, and also the leaders of the next generation of the three heavens. Everyone plays an important role in their respective clans." "Brother Ao shouldn't deny this," Mo Tianyun slowly said. "Go on." Xianxia's voice was somewhat gloomy. "However, to put it bluntly, why do we have such a status?" Mo Tianyun said in a low voice, "Don't talk about talent, and don't talk about how we have worked hard. These are all official words. At the end of the day, the reason we have our current status is because we have a huge family behind us. Among us, the one with the highest cultivation is only a low-grade martial saint." Mo Tianyun sneered, "With this kind of cultivation, any random king-level master in the three heavens could kill us. And this kind of cultivation is something that the clan has spent countless resources and spirit herbs to achieve. What is there to be proud of? If we were born in an ordinary family, so what if we have such talent? We would only be mediocre." Mo Tianyun said, "Brothers, please don't blame me for being rude. In my opinion, all of us, including me, Brother Ao, Brother Dong, and the others, are the same. As long as we lose our clans, we are nothing. We are not even worth shit." Everyone was silent and did not speak. Xianxia's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not refute. This was the truth. If he refuted it, he would appear narrow-minded. Because of the colossal Ao clan, the evil duke was born. Because of the Mo clan's outstanding strength, there is me, Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun said firmly, "Our first priority is to protect the interests of our clans. Only by protecting our clans can we protect ourselves. This is the clan of the three heavens." Mo Tianyun raised his head and said solemnly, "The root of a clan's decline is not external enemies, but internal strife. The struggle for power between brothers is the most alarming source of chaos." At this point, everyone finally understood what he was trying to say by beating around the bush. They could not help but admire him. The reason why he had taken such a big detour to counterattack Xianxia was firstly to gain everyone's contemplation and approval. Secondly, he wanted to use these words to take advantage of the situation and suppress Xianxia's imposing manner, which was currently standing at the highest point of Tao and virtue. Especially since what he was saying now were all words of wisdom. Even if Xianxia wanted to refute it, he could not. The AO clan's Xianxia position is stable. The Ji clan's Ji Zhu and Ji Mo brothers have no power, so they live in peace. Although the Luo clan and my Mo clan are enemies, the two brothers are very close. Needless to say, the Dong clan is even more so. These few clans can be said to be safe for hundreds of years as long as no accidents happen. Mo Tianyun changed the topic and talked about the great clans of the three heavens. Everyone listened attentively. When Mo Tianyun talked about the descendants of the great clans, he only talked about the two brothers. This was because everyone knew that in every clan, the Grand Duke and the Second Duke had the most power. The rest were not worth worrying about. The only people who could replace the Grand Duke were the Second Duke. This was an irrefutable theory. But the other clans all have such internal problems. And the most pressing one is my Mo clan. Mo Tianyun smiled bitterly and said, as everyone knows, I have a talented younger brother. My younger brother Mo Tianji's talent is definitely not below mine. Moreover, he is definitely not below anyone here. I, Mo Tianyun, am not bragging about my younger brother. Everyone should be clear about this point. When he talked about Mo Tianji's ability, even Luo Kuwu, the Grand Duke of the enemy clan, nodded deeply. He had suffered losses from Mo Tianji many times. How could he not know how powerful Mo Tianji was? If my younger brother could be content with the status quo and just be satisfied with his position as the Second Duke, and work together with me, Ao Shayun, even you, would not be in our eyes. Mo Tianyun's voice was a little heavy. Ao Shayun carefully compared Mo Tianji and Mo Tianyun in his heart. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, that's right. If the two of you worked together, even if I could protect myself, I would still be slightly inferior and would not be a match for you. However, the two of you are not of the same mind, and each of you has a death feud. Fortunately, the two of you are not of the same mind. That's right. I, Mo Tianyun, am not willing to be under anyone. Moreover, for many years, I have been the only one in the Mo clan. The entire clan has long recognized my position. Mo Tianyun smiled bitterly, but at this time, a genius younger brother appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he is very ambitious. His schemes are deep and his ambitions are higher than the sky. Ao Shayun, if it were you, would you give up your current position? Mo Tianyun asked coldly. Ao Shayun was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, no. That's right. You can't. I can't. Because my desire for power is even more important than yours. This is my biggest weakness. Mo Tianyun laughed self-deprecatingly. If the Mo clan only had me, the Mo clan could continue to be strong and would not be afraid of any of your clans. Mo Tianyun said softly and disappointedly, if it was only my younger brother Mo Tianji, he would not be inferior to any of you. The two of us have the ability to make the clan stronger. We are very confident about this. You should not deny it. Everyone was deep in thought and nodded. The two brothers, Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji, were both outstanding talents of their generation. They could be said to be extremely powerful. If Tianji and I belonged to two different clans, even if we were mortal enemies, we could continue to develop our clans and become stronger. Or we could even appreciate each other and become close friends. However, the most tragic thing is that my genius younger brother and I exist in the same clan at the same time. The more tragic thing is that a clan can only have one person in charge. Mo Tianyun laughed coldly, but my brother and I both have the potential to control the clan. Since a long time ago, I knew that Tianji's talent was not inferior to mine. His ambition was also not inferior to mine. Mo Tianyun said quietly, at that time. Ao Shayun, if it were you, what would you do? Ao Shayun sighed. His eyes that were filled with evil slowly closed. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, if it was in the budding stage, I would have used a thunderous method to suppress this genius. But a genius will not be suppressed. The more you suppress him, the greater the rebound. Mo Tianyun laughed softly, yes, at that time, I was the same as you. Suppress, suppress, and suppress again. Because I realized that the clan was in danger. If he was allowed to grow, the Mo clan would eventually become a struggle between two great powers. In that case, once Mo Tianji's wings were fully grown, neither of us brothers would let go. The Mo clan would be finished. It would definitely be destroyed by the struggle between us two brothers. Even if one of us won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The clan's strength would be greatly reduced. The kinship in the clan would also be gone. But my suppression could not suppress him. Mo Tianyin smiled bitterly. Suppression time after time, resistance time after time, it developed to the current situation. But just when I was about to use a gentle method, another genius appeared in our family. My younger sister, Mo Qingwu. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. The relationship between these two geniuses is so good that they are like one person. My younger sister's appearance divided the clan's power into three. If my younger sister grows up, she will definitely merge with her second brother's strength. In that case, the Mo clan would be finished. But how can I be willing to let my clan be finished like this? Mo Tianyin said, and I can't let go. So, there will definitely be a fierce struggle. Mo Tianji finally finished this big circle. He calmly said, Xianxia, you scolded me just now. You said that I even wanted to kill my own younger brother. I even wanted to harm my own younger sister. Am I still a ruler? I am not a ruler. Mo Tianyin said quietly, but if I wanted to kill the two of them, I could have silently killed them 10,000 times over these years. Now that Tianji has grown to the point where even I have to be wary of him, it's very difficult to kill him. But I believe none of you will deny that I can kill him 10,000 times. Mo Tianyin said solemnly, I have this ability. My feelings are conflicted. I think all of you can understand. I, Mo Tianyin, may not be a good person or a ruler, but I'm definitely not as despicable as Brother Ao makes me out to be. I'm suppressing my younger brother and sister. There's nothing I don't dare to admit about this. Mo Tianyin's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. Suddenly, he asked solemnly, but all the Grand Dukes here, who hasn't suppressed their competitors before? Have you? Facing his gaze, everyone's face was a little hot. Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu were ambushed by the Mo clan in the lower three heavens. Many people guessed that this matter must have something to do with Mo Tianyin. Because of this, their impression of Mo Tianyin was very bad, a person who could even harm his own younger brother and sister, how could he be trusted? But today, everyone suddenly felt that they were the same as Mo Tianyin. For the clan, for their dreams, to not be eliminated, they were also suppressing the young people of their own clans. And those people were also related to them by blood. They were also their own brothers and sisters. While they were mocking Mo Tianyin, they were doing the same thing as him. Wasn't this a very funny thing? Mo Tianyin, you're very eloquent. Ao Xian chuckled softly, what you've said is also correct. Furthermore, I also agree with it. For the sake of the clan's survival, it's okay to go against one's conscience once in a while. We can all accept it. Your words have successfully built up your image in the eyes of the public. A man who dares to admit and bear the responsibility even though he has a stain is not bad. Ao Xiaoyan's evil eyes revealed a hint of mockery. If I wasn't here today, perhaps your words would have helped you gain many allies. But unfortunately, I'm still here today. Ao Xiaoyan smiled faintly and said, what you said is the truth. Some of it is also from your heart. No, we've all suppressed them before, but there's one thing that's different from you. Ao Xiaoyan said quietly, before my brothers come of age and deal with me, I will never suppress them. But you are different, your sister is only 10, and she is a girl. Your younger brother is fighting for power with you, but Mo Tianji is different from you. He is fighting for power with you, but once it involves the interests of the clan, he will step back. However, you can harm the interests of the clan in order to fight for power. You can kill him before he matures, but don't forget that he didn't do anything to you at that time. Ao Xiaoyan said. Slowly, but you're guarding against him at all times. It's because you're guarding against him that he developed a desire for power. Because he can't get anything at all, including what he deserves. Aristocratic families are all the same. Therefore, this is the world. You don't have to explain anything. This is not your right. Even if we suppress them, we won't put them to death. Ao Xiaoyan said, but you guys are fighting to the death. And this competition was forced by you. This is the biggest difference between us and you. Mo Tianyan's face turned green and white. Ao Xian's words touched the pain in his heart. At this moment, he was powerless to explain anything. He gritted his teeth and said, everyone is in such a clan and has their own understanding. Who doesn't have difficulties? Who doesn't have feelings? Who doesn't have helplessness? Who doesn't have desire? There's no point in arguing about these things now. Yes, you don't have righteousness. But your paranoia makes people uncomfortable. Ao Xian sneered and said, just like today, you shouldn't have suggested to deal with those two youngsters, but you did. So what? Mo Tianyan snorted. This doesn't match with your feminine personality. Ao Xian's eyes flashed evilly and said, usually, when you encounter such situations, you'll wait for an opportunity to make a move. You won't take the lead. You're used to taking advantage of others when both sides are injured. Moreover, you'll take the title of being a righteous person. Ao Xian said bluntly, a dog can't change its habit. You won't jump out. But you're the first to stand out. Although what you said is reasonable, it also proves that you have enmity towards those two. And such people are always the ones you try to rope in or curry favor with. You won't take the initiative to provoke them or offend them. So, these two people must have enmity towards you. That's why you felt it. Ao Xian slowly raised his head. His evil eyes looked at Mo Tianyan's face. He laughed mockingly, and you, Mo Tianyan, won't let go of any danger. Even if it's just a groundless feeling. So, the purpose of your words is to let us be your shield. You're striking first to gain the upper hand. Ao Xian said, this is your paranoia. But why are you so paranoid today? Mo Tianyan, are you just paranoid? Mo Tianyan's face turned pale. He shouted, Ao Xian, what do you mean? Nothing. Ao Xian said indifferently, everyone knows that those two people are from upper three heavens. Once everyone is provoked by you to go against them, then, won't they take revenge? If they want to take revenge, how will they take revenge? When he said this, the faces of many men changed. Will they beat the big clans until they can't recover from the setback? Or will they be directly suppressed? Ao Xian said indifferently, if that's the case, most of the clans in upper three heavens will gradually decline. Mo Tianyan, do you want to dominate upper three heavens? Mo Tianyan's face turned pale, you're talking nonsense. But the way everyone looked at him had already changed. After Ao Xian said this, everyone immediately realized that this was something very likely to happen. Some people always like to use the heart of a villain to speculate about some things. But the sad thing is that this has become the main theme of this world. Mo Tianyan said coldly, so in this world, the honest people will have their bones piled up like mountains. The despicable and shameless people will have glory and wealth. He sneered and shook his head, boring. In this battle of words, Mo Tianyan lost. He had used his sense of crisis to rally everyone to stand on the same side as him so that they could deal with the huge crisis that might arise. However, Ao Xian had also used his sense of crisis to shatter his lies and push him to a deeper level. So Mo Tianji could only let out such a sigh in the end and use profound philosophy to defend himself for the last time. Everyone knows how to reason. What is said by a ruler is reason. But what is said by a villain is also reason. Ao Xian said indifferently, reason is reason. There is no difference. Well said. A voice agreed. Soft clapping was heard. Two people in snow-white clothes walked in. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at these two young men with different expressions. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing walked into the small hall at the same time. Their current appearances were all carefully disguised by Chu Yang. They were completely different from their original appearances. Even their skin color, face shape, eye shape and the position of their facial features were completely different. Now, the two of them were complete strangers who had appeared in this world. Walking into this circle this time, although Chu Yang and Gu Duxing tried their best to control themselves, their hearts were not calm. From Gu Duxing's point of view, they were all familiar faces, he knew most of the men here. But from Chu Yang's point of view, it was different. There were also many familiar faces. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Except for a few people, almost everyone here was here. Dozens of years later, it was these people who stirred up the entire three heavens. Even upper three heavens was shaken. Black Demon, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Tianji, Li Xiong Tuesday Black Saber, Qian Hao, Duke Xia, Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, Tian Rui. Sitting in the middle was a young man with a calm but sharp expression. He was Duke Xia, Ao Xieyun, one of the 12 absolutes. Lone Guest, Gudu Xing, was beside him. Black Saber was using Ask the Heavens sword to stir up trouble. The one standing in the corner was Tu Clan's Grand Duke, Tu Qian Hao. And the one sitting behind Ao Xieyun was a young man with a curly beard. He was Li Xiong too. The Black Devil and the Dark Bamboo weren't here. Chu Yang didn't know who the Poison Spirit was. Mo Tianji wasn't here. The viburnum flower in the dream was the viburnum flower in the heavens. He was smiling shyly and had a shy expression on his face. Later, everyone thought that viburnum flower was a woman. However, Chu Yang knew that this famous viburnum flower was the great duke of the Xia clan, Xia Dan Qiong. His famous hidden weapon was Qiong Hua. Meng Luo and Tian Rui were not here. But even so, Lone Guest, Li Xiong Tu Qian Hao, Duke Xia, Qiong Hua, and Xia Dan Qiong were all gathered here. People, there was also someone who was not inferior to any of them. He was Mo clan's Grand Duke, Missouri Tianyun. Among these people, Jiju was killed by Mo Tianyun's cousin in the end. Mo Tianyun died in the hands of Mo Tianji. As for Luo Kudi's elder brother, Luo Kuwu, he finally lost his life in the battle between the two clans under Mo Tianji's scheme. And the two Grand Dukes of Gu clan, Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu, were nowhere to be found. They had already disappeared from the battle. Now, Black Devil and Dark Bamboo had risen. The remaining 10 people were also beginning to show their abilities. In the previous life, it was your world. But in this life, there is me. Chu Yang quietly said in his heart. Everyone, this is the first time we meet. Greetings. Chu Yang elegantly cupped his fists. He had a gentle smile on his face, but it was filled with a kind of noble reserve. It did not make people feel disgusted. This Grand Duke is? Ao Xieyun's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. May I ask for your name? My surname is Chu. Chu Yang's voice was clear. This is my big brother. He does not like to talk. So it is Grand Duke Chu. Ao Xieyun's heart trembled. Surname Chu? Chu clan of Upper Three Heavens? Although Chu clan was not listed as one of the great clans of Upper Three Heavens, it was still a super clan. I don't dare. I am Ping Chu Fei. This is my big brother Chu Nan. Chu Yang smiled warmly. Gu Du Xing, this Chu Nan, immediately glared at him and shouted, Shut up. However, Ao Xieyun and the others were already smiling. Chu Nan? Virgin? This name is really meaningful and makes people daydream. Dare I ask for the names of all of you? Chu Yang smiled shyly and said with the innocence of a young man, we brothers like to make friends the most. I am Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun smiled. From his expression, no one could tell that he had just encouraged everyone to deal with these two people. However, he had actually said it himself. I am ashamed to say this. I was worried about the pros and cons of your arrival. Haha. Now that you have appeared, I feel as if I have been a villain in vain. Oh? Chu Yang smiled and looked at him with appreciation. Elder Mo is really frank. I like this kind of person. Mo Tianyun smiled in a feminine manner. His expression showed that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He said, being in Jianghu, there are some things that I need to think about. Over time, I have developed such a bad habit. Elder Chu, please don't laugh at me. Of course not. Chu Yang said sincerely, my father has taught me countless times that caution is the way to survive in Jianghu. Brother Mo is not only cautious, but also honest. You are really a good friend that is hard to come by. Mo Tianyun, Ao Xieyun and the others were stunned. No one was sure how long this elder Chu had been eavesdropping outside. But one thing was certain. He definitely heard at least once. Even if he didn't hear the whole thing, he should have heard the end of it. In any case, he shouldn't be so intimate with Mo Tianyun. What was going on? This elder Chu didn't know right from wrong. I am Ao Xiayun. I am Luo Ku Wu. Remember, I am Ji Zhu. Ji Zhu's self-introduction made Tu Qian Hao, who had been standing in the corner with a sullen face, laugh. This kind of clown was indeed the only one in San Tianyun. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He thought in his heart, fortunately, Ji Mo's little hand didn't come. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to distinguish between these two brothers, after a round of introductions. The atmosphere in the hall became lively. Along the way, this city is really lively. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Every movement of his showed the demeanor of a well-educated disciple of a great aristocratic family. I heard that the people here are fighting for the martial Saint Sword. Saint Saber? These are all rumors spread by ordinary people. They are not to be believed. Mo Tianyun smiled. Duke Chu came down from upper three heavens. You should know that thousands of years ago, there was no Ask the Heavens martial saint or underworld saber saint on this continent. This kind of lie can only fool those who don't know. As for us, we're just watching the show and laughing. Mo Tianyun spoke very appropriately. Just a moment ago, the awkwardness from Ao Xiayun's mocking of him to the point of being speechless actually disappeared. His eyes and expression were normal. Oh, is it fake? Chu Yang smiled slightly. Then, he changed the topic and started chatting with everyone. This time, he came down with the title of Duke of a great aristocratic family of upper three heavens. Naturally, everyone had some misgivings and would not offend him. However, there was no intimacy between their words. Other than Mo Tianyun, who tried to cover up and said a few more words, only the two brothers, Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu, still flattered these two Duke of the Chu clan. Regarding this, Gu Duxing felt a little uncomfortable. When he was in the clan, these two brothers had always disliked him. When they had time, they would prank him and even want to kill him. Immortal, in front of so many people, can you have a little integrity? As for the others, they were neither too close nor too distant. Their sense of propriety was just right. As for Dongwu Lei, Xia Dan Qiong, Tu Qian Hao and the others, after introducing themselves, they did not say anything else. They just sat there and quietly drank their tea. Li Xiongtu's voice was the loudest. He and Luo Ku huddled together and argued to death. Jiju was lying on the table, pretending to be dead. His body was still as boneless as before. However, Chu Yang Tonsai's sudden change of topic caught the attention of all the dukes. The thinking of geniuses was like this: if you like to say something, I don't like to hear it. But if you deliberately want to hide something, I am very interested in it. Moreover, everyone knew what Chu Yang's identity represented. This meant that he had more information than everyone else. Why did he change the topic? Could it be that there was something fishy about this? Duke Chu. Did the two brothers come alone? Ao Xiayun's eyes flashed wickedly as he asked. This, Chu Yang's eyes flashed and he said, no. Ao Xiayun smiled knowingly and said, no matter what you do, having someone follow you around is indeed not a good feeling. Haha. That's right. Chu Yang acted as if he had found a soulmate. Brother Ao is really understanding. After joking around for a while, Chu Yang pulled up Gu Duxing, who was surrounded by Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu. He said goodbye to everyone and returned to his room. Before he left, his face flashed with a hint of joy. Ao Xiayun waved his hand and the two experts of the Ao clan stood at the door. What do you think? Ao Xiayun asked. He looked down on Mo Tianyun and was Mo Tianyun's enemy. But at this moment, he wanted to discuss with Mo Tianyun. Because in this aspect, Mo Tianyun did have an advantage that others did not. These two people should have been guided here by Du Fa Kai. Mo Tianyun said seriously. That's right. Ao Xiayun agreed. The two of them clearly came here to test something. Mo Tianyun frowned. A little bit. They were very happy when they left. Mo Tianyun snorted. Not bad. After exchanging a few words, the two mortal enemies confirmed the suspicions in their hearts. Then, they separated. Then, Ao Xiayun stood up and walked out. Mo Tianyun also took the bodyguards of the Mo clan and swaggered away. The two of them used each other as tools to confirm their suspicions. Once they finished using each other, they immediately went their separate ways. Xie Danxiong's face showed a hint of contemplation. Although he followed behind Ao Xiayun, he also left. In an instant, Ji Zhu, Luo Ku Wu, Dong Wu Lei, Tu Ganhao, Li Xiong Tu, and the others all left. Moreover, each of them had their own reasons. Tired, sleepy, tired, hungry. Inside the small hall, only Gu Yanyang, his brother, and a few others were left. Suddenly, it seemed very empty. However, these people were the ones who really didn't see anything. Just as Chu Yang said, some schemes could only be used against geniuses and wise people. Against ordinary people or even fools, they were completely useless. Then, Gu Duxing's white robe fluttered as he left. After a while, Chu Yang also left heaven-reaching tower under everyone's watchful eyes. For 3 days, the guards of the great clans did not make a move. Until the afternoon, when Chu Yang and Gu Duxing returned one after the other, no one made a move. As the sky slowly darkened, the guards of the great clans began to move out. One by one, they left the inn and blended into the night. These people only had one goal: to investigate and confirm. Continent's capital was still bustling with activity. The number of outsiders was still increasing. Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders Department had already captured an unknown number of people. 3 days, those clans still have not made a move? Diwu Qingrou looked outside the window. Outside his window, there were several slender and elegant bamboos. Not much. Gaoxing smiled, since they know that this is fake news, why would they make a move? It's just a few guards seeing the right time to go out and practice. But if we really let them participate in the fight, they would not agree. It's good that there is no movement. As long as these people do not participate, then we can control everything. Diwu Qingrou slowly paced 2 steps. No. King of Hell Chu has not made a move yet. This is somewhat out of my expectations. Prime Minister, what do you mean? He went through untold hardships and traveled thousands of miles to cause trouble to create such a chaotic situation. But instead, he was used by me. If it were you, what would you do? Diwu Qingrou said. I would be aggrieved. Gaoxing told the truth. But King of Hell Chu has not made a move, and he has not stopped. I am adding fuel to the fire, but he does not seem to notice. This should not be the case. Diwu Qingrou frowned, but what will his next step be? King of Hell Chu should not be at his wit's end, Diwu Qingrou said to himself, but how will he attack my advantage? Prime Minister, our advantage is natural. Even if King of Hell Chu is extremely smart, this is Great Zhao, not Iron Cloud. Perhaps King of Hell Chu is also worried about Iron Cloud. Gaoxing comforted him. Otherwise, others might give up, but King of Hell Chu will never give up. Diwu Qingrou said with certainty. Then he suddenly frowned and said, I heard that Heaven-reaching Tower has 2 distinguished guests today? Moreover, Du Fa Kai personally came out to greet them with a very respectful attitude? Yes. According to the information, they should be 2 officials from the Chu clan of Upper 3 Heavens. Gaoxing replied. Chu clan? Chu? Diwu Qingrou frowned. This Chu. You, tugged at the most sensitive chord in his heart. Prime Minister, are you suspecting King of Hell Chu? Gaoxing said with concern. It's so confusing. Diwu Qingrou quietly pondered for a while, then he let out a deep breath. Chu family official. Chu family official. Even though there is no movement from the great clans, the focus right now is on Heaven-reaching Tower. If Beyond the Heavens Tower is in chaos, then it will be real chaos. If they are really officials from Upper 3 Heavens, they are indeed distinguished guests. Diwu Qingrou slowly said, if they are such distinguished guests, then tomorrow morning, I will personally go and pay them a visit. Prime Minister will personally go? Gaoxing was taken aback. If they are really officials from Upper 3 Heavens, then me going is not condescending. This night, Continent City was still in chaos. However, Ask the Heaven Sword did not appear, nor did Underworld Saber. Even though they did not appear, the people of Jiang who did not stop fighting. Up until now, many descendants of Ask the Heavens Sword and Underworld Saber Saints' grandsons had died. However, what no one noticed was that on this night, there were suddenly many mysterious people with black masks on their faces. They came and went, but their martial arts had reached a frightening level. They came and went, vigilantly watching every corner of the city, waiting for Ask the Heavens Sword or Underworld Saber to appear. Tonight, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Even though the moon was not full, it was still bright in the sky. In a corner that no one knew about, on a night like this, Ask the Heavens Sword and Underworld Saber had secretly met. Under the moonlight, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO, and Yin Butong were quietly sitting on a branch of a big pine tree like four squirrels having a meeting. "Have you really decided?" Dong Wushang asked seriously. "Yes." GMO nodded silently. "Perhaps our own big clans will also get involved in this matter," Dong Wushang said without the slightest bit of emotion. "So what?" GMO's face did not have its usual frivolous expression. Instead, it was a bit serious. With the appearance of Calamity Sword, the three heavens are already facing a reshuffle. If the G clan is destined to decline in this storm, it is fine if it is a bit earlier. However, if the G clan can use this opportunity to advance, I will be very happy. GMO's face was serious. Suddenly, he revealed a smile that did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Plus, in this trial, my dear brother is the leader." Cough, cough, I suspect that even if this matter is confirmed, and we put the saber and sword in front of him, he won't even bat an eyelid. Luo Kudi and Yin Butong shrugged their shoulders. Dong Wushang almost burst out laughing as well. Unable to hold back his laughter, he said, "You're right. That brother of yours is indeed the only weirdo in the history of the three heavens." I can only roll my eyes at such a compliment. GMO sighed. "Although I know that you are speaking from the bottom of your heart, it is still somewhat unpleasant to hear. What I am most curious about is, why did your G clan allow your elder brother to become a Grand Duke? What I am even more curious about is, your elder brother is so lazy, how did he manage to cultivate to such a level? I'm still wondering why, I'm still wondering." Luo Kudi furrowed his brows, beaming with joy, his expression serious, as if he was discussing some academic issues. "What you should be wondering is, why is your mouth like a cesspit? Even if you block the entrance, you can't block the stench." GMO fiercely glared at him. Jibutong laughed and fell down from the tree. He climbed up with difficulty and leaned against the tree trunk, laughing silently with a pained expression. Dong Wushang was helpless. It was simply impossible to discuss something with these guys in a serious manner. "Don't worry, your Dong family is also fine. Your elder brother Dong Wulei is also a person with a sense of propriety. Moreover, as far as I know, your elder brother's strength is outstanding. So, you don't have to worry about anything," GMO comforted her. "But my elder brother is not necessarily the same." Luo Kudi frowned and sighed. "That bastard Luo Kawu looks very calm on the surface, but let me tell you, it is all a disguise. That guy's temper is so bad that you can't even think about it. Once he goes crazy, it will be terrible. Don't we still have you?" GMO looked at Luo Kudi with disdain. "At the crucial moment, can't you remind us?" "Me? Remind? What if I ruin boss's plan? Won't you guys skin me alive?" Luo Kudi cried out as if he had been wronged. "Then you make your own decision," Dong Wushang said. "But this time, Gu Duxing's Gu clan is destined to suffer a great loss. Mo Tianyun used them as spears. Moreover, Gu Yenyang and Gu Yen you are both very happy and narrow-minded. The two brothers are also vying for power. That is the Gu clan's matter. Naturally, second brother Gu will worry about it. We don't care about that," the other three said in unison. "Besides, Gu Yenyang and Gu Yen you have long been unhappy with them. If we just kill those two bastards, I think Gu Duxing will be very happy. He won't even shed a tear. Actually, Gu Duxing must be very eager to personally cut off those two dog heads. Since that is the case, then we have to prepare." GMO looked at the sky and said, "When the moon is bright, the time has come." Dong Wushang nodded deeply. Luo Kudi suddenly thought of something. He suddenly hugged his stomach and laughed silently. Even tears came out of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Dong Wushang was very depressed. This guy was simply crazy. I am thinking about the names of the two Dong brothers. Oh my mother. Awoo. Luo Kadi rubbed his stomach. Dong Wushang was very curious. What about our names? You and your brother Dong Wu Lei. Ha ha ha. Luo Kadi simply opened his mouth and laughed wildly. The three of them could clearly see Luo Kadi's tongue trembling and jumping in his mouth. What is it? GMO scratched his head. Listen. Dong Wu Lei, animal type. Awoo. Luo Kadi was overjoyed. As for Jiang Wushang, it is even more meaningful. Animal type. Damn, Dong Wushang, you. Even an animal type is on you. Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang, who could not bear it any longer, punched out. Luo Kadi's laughter came to an abrupt end. He fell from the tree with a face full of blooming peach blossoms. Dong Wushang turned around with a murderous look. He looked at GMO and Miao Badong, who were about to laugh. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Isn't it very funny?" Not funny, not funny. GMO shook his head like a rattledrum. What is Luo Kadi saying? I don't understand a word. Miao Badong hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I don't understand a word. Humph. Dong Wushang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get lost." GMO and Yin Badong climbed down the tree with sweat all over their foreheads. They left in the darkness of the night. From afar, they heard GMO's uncontrollable laughter. Animal type. This mother of King Second Young Master Luo is a genius. What a famous saying, Miao Butong's voice, ha ha ha. Dong Wushang clenched his fist, and the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. But GMO and Miao Badong had already disappeared very quickly. Dong Wushang jumped down, grabbed Luo Kadi, who was about to escape, and gave him a beating. I was wrong, fourth brother, my dear fourth brother. I was really wrong, please be magnanimous. Ha ha ha. Awoo, this is too funny. Luo Kadi cried out in pain and begged for mercy, but he could not help but laugh wildly. For a moment, he could not tell whether it was pain or pleasure. His whole body was trembling, and he could not tell whether it was from being beaten or laughing. This time, Dong Wushang mercilessly beat him to his heart's content. Every punch was heavy, and every punch hit flesh. The bright moon gradually rose to the top of their heads. The moon that was missing a corner was still bright in the sky. Suddenly, from a certain place in the city, a round beam of light suddenly shot out. It seemed to be in the shape of a sun, reflecting the moonlight in the sky, shining brightly. This beam of light was not very thick, only the thickness of a fist, but it was very condensed. Especially in the middle of the night, it was even more eye-catching. In an instant, countless night walkers discovered this strange phenomenon at the same time. They could not help but raise their heads to the night sky, watching with rapt attention. In the next moment, the situation suddenly changed again. Another arc of light rose into the sky. It crossed with the cylindrical beam of light, and suddenly the sky shone brightly, as if a sun and two moons had appeared at the same time. One moon, one crescent moon. In the silent night sky, two screams came from two places at the same time. Then, the two beams of light disappeared at the same time. Only a full moon was left in the sky. Complete silence. However, the strange scene just now was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Most of them were astonished. What the hell is going on? At the same time, two white figures suddenly appeared. Under the combined moonlight, under the reflection of the white snow, these two snow-white figures were like immortals from the heavens, coming from the sky. When they arrived, the two people suddenly split into two directions without saying a word. Each of them had an extremely sharp fleeting sword chi, and rushed towards the direction where the two beams of light had appeared. Swordsmen. These two handsome young men were actually two swordsmen who had achieved great swordsmanship. The white figures flashed and disappeared instantly. Heaven and earth returned to silence. At the same time, dozens of faster black figures also rose and chased in these two directions. In the night sky, the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could not be heard. Suddenly, dozens of crowns appeared in the night sky. All the people of the martial world who saw this scene felt cold all over. this was a stage that belonged exclusively to experts. At this moment, ordinary people with mediocre cultivation should not even think about it. It was best to retreat. Dozens of king-level experts? What the F***ck is going on? Chu Yang's figure was like a bolt of lightning, turning into a white line in the sky, showing a sense of urgency. However, he only saw 3 black-clothed sovereigns when he arrived at the scene. Although his speed was fast, he still could not compare to the king-level experts. Chu Yang's eyes swept around, and then landed elegantly. His white clothes fluttered, and he landed in front of the 3 men in black. "Seniors, you're really fast." Chu Yang's gentle voice carried the shyness of a young man. He said softly and slowly, "Although I tried my best and was 1 step ahead, I still fell behind. Elder Chu is too polite." The 3 men were all in black, and they did not dare to be negligent. "Well, dare I ask the 3 seniors, did you discover anything after coming first?" Chu Yang asked seriously. "I was just looking at those glowing things for fun, haha." Chu Yang said sincerely, "I have a little sister at home who loves these glowing things the most. I want to buy them for her to play with. I'm just a youngster, I'm sorry for making you laugh at me." "Little sister?" The 3 king-level masters rolled their eyes at the same time. Mother **Ker, these lords of great clans are really out of the ordinary. They can lie without batting an eyelid, it's as normal as eating cabbage. Even this young man, who seemed to be in his 20s, had such an ability. Yes, we were just looking at them for fun. Ha ha ha. The 3 king-level masters were naturally not stupid. Even though they belonged to 3 different clans, at this moment, they were surprisingly in sync. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, everyone had a tacit understanding, but they all smiled at each other with their own ulterior motives. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard as a few people landed. Even though their faces were covered, everyone knew that they must be familiar with each other to be able to arrive so quickly. "Did you find anything?" The 3 king-level experts from before weren't as courteous to this newcomer as they were to Chu Yang, the Duke of Upper 3 Heavens. They ignored him and snorted. Then, each of them flew away. "Arrogant my ass." One of the later masters spat and scolded, "Seeing that the 3 of you didn't fight, I know that you didn't see anything." His words were the truth. If there really was something, then the 3 king-level masters would have already fought to the death. "Yes. I will also go first." Chu Yang politely took the lead. He smiled and gave his greetings. Then, he took 2 steps back in a refined manner. Then, he leaped into the air and disappeared without a trace. He really is the Duke of Upper 3 Heavens, there is nothing to say about his temperament. One of the king-level masters sighed. Immediately after, everyone's body shook and the crown in the sky also disappeared in an instant. At heaven-reaching tower, all the lords of Upper 3 Heavens were waiting, except for Ji Zhu who was sleeping soundly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the masters who went out came back. Each of them had an anxious expression as they entered the Duke's room. Then, heaven-reaching tower suddenly became quiet. Everyone was nervously discussing something in their rooms. The light of the sun and moon? Sun and moon shining together? Ao Xianyun frowned. He stood up and paced back and forth. He muttered, "Could it be that it's not?" Several experts of the Ao clan were calmly sitting opposite him. Each and every one of them seemed to be racking their brains to recall something. There is definitely no such person in the Ask the Heavens martial saint. As for the underworld saber saint, that is even more nonsense. Ao Xianyun frowned and said, "I always thought that this was King of Hell Chu's scheme. His purpose was to deal with Diwu Qing Ro and delay Great Zhao's conquest of the world. However, this sun and moon shining together has made me suspicious. This subordinate thinks that this is still a bit deliberately mystifying." A king-level expert said, "After all, this situation is too bizarre. How can a mere saber and a mere sword cause such a phenomenon?" "Just a saber and a sword?" Ao Xianyun laughed coldly. "Where's the sword of calamity?" Everyone was speechless. "Investigate." Ao Xianyun said slowly, "Don't be in a hurry to make a move for now. However, we need to inform the clan through divine sense. Investigate all the ancient books. It's best if they are the only ones. Check if there are any abnormalities with the sun and moon shining together. He frowned slightly and said, I seem to have seen such records before. However, I can't remember clearly. Xianxia sighed. When it's time to use the books, I regret not having enough of them. Under his command, the 3 king-level experts immediately gathered together. They used their own divine sense to activate the spiritual sound transmission ball. This was the most advanced and expensive method of communication in the entire heaven-level continent. This was because the divine sense of 3 king-level experts couldn't activate it at all. However, it could clearly transmit important information at the first moment. Moreover, there was no error. If it was an ordinary clan in the upper 3 heavens, they probably wouldn't be able to use this method of communication even once, even if they used all the power of the entire clan. Sun and moon shining together, there must be something fishy about this. Mo Tianyun said heavily. The moment he heard the report, he was sure that this matter was not so simple. The Duke of the upper 3 heavens has come personally. Moreover, there is such a phenomenon. It must not be something ordinary. Only Mo Tianyun was pacing slowly. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that we have all been deceived by Diwu Qingro? Mo Tianyun's way of thinking was completely different from Xianxia's. Xianxia's first thought was to verify it. However, Mo Tianyun's first thought was that he had been schemed against. Don't disturb me. Mo Tianyun fell into a chair. He rested his chin on his hands and fell into deep thought. The thing that Mo Tianyun was most proud of was that he had a photographic memory. He could remember any ancient book as long as he read it once. Even if he had forgotten it after a long time, he could still remember it as long as he put his mind to it. He sat for a long time. His frown deepened. However, all the ancient books of the clan that he had read since he was a child were all recorded in his mind. Just like a small stream, there is nothing left out. Time passed slowly. Get lost. What sun and moon shining together? Have you seen it in your generation? After Grand Duke Jizhu heard the report, he rolled over on the bed with a quilt wrapped around his body, revealing a thigh that was covered with dense black hair. He scolded, and then he started snoring. The 2 king-level experts looked at each other helplessly, and then retreated. Sun and moon shining together? Dongwu Lei sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in the middle of the room. He pondered deeply. You should also think about it. What is the purpose of this? This was the reaction of the Black Saber clan. Sun and moon shining together? Luo Kuwu sat up from the bed. His eyes shined brightly. You too, one will keep an eye on the Mo clan's Mo Tianyun. The other will keep an eye on the Ao clan's Ao Xiayun. As long as they move, we will move. If they do not move, we will not move. Keep an eye on them. Do not relax. This was the reaction of the Luo clan. Or perhaps, this was the most effortless reaction. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu frowned and looked at each other. Why don't we go and ask Mo Tianyun? If something good really happens. Even if our Gu clan cannot eat the meat, it is still good to follow behind and drink the soup. All the great clans have a reaction? Are they sure that the 2 upper 3 heavens dukes came for this? Li Xiongtu's beard expanded. He growled, whether it is useful or not, let's get it first. I will leave this matter to the 3 of you. What? No problem. No matter which clan it is, let's get it first. Saber and sword shine together, sun and moon shine together. Tu Qianhao's reaction was unique. We only need to watch closely, and don't act blindly without thinking. We'll let them fight each other to the death as long as the target appears. We'll take advantage of them if we can. But, we'll kill them if we have no other choice. No matter what, we cannot afford to lose. Sword and saber reflecting sun and moon. I seem to have some impression of this. It was in a book called Family Discipline and Harmony. Which book was it? Xie Danqiong's tender face still had a shy expression like a girl's, but his 2 slender eyebrows were slowly knitting together. Sword and saber appearing at the same time. No, tonight is nighttime. Xie Danqiong slowly recalled. His voice was so low that it couldn't be heard. More than 10,000 years ago. No, more than 8,000 years ago. No, more than 1,000 years ago. He frowned. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Yes. Yes. what is it? Young lord, did you remember something? The two king-level masters of the Xia clan were startled. More than 1,000 years ago, there was an expert who disappeared like a flash in the pan. Xia Danqiong's phoenix eyes exposed a fierce radiance. His hands that were placed on his knees didn't move. However, two dreamlike viburnum flowers suddenly bloomed in his white jade-like palms, slowly rotating. This expert was a sword and saber dual master, and was called a saint at the same time. Xia Danqiong said in a low voice, sword and saber madman, Dongfang Songqiong. Dongfang Songqiong? The two king-level masters were perplexed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the heaven and earth. They called out in a low voice at the same time. Dongfang Songqiong is known as the saber and sword madman. Only he has the symbol valley, Xia Danqiong said calmly, the saber and the sword of the sun can slay immortals and gods. His brilliance shines through the ages. He is the saber and the sword madman. Legend has it that Dongfang Songqiong shocked the upper three heavens when he made his move. That's because he was a master of both saber and sword. He was a saint-level master. It could be said that he was at the peak of perfection. He only appeared for a short period of 20 years. However, the saber and the sword of the sun turned the entire upper three heavens upside down. Legend has it that a blazing sun and a cold moon would appear in the sky as long as he used his saber and sword. Xia Danqiong said softly, 20 years later, an expert of the Three Stars Divine Clan suddenly appeared for some unknown reason. He wreaked havoc in the upper three heavens. No one could stop him. Dongfang Songqiong was the #1 expert at that time. He was duty-bound. Therefore, he went to the meeting alone and fought a decisive battle with that expert of the Divine Clan. From then on, there was no news of him. That expert of the Three Stars Divine Clan never appeared again. Therefore, the marvelous scene of the saber and the sword reflecting the sun and the moon, and the two brilliances of the firmament disappeared. The two dreamy snowflakes in Xia Danqiong's palm spun more and more rapidly. His fair and tender face showed a trace of excitement. This is not the Ask the Heavens sword and the Underworld saber. Could it be the sunlight saber and the moonlight sword of the saber and sword saints Dongfang Songqiong? The two king-level masters of the Xia clan shook at the same time. Their faces showed a pleasantly surprised expression. No one knew that Xia Danqiong had always been low-key. However, his encyclopedic knowledge was the best in the upper three heavens. But if it is true, with the strength of our Xia clan, wanting to obtain it is just wishful thinking. Xia Danqiong's eyes were calm, and his face was tranquil. The only way is to take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. From today onwards, don't move. Don't move? The two king-level masters asked at the same time. Yes, don't move. Xia Danqiong said calmly, we are inferior to the Dong clan, the Ji clan, the Mo clan, and the Ao clan when it comes to the strength of our clan. But as long as these two weapons are verified by them, they will inevitably fight fiercely over them. But you must know that, when two tigers fight, one of them is bound to be injured. With our strength, I'm afraid we will lose our lives if we don't stay calm. In another room, Ao Xiaoyun suddenly realized, saber sword madman? Beside him, the eyes of the three king-level masters lit up and their bodies shook. Sun and moon shine together, saber and sword saints. Ao Xiaoyun took a deep breath. If that's true, then, this is no small matter. He did not wait for the three king-level masters to express their opinions. He waved his hand and said, however, before we are sure, we must be cautious. We must not expose our intentions. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said that Duke Chu may not be telling the truth. His attitude can be said to be probing, but it can also be said that he is loosening the reins only to grasp them better. We must not make any mistakes. Ao Xiaoyun cautiously said, you must not be agitated and impulsive. At this time, you must be even more cautious. This includes every word you say, even every cough you make. Every action you take, even every step you take, you have to think it through clearly. Understand? Do you understand? If it is not sunlight saber and moonlight sword left behind by saber and sword madman, then this matter may be a conspiracy. And this conspiracy is aimed at the big clans of the three heavens. If this is the case, we must not let the schemer succeed. Xianxia slowly paced back and forth, his voice became calmer and deeper. But if it is really Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword left behind by Saber and Sword Madman, then this matter is a big whirlpool. Once you step in and cannot pull out, it is possible that the three heavens will be destroyed. But this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be careful, be cautious. Be careful, to the extreme. Xianxia took a deep breath, but his eyes flashed with an indescribable light. But whether it is true or not, this is a conspiracy. And we still do not know who is the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Such an opponent is worthy of me, Xianxia, to go all out. Mo Tianyun woke up from his contemplation. He frowned and said in a low voice, if the sun and moon shine together is true, then it is Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword left behind by Saber and Sword Madman. That year, Saber and Sword Madman fought against the Three Stars Divine Clan and did not return. His two peerless heavenly weapons also disappeared without a trace. Legend has it that when the Sunlight Saber and the Moonlight Sword meet, a strange phenomenon will appear in the sky. But when the two swords meet, there is nothing special about them. When the two divine weapons meet, the secrets of the Sunlight Saber and the Moonlight Sword would be revealed, and they would become unrivaled experts. Saber and Sword Maniac relied on Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword to set foot on the path of the Saber and Sword Saints. If we can obtain Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword, then even 10,000 Mo Tianjis would not be able to shake my position in the Mo clan. Moreover, the Mo clan will be able to dominate the upper three heavens and fight for the position of the great clan. The more Mo Tianyun thought about it, the hotter his heart became. However, this matter still needs to be handled carefully. You can't be careless. Mo Tianyun muttered to himself. His feminine eyes flashed with determination. If we really fight, then my opponents will be the Black Saber clan and the Ao clan. The rest of us are nothing to worry about. After all, he was different from Xianxia. Although the two of them had similar intelligence, their situations were completely different. Xianxia, as the number one successor of the Ao clan, had a stable position and could sit back and relax. Therefore, in the face of this great temptation, he could still maintain a clear mind and clearly calculate the pros and cons of all aspects and how to deal with it. In an instant, he had already extended his thoughts to the problem of success or failure. Moreover, no matter how things progressed, he had already thought of countermeasures. Although Mo Tianyun was now a Grand Duke, his position was not stable. His younger brother, Mo Tianji, was eyeing him covetously and was ready to replace him at any time. Therefore, when Mo Tianyun encountered such a great temptation, the first thing he thought of was the stability of his position, and then the rise and fall of his clan. He immediately began to plot against his opponent. On this point, the two were completely different. All the great clans were discussing, but the discussion time was very short. After all, these men were very decisive people. However, the two people who should be the first to make a decision, Xianxia and Mo Tianyun, pondered for a long time. Mo Tianyun thought over and over again, but was not sure. Xianxia also thought over and over again, but could not come to a conclusion. 1. But there was one thing that the two of them did not agree on. Once the war started, the first two great clans to bear the brunt would be their two clans. And no matter what dispute there was, the final solution would be. It would have to go through their two clans. All the great clans had their own ulterior motives. Yes, there was one person who did not have ulterior motives, Grand Duke Jizhu. This young master was sleeping soundly. He didn't see the anxious faces of the king-level experts of his clan. They looked as if they were about to jump up and down. Not long after Chu Yang returned to his room, Gu Duxing came in through the window. How is it? Gu Duxing asked. It's about time. Chu Yang said, but right now, we are just observing. We are still making plans and calculations. We are far from being hot-blooded and crazy. It seems that we have to do it again. That's good. Gu Duxing said, but if we do it again, only one can appear. We can't have two at the same time. The commotion is too big. It's best to appear under the name of Ask the Heavens Sword or Underworld Saber. Of course. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. The location for the next time will be the final danger zone. Have you chosen it? I am considering whether to choose the Royal Palace or the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Yang snorted and said, or, the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department? Royal Palace, Imperial Mausoleum, the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department? Gu Duxing sucked in a breath of cold air. This big brother Chu's heart was truly too vicious. Gu Duxing could imagine that if such a situation were to explode, then Great Zhao would not be as simple as just a big mess. It would definitely be a disaster for the entire country. On this night, Wu Yunliang led the remaining 300 people of Beyond the Heavens sect to Ironcloud Citadel. Wu Yunliang had come several times and had secret talks with Tai Butian. But every time he came, it was to ask for an audience. Tai Butian's attitude was reserved and distant. At that time, Tai Butian was only a Grand Duke, but this time, when he came to Iron Cloud, it was already late at night. Moreover, Tai Butian, who was already the ruler of a country, personally came out to welcome him. He gave Wu Yunliang enough face. This made the people of Beyond the Heavens sect feel honored. After some greetings and introductions, Tai Butian's eyes searched for a long time. In the end, he could not help but ask Wu Yunliang in a low voice, Sect Master Wu, may I ask where your sect senior Meng is? Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly and said, my youngest martial brother has already left lower 3 heavens for upper 3 heavens. Tai Butian said apologetically, it seems that senior Meng had no choice. Yes, my youngest martial brother said that if he stayed in lower 3 heavens, he would become a tool for Diwu Qingro to attack his younger martial brothers. Wu Yunliang sighed softly, youngest martial brother is proud and arrogant. Plus, he cares about his 2 younger martial brothers to the bone. How could he allow himself to be a burden to them? So he decided to leave. Tai Butian sighed softly. He was also a bit disappointed. He wanted to see Chu Yang's master and junior martial brother this time. He wanted to see what kind of master could teach such a talented disciple. He did not expect that Meng Chaoran had already left. He left so freely without any hesitation. Dare I ask your majesty, what is your majesty planning to do with our Beyond the Heavens sect? Wu Yunliang asked tentatively. He did not want to ask, but Tai Butian's unexpected courteous attitude made Wu Yunliang ask this question. Tai Butian calmed down and said casually, Beyond the Heavens sect will naturally remain Beyond the Heavens sect. Our strength will not be divided, and we will not belong to any department. What does Sect Master Wu think? Yes. Wu Yunliang was startled. He originally wanted to merge Beyond the Heavens sect into Butian Pavilion. Then, under Chu Yang's supervision, he could smoothly catch the spies of the sect. While he was at it, he could follow the vine to the melon and expose Diwu Qingrou's scheme. After all, Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian were both at Butian Pavilion. Both of them had high positions and power. Butian Pavilion could not be separated from Beyond the Heavens sect, however, Tai Butian's words mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Moreover, Tai Butian's cold face told him that there was no need to talk about this anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly. Tai Butian personally came out to welcome them, but how could it be for me? It was clearly for Meng Chaoran. She was giving face to King of Hell Chu. As for me, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. It's not worth mentioning. After arranging the people of Beyond the Heavens sect in a designated place, Tai Butian left behind a few officials to entertain them and returned to the palace. After a while, Wu Qianqian arrived under the escort of Butian Pavilion. This is not possible. Wu Qianqian shook her head firmly. Chu Yang once said that anyone can enter Butian Pavilion, but not Beyond the Heavens sect. Wei Mao. Wu Yunliang was a little dumbfounded. Just letting a few people in was good enough. He did not expect Chu Yang to block this path ahead of time. If Beyond the Heavens sect wants to stay in Iron Cloud for a long time and flourish, it cannot enter the political arena and cannot enter Butian Pavilion. Wu Qianqian said, this is what Chu Yang once said. He knew that as long as you came, you would ask to enter Butian Pavilion or some other department. He told me to tell you, don't even think about it. Chu Yang said that if you really do this, then as long as Iron Cloud's crisis is not over, Beyond the Heavens sect will be fine. But once Iron Cloud's crisis is over, Beyond the Heavens sect will definitely be destroyed by Tai Butian. No ruler would allow their officials to collude with other sects. No wise ruler would allow this. If Beyond the Heavens sect is not used to death by Diwu Qingro, but dies under the butcher's knife of the people they are loyal to, that would be the greatest tragedy. These are all Chu Yang's words. Wu Qianqian said, I think Chu Yang's words are very reasonable. Yes, Chu Yang also wanted me to tell you that no matter why you expelled him from Beyond the Heavens sect, he is no longer a member of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian hesitated and said, therefore, when you estimate the strength of Beyond the Heavens sect, you must exclude him. Otherwise, you will suffer. Huh. Miao Yunliang sighed. He could not describe the feeling in his heart. Chu Yang also. Wu Qianqian lowered her head. What else did he say? Wu Yunliang frowned and smiled bitterly. He said, if you want me to stay in Butian Pavilion, then it would be best if you also expel me, the female slave, from Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and said with difficulty, this way, we can truly guarantee Beyond the Heavens sect's future. Wu Yunliang sighed. Wu Yunliang was dumbstruck. Before coming here, he had thought about this possibility. But now that everything was going well, he could not help but feel that this was an illusion. He thought that all of this could be done. His original goal was to survive in the gap between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud, to survive under the bullying of the big sections. But now, he had succeeded. He did not even have to wait for the final step to achieve his first goal. Therefore, he was greedy. If the government and Jiang who developed at the same time and supported each other, would Beyond the Heavens sect not become the #1 sect in the world in a few years, but at this moment, the ruthless reality hit him hard in the head. Eldest martial brother, do not forget that Beyond the Heavens sect belongs to Jiang Hu. Meng Chao Rant's words once again echoed in his mind, if you insist on letting Beyond the Heavens sect enter the imperial court, there is only one possibility. That is when Beyond the Heavens sect is completely wiped out, and only a few people are left. The court is the court, Jiang Hu is Jiang Hu, and sects are sections. This cannot be reconciled and cannot be combined. Even the sects and clans of Jiang Hu are completely different, let alone Jiang Hu and the court. Good. Wu Yunliang's face seemed to have aged a few years. He turned his head and said, then I will follow your wishes and expel you. The walls of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian took a deep breath. She stared blankly for a long while. Suddenly, a bitter feeling of despair arose in her heart. Chu Yang did not say that he was no longer a member of Beyond the Heavens sect. He also did not say anything about Wu Yunliang expelling Wu Qianqian from the sect. Wu Qianqian had acted on her own initiative. Wu Qianqian had undoubtedly sacrificed her youthful years when she had made this decision. She had sacrificed her entire life for the sake of the black robe that represented King of Hell Chu. Perhaps your legend isn't here. Perhaps your future isn't here. Wu Qianqian thought quietly. Perhaps your future doesn't include me. But I'm willing to protect the legend you've created in this place. Black robe is here, King of Hell Chu is here, and you are here. You know how I feel, but you can't respond. I have never made myself known, for I have my pride. Even though I, Wu Qianqian, am just a girl from the pugilistic world, and even though I will never be able to catch up to your achievements, I still have my pride and dignity as a girl. That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't want to receive a clear rejection, and I didn't want to make things difficult for you. But I am here. Even if my heart is broken, even if my soul is broken, even if I am beyond redemption, I am willing to protect this dream of my heart. I will never tell anyone about it in this life. Wu Qianqian silently and firmly said this to herself. At this moment, she was silent, but she was making a lifelong promise in her heart. Wu Yunliang sighed. He did not know what had happened, but he could clearly feel that his daughter, who was in the prime of her life, at this moment of silence, was filled with heartbreak and depression. I'm going back. Wu Qianqian turned around, and put on her black robe. The loose black robe covered her thin figure. She walked out with her head held high. She was displaying the domineering aura of King of Hell Chu at this moment. It didn't matter if it was her movements, footsteps, or aura. That kind of cruel and ruthless aura, even though no one knew that behind this terrifying black robe that symbolized all of Iron Cloud, there was a delicate heart that was breaking little by little, the experts of Butian Pavilion who had been waiting outside immediately appeared and escorted this king of Hell Chu, who had shaken the entire iron cloud. Eldest brother. Kong Jingfeng walked out from behind the screen. Xianxia has really grown up. Yes, she has grown up. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh and said, she has grown up to the point where even I, her father, do not understand her. When Wu Qianqian returned, Tai Butian was waiting for her at Butian Pavilion. Your Majesty? It is so late. Why are you here? Wu Qianqian asked in surprise. I couldn't sleep. There is something I need to discuss with you. Tai Butian sighed deeply. Between her eyebrows, there was an unconcealable worry. What is it? Wu Qianqian immediately became spirited. She knew that something that could make Tai Butian reveal such an expression was not a small matter. Butian Pavilion is going to make a big move. And you, King of Hell Chu, will have to make a few public appearances. Tai Butian said in a low voice. Did he encounter some trouble in Great Zhao? Wu Qianqian asked. Diwu Qingro is not easy to deal with. That's right. Minister Chu has successfully caused chaos in the continent. However, he has also created an opportunity for Diwu Qingro. What we need to do now is to prove that King of Hell Chu is still an iron cloud. Tai Butian looked at the black robe on his body. King of Hell Chu will always be an iron cloud. He will not leave. Niao Qianqian said in a low voice, regarding the operation, I have been planning it these past few days. It should be carried out tomorrow. But... Wu Qianqian raised her head. Her eyes were sharp. This is our Butian Pavilion's matter. The information should have reached my hands immediately. How did it reach your Majesty? This should be Qin Yutong's dereliction of duty. Tai Butian cut a rare sorry figure under Wu Qianqian's pressuring gaze. He straightened his face and coughed a few times. Then, he said, I was the one who requested clan leader Chen to report to me as soon as possible regarding any news from the Great Zhao. But this is not in accordance with Butian Pavilion's procedures. Wu Qianqian said bluntly, Your Majesty, please take back this decision. Tai Butian opened his mouth and looked at her. After a long time, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He said, That's fine. As for Butian Pavilion's operation, I will arrange it overnight. Wu Qianqian said indifferently, If your Majesty has nothing else to say, please go back. This was the autonomy he left for Butian Pavilion. Whatever he left behind, she could not lose. Therefore, Wu Qianqian's performance was extremely strong, she would not yield an inch. Even if she was facing the Emperor, this was Wu Qianqian's greatest pride, but this kind of forcefulness made Tai Butian suddenly have a strange feeling in her heart. Tai Butian looked at Wu Qianqian's golden ferocious mask in a daze. Looking at the black robe that covered her body tightly, a strange look appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was yearning, as if he was reminiscing, and as if he was angry. Wu Qianqian was shocked. Looking at Tai Butian's eyes, Wu Qianqian could not help but think too much. She thought about how His Majesty still had not married an empress or a concubine. She could not help but become extremely vigilant. Could it be that he actually has those kinds of thoughts towards me? She took 2 steps back and said coldly, Your Majesty, this is Butian Pavilion. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. Tai Butian immediately became embarrassed. He coughed repeatedly and looked embarrassed. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Have thoughts towards you? How is this possible? Then, cough cough cough, I will take my leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. Watching Tai Butian leave under the protection of the shadow guards, Niao Qianqian's eyes revealed a repressed look. Chu Yang, you bastard. You left me here. If by any chance His Majesty. Humph, if that happens, I, Wu Qianqian, would rather die. I will not let him have his way, my heart is already buried deep for you. Wu Qianqian's eyes slowly became as calm as ice. She waved her hand and said in a low voice, Send my order. Tell Hall Leader Chen to come here immediately. Not long after, Qin Yutong almost sprinted to King of Hell Chu's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened. King of Hell Chu, wearing a black robe and a mask, appeared like a ghost. Hall Leader Chen. You have been quite bold during this period of time. King of Hell Chu's strange words almost scared Qin Yutong out of his wits. I do not dare. Haha, you do not dare? What do you not dare to do, Hall Leader Qin? Wu Qianqian smiled sinisterly. Even the information about our Butian pavilion can't be seen by me, the minister. Yet, the emperor is here to tell us. Qin Yutong fell to his knees. Minister, this is His Majesty's secret order. I do not dare to disrespect you. I do not care what difficulties you have. Wu Qianqian said without the slightest bit of sympathy. Since you have done it, you must bear the consequences. Hall Leader Qin, do you think Heavenly Secrets Hall is punishing you? Or are you punishing yourself? I am willing to accept the punishment. Qin Yutong shuddered. Minister Chu's way of handling things was becoming more and more unpredictable. If Heavenly Secrets Hall was punished because of him, then everyone would know that he, the hall leader, was the one who was implicated. He had already been through this once. If it happened again, he would not be far from stepping down. 200 strikes of the rod. Wu Qianqian said casually, go get it yourself. If you miss one strike, you will automatically retire. Get out of here. Wu Qianqian roared, if something like this happens again, be careful of your head. Qin Yutong fled in defeat. The surrounding guards were as silent as cicadas in winter. Wu Qianqian was silent for a while and said, pass down my order. Tell Hall Leader Qin to prepare for action. Yes. On the way back to the imperial palace, Tai Butian frowned as she sat in the palanquin. Her eyes were somewhat frustrated. I just want to know if he is doing well in Great Zhao. Is he in danger? Is Jiga going well? Whether or not he could withstand the immense pressure he was under right now. That was all. But Wu Qianqian's resolute and decisive struggle just now was very similar to, they are all pitiful people. Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. Unknowingly, she had blurted out these words. What orders does your majesty have? The two shadow guards asked at the same time, pitiful people? Who? Nothing. Tai Butian's muffled and embarrassed voice came out from the palanquin. The two shadow guards said oh and disappeared into the void. In the palanquin, Tai Butian reached out and touched her hot cheeks. Thinking of the sentence just now, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and helplessly. Pitiful? Who is more pitiful? At least Wu Qianqian has a black robe and a King of Hell Chu. But I don't even have these. Being born in the royal family, was he destined to be a loner? Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. Who would know that I, the emperor, actually don't want to sit on the throne? Oh, men who plow and women weave, your greatest hope in life is the golden horse and jade hall. But do you know that my greatest wish is to be like you, working at sunrise and resting at sunset? Men plow and women weave, living a leisurely life. Tai Butian tiredly closed her eyes. Her body gently swayed along with the palanquin. She slowly felt that her heart was as lonely as the ice and snow at the top of the mountain. The road of the emperor is a lonely road. And I, Tai Butian, am destined to be more lonely than any other emperor. Because, the second half of the night, Diwu Qingrou's face was so ugly that it was somewhat scary. Sun and moon resurgence? Are you sure? I am sure. Jing Menghun's face was also not good. The moment he saw the sun and moon resurgence, he saw dozens of crowns appear in the sky. It was as if he saw the sky collapse. Sun and moon resurgence, for 10,000 years, there is only one possibility. And it is related to sabers and swords. Diwu Qingrou took a deep breath and said, sunlight saber and moonlight sword. So ruthless. King of Hell Chu, you are so calculating. Jing Menghun was shocked. Diwu Qingrou had clearly gritted his teeth and said these words. Being able to make Diwu Qingrou's face turn ugly was already an incredible matter. Being able to make Diwu Qingrou gnash his teeth was even more unimaginable. Everything is interconnected, everything is interconnected. Diwu Qingrou sighed and slowly said, this should be King of Hell Chu's response. I hadn't expected that King of Hell Chu's counterattack would come so quickly and so sinisterly. Counterattack? Jing Menghun was puzzled. Even if it caused an even fiercer fight, it should still proceed according to the Prime Minister's plan. What was there to be afraid of? You don't understand. What's frightening isn't this kind of competition. What's frightening is where King of Hell Chu will detonate this competition. Diwu Qingro sighed and said, there are two places for King of Hell Chu to choose from. One is the Imperial Palace, and the other is the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department. If he chooses the Imperial Palace, it would be fine. Even if there is chaos, it would still be bearable. But if he detonates it at the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department, then, not only would all our efforts in the past few days be for naught, the entire Feng province would become a rotten mess. It would also be very likely that we would lose most of our manpower. You should know that the suction force of these sabers and swords is aimed at the clans of the three heavens. Diwu Qingro frowned, and these people, even if they are lying in front of our door with only one breath left, they are not people we can recruit. We can only treat them and then send them away. There is no benefit for us. Tomorrow, I will personally go to Heaven-Reaching Tower. In addition to meeting the two Grand Masters Chu, I will also test the reactions of the major clans. I hope that the scene I don't want to see the most does not appear. Diwu Qingro's eyes were full of worry as he slowly spoke. The next morning, Chu Yang had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. The shopkeeper of Heaven-Reaching Tower, Du Fa Kai, had come to visit. Grand Master Chu, haha, did you sleep well? Du Fa Kai smiled from ear to ear. Not bad. Chu Yang washed himself and said casually, it was hard on you, Mr. Du. How did you know that I like this kind of absolute purple orchid the most? I really did not think of it. Du Shaokai became even more respectful and said, my lord, this lowly one had to go to several places to get the absolute fragrance of the purple orchid from the Imperial Palace. If my lord is satisfied, then this lowly one is relieved. Chu Yang wiped his face with a towel and said, it is so early in the morning. Does shopkeeper Du have an urgent matter? Yes. Du Fa Kai respectfully said, it is the Prime Minister of Great Zhao, Diwu Qingro, who sent someone to deliver an invitation. He wants to see the two Grand Masters this morning. This little one will pass on the message. Prime Minister of Great Zhao. Diwu Qingro? Chu Yang closed his eyes and revealed a thoughtful expression. His tone was also interrogative. This Prime Minister Diwu is an extraordinary character. Du Fa Kai kindly reminded him, with his own strength, he created Great Zhao's current prosperity. As he said this, he talked a lot. It seems that shopkeeper Du has a deep impression of this Prime Minister Diwu. Chu Yang said with a smile that was not a smile, if that is the case, how can I not give shopkeeper Du face? As he said this, he reached out and took the invitation. Du Fa Kai tactfully retreated. Diwu Qingro's invitation? Chu Yang flipped through the gilded greeting card, and a feeling of absurdity arose in his heart. He smiled and opened the invitation. On it was written, greetings brother Chu, Qingro has come to pay respects. These 8 words were written in an elegant and vigorous style. They were written in a strict manner. It was as steady as a mountain, but it also revealed an awe-inspiring aura. Looking at the literal meaning, it seemed like it was an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. This handwriting must have been deliberately done by Diwu Qingro. It is to give me a show of strength. Chu Yang smiled and put the invitation aside. He thought to himself, it seems that Diwu Qingro still suspects that I am King of Hell Chu. But since this guy dares to take the risk, he has some courage. Chu Yang thought and suddenly shivered, it can't be just some courage. Could it be that Diwu Qingro himself is a master? I can't eliminate this possibility. Originally, Chu Yang planned to let Gu Duxing receive Diwu Qingro when he came, but now he changed his mind. Since Diwu Qingro was coming, why should he hide? Diwu Qingro was already suspicious of his identity. If he avoided meeting him, wouldn't it make him even more suspicious? If that is the case, then I will deal with you, the wisest person in the world. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. This was his biggest opponent in the lower 3 heavens. If he did not meet him, no matter who won or lost in the future, he would inevitably have regrets in his heart. Diwu Qingro is coming? Gu Duxing walked over from the next room. He was full of energy. Yes. Should I deal with him, or you? I will. Chu Yang said, but don't go away. So as not to complicate matters. Gu Duxing nodded. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a lightning-like sword intent, if I kill this guy with one strike, absolutely not. Yang was shocked. Who is Diwu Qingro? If he dares to come, how can he not be sure of his safety? I am sure that if we make a move, not only will we not be able to kill him, we will also die without a doubt. Gu Duxing said casually, I am just joking with you. Yang sighed. How could he not see that Gu Duxing's heart was already filled with killing intent? He said seriously again, absolutely not. Do you understand? Okay. Gu Duxing said unwillingly. Also, don't show your hostility. Yang warned again. Okay. Your aura, okay. Your sword energy, are. You tired of it? Yang was speechless. When the morning sun shone on the earth, Diwu Qingro arrived at heaven-reaching tower. There were only 2 people accompanying him. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian. With these 2 king-level leaders by his side, Diwu Qingro was confident that even if heaven-reaching tower was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it would not be able to stop him. Prime Minister, Duke Chu has been waiting for you for a long time. Du Fei stepped forward and said. Shopkeeper Du has worked hard. Diwu Qingro smiled. Did Duke Chu say anything? Du Fei was startled and said, Duke Chu did not say anything, but from his expression, it seems like he is used to it. Used to it? Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, Shopkeeper Du, please lead the way. Thank you. When Diwu Qingro climbed the stairs to the last floor, he suddenly felt something and could not help but look up. In front of him was a vast expanse of snow and ice. 2 young men in white stood quietly at the top of the stairs to welcome him. It was only 2 people, but Diwu Qingro suddenly felt like he was surrounded by flowers and jade trees. At the same time, a faintly discernible sword energy surged in the air. This was not a murderous aura, nor was it sword energy, nor was it an imposing aura. It was a kind of charm that a swordsman could unconsciously emit. This charm was something that even a top swordsman would not be able to completely conceal. To be able to conceal it to such an extent, it was enough to show that these 2 young swordsmen were using all their strength. And this kind of attitude, from a fundamental point of view, showed a kind of friendliness. It seemed that these 2 Duke Chu were curious about Diwu Qingro's visit, but did not have the slightest hostility. Is Prime Minister Diwu coming in person? I am Chu Fei. Greetings. At the top of the stairs, the young man had a gentle smile on his face. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly raised his hand to salute. He did not appear to be flattering or arrogant. It was as if this was a normal visit and the host was eagerly welcoming him. Yang smiled and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He looked over and saw that Diwu Qingro was a man in his 40s. He had long eyebrows and phoenix eyes. He had 3 long strands of beard that floated in front of his chest. His hair was as black as ink. His body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. It made people unable to see through him. But when they saw him, they could feel that he was extraordinary. Diwu Qingro's current appearance was more like that of a hermit in the mountains. If one were to look at him like this, no one would be able to imagine that this tranquil and carefree person was the prime minister of a nation. He was an ambitious and ruthless person who controlled millions of troops and controlled the world's situation. He could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Even the enemy could only move between his palms. This was Diwu Qingro. But now, his body was full of peace. His eyes were full of grace and compassion. He seemed to be a compassionate man with lofty ideals. He was facing the suffering of the world. He was sighing with heartache. Prime Minister is too polite. Please. Yang stepped aside and extended his hand to welcome the guest. Elder Chu, please. Diwu Qingro asked with a refined smile. Yang and Diwu Qingro walked side by side as he stepped on the stairs. This is. Diwu Qingro looked at Gu Duxing with a smile. Gu Duxing's cold eyes also looked over. A sword flashed in his eyes. Sword energy filled the air. Looking at Diwu Qingro was like looking at a corpse. This was a kind of look in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the world with his sword. He had no scruples. Everyone in the world was a dead man in front of his sword. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian's aura surged violently. Their 4 eyes looked at Gu Duxing fiercely. The other side's indifferent attitude was unbearable for these two king-level masters. This was contempt, whether it was Diwu Qingrou's power or the dignity of a king-level master, they couldn't allow such contempt in front of them. The three auras suddenly collided. Gu Duxing's face turned pale. His body suddenly leaned back. His eyes became even colder. His sword energy surged out like a violent wave. "This is my elder brother, Chunan." Chu Yang was somewhat embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Grandpa Seed, please don't take offense. My eldest brother doesn't like to talk. He cultivates." He looked at Gu Duxing with an inquiring gaze. Gu Duxing nodded and didn't say a word. "He cultivates emotionless sword Dao." Chu Yang's voice was somewhat low. Oh, Diwu Qingrou, Jing Menghun, and Yin Wu Tian suddenly understood. No wonder this guy is as cold as a coffin. He cultivates the emotionless sword way. He couldn't be blamed for this. Thinking this way, he withdrew his aura at the same time. But Gu Duxing didn't withdraw his aura. The sword energy crisscrossed in the closed passageway. On the walls on both sides, there were dozens of crisscrossing sword marks. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian looked at each other in amazement. How old was the other party? He actually had such an achievement. He was a revered level swordsman, and he used his body as a sword to release sword energy. Such a person was definitely a genius in the sword Dao. However, if such a young man were to cultivate the emotionless sword Dao, although it would be extremely powerful, it would be equivalent to him losing his youth. To a person's life, this was truly a regrettable thing to do. This kind of pity would become an inner demon the more profound it was. Thinking this, Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian looked at each other at the same time. They both saw the gloating look in each other's eyes. Brother Ling cultivates the emotionless sword Dao. We can see this. Jing Menghun was a first-grade king-level expert. But when he looked at Gu Duxing, a second-grade revered sword master, he unexpectedly felt that the other party's fighting spirit and sword intent were constantly rising crazily. No matter how powerful his aura was, the other party's sword intent was like an ice-cold needle that was constantly moving forward. It would break through the surface and advance courageously. Jing Menghun had a feeling that this young swordsman's fighting style was absolutely crazy. I would rather my whole body turn into minced meat. But as long as my sword is still there, I can still poke a hole in your body. Facing this young revered sword master, Jing Menghun felt as if his back was drenched in sweat. If he could cultivate to the third grade of Sword King with such ruthless sharpness, perhaps a king-level expert like himself would have to run as far away as possible. This had nothing to do with the depth of his primary power. It was a characteristic of the emotionless sword Dao. As long as he used his sword, there would be no return. Jing Menghun could easily kill a third-grade Sword King with his cultivation. But under the opponent's sharp counterattack, he would suffer a sword wound that would never heal. His soul would be damaged. Once it was formed, he would never be able to advance again. Jing Menghun would never do such a thing. Therefore, he asked Chu Yang out of curiosity, "But I don't know if Grand Duke Chu also cultivates the sword?" His voice faintly carried an inquisitive tone, and it was somewhat overbearing. He had been in a superior position for a long time. He had always talked to his subordinates. He had developed a habit of speaking condescendingly. In fact, he was not being disrespectful. But Diwu Qingrou couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "You are?" Chu Yang revealed a questioning look as he looked at Jing Menghun. "My surname is Jing. I am the Prime Minister's attendant and bodyguard." Jing Menghun calmly said. "Oh." Chu Yang exhaled. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Jing is right. I also cultivate the sword. But, it's not the ruthless way of the sword. It's..." He hesitated for a moment. It seemed as if he was hesitating whether he should say it or not. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Isn't this Grand Duke Chu's temper a bit too good? But then he heard Chu Yang say, "It's the secular way of the sword." He smiled gently. But, he slowly raised his head after he had finished answering the other party's question. Then, he slowly said with a warm smile, "Brother Jing, this is the first time we've met. So, I'll answer your question on behalf of Diwu Qingrou." Diwu Qingrou had just doubted his good temper. But, his bad temper had immediately flared up. Chu Yang looked at Jing Manghun's cold eyes. However, he still had a smile on his face as he calmly said, "However, I don't like people interrupting me when I'm talking to someone. If there's a next time, I don't care if you're a king-level expert or an emperor-level expert. I don't care if you're a king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department or a king-level expert of the Silver Donkey Riders Department. Do you understand?" His eyes suddenly flashed like a sharp sword as he looked at Jing Manghun. He was a young man, but his body was brimming with a kind of lofty and superior demeanor. It seemed as if he was on the same level as the heavens. His body was at the top of the world. His eyes were filled with disdain. His aura was unhindered. His eyes were cold and sharp. He looked at a king-level master as if he was looking at an ant. He had always referred to himself as I. But, he was now full of this Grand Duke. That kind of playboy aura of the top clan of the upper three heavens was suddenly revealed. "I'm crazy, my cultivation isn't as good as yours. But, I dare to scold you in front of you. I point at your nose and scold you. You have a temper? You've got guts, you dare to speak to me in a condescending tone? I'll crush you to death with a condescending tone." Jing Manghun's face instantly turned purple. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He took a deep breath and forced himself to lower his head. However, he couldn't help but clench his fists, but he didn't dare to move. The other party was Brother Chu, who of the upper three heavens. With the strength of the upper three heavens clan, killing a king-level master like him would be as easy as blowing off dust. Moreover, he knew that Diwu Qingro had come here for an important matter. So, how could he dare to ruin Diwu Qingrou's plan if Diwu Qingro didn't open his mouth? Forget it. Diwu Qingrou's face was still as gentle as before. He didn't show any dissatisfaction. "Manghun, don't talk." Chu Yang had just vented his anger. So, he turned his head and faced Diwu Qingro with a warm and gentle smile. "I was too anxious. I couldn't help but discipline your servant on your behalf. Haha, I hope Prime Minister won't blame me. Haha, this is my bad temper since childhood. I can't stand people who don't know etiquette. They don't know who's superior and who doesn't know when to advance or retreat. I've made a fool of myself in front of Prime Minister." Diwu Qingro calmly said, "It's okay. But, Duke Chu was a bit rash. But, you're right to discipline him. King-level Master Jing isn't my servant. He's my friend for many years. We've always been like brothers, like brothers." Jing Manghun heard these words. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. He felt warm. The grievances he had suffered a moment ago had disappeared because of these words. "Oh?" Chu Yang's pupil shrank. He kindly smiled and said, "Don't tell me. I just scolded Prime Minister's friend?" These two people hadn't even sat down yet. But, they were already at each other's throats. One was cautiously probing. And, the other was going all out to deal with the probing. Chu Lu is an honored guest of the upper three heavens. If I haggle over this matter, it would be rather. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, "It would be rather ungentlemanly. Nothing can be accomplished without rules." Chu Yang also kindly smiled and said, "Prime Minister, if you want to deal with people like us, you'd better train your subordinates to be more obedient." Then, he laughed heartily and said, "But, Prime Minister has come here today. So, you're my guest. Please, please. I knew early in the morning that Prime Minister was coming. So, I specially prepared good tea for Prime Minister. Please don't be polite." Then, he straightforwardly let Diwu Qingro in. King of Hell Chu had won the first round of the clash between two heroes. Diwu Qingro was at a disadvantage. But, he felt somewhat wronged. That was because, the other party was completely unreasonable. Diwu Qingro's performance was perfect. The other party was methodical in the beginning. However, he was temperamental. If he said he was unreasonable, he would be unreasonable. If he said he would turn hostile, he would turn hostile. Even Diwu Qingro felt somewhat aggrieved by this sudden outburst of astonishment. The reason for this was Jing Manghun's interjection. With Jing Manghun's status in Diwu Qingro's group, he had the right to interject. Not only did he have the right to interject, but he also had the right to make decisions. How could the number one king-level master of Golden Horse Riders Department be ordinary? But now, Chu Yang's interjection had allowed Chu Yang to rudely grab hold of him. He had used an extremely unreasonable, arrogant and despotic attitude. He had ruthlessly given Diwu Qingro a show of strength. Diwu Qingro had come to probe. Therefore, Chu Yang would be seen through by Diwu Qingro if he showed any weakness. Therefore, Chu Yang could not show any weakness. On the contrary, he was the Duke of Upper Three Heavens. How honorable was that? How transcendent was that? Diwu Qingro, you are the Prime Minister of a secular country. I have given you a lot of face by meeting you. I don't care if you are an ambitious person or a coward. In my eyes, you are less than a dog's fart. If I want to be angry, I will be angry. If I want to be angry, I will be angry. If I catch a loophole in your subordinates, I will be able to influence your purpose. Although I am rude, I am rude. What can you do about it? Chu Yang's unreasonable behavior this time seemed to be rude and unreasonable. However, his demeanor, bearing, and temperament perfectly displayed the tyrannical power of a super clan of the Upper Three Heavens. Jing Menghun was furious. Diwu Qingro was depressed. But Minister Chu's heart was beating like a drum. After all, he was facing Diwu Qingro. Who would have thought that Diwu Qingro would not be able to see through this? After entering the room, both sides sat down as the host and the guest. However, the harmony that had been there a moment ago had disappeared because of King of Hell Chu's unreasonable provocation. Please, this is the purple crystal tea that I picked from the Purple Cloud Mountain. It's the only one of its kind even in the Upper Three Heavens. Chu Yang politely brought out the teacups. However, there were only 2 seats at the tea table. One was the host, and the other was the guest. Obviously, this Duke Chu did not prepare a seat for a servant, let alone enjoy his good tea. Although Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian were sullen, they could only stand behind Diwu Qingro. Good tea. Diwu Qingro took a sip, closed his eyes, and savored the aftertaste. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed, I haven't drunk this tea for many years. This cup of tea seems to have brought me back to the frivolous past when I was a teenager. Oh? Has Prime Minister drunk this tea before? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Diwu Qingro's origin had always been a mystery. Some said that he was an orphan, some said that he was a descendant of a noble, some said that he had mysteriously appeared, but none of the legends could be proven. Diwu Qingro's origin was even more mysterious than King of Hell Chu's facade. However, Chu Yang suddenly became alert when he heard these words today. Could it be that Diwu Qingro's roots are in the Upper Three Heavens? Haha. Diwu Qingro smiled meaningfully and said, Ancestor of the Chu clan. Senior Chu, are you still in good health? Chu Yang said solemnly, God bless you, elder ancestor, your body is as healthy as before. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Good people have good karma. Diwu Qingro's face revealed a look of reminiscence as the fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. He said, in those days, the ancestor of the Chu clan, Senior Chu Bai Shao, used a long sword to gallop unhindered in the Upper Three Heavens. Countless people died under his sword. His illustrious fame and awe-inspiring divine might have left the descendants fascinated and in awe. Prime Minister, I'm afraid you've remembered wrongly. Ancestor did not use a sword back then. Chu Yang frowned, but his face was not worried. Prime Minister, you can't speak carelessly, haha. Diwu Qingro's eyes flashed and said, did I remember wrongly? Humph. Chu Yang snorted and said, Prime Minister, today I have a good temper. If it were anyone else in the Chu clan, I'm afraid no one would be able to joke with you like this. What a joke. Since Chu Yang planned to pretend to be the Chu clan's patriarch, how could he not ask the blue-clothed man about the Chu clan's affairs? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at how the blue-clothed man patiently answered Chu Yang's questions that night. It was obvious that Diwu Qingro's probing would not work. Minister Chu asked about the direction of every latrine in the Chu clan. This made the blue-clothed man almost collapse. However, Diwu Qingro's focus was not on this. Sigh, so much time has passed. I've forgotten many things. But there's one thing that I'm still brooding about. Diwu Qingro let out a melancholy sigh and said, I remember that I met Big Brother Fei Ling a few times back then. Big brother Fei Ling's lifelong regret made me wring my hands and sigh. I was depressed all day long. I don't know if it has been resolved, there are so many people. Where can you find it? Qi Yang sighed sadly. Uncle Fei Ling's heart is probably difficult. As he spoke, Qi Yang revealed a relaxed posture that said, I want to hide it but I can't. It showed that even the Chu clan of the upper three heavens had internal conflicts, but his heart was also cold. This guy also knows that the Chu clan lost a child. Diwu Qingrou's expression softened a little. Duke Chu, you came to the lower three heavens for an important matter, right? Diwu Qingrou asked. Important matter. Haha, the so-called important matter, Prime Minister just said it. That's why we're here. Qi Yang said with some resentment, actually, we came out with fourth uncle to play. Oh, fourth Master Chu is in the province now? Diwu Qingrou was startled. Humph, Qi Yang snorted and did not comment. Diwu Qingrou laughed and said, I see. But when we came here, we found something interesting. Qi Yang said excitedly, Prime Minister, since you are not an outsider, I will tell you the truth. What is it? I am very interested in that saber and sword. Qi Yang's eyes revealed a hawk-like sharpness. I am determined to get them. Regarding this matter, as a local snake, I ask for your help. After a pause, Qi Yang seemed to have made up his mind. As long as Prime Minister helps me get that saber and sword, then I, Chu Fei, can promise Prime Minister one thing. Yes, you understand. Diwu Qingrou felt a headache coming on. Until now, we have not completely confirmed your identity, and you actually made a request first? And you want the saber and sword that are the focus of attention now? Duke Chu, I am much older than you, but I have a different understanding of this matter. Diwu Qingrou said earnestly, as far as I know, this matter is King of Hell Chu's conspiracy. I don't care if he has pubic hair or wool. Anyway, I want that saber and sword. Qi Yang snorted and said, Prime Minister, even if I am a pervert, I can still tell the authenticity of a saber and a sword. I don't have any other meaning, but I am afraid that Duke Chu will be punished when you return to the clan. Diwu Qingrou said warmly, his voice relaxed. Qi Yang immediately realized that he was being a little too hasty. He sat back down and said with a fake smile, if Prime Minister doesn't want to help, then it's fine. We brothers will just try our luck and have some fun. Diwu Qingrou was silent for a moment and said, I will urge people to investigate again. Oh, if it is too troublesome, then there is no need. Qi Yang leaned back and said, if you want to get it, then there is more than one way. Diwu Qingrou felt like a tiger eating the sky with nowhere to go. This Duke Chu in front of him was unexpectedly watertight and impeccable. Could it be that it is really Duke Chu? But why would Duke Chu appear here? The conversation just now seemed ordinary, but Diwu Qingrou used the inside story of the Chu clan, the martial arts of the Chu clan, the regrets of the Chu clan, the 3 levels of seniority, and the rules of the heavenly layer to test him. However, the other party was able to answer his questions fluently. Moreover, every question was followed by a sharp counterattack. Sometimes, this Duke Chu answered casually, and Diwu Qingrou was a bit overwhelmed. However, Qingrou came here today to ask Duke Chu about something. Diwu Qingrou said, Duke Chu is standing high, so naturally you can see far. Please enlighten me. Diwu Qingrou's attitude suddenly became very humble. What is it? At present, Iron Cloud, Great Zhao, and Wuji are 3 countries. There are many small countries around them. In Duke Chu's opinion, what should be done in such a chaotic situation? In this land of countries, who is the hero? Who is the overlord? Diwu Qingrou sighed and said, for this matter, it can be said that I have exhausted my mind. This. Qi Yang revealed a look of being asked a question, and looked at Diwu Qingrou with some astonishment. His stance was clear, I've never considered the question you've just asked. Oh? What does Duke Chu mean? Diwu Qingrou humbly asked for advice. This, cough cough cough. Duke Chu rolled his eyes and thought for a long time. Then he laughed and suddenly leaned back and said, no matter who wins, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you think so? This clearly meant, I can't answer your question, and I haven't done any research. So I might as well act shamelessly. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. You can ask whoever you want. Diwu Qingrou was stunned. No matter how the other party answered, he could hear the real meaning behind it. After all, this should be the goal of King of Hell Chu's life. If it was really King of Hell Chu, even if it was a lie, Diwu Qingro would not be able to hide it. No one could blaspheme his life's dream. For an adult with a goal, a dream was as important as his first love. All the men in the world who had been hurt by love could scold all the women in the world, but who would dare to say that the woman of his dreams was a prostitute? Even if she was, he would not dare to say it. Just thinking about it would break his heart. If he said it like that, he would hurt his own heart first, but he had never expected that the other party would be so indifferent. Since Prime Minister asked me so many questions, I will also ask you one. Xianxia asked, Prime Minister, since you are so familiar with Upper Three Heavens and my Chu clan, could it be that Prime Minister also came down from Upper Three Heavens? Diwu Qingro did not speak, but his eyes were deep and he looked at him strangely. Xianxia knew that something was wrong. He braced himself and asked, Prime Minister, which clan of Upper Three Heavens do you come from? Xianxia was startled. Then he scratched his head and said in a childish manner, I really don't have any impression of it. Why? Should I know? The implication was, what kind of big shot are you? Diwu Qingro smiled strangely and shook his head, you shouldn't not know. You shouldn't not know. Xianxia was stunned. Is this guy's sect extremely famous in the Upper Three Heavens? Is it so famous that even the super aristocratic Chu clan doesn't know about it? But what's the reason for this? Diwu Qingro maintained a meaningful expression. He slowly stood up and said, Yes. Duke, I am very pleased to see you today. If Duke doesn't have any other instructions, I will take my leave. Tea is still warm. Is Duke going back? Dozens of thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind at this moment. Could it be that I didn't know his identity was a flaw? That's not right. If not, then Diwu Qingro has no other choice but to retreat in order to advance. Chu Yang's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He stood up with a smile and said, Take care, Prime Minister. I won't see you out. He didn't seem to care whether Diwu Qingro left or not. Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, Many things are complicated. I won't disturb Duke Chu. He slowly stood up and looked at Chu Yang with a meaningful look, Duke Chu, I won't see you out when you go back. Here, I wish you a safe journey. Chu Yang said gracefully, Take care, Prime Minister. Diwu Qingro walked out of the room with a smile and went down the stairs accompanied by Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian. Chu Yang politely sent him off, but stopped at the top of the stairs and watched Diwu Qingro leave. King of Hell Chu had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the second confrontation between the two. That was because he couldn't tell whether Diwu Qingro had really seen through the flaw in Chu Yang's words or if he was just bluffing. Even though Chu Yang's temperament was open-minded, a shadow had been left in his heart. Diwu Qingro walked to the corner of the stairs. Chu Yang was ready to turn back to his room. At this moment, Diwu Qingro suddenly turned around. He glared at Chu Yang who was about to turn around. Then, he shouted in a deep voice, Chu Yang. Chu Yang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He took a step forward and then turned around. He looked at Diwu Qingro and asked, Prime Minister, what are you doing? Diwu Qingro's hawk-like eyes crossed the stairs and stared straight at Chu Yang's face. At this moment, Chu Yang felt a burning pain on his face, as if his face was being burned red by a needle. It's nothing. This old man's eyes were playing tricks on him. Their eyes met. One of them looked innocent and surprised, with a trace of worry. And Diwu Qingro's eyes were inquisitive. After a long time, Diwu Qingro chuckled and went downstairs. Chu Yang made an "oh" sound, and no longer paid any attention to him. He returned to his room. And sat down. After a long time, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his face, and his white robes were soaked in a flash. Diwu Qingro had come this time and left now. Chu Yang still couldn't feel the outcome of the battle. Chu Yang wasn't sure if he had concealed his identity, or if Diwu Qingro had seen through his identity. Ever since he was reborn, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Moreover, Diwu Qingro had always held the initiative. Although Chu Yang had successfully turned the tables a few times, the overall initiative had always been in Diwu Qingro's hands. Chu Yang couldn't see through Diwu Qingro's thoughts at all. Diwu Qingrou's shout before he left seemed to have some soul-stirring power. It made Chu Yang's mind go into a trance for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that his mind was far more stable than the average person, he would have naturally agreed at that moment. That was close. Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang and said. Chu Yang nodded lightly. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Diwu Qingrou's aura was indeed not something an average person could withstand. Diwu Qingrou stepped down the stairs, his brows deeply furrowed. Even with his wisdom, he couldn't be sure whether this Chu Feigong was king of Hell Chu or not. He had been taken down on the spot with a show of strength. The other party's arrogance and unreasonableness only belonged to the younger generation of an aristocratic family. Then, the initiative was shifted. Diwu Qingrou's series of questions seemed to have taken the initiative, but in reality, he didn't get anything out of it. From Baohou's shout, Diwu Qingrou knew that he had lost. Because if he was sure, he wouldn't have shouted. If it was Chu Fei, there was no need to shout. If it was Chu Yang, there was even less need to shout. However, he shouted out loud. This was his last resort today. Diwu Qingrou let out a long sigh. This young man, whether he was Chu Fei or Chu Yang, was an extremely terrifying person. There was no need to doubt this point. As he thought, he walked towards the rooms of the Three Heavens officials. When he was halfway there, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and saw a man in green floating in from outside. He stepped on the stairs, but he was free and easy as if he was riding the clouds. Diwu Qingrou turned his head. The other party immediately felt it and turned his head as well. Their eyes met and the space seemed to freeze. A powerful pressure was emitted from the body of the man in green. Jing Menghun and Yin Wutian were startled. They hurriedly mobilized their auras to resist, but found that they couldn't summon their energy. It was as if their lives were being controlled by someone else. They couldn't help but feel their souls leave their bodies. The next moment, Diwu Qingrou withdrew his gaze and turned around. The man in green on the stairs had also quietly disappeared. It was as if he had only seen a blur and nothing had happened. A master. Jing Menghun and Yin Wutian glanced at each other. Their backs were dripping with cold sweat. The same thought popped up in their minds. Could it be that this black-clothed man is the guardian of those two youngsters? Chu clan. Before noon, Diwu Qingrou left Heaven-Reaching Tower. After coming out of Chu Yang's room, he went to look for three people, Aoxia Yun, Mo Tianyun, and Dongwu Lei. The reaction of the three people made Diwu Qingrou's heart heavy. He didn't even speak on the way. He just frowned and thought about something. Jing Menghun and Yin Wutian were somewhat surprised. Although the attitude of these three brothers was ambiguous, the main purpose of today's visit was to see whether or not Chu Yang was king of Hell Chu. In their eyes, this Chu Feigong was absolutely not king of Hell Chu. This was already a done deal. No matter how one looked at it, his performance was impeccable. If he wasn't Chu clan's younger brother, how could he know so much about the Chu clan? Even though Jing Menghun had been severely scolded by Chu Yang, he didn't doubt Chu Yang's identity. Prime Minister, what do you think? Jing Menghun carefully asked. They were already on the road and weren't far from the Prime Minister's residence. There were very few people on the road. What do you think? Diwu Qingrou glanced at him. This Chu Feigong shouldn't be king of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun said with certainty. Yin Wutian nodded calmly to express his agreement. It's between the two. Diwu Qingrou slowly shook his head. I can't say for sure. But I still think that he may be king of Hell Chu's incarnation. Jing Menghun and Yin Wutian felt a little dizzy. The matter was already so clear. Why was Diwu Qingrou still holding on to it? If king of Hell Chu was really the duke of a super clan of the upper three heavens, then what was the point of playing around? What was the point of playing around? What if he angered the Chu clan by holding on to it like this? What should he do? Let's wait and see. It won't be too late for me to break the Bankai when king of Hell Chu makes his move. Diwu Qingrou obviously had the same concerns. Before he had set off, he was 80% sure that this Chu Feigong was king of Hell Chu. But after they had met and left, this certainty had dropped to a certain level. Diwu Qingrou also felt somewhat uneasy. Diwu Qingrou's guess had dropped again when he had seen the black-cloaked man. It had become half and half. The remaining half was what Diwu Qingrou had said before he left. Did he have to know Diwu Qingrou's identity after coming down from the upper three heavens? Even Diwu Qingrou himself felt that this statement was untenable. However, not knowing Chu Yang's identity was always somewhat suspicious. The remaining 40% was purely Diwu Qingrou's intuition. Although this Chu Fei Gong did not show any hostility towards him, deep in Diwu Qingrou's heart, he had a stubborn intuition: this is King of Hell Chu. This feeling did not make any sense, but he was certain. From tonight onwards, we will use our influence on the people we can't catch. Diwu Qingrou said slowly, King-level Master Yin will be in charge of this matter. King-level Master Jing, you have to carefully observe tonight's movements. Diwu Qingrou's eyes had a deep sense of exhaustion. Tonight, it is fine if the saber and the sword do not appear. But once they appear, I am afraid it will be a terrible bloody storm. Jing Menghun cautiously agreed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was night again. As night fell, the three heavenly dukes in the prefecture capital all opened their eyes wide and focused. On the roof of heaven-reaching tower, there were several people whose sleeves were fluttering in the wind. They stared at the flickering lights in the dark night and did not move. In the city, almost all of the buildings with high vantage points had people guarding them. Moreover, these places were basically occupied by king-level masters, but tonight, it was very quiet. Even the fights between Jianghu people had decreased a lot. Ask the Heaven's Sword did not appear, nor did Underworld Saber. Of course, Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword were also nowhere to be seen. Another day passed. On the afternoon of the second day, someone suddenly discovered the location of Ask the Heaven's Sword. After a short period of time, the person holding Ask the Heaven's Sword successfully broke out of the encirclement and disappeared. All the king-level masters had made a wasted trip. On the night of the second day, someone discovered Ask the Heaven's Sword being chased. So after another fight, they escaped again. In a few days and nights, this kind of situation happened more than 20 times. It was said that the person holding Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber was covered in wounds and was exhausted from running for his life. Dozens of king-level masters were like big birds, running here and there. Everyone had a belly full of anger and was about to explode. Finally, a huge commotion began on the night of the fifth day. On the night of the full moon in the sky, the curtains were drawn. When the full moon rose to the middle of the sky, from Continent City below, two rays of light seemed to be very far away, but suddenly rose up. The sun and moon shining together appeared again. The full moon rose into the sky above everyone's head, emitting a bright and clear radiance that shrouded the blue dome of heaven and spilled over the earth. The experts who had been exhausted for several days were also somewhat tired. Everyone was guessing, could it be that those two fellows were hiding in a mouse hole? Why couldn't they find them even after such a great search? But at this time, a dumbstruck guy suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted himself hoarse. All the absent-minded experts looked up and suddenly stood up with a bang. Above their heads, there were two full moons. One was the sun. As for the other two, although they were not as radiant as the real sun and moon, they were still real existences, sun and moon shining together, Sunlight Saber, Moonlight Sword. They appeared, everyone flew up to the sky at the same time. More than 40 crowns glittered in the sky, dazzling the eyes. Near and far, king-level experts were rushing over one after another, and one after another, they propped up their own energy shields, two directions, one in the east and the other in the west. Then, the halo of Sunlight Saber began to move, awoo, with a loud roar. The experts soared up and rushed toward that direction. The halo of Moonlight Sword flickered and immediately disappeared. It seemed that the owner of Moonlight Sword had discovered the abnormality and decisively returned the sword to its sheath. But Sunlight Saber was still flashing. For some unknown reason, the halo of Sunlight Saber was still there even after the disappearance of Moonlight Sword, but now, no one was thinking about this problem. Existence? Existence is leading us to seize it. The light beam on the ground was running in a panic. High up in the sky, the king-level experts who were chasing closely behind had fanatical brilliance in their eyes. Now that Sunlight Saber had appeared, there was no need to think about hiding it. The most important thing now was to see who among the dozens of king-level experts would have the strength to take the lead. There were many people, and even more experts. But there was only one sunlight saber. Many people were calculating their own allies and enemies, as well as the most powerful person to seize it. Suddenly, with a xiao sound, two white silhouettes appeared from below like shooting stars chasing after the moon. Everyone! This saber, I, Chu Mao, want it. A clear and bright voice roared, as if announcing the ownership of the saber. Chu Mao? F*CK, who do you think you are? You actually want it? All the king-level experts were furious. Everyone's faces were covered anyway. So, no one knew who they were. Why would they care about the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens under such circumstances? However, the two white shadows were very close to Sunlight's saber. All the masters sped up and rushed over as if their lives depended on it. Jing Menghun sighed helplessly in the distant sky. As expected. It was just as the Prime Minister had guessed. The direction in which the circle of light was moving was the Imperial Palace. And it was already very close to the palace. The Great Zhao Imperial Palace was the symbol of Great Zhao's imperial power. This was also the most stubborn force against Diwu Qingro. And they were all gathered here. Although the royalists had been suppressed by Diwu Qingro all these years, they could not be eradicated. The imperial city had become their last bastion. In Great Zhao's imperial city, experts were as numerous as clouds. The security here far exceeded that of the iron-clad imperial palace. However, this so-called experts as numerous as the clouds was only a relative term. When dealing with ordinary people of the Jianghu, it could be said that experts were as common as clouds. However, when compared to the dozens of king-level experts from the upper three heavens, it was not as common as clouds. It was like a herd of pigs and sheep. The Great Zhao Imperial Palace reacted quickly. The first thing they did was to rain down arrows like a waterfall. Then, dozens of people jumped out and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Imperial Palace? Kill without mercy." Then, more people rushed out from the top of the Imperial Palace's walls. The blade was as fast as lightning, and actually carried the radiance of the full moon as it whistled through the air. Laughing maniacally, it collided with the arrows that filled the sky. Pong, 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 pong. A few of the Imperial Guards were sent flying into the air like rubber balls. Following which, the figure riding the full moon blade let out a rumbling sound, followed by a cry of "Awa dog ant! Dog ant!" His excited cries entered the Imperial Palace without any fear. A white shadow followed closely behind. It also rushed in like lightning. The people in the distance looked at him warmly. It was the young master of the Chu clan from the upper three heavens, Chu Fei. However, Chu Yang was so happy that he almost fell from the sky when he heard GMO call out to his dog ant. He still did not understand what GMO meant by dog ant. The Imperial Palace was immediately alarmed. "Stop! Stop!" The commander of the Imperial Palace's guards shouted, "Stop them! Kill without mercy!" He had already seen many people rushing over from the distance. Jing Menghun sighed and closed his eyes. He thought, it would have been better if you didn't say this. Once you say "kill without mercy," the Imperial Palace will really turn into ruins. Sure enough, the people in the Imperial Palace did not hesitate at all under the command of the Imperial Palace's guards. They rushed to the top of the Imperial Palace's magnificent walls. Then, with a rumbling sound, the outer walls of the Imperial Palace collapsed. These people were all king-level experts of the upper three heavens. The situation was urgent. If they were late, they would lose the treasured saber that was related to the prosperity of their clans. Why would they care about the Imperial Palace of the lower three heavens? Naturally, it was as if they were walking on flat ground. They roared and rushed forward. Almost at the moment of contact, the Imperial Palace's guards exploded with blood. Then, dozens of king-level experts rushed in like meteors. They entered the Imperial Palace without any hesitation. Then, the Jianghu army rushed in like a tsunami. Suddenly, there were shrill screams, the sound of the alarm horn, the sound of the palace collapsing, the sound of fighting, and the sound of swords clashing. It was a mess. Dust and smoke billowed. Jing Menghun hung his head sadly in the distance. It's over. There was no way to stop this chaos. Diwu Qingro had always believed that this was King of Helchu's evil plan. Even when the upper three heavens clans believed that it was Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword, Diwu Qingro still believed that this was King of Helchu's plot, but at that time, it was already uncontrollable. It was just like when Xu Yang had found out that Diwu Qingro was using him to stir up trouble and gather people. He had been helpless and at a loss of what to do. Diwu Qingro knew that this was King of Helchu's plot, but he could only watch. He did not know where King of Helchu was, nor did he know where the saber and the sword were. He knew that things would develop like this, but he was powerless to stop it. For someone like Diwu Qingro, who was used to being in control, this was the most depressing thing. 7 days ago, King of Helchu had suffered such a grievance. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and it was finally Diwu Qingro's turn to taste it. These days, Diwu Qingro had been thinking about where King of Helchu would trigger this chaos. After thinking for a long time, he decided on the Imperial Palace and Golden Horse Riders Department. For this matter, Diwu Qingro let Jing Menghan use 3 days and 3 nights to make arrangements for Golden Horse Riders Department. Those who should be evacuated were evacuated. Those who should be evacuated were evacuated. A group of experts also left their original residence. At present, Golden Horse Riders Department, except for a few people who were left behind to guard the recently captured Jianghu people, the rest were gone. Diwu Qingro also wanted to evacuate these people, but he really did not have enough time. Moreover, there was no place to receive them. These people were still unruly. If there was a mutiny, the loss would be too great. Diwu Qingro could not bear such an accident. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave them here. Now that Jing Menghan looked at the chaos in the Imperial Palace, he finally felt relieved. At least the Imperial Palace was in chaos, and Golden Horse Riders Department would not be in chaos. This was a great fortune in an unfortunate situation. It was not that Diwu Qingro did not inform the Imperial Palace to be on guard. No matter how lawless he was still a minister of great Zhaoan name. He even transferred people to help the Imperial Palace evacuate. However, Diwu Qingro's good intentions were ruthlessly rejected by the emperor. Moreover, it was said that the emperor sneered at that time, "Diwu Qingro, do you really think I am stupid? Attack the Imperial Palace? Humph, as long as Diwu Qingro does not attack the Imperial Palace, is there anyone else in this world who is so crazy?" When the messenger reported, Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. He had given up on the Imperial Palace. He knew that King of Helchu would make a move. Moreover, he had calculated it. If there was a riot in Golden Horse Riders Department, the experts of Golden Horse Riders Department could quickly evacuate. Even if there was a riot, it would not be too big. However, the Imperial Palace could not be moved. The people in the Imperial Palace were also weak. The Imperial Palace was the heart of a nation. Since King of Helchu had already caused a huge riot, if he let go of a place like the Imperial Palace, then King of Helchu would not be King of Helchu. However, the Imperial Palace did not trust Diwu Qingro. They mercilessly rejected Diwu Qingro's good intentions. Diwu Qingro could only give up on this effort. In fact, he was just making a gesture. The Imperial Palace was already on fire. The flames were so bright that half the sky was red. The surrounding troops came to calm the chaos. Minister Chu, dressed in white, was running back and forth in the Imperial Palace. Rather than saying that he was here to fight for Sunlight Saber, it was better to say that he was here to cover for GMO. Once the owner of Sunlight Saber was in danger, Duke Chu would descend from the sky and rush into the battle. However, once he rushed in, the king-level leaders would be restrained and unable to act freely. Who would dare to kill Duke Chu of Upper Three Heavens in front of so many people? Wouldn't that be courting death? There were countless witnesses here. Thus, Duke Chu was awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, there was no one. Moving left and right, the owner of Sunlight Saber would find time to control the saber and say in a strange voice, "Dog Ant. I am running away from Upper Three Heavens." Thus, they began to chase after him again. Too dark. I can't see anything. Mother Vasterisk Kerr, wouldn't it be much better if we set it on fire? Duke Chu yelled. The king-level leaders immediately realized that it was too difficult to find someone in this dark place. Even though Duke Chu was a troublemaker, his words were very reasonable. No one knew who started it, but everyone started a fire at the Same time, a king-level leader somehow found the imperial palace's oil storage. Barrels of oil, no matter what kind of oil it was, were thrown into the fire like dumplings. Puff puff puff, boom, boom, boom. The fire in the palace was so bright that it was as bright as day. But the thick smoke, to put it bluntly, could be seen for hundreds of miles. In the city, it was as if a nation had been destroyed. Young Master Jiju was dragged out of bed by a king-level master. He rushed to the palace with sleepy eyes. The king-level expert had opened the way. So, everything went smoothly. It wasn't easy for them to enter the battle circle. So, they were about to unwillingly start the fight. However, they didn't expect that they would suddenly hear someone say, "Awoo. Dog ant. Mother asterisk cur." Jiju was stunned. He suddenly cursed and spat. Then, he turned around and left. Young master. Young master. The 3 king-level masters were puzzled. They hurriedly chased after him. Everyone was extremely depressed. This Grand Duke was too unambitious. He just came to take a look and left? Didn't he see that the other clans were fighting until their eyes were red? The Ji clan will withdraw from this fight. Jiju glared fiercely and roared in a low voice, "Whoever is disobedient, get lost." After he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed back. On the way, he cursed, "Mother asterisk cur. Mother asterisk cur. Mother asterisk cur, mother asterisk cur, mother asterisk cur, mother asterisk cur, mother asterisk cur." Just as he left the palace, he bumped into Luo Kuwu. "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to sleep." "Why do you care?" Jiju rolled his eyes. Luo Kuwu was puzzled. Going back to sleep? Going back to sleep at this time? Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Young Master Jiju was in a bad mood. He felt that he had been tricked. "Who are you scolding?" Luo Kuwu glared and was about to fly into a rage. However, he was surrounded by the king-level masters of the clan. He only had time to say, "Jiju. You mother asterisk cur, remember this. This time I will remember you. This idiot." Jiju spat in disdain. His saliva was spat out. Behind him, young Master Luo Kuwu and the others had already rushed into the thick smoke and fire. With a loud rumble, the main hall of the palace collapsed. No one knew who did it, but the main hall of the palace collapsed. GMO was finally unable to do anything. In fact, he was already exhausted. Under the pursuit of a group of sovereigns, it was not easy for him to persist until now. Unfortunately, the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. He could only persevere. GMO jumped out of the fire, and was overjoyed when he saw it. "Wahahaha, he's here." He saw that Mo Tianyun was leading the experts of his clan to search this place from a short distance away. He was very handsome. Over there. Ao Xiayun arrived with the king-level experts of the Ao clan. There were also several sovereigns from other clans rushing over like shooting stars. It was truly an opportunity bestowed by the heavens today. "Spare me. Spare my life. I don't want the saber anymore." GMO suddenly screamed and jumped out. Mo Tianyun, Ao Xiayun, Dongwu Lei, Xiedan Xiong, and the others looked towards them as soon as they came out. Their eyes revealed a fiery radiance. "Here you go." Not waiting for anyone to answer, GMO had already thrown out his hand blade. Then, he turned around and fled. But who cared about him now? Everyone's eyes were attracted to the saber that was flying through the air. The sunlight saber emitted a dazzling light under the illumination of the fire. Everyone's eyes were burning as they flew along with the saber. It was not clear whether it was intentional or not, but sunlight saber flew towards Mo Tianyun. "Impudent. Mine. Charge. Mother asterisk cur. Snatch it for me." This sentence was shouted by Li Xiongtu, the young master who had just arrived. His voice was so excited that it changed pitch. "Kill." Mo Tianyun was overjoyed. Ao Xiayun was shocked. Xiedan Qiong's eyes flashed. Dongwu Lei held the saber hilt. Luo Kuwu shouted and rushed forward. A king-level expert of the Mo clan jumped out in joy and reached out to grab the saber flying towards him. Mo Tianyun was already prepared. As soon as the saber was in his hand, he would immediately turn around and leave. He would not train anymore and return to Ping Three Heavens. Mo Tianyun had never thought that he would be able to get both the saber and the sword at this moment. But as long as he had Sunlight Saber, it meant that he had half the secret of becoming a martial saint. As for the other half, it could be a scheme, an exchange, or an alliance. He had plenty of methods. Stop. Stop him. Loud shouts were heard. Countless hidden weapons flew towards the Mo clan people at the same time. The hidden weapons were exploding, 3 king-level experts rushed out at the same time. A powerful energy storm was formed in an instant. The reaction of the 3 king-level experts could be said to be extremely fast and accurate at this critical moment. The sword and saber flashed at the same time and knocked the projectile to the side. The other person didn't care about his life anymore. He used his chi to protect his body and rushed towards the projectile and Sunlight Saber. Mo Tianyun's face showed a proud smile. They were the closest. At this moment, even if an immortal came, he would not be able to stop the Mo clan people from getting the saber first. It was at this moment that something inconceivable happened. The saber, which was flying at high speed in the air, suddenly stopped. It stopped in the air, then, it suddenly flew back. Mother ****. There are threads on the saber. Mo Tianyun cursed in a very rare fashion. His handsome face turned ferocious as he cursed loudly, "This bastard! This bastard!" This kind of treasure was about to be in his hands, but he missed it. Young Master Mo was about to collapse. At this moment, a silver coin flashed. Sunlight Saber, which was flying back at high speed, made a bang sound and fell from the sky. Ao Xiayun still had a few copper coins left in his hand. Just now, he used a copper coin to break the threads on the saber. Now, the saber was slowly falling. And the place where it fell was between the Ao clan and the Mo clan. The king-level experts of the Ao clan and the Mo clan rushed forward like wolves and tigers. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. At the place where Sunlight Saber was about to fall, something exploded. A black fog with a sweet smell spread out. In an instant, it covered an area of 3 feet. The moment the black fog rose, Sunlight Saber finally fell to the ground with a bang sound. In the area covered by the black fog, a voice said with a smile, "Everyone, be careful. This is the bone-eroding bewitching fragrance. Once you touch it, your bones will turn into black water. Don't blame me for not warning you." All the experts stopped at the same time. The fastest king-level expert of the Mo clan had already extended his hand into the black fog. He hastily retracted his hand, but his right palm had already turned jet black. Black water was flowing out from the tip of his fingers. It was so sore and itchy that he could not help but cry out. "Little poisonous thing!" Mo Tianyun and Ao Huayun roared at the same time. Their eyes were sharp as they turned their heads to look. A young man in black with a shy smile appeared at the edge of the circle. Behind him were 2 old men in black. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I already told you, but you still put your hand in." The young man in black said regretfully, This hand is about to turn into black water. What should I do? This is the hand of a king. Level master." This young man looked weak and shy, but when he did things, he was extremely ruthless. Moreover, he didn't show any mercy at all. "Take out the antidote." Mo Tianyun shouted angrily. The right hand of the king-level master of the Mo clan had already turned black and swollen. The black water was also flowing out faster and faster from his fingertips. Even with the power of a king-level master, he had no resistance against this poison, and now, the saber was surrounded by this poison. "Oh, I also want to take out the antidote, but I am greedy and want the saber." The black-robed youngster looked at Mo Tianyun in grief. "My strength is too weak. Brother Mo, please lend me a hand, okay?" Mo Tianyun almost fainted from anger. However, his eyes revealed an extremely conflicted expression. As long as he got Sunlight Saber, it would be time for the Mo clan to soar. But the injured king-level master in front of him was an important expert of the Mo clan. If he did not save him, wouldn't he be disappointed? "Brother Mo, could it be that this broken saber is more important than the life of a king-level master of your clan?" The young man in black blinked and said. The muscles on Mo Tianyun's face twitched. His expression changed a dozen times in an instant. In the dark, Qu Yang's attention was focused on the black-robed youth. Looking at this guy's carefree and ruthless appearance, Qu Yang had already come to a conclusion in his heart. It seems that this guy is the future one of the 12 influential figures of the three heavens, poison spirit. He looked at the saber on the ground. At this moment, the black fog was gradually thinning. It was still the closest to the Mo clan. He would be able to grab it with a single leap. Mo Tianyun's eyes flashed with a struggling expression. Suddenly, he yelled with anger, "Uncle Chingue! I have let you down today. For the sake of the Mo clan, I order you to take Sunlight Saber." The injured king-level master was the Mo clan's king-level master, Mo Chingue. According to seniority, he was Mo Tianyun's uncle. Xianxia Yun's eyes showed a vigilant expression. Mo Tianyun's ruthlessness was on full display at this moment. For the sake of the Mo clan, 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 Mo Chingue's eyes flashed with sadness. He knew that the other party used poison to threaten him to get the Mo clan's help. Since Mo Tianyun had already rejected the other party's offer, it meant that his life was already gone. "Sorry, my mouse is broken. This is a new post. The original post is missing a paragraph." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Chingue's eyes turned into two black holes. His mouth was full of rotten white teeth. His whole body turned into a black liquid. This bone-eroding poison fog was so tyrannical, he screamed and gathered the last of his strength into his left hand. He slapped his own forehead. Gotcha! Blood splattered everywhere and turned into a black fog. His whole body fell down. The Mo clan had just started the fight and already lost a king-level master. Mo Tianyun jumped up and took out a snow-white beast skin. He wrapped it around the incoming Sunlight Saber and said without batting an eyelid, "Charge out." He did not even look at his uncle's body that was turning into black liquid. Xianxia Yun roared, "Stop the people of the Mo clan." Xie Dan Qiong, Li Xiong too, and the others shouted. Young Poison Spirit gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The two old men behind him also took out their sabers and swords. Seizure from the various great clans rushed towards the Mo clan's people. "Gu Yan Yang! Gu Yan Yu! Help me stop them!" Mo Tianyun screamed and rushed out without a care. He shouted, "The secret of Sunlight Saber, I, Mo Tianyun, promise that the Gu clan will have a share. I, Mo Tianyun, swear to the heavens that if I go against it, the heavens will abandon me." In front of so many people, Mo Tianyun swore an oath in order to get Sunlight Saber. Gu Yanyang and Gu Yanyang became spirited. Moreover, the two clans were allies to begin with. They would help each other, advance and retreat together. Moreover, there would be such a huge benefit. So, the two of them would kill Gu Duxing first if they were to obtain this benefit. Then, the two brothers would divide the country equally. Gu Duxing's talent was extraordinary. Leaving him alive would be a big problem in the future. The two brothers seemed to have eaten an aphrodisiac. They screamed, "Stop them!" Then they rushed forward. The two king-level masters of the Gu clan had bitter expressions on their faces. "You two idiots! Why did you let Mo Tianyun use the Gu clan until it became dregs?" In an instant, the battle between the king-level masters erupted like a volcano. Without any warning, it became a mess, and it wasn't just one or two, but dozens of them. At this moment, Great Zhao's imperial palace had truly become an imperial palace. Looking at the sky, there were a total of 50 crowns shining brightly. He was moving. He was risking his life. In the history of the lower three heavens, which kingdom's imperial palace could have such a grand scene? Only Great Zhao, only Great Zhao. After this battle, the Great Zhao kingdom would be immortalized in the history of the lower three heavens, even though the royal family of Great Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. But this was also a kind of glory, right? At the end of this affair, when the curtain fell on the struggle for hegemony between the two countries, a famous poet wrote a poem about what had happened that night on a cold winter night with a full moon. The stars rest together, the saber tilted to cause chaos. All the princes congregate, corpses piled up like mountains. Blood flowed like the sea, a fist rushed towards the heavens. One sword she bullfighting, thrones were everywhere. Wu Zun was inferior to a dog. Take a look at the broken bones and flesh. All of them could be conferred the title of Marquis. The two countries came to war. They both attacked and defended each other. The universe overturned itself. There was only autumn in the 4 seasons. Great Zhao's hegemony withered. Diwu is too gentle. The rise and fall of ancient times. All in the hands of the king of hell. Cough, cough, so wet, so wet. At this moment, the great Zhao royal palace was bustling with noise and excitement. GMO had already completed his mission, but he was also exhausted. He pointed towards a direction, and then GMO Butong appeared like a ghost. He carried GMO on his back and ran. From this moment on, the two of them would officially leave the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang hid in the shadows and watched the two of them leave. His eyes were full of emotions. Thank you, my brothers. If not for you, I would have suffered a crushing defeat in this chaotic place. We will meet again in the upper 3 heavens. At that time, we will fight side by side. The so-called sunlight saber had already been used. Chu Yang nimbly changed out of his white clothes and put on a black mask. Under the mask, there was even a wisp of beard. Just by looking at this masked man, he should not be young. Now was the best time to fish in troubled waters. This opportunity was not to be missed. Mo Tianyun, would he die here? Today, could he give Gu Duxing a big gift? Chu Yang was eager to try. The king-level experts of the Gu clan were already struggling left and right. And the king-level experts of the Mo clan were rushing left and right. But they were still blocked. King-level masters of more than 20 great clans were all gathered here. What chance did they have to escape? Mo Tianyun continued to use his bow to lure, split up, sneak attack, and plot, but he still could not get out. Because in the end, the one who blocked his way was Xianxia, who he knew very well. When these two rivals met, Mo Tianyun immediately shut up. No matter what he said to this guy, it was like playing the lute to a cow. He would not believe him, so there was no need to waste time and effort. Mo Tianyun, leave sunlight saber. Xianxia said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was arrogant and bossy. It was as if he was commanding someone from a higher position. If it were you, would you stay? Mo Tianyun snorted. How many king-level masters does your Mo clan have? Xianxia snorted coldly. In front of so many people, no one dares to kill a clan heir like you and me. This is true. However, your clan's masters are not included. If they die, they will die for nothing. If they all die, do you think you can keep sunlight saber? Whether I can keep it or not, I will have to try to know. Mo Tianyun said coldly. Xianxia, do you think these people are with you? Which one of them does not want sunlight saber? Even if it is in your hands, would it not be a fight? Then why don't you just shift the blame to me? Xianxia smiled. Humph. You are not worthy. Mo Tianyun rolled his eyes. Shift the blame to you? Who would shift the blame to you unless they were at the end of their rope? Suddenly, a scream came from the field. A king-level master of the Gu clan suddenly fell down. On his chest, a beautiful viburnum flower bloomed. Outside the field, Xianxia, who had been watching the fight, was pale. He gasped for breath. Just now, 2 king-level masters of the Gu clan had surrounded a king-level master of the Xia clan. The situation was not good. If there was an opening here, the Mo clan could follow the Gu clan and rush out. Therefore, Xianxia used all his strength and shot out his own secret weapon, viburnum flower. When the viburnum flower comes out, 100 flowers go out. With Xianxia's current strength, he could only use one attack. But it was this one attack that destroyed a king-level master. The remaining king-level master of the Gu clan screamed like a madman. He abandoned his position to protect the 2 dukes. He roared and cursed as he flew towards Xianxia on his sword. The 2 king-level masters of the Xia clan jumped up at the same time and blocked in the air. At this moment, Xianxia, Li Xiong and Xianxia all felt a sense of danger. They could not help but look up. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yen, you were still yelling, kill him. Kill him. A sharp sword wind suddenly appeared. This sword seemed to carry with it an ancient desolation. Millions of cold lights flashed in the cold night sky. A black shadow wearing black clothes and a black mask appeared. Under the black mask, there was a wisp of beard fluttering in the wind. But this black shadow carried with it an unstoppable cold light and suddenly rushed out from the fire that soared to the sky, a sword, faintly visible in his hand, transformed into a dragon that soared through the clouds, rushed into the crowd. Wherever this sword went, even a king-level master would feel cold all over. Everyone had a feeling, this sword absolutely did not belong to the human world. This was a sword from the heavens. A sword from the demons, a sword from the underworld. Even if there was a mountain in front of this sword would still be able to cut it into pieces. Everyone was shocked. The king-level masters who were in the middle of a fierce battle could not help but dodge. Millions of cold lights, carrying with them an aura that could devour the heavens, rushed in, unimpeded. It rushed over the heads of the 13 king-level masters. Then, with a flash of blood, the cold light suddenly flashed in the air like a bolt of lightning. It slanted into the sky, turned in the air, and disappeared like a meteor. This sword, from the beginning to the end, only took a short time, not even enough to blink an eye. The sword light was far away, but the chill on everyone's body was not yet gone. Who would be able to execute such a sword move? Who could block it? There was no lack of king-level masters among the experts present. But now, even king-level masters were sweating profusely. Everyone closed their eyes to recall this sword, and a feeling of powerlessness rose in their hearts. If the target of this sword had been me, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Only 3 necks would have been waiting to be slaughtered. Not good. Xianxia shouted, "Whose sword is it?" Everyone suddenly woke up from a dream. This sword had suddenly appeared, and was not without a purpose. But, who was its target? All the king-level masters were shocked, and looked at the young master they were protecting. But, they felt relieved after a glance. The young master is fine. But, at this time, young master. Young master, what happened to you? A mournful voice echoed. Everyone's body shook, and they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that the only remaining king-level master of the Gu clan was crying out in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he raised his head, and tragically roared, "Heavens! How can this be?" In front of him, the 2 brothers, Gu Yannyang and Gu Yanyu, were standing there like wooden chickens. Their eyes were ashen and filled with disbelief, but, their throats were spurting out thin lines of blood like fountains. This sword had killed 2 people at the same time, the 2 young masters of the Gu clan. The 2 heirs of the Gu clan. There were only 2 of them. After this sword, it could be said that the Gu clan had no more descendants. Mo Tianyun looked at the king-level master of the Gu clan, who was screaming in pain. His body involuntarily trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Everyone was dumbstruck. This bow and sword came like thunder and left like lightning. Everyone only had time to see a black-clothed and masked figure. They couldn't even see the figure clearly. The only impression they had was the fluttering beard under the mask. Where could they find the culprit? Chu Yang had already left the royal palace. After releasing this sword, he immediately left. No matter what happened here, it had nothing to do with him. This sword was, 1 ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. It was not that Chu Yang did not want to kill Mo Tianyun, but Mo Tianyun had a king-level master protecting him. This sword relied on its sharpness. As long as it was blocked, it would return empty-handed. With Chu Yang's current strength, he could not break through to the point where he could kill a king-level master and Mo Tianyun. Also, if he did not succeed, he would face the danger of being left behind. There were dozens of king-level masters present. And Chu Yang only had the strength for 1 attack. If he was left behind, then it would all be over. Of course, Chu Yang had to choose something he was 100% sure of. Gu Yannyang and Gu Yanyang's royal guards had 1 dead and 1 separated. There was no one more suitable targets than these 2. He did not have the confidence to kill Mo Tianyun, so he decided to give Gu Duxing a big present. Kill Gu Yannyang and Gu Yanyu. 1 sword strike like thunder, 1 sword strike complete. He immediately retreated. Even after he had retreated for a long time, the place was still silent. The crackling sounds of the flames all around made the place even more noisy. Gu Yannyang and Gu Yanyu did not say a word from beginning to end. Their throats gurgled as they looked in front of them in disbelief. Then, they slowly fell down facing the sky. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked up at the sky. Frozen, even in death, the two of them had never imagined that they would be killed by an assassin in such a place where there was absolutely no danger at all. Shouldn't they be fighting for some lightsaber? Shouldn't they be paying attention to Xianxia and Xianxia? Shouldn't they be? How could this be? How could this be? The two bodies fell down with a loud bang. Eternal darkness covered all their questions. The king-level master of the Gu clan stood there in a daze. In that moment, he felt like he was in a nightmare. 4 people came from the Gu clan, 2 dukes and 2 king-level masters, but in the blink of an eye, the other king-level master was killed by Xianxia on the spot. And the other 2 dukes were killed in less than a second after the death of the king-level master. She was the only one left. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The terror of this sword caused the two of them to feel a chill in their hearts. The two of them thought, if I didn't have any guards by my side and had to face the enemy's attack like Gu Yangyang and the rest, what would happen to me? Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. That king-level expert of the Gu clan ferociously stamped his feet. Then, he stooped down, and piled up the 3 corpses one by one. He then carried them on his shoulder. Then, he looked at Xianxia with hatred in his eyes. Then, he didn't say a word, and walked out in large strides. Go back, take his brother's bones, take his young master's body, and return. Someone had to report this matter to the family. Even though it would be a dead end for him if he went back, he still had to bring this matter back. The main culprit had become Xianxia. Xianxia had killed a king-level expert. Moreover, he had diverted another king-level expert. Even Xianxia and Xianxia wouldn't believe that this assassination had nothing to do with Xianxia. This was clearly planned for a long time. I diverted him, and you killed him. Plus, Xianxia's fiancé had been crazily pursued by Gu Yangyang. How could the arrogant Xianxia not be angry? He had every reason to kill Gu Yangyang. Even though this matter seemed unrelated on the surface, the more unrelated the matter was, the more related it was. Watching the king-level expert leave, Xianxia's face was gloomy. Only he knew. This time, he was carrying a huge black pot. Even though he wanted to kill Gu Yangyang, even though he was angry because of this matter and killed a king-level expert of the Gu clan, he really didn't do anything to Gu Yangyang, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. He gravely said, Xianxia, brother Mo, I want some lightsaber. His voice was cold and full of killing intent. The meaning of the threat was clear: if you don't give it to me, I will kill you. I dared to kill Gu Yangyang and Gu Yanyu. I don't care if I kill Xianxia, if you don't obey, Gu Yangyang and Gu Yanyu will serve as an example. Xianxia knew that he was being framed, but he couldn't defend himself. While he couldn't defend himself, he took advantage of this misunderstanding. Didn't you think it was my people who did it? Fine, I won't admit it, but I won't deny it either. But I want the saber. Xianxia's face changed. Could it be that Xianxia dared to let the assassin kill him again? This was something he had to guard against. He immediately signaled with his eyes. The 2 king-level experts of the Mo clan immediately stood in front and behind him. Xianxia, you are so crazy. In the training grounds, you are not allowed to kill your clan's younger brothers. It seems that you don't care about that? Xianxia's pupils shrank. Brother Mo, we are all sensible people. Xianxia coldly said, you give? Or not. Presumptuous. The 2 remaining king-level experts of the Mo clan angrily shouted, Elder Xia, with our elder status, how can your Xia clan touch him? Brother Ao. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He ignored the 2 king-level experts and said, Brother Ao, I will share the secret of the saber with you as long as you agree to stand on the sidelines. Brother Xia, I will also share the secret of the saber with you as long as you agree to stand on the sidelines. Ao Xiaoyan slightly smiled, what do you think? Ha ha ha, Brother Ao is very funny. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he laughed out loud. I guarantee that everyone will get a copy of the secret of the saber as long as you stand on the sidelines and let me take it. Tu Qianhao strode forward and laughed loudly. Get out of my way. This saber belongs to me, Li Xiongtu. Li Xiongtu fiercely rushed in with his curly beard. He extended his hand to grab the leather package in Mo Tianyan's hand. Mo Tianyan roared. He shook his hand, and a colorful chain came out of his sleeve. It made a bang sound in the air, and went towards Li Xiongtu like a thunderbolt. The two king-level experts of the Mo clan attacked at the same time. The two king-level experts of the Li clan roared like thunder, and rushed forward. Xie Danqiong waved his hand and the Xia clan's experts also rushed forward. Ao Xiaoyun heaved a long sigh and shouted, "Grab it!" The three Ao clan's experts behind him also rushed forward. Tu Qianhao laughed out loud and said, "Lively. Extremely lively." He waved his hand, and the two clan also joined the battle. The other big clans also joined in one after another. They couldn't tell who their opponents were, and started to fight. The young poison spirit stood far away from the battle, and looked at the scene. His eyes were like two poisonous snakes, coldly looking back and forth. The sound of horses' hooves shook the sky. The great Zhao's army had arrived. The sound of fighting echoed from the periphery. The people of Jiang who had already started to fight with the army. A thunderous shout was heard, "Everyone inside, stop. Otherwise, you will be killed." The two old king-level experts behind Poison Spirit laughed out loud. They went forward and said disdainfully, "The 10 clans of the 3 heavens are doing something here. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy." The leading general was stunned. He looked at the dozens of dazzling crowns in the sky and was speechless for a long time. At this moment, a crown appeared in the sky from afar and shouted, "Prime Minister Diwu has ordered the army to retreat quickly. Everything here will be decided by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Diwu will bear all the consequences." It was the 4th king-level master of Golden Horse Riders Hall, In Wu Tian. With such a guarantee, the people inside fought even more recklessly. Mo Tianyun became more and more embarrassed. Seeing that the treasured saber was about to be lost, he suddenly screamed and threw the saber into the air. He shouted, "Whoever has the ability can take it." Ao Xiaoyun frowned. Sunlight saber spun in the air and rose straight up. Mo Tianyun's throw was very big. He threw the saber dozens of feet high. Everyone stopped at the same time. Sunlight saber began to fall. 40 or 50 figures jumped up at the same time. They rose into the air and fought with each other. It was extremely brilliant. The saber was about to fall, but the winner had not been decided yet. A king-level master shouted and suddenly struck Xiongyan with his palm. Suddenly, Sunlight saber flew high into the air again. Thus, the saber fell and flew up again. It fell again and flew up again. Below, more than 50 king-level masters fought to be the first to use their big moves. A king-level master of the Li clan screamed and rolled out like a ball. Li Xiongtu was furious and shouted, "F***ck your ancestors. Who did this?" However, the clamor of the crowd and the incessant cursing and swearing drowned out his words immediately. Mo Tianyun threw out the saber and immediately retreated to the side. Under his signal, the 2 king-level masters of the Mo clan also temporarily withdrew from the battle. Standing on the side, Mo Tianyun's eyes flashed as he watched the battle. At the same time, Dongwu Lei and Xie Danqiong also took their people and left. Who did not know Mo Tianyun's intentions? This guy clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation. But everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation. Ao Xiaoyun frowned and shouted, "Everyone, stop. Please listen to me. We cannot continue to fight like this. I have a plan that can prevent unnecessary fights." The other dukes also felt the same. They all shouted to stop. Everyone formed a circle. Sunlight saber fell from the sky. With a clang, the tip of the saber fell to the ground. With a schwa sound, it penetrated the thick stone floor. Even the handle of the saber was gone. Only a hole was left on the ground. All the dukes sucked in a breath of cold air. What a sharp knife! Their eyes were burning with passion. Not to mention the secret of the saber itself was already a rare treasure in the world. "We have 10 clans here." Ao Xiaoyun stepped forward and said, "I have calculated carefully. If we count the clans here according to their alliances, there are 7 alliances. Each has their own allies. I propose that each alliance send out 1 person to compete. The winner will be the king. The winner will get Sunlight Saber and no one will object. how about it? Nonsense. You, Xianyun, must have prepared an expert to win. That's why you said that. Who would be fooled by you? Fair competition? Is there any fairness in this world? Mo Tianyun shouted, this is clearly your scheme. Mo Tianyun was both angry and anxious. A king-level master died for no reason, and he couldn't get his hands on Sunlight Saber. He finally found an opportunity to throw the saber and take advantage of the situation, but Ao Xiayun saw through his plan. But Mo Tianyun's words were very popular. Most people had the same thought, since Mo Tianyun suggested it, why would he suggest it if he didn't have control over himself? Many people clamored. I think it's feasible. Li Xiongtu shouted and looked around, in my opinion, there is no need for the alliances to send out representatives. Let the aristocratic families fight one by one. The winner will get Sunlight Saber. What do you think? Everyone present was the first duke of each aristocratic family, the successor of the sun. Every one of them had their eyes on the top of their heads and thought highly of themselves. Who would admit that they were inferior to others? Li Xiongtu's words immediately attracted a lot of response. Good. Ao Xiayun smiled helplessly and said, that's good. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. No one can take this saber back, not even the aristocratic families. I guarantee that this saber will still be there after one night. Why don't we compete with the aristocratic families right here and now? Brother Ao is right. Tu Qianhao immediately agreed. Li Xiongtu strode out and said to the soldiers who were still outside, get a few of you here. Hurry up and clear the place. Get your emperor and empress out. We're taking over this place. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard the tone of the King of Darkness. We are taking this place? Bro, the place I'm talking about is the royal palace of a country, but all the officials felt very satisfied, so what if it is the royal palace? We are taking it. That is taking it, since ancient times, no one has taken the royal palace. Haha, this is the first time since the beginning of time, the leading general immediately turned red. He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. It has always been the government taking the people. Since when was the royal palace taken by others? In his anger, he was about to give the order to attack without hesitation. General Xiao, do as this official says. Following an elegant voice, Diwu Qingro slowly approached on a horse, bring the emperor and the others out. Then, he cupped his hands towards Ao Xiayun and Mo Tianyun and said with a smile, this time, we will take a step back. The royal palace can be temporarily handed over to you. However, after this matter, you must give me, Diwu Qingro, a punishment. Li Xiongtu snorted coldly. His curly beard trembled as he said indifferently, what if we don't give you this method? Diwu Qingro narrowed his eyes and said, then, even the great clans of the three heavens, will have to give this old man a punishment. His voice was resolute and decisive, and it actually carried a faint murderous aura. Seeing that the lawless Li Xiongtu was about to fall out with Diwu Qingro, Ao Xiayun hurriedly came out to mediate, Prime Minister, your words are too serious. We had no choice but to borrow the palace this time. After this matter, no matter what, I will definitely give you an explanation. He glared fiercely at Li Xiongtu and scolded in a low voice, idiot. Once the situation turns sour, this saber will become Great Zhao's. Li Xiongtu repeatedly agreed. He clasped his hands nervously and said without thinking, Prime Minister is indeed far-sighted, wise and heroic, handsome and suave, that. A man of striking appearance, devastatingly beautiful, peerless and unparalleled. But Ao Xiayun twisted his ear and pulled him back. He was both angry and amused. Just a moment ago, this guy was scolding her, and now, he was praising her without any sincerity at all. Diwu Qingro had a good temperament, but he was so angry that the muscles on his face started to twitch. He flicked his sleeves and said, that's it. He turned his head and shouted, General Xiao, what are you waiting for? Then he turned around and left. If he stayed here any longer, Diwu Qingro reckoned that he would be angered to death by Li Xiongtu before he was killed by King of Hell Chu. While Great Zhao was organizing the evacuation, they were formally discussing how to divide the spoils. The entire royal palace has been burning until now. This royal palace has basically been declared to be scrapped. Even if the fire was put out now, only broken walls and broken tiles would be left. It would be better to leave it as a source of light for them. General Xiao waved his hand and angrily left with his soldiers. Now, a duke wants to participate in the battle. Xianxia held a lot in his hand and said, Great Zhao's family comes to me to draw lots. One person will get a buy-in every round. Don't kill him. Moreover, the next round will start after a quarter of an hour after the end of the round. In other words, the remaining people will lose their qualifications to compete in the first round. Then, 5 people will be selected in the second round. 3 people will be selected in the third round. And, the owner of the treasured saber will be decided in the fourth round. Ying Tianyin coldly said. At this moment, a shy and astringent voice said, Brother Ao, Brother Mo, may I ask if poison can be used in this competition? Mo Tianyin fiercely looked over as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake when he heard these words. If looks could kill, Mo Tianyin would have already dismembered this guy who had just spoken. It was Poison Spirit who had spoken. Poison. Oh Du Xiao. Ao Xiaoyan also had a headache. Is there an antidote for all the poisons? Of course. Oh Du Xiao blinked. Bastard. Mo Tianyin angrily shouted, Is there an antidote for the bone-eroding fog? There is no such antidote. Oh Du Xiao shamelessly said, but it can be alleviated. It needs to be alleviated every 10 days, damn it. Li Xiongtu and Tu Ganhao cursed at the same time. Once poisoned, if they did not want to turn into black water, wouldn't they become Odu? Zhao slave? Since there is an antidote, you can join. Ao Xiaoyan made the final decision and said, Come, let's draw lots. If there is one left, it will be mine. Thus, under Ao Xiaoyan's leadership, the 10 great clans began to draw lots for the competition. Perhaps even Ao Xiaoyan himself didn't expect that other than a few unexpected clans, the drawing of lots this time would actually faintly determine the ranking of the clans in the next 3 days. It was the same as the results of the competition. While the royal palace was in full swing fighting for Sunlight Saber, Chu Yang had already returned to Heaven-reaching Tower. He had changed his clothes and taken a bath. There was a cup of tea in front of him. The fragrance of the tea rose in spirals. He held a book in his hand and crossed his legs. He was very relaxed. After a while, Gu De, the fastest, Du Xing, finally came back. How is it over there? Chu Yang asked. It's over there already? So fast? Gu Duxing asked in surprise. They should still be fighting for the saber, but my matter has temporarily come to an end. Chu Yang casually said, The royal palace is finished. According to what I saw with my own eyes, there were probably a few concubines and officials who were buried there. There were about 30,000 people who died around the royal palace. That's all. Cough cough. Gu Duxing choked, That's all? Are you still not satisfied? I am a little dissatisfied. Because these clans and the army will not fight in the 3 heavens. Chu Yang said with some dissatisfaction, If they fight, it would be even better. If they really fight, then there would be no need for King of Hell Chu. Gu Duxing sneered. It was unknown whether it was praise or derision. My side is fine. Dong Wushang is still preparing. Gu Duxing said, Dong Wushang wants to detonate the Moonlight Sword at the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department. That's a good idea. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and laughed, Remember, we must take advantage of this opportunity to release all the people that Diwu Qing Ro captured. Even if we can't release all of them, we must at least release some of them. Otherwise, this plan will ultimately fail. Don't worry. Gu Duxing grinned and said excitedly, Let me tell you a piece of good news. After talking with Jia Wushang, I suddenly comprehended the principles of the saber and sword. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I become a 3rd-grade revered sword. That's really good news. Chi Yao praised, I also have a piece of good news to tell you. What is it? Gu Duxing asked. He had not yet woken up from the pleasant surprise of breaking through. Cough cough, Gu Yannyang is dead. Chu Yang coughed twice and said, I killed him. Gu Duxing was immediately dumbstruck. Gu Yannyang is dead? You killed him? After a long time, Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. There was a hint of confusion and melancholy. There was also a hint of relief. I killed him. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. What do you think? I'm just thinking, how could foster father accept this matter? Gu Duxing sat down in a daze. Gu Yanyang's death is not regrettable. With his actions, I wanted to kill him long ago, but I couldn't. Now, sigh. My heart is in a mess. If Sister Miao knew, she would be sad. There's one more thing. Xianxia said quietly. What is it? Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. Gu Yanyu is also dead. Xianxia looked up at him. I killed him. Gu Duxing stood up fiercely and gasped for breath. You really dare? Gu Duxing stood up like a horse that had taken aphrodisiac. He ran back and forth in the room for a while, dazzling Xianxia's eyes. He kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. What should we do? What should I do? What should I do? Xianxia said sympathetically. What should I do? Gu Duxing sat down dejectedly. His heart was suddenly at a loss. Dead? The two people who had bullied him since he was a child, who had set him up many times over the years, who had always wanted to kill him, were dead, just like that. The two of them are dead. I only feel happy. But I'm just worried, how will foster father bear this matter? These two people were his sons. Even if they did not live up to expectations, they were still his flesh and blood. Gu Duxing sat down and held his head with both hands, his face full of pain. Killing the two of them is a gift from me, your brother, to you. Xianxia said indifferently. A gift? Gu Duxing said in a daze. It's also a gift for me to foster father and the Gu clan. Xianxia chuckled. Being the clan head is much better than the two of them. At least the future of the Gu clan will be guaranteed. Gu Miaoling will be able to make peace sooner. Gu Duxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. I know all this, but the problem is, what's the problem? Xianxia spread out his hands. They're already dead. This thing is not grass. If you cut off its head, it will grow back. There's another piece of good news. Xianxia calmly said, no one knows that I killed them. Nonsense. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes. So you should prepare to avenge your brother. Xianxia continued, if I'm not wrong, this time, your Gu clan will be up against the Xia clan. Xia clan? Gu Duxing scratched his head. What does this have to do with the Xia clan? Xia Danqiong killed one of your king-level masters. So, I attacked right after he attacked. The two of us closely cooperated. Our cooperation was flawless. And, we killed 3 of the 4 people from your Gu clan in one fell swoop. Xianxia mischievously laughed. Gu Duxing finally understood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so this basin of dirty water was carried by young master Xia Danqiong. You're absolutely right. Xianxia snapped his fingers and sighed. Xia Danqiong is a good person. He did good deeds but still left his name behind. If you don't keep a low profile, can you? Gu Duxing sighed slightly. He looked at Xianxia with a helpless expression. Xianxia said it lightly, but how could Gu Duxing not know how big of a risk Xianxia took? Xianxia's cultivation was only that of a martial great master, But under the watchful eyes of 40 to 50 king-level masters, he killed 2 important people. Then, with a golden body, Gu Duxing didn't think about what methods Xianxia used. But he only needed to think. He would break out in a cold sweat. What was Xianxia's status now? To put it bluntly, Xianxia's safety was directly related to the outcome of the war between the two countries. But he couldn't afford to make any mistakes, not even the slightest mishap. To put it more seriously, even if Xianxia had caught a cold, a sneeze could affect his train of thought for a moment. It could lead to a problem in a certain area, but under such circumstances, Xianxia dared to take the opportunity to kill Gu Yanyang and Gu Yanyu. Why? For his brother. For Gu Duxing, because Xianxia knew that his childhood misfortune was largely due to Gu Yanyang and his brother. Because Xianxia knew that these two people hadn't given up on killing him until now. Because Xianxia knew that with these two people around, he would never be able to stand out in the Gu clan. Because they were the direct descendants of the Gu family, if the two of them were capable, Gu Duxing wouldn't have said anything. But Ran Ti found that the two of them were worthless. Moreover, they were jealous of others' ability. They played with power and were vicious and merciless, treacherous and cunning. Therefore, the reason why Qu Yang struck this time was all because of Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing never said any words of thanks. There was no need to say it, much less say it out loud. However, he would remember this favor. Although this matter wasn't done openly, it was done once and for all. Gu Duxing's future troubles would be removed from the root forever. If it were up to Gu Duxing himself, he would probably not lay a hand on these two people in this lifetime out of consideration for his foster father's kindness. The night passed in silence. Until tomorrow morning, the battle in the imperial city finally came to an end. Qu Yang and Gu Duxing's white robes fluttered in the wind as they stood in front of the imperial palace. They really didn't know how intense the battle was last night. The entire imperial palace was still covered in thick smoke, but it was basically a pile of ruins. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there wasn't even a complete palace left. The imperial palace was completely destroyed. The one who reaped the most benefits was probably Qu Yang. Because after entering the imperial palace last night, he helped GMO a few times. After seeing that there weren't any problems, he turned around and went to the treasury. How could Minister Chu let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to fish in troubled waters? The guards of the treasury were already scared out of their wits. Qu Yang had the calamity sword in his hand, so how sharp was it? He directly cut open a big hole and went in. This time was of the essence and there was no time to absorb it. But Qu Yang had the calamity space now. He waved his hand, "Collect for me, collect for me." After shouting like this a few dozen times, the treasury was empty. Then he went out. Otherwise, how could he have rushed out through the thick smoke and fire to kill Gu Yangyang and his brother? What the kings and dukes of the 10 great clans didn't know was, the place where the fire burned the brightest was where the imperial palace's treasury was located. It was close to noon. 3 figures walked out of the imperial palace dejectedly. It was the young master of the Luo clan, Luo Kuwu. He was cursing and swearing all the way. His eyes were purple like a panda's. From afar, he could be heard shouting, "Motherf asterisk Ker, too despicable. Too despicable. This bastard Xiadan Qiong, he actually dared to trick me. If it wasn't for..." Behind him, another male came out. His hair was disheveled, and he gritted his teeth, "Motherf asterisk Ker, why am I so unlucky? The moment I went on stage, I met this little poisonous thing. Motherf asterisk Ker, how am I supposed to play?" Then Tu Qianhao came out with a sour face. Without a sound, he walked away. "Arrogant my ass. Didn't you also not get it?" Luo Kuwu spat behind him, provoking him with a threatening gesture. His stomach was full of anger, and he was ready to vent it all on his opponent. Tu Qianhao fiercely turned around and glared at Luo Kuwu as if he wanted to eat him. Luo Kuwu didn't show any weakness. He stuck out his chest and shouted, "Tu Qianhao. You don't agree?" Tu Qianhao angrily spat and said, "If it wasn't for your elder sister's sake, I would have been an old man." He then turned around and walked away. Luo Kuwu became furious. He chased after him and shouted, "You and my elder sister haven't become intimate yet. Fu asterisk K. You really think of yourself as my brother-in-law. Fu asterisk K. You're calling me an old man?" Luo Kuwu spoke till here, and suddenly jumped up like an explosive. "Stop. Today, I'm going to ask you, are you going to marry my sister or my aunt? Stop. Stop. Stop." Tu Qianhao ignored him and walked away. The corner of Qu Yang's mouth twitched as he saw this. This brother-in-law and this little uncle are really TSK. I finally understand why Luo Kudi is so unruly. Qu Yang rubbed his chin and said with a profound look in his eyes, "I also understand." Gu Duxing looked at Luo Kuwu and nodded cautiously. Then, he heavily sighed and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Perhaps his foundation isn't here." Qu Yang's eyes seemed to be contemplating something. He seemed to be racking his brains. "This statement is very reasonable." Gu Duxing frowned. But, he nodded honestly, "Perhaps it's his father." Then, Du Xiao came out. This future poison spirit was in a tragic state. His left eye was black and blue, and his right eye was red. His clothes were torn, and half of his snow-white thighs were exposed. Half of his buttocks were faintly discernible as they twisted. they were full of vague beauty. He limped as he walked, and muttered. I'm so unlucky. I ran into Xianxia, this abnormal person who isn't afraid of poison. Li Xiongtu fell down with a bang sound. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. 2 king-level experts of the Li clan followed him, and caught him. Young master, are you alright? Fu *k. How many times have I told you to call me Hero Li? Li Xiongtu opened his eyes wide like a bandit. Then, he turned his head and shouted, Mo Tianyun. I won't let you off. Let's wait and see. A few more people came out one after another. Then, Xiadan Qiong, one of the 12 peerless, also came out with a gloomy face. His handsome face was still white and clean, but his clothes were worse than a beggar's. He didn't say a word, and sped away. These people who came out had one thing in common. They obviously saw Chu Yang and Gu Duxing in snow-white clothes, but none of them came forward to greet them. These guys were all proud and arrogant. They all thought, you are from the upper 3 heavens, and we are from the lower 3 heavens. We belong to 2 different worlds. Our paths are different. Moreover, they were embarrassed to come forward and greet them in such a sorry state. It was already bad enough to lose face in the lower 3 heavens. If they lost face in the upper 3 heavens, they waited for a long time, but no one came out. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were getting impatient. Then, they saw 3 more people come out. Mo Tianyun and his 2 king-level masters of the Mo clan came out with dejected faces. Their faces were gloomy. It seemed that they didn't get anything. Let's go. Mo Tianyun coldly snorted. Just as they were about to leave, they saw Chu Yang. Mo Tianyun rolled his eyes and came forward to greet them. His face was full of enthusiasm. The 2 Chu masters are nothing. We just want to see if that saber is real. Chu Yang smiled and said, Master Mo, what are you doing? He looked at the eye-catching 5-finger marks on Mo Tianyun's face. Cough cough. My skills are not as good as others. Xiaoxiayun, sigh. Mo Tianyun sighed. It was as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. Then, he blinked and said, that saber is in Xiaoxiayun's hands. Mo Tianyun naturally knew the purpose of these 2 Chu masters of the upper 3 heavens. When he saw them come, he immediately said something about Xiaoxiayun. If I can't get it, you, Xiaoxiayun, won't have it easy either. Chu Yang understood and nodded. He comforted him meaningfully, Brother Mo, don't be discouraged. Even if you can't get this saber, isn't there still a sword? How could Chu Yang not understand Mo Tianyun's sinister intentions? On the side, Gu Duxing had some disdain in his heart. So many people passed by and no one said anything. You, Mo Tianyun, just came out and you're already snitching. When Mo Tianyun heard Chu Yang's words, his eyes brightened. He laughed and said, Master Chu, I'll take my leave first. Brother Mo, please. Chu Yang smiled warmly and cupped his hands. Finally, in the thick smoke and fire, Xiaoxiayun and the 3 king-level masters of the Ao clan walked out laughing. On his shoulder, there was a long and narrow leather bag. It was the sunlight saber that had caused such a fierce fight. It seemed that it had fallen into the hands of the Ao clan. When he saw Chu Yang, Xiaoxiayun's face was slightly unnatural. He immediately went forward and said warmly, Brother Chu? Chu Yang smiled and said gracefully, Brother Ao, can I take a look at this saber? When these words came out, the 3 king-level masters of the Ao clan all showed a cautious expression. They looked at Chu Yang with vigilant eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What's wrong with that? Xiaoxiayun casually took the saber off his shoulder and generously handed it over. Since the other party had made such an open and aboveboard request, he definitely wouldn't snatch it. If he said he wanted to take a look, then he would take a look. Xiaoxiayun was well aware of this point. On the blade, there was a symbol of the sun. Naturally, Chu Yang was very clear about this. Because he had carved it with his own hands. But at this moment, Chu Yang seemed to have discovered a new continent. He looked at the symbol with deep eyes and pondered for a long time. After a long time, he returned the blade and said, Thank you for your trust, Brother Ao. Xiaoxiayun said, Brother Chu, you don't need to be so polite. This blade was snatched from someone else. If Brother Chu likes it, you can take it and study it for a few days. Xiang laughed and repeatedly declined. He thought, if I really take it and run away, I can guarantee that you will immediately fight me. Ao Xiayun took back the blade and said with a smile, regarding the secret of this blade, I have already studied it for a while, but I still couldn't find anything. Does Brother Chu have any advice? I really don't have any. Chu Yang said sincerely, however, I seem to have heard that this sunlight saber needs to be used together with the moonlight sword to display its full power. But, the rumor has been around for so many years, whether it is true or not, I am not sure. Ao Xiayun's eyes flashed with a strange light and said meaningfully, Brother Chu is right. So the three of them returned side by side. On the way back, they saw a banner fluttering in the wind. It was Diwu Qingrou's arrival. Since this matter had come to an end, Diwu Qingrou naturally wanted to take a look. With a shout, the oncoming troops stopped and the cavalry immediately separated to two sides, revealing a carriage. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and Diwu Qingrou was seen sitting peacefully in the carriage. Seeing Ao Xiayun and Chu Yang standing together, each of them tall and straight with an unfathomable expression, Diwu Qingrou frowned deeply. So it is Elder Ao and the two elders Chu. Diwu Qingrou sat in the carriage motionlessly and said in an indifferent voice. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Diwu Qingrou's words were in the wrong order. If he really recognized his identity, he should have said, so it is Elder Chu and Elder Ao. But now, he put Ao Xiayun in front of him. What did this mean? Chu Yang's face did not change, but he immediately made a decision in his heart, there was no need to wait for the moonlight sword. As long as he left Diwu Qingrou's sight today, the two elders Chu must disappear immediately. Otherwise, it would be too late. Prime Minister Diwu. The three of them smiled and led the way. It seems that Sunlight Saber was obtained by the Ao clan. Diwu Qingrou smiled, congratulations, Duke Ao. I was just lucky. Ao Xiayun said modestly, we still have to see if we can decipher its secret. Prime Minister, you also know that this is not an easy task. Haha, I believe that Ao Gong has the strength. Diwu Qingrou chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on the saber in Ao Xiayun's hand. Diwu Qingrou hated Sunlight Saber, but he was also curious about it. Please take a look, Prime Minister. Ao Xiayun smiled and generously handed the saber over. Yin Wu Tian stepped forward, took the saber, and handed it over to Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou casually waved his hand. The saber of a knight beside the carriage broke into two pieces with a schwa sound. It is indeed a good saber. Diwu Qingrou exclaimed in admiration. Then, he looked at the sun pattern on the saber and pondered with rapt attention. After a while, Yin Wufu returned the saber. Three dukes, please take your time. I originally wanted to go to the royal palace to clean up the mess. Then, I will have to pay a visit to Duke Ao. Diwu Qingrou smiled gently, Duke Chu, may I ask when you will return? When it is time to return, we will return. Chu Yang smiled reservedly, for now, I will have to trouble Prime Minister for a while. Ha Zhu. Duke Chu is too polite. Diwu Qingrou smiled, whenever Duke Chu is free, I will be waiting for you. At that time, let's drink and chat. How about it? That is my wish. I dare not ask. Chu Yang smiled gracefully. Then, I will take my leave first. Then, Ao Xiayun and Chu Yang made way for Diwu Qingrou's carriage to pass. Chu Yang acted as if nothing had happened as he walked forward with Ao Xiayun and Gudu Xing. However, he could faintly feel a meaningful gaze lingering on his back for a long time. This feeling made King of Hell Chu's hair stand on end. Chu Yang had no intention of lingering. Ao Xiayun was also afraid of long delays. The five of them walked quickly and arrived at Heaven-reaching Tower. After reluctantly saying goodbye, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing returned to their own rooms. We must disappear immediately. Once the door was closed, Chu Yang said with a serious expression. He found us? Gu Duxing asked. Not necessarily. If he was sure, he would have taken him down on the spot. Chu Yang said, however, in these few days, Diwu Qingrou should be using his own channels to investigate our identities. Then, the surroundings of Heaven-reaching Tower are probably filled with Diwu Qingrou's scouts. Gu Duxing said, how do we get out? We will leave the same way we came in. Yang came to the window and looked outside through the curtains. He could see far and near, high and low. There were already many people watching this place. These people looked very normal, but there was a special kind of hostility and vigilance that was very strong. If I were Diwu Qingro. Yang frowned and said softly. I have not confirmed their identities yet. I can only monitor them for now and wait for news. Plus, these two must think that they have fooled me. So, we need to wait for the news to be confirmed. If these two leave, it will be at night. Gu Duxing whispered, so we don't need to wait until night. Yes, we will leave now. Yang said casually. Do you want to write a letter to Diwu Qingro? Gu Duxing pondered for a moment and said, since Grand Duke Chu is going to disappear, writing a letter to attack him is not a bad idea. It's better not to write. Yang paced 2 steps and said, if we continue to act innocent, it will be easy to anger him. This will not be good for our next plan. Plus, even if Diwu Qingro is sure that we are fakes, he cannot be sure that King of Hell Chu is here personally. This? Yang said this and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly stopped and clapped his hands, that's right. We should write a letter to Diwu Qingro. Gu Duxing fainted. Just now you said not to write a letter to Diwu Qingro, but now you agree? Diwu Qingro knows that people like me and him will not do such a thing. Because that will make us look like villains who are intoxicated with success and immature. So, he will also think that if I am really King of Hell Chu, I will not leave such a letter. But I did. What do you think he will think? Gu Duxing smiled and said, of course he will be more suspicious. What I want is for him to be more suspicious. Yang laughed. While Gu Duxing was tidying up, Yang had already written a letter to his heart's content and put it into an empty paper bag. On the outside of the paper bag, he wrote, to Prime Minister Diwu. Yang bowed. Then, he threw the pen. And laughed. He pulled Gu Duxing to the front of the mirror and carefully modified it. After a short while, Yang rolled up a quilt in front of the curtains and placed it on the chair. He folded the quilt so that people who looked through the curtains could vaguely see a figure sitting on the chair, deep in thought. Then, the two of them swaggered out of the door. Diwu Qingro arrived at the royal palace and saw the miserable scene. His face was gloomy and he did not speak for a long time. Are His Majesty and the others okay? Diwu Qingro asked softly. His Majesty's injuries are fine, but... After this incident, I am afraid His Majesty's feelings towards Prime Minister, this. Han Buchu said worriedly, I am afraid he will be even more dissatisfied. This is not a problem. Diwu Qingro said indifferently, let's go see the palace's facilities and see if they can still be used. At this moment, a group of people came rolling in from another road. A fat eunuch rode on a horse and came forward arrogantly. His voice sounded like a mating duck that had been poked in the butt with a stick. By the emperor's order, we are here to inspect the palace's goods. Diwu Qingro looked at the fat eunuch with a calm expression and said, since His Majesty has sent people, let's guard the guards. In that case, we'll leave some soldiers to guard the place and leave the inspection to them. In Wu Tian looked coldly at the fat eunuch. He could not help but spit and said, eunuchs are good. Sitting on a horse with such a big leg, you don't have to worry about wearing anything. PFFF. Han Buchu was flabbergasted and laughed out loud. This eunuch was called Lu Renjia, and he was the head of the palace's internal affairs. He was sarcastic and unkind. Although he looked a bit fat, he liked to dance. Usually, he enjoyed watching the palace maids dance. Moreover, he thought he was extraordinary. He gave himself a name that was full of dancing flavor, Fantasy Knight Phoenix. Han Buchu had once commented on this name, worthy of a eunuch's name. It is very realistic. Phoenixes are a pair of male and female. This Lu Renjia took it all on himself. He really thought about everything from the front to the back. Han Buchu's words were once regarded by the people in Diwu Qingro's group as Great Zhao's #1 joke of the year. But because of this Fantasy Knight Phoenix hated Han Buchu to the bone. He had once said behind his back, this bastard Han Buchu thinks his name is very clever. Just look at those 3 words and you will know. Can't say it. He can't even say it when he is a asterisk asterisk. Although this guy was a eunuch, he did not get along with Diwu Qingro. Therefore, Diwu Qingro's people did not have a good impression of this guy. With this order, Diwu Qingro did not even have the mood to talk to him. He just turned around and left. Lu Renjia snorted and looked at Diwu Qingro's carriage in the distance. He said, "What's there to be proud of?" Humph. This humph was very coquettish and gentle. It made the surrounding people shiver. Immediately, he waved his fat hand and said in a shrill voice, "Go in." After a while, suddenly, an inhuman scream came from the ruins of the palace. "Diwu Qingro, you bastard! The palace's treasury is empty, the treasury is empty!" The treasury of the royal palace was empty. This was not just a treasury. Inside, there were all the treasures that the great Zhao kingdom had collected for thousands of years. There were large amounts of strange metals, heavenly medicines, divine weapons, and countless gold and silver. There were even some treasures that were the only ones. This included too many secret martial arts manuals. With so many things, it would take half a day to move them all. It was completely empty. Looking at the treasury of the royal palace, Lu Renjia wanted to cry but had no tears. His main mission was to come here. But now, looking at the empty space inside, Lu Renjia broke down. Besides air, there was nothing else. Even the iron frames inside were gone. He had nothing at all. If a mouse went in, it would come out with tears in its eyes. General Manager Lu Renjia flew into a rage. It was true that there was a battle here last night. It was also true that the royal palace was destroyed last night. It was also true that the dukes of the upper three heavens fought here last night, but how many people were there? How could those few people empty this place? What a joke! Who could have done all this? Who in the world could it be? Diwu Qingro. You are digging up the ancestral graves of the royal family. Lu Renjia used a heart-piercing, blood-piercing voice to shout out these words that had already reached a certain level of grief and indignation. Only Diwu Qingro would be able to take advantage of this chaos and loot a burning house without anyone noticing. And he would be able to accomplish all of this. Looking at the empty space here, when the question "who did it?" was asked, millions of people would point their fingers at the same person. Diwu Qingro, king of Hell Chu, was powerful, but this was Great Zhao. Lu Renjia immediately ran back. Regarding this marriage, he naturally had to report it to the emperor as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Lu Renjia rode a tall horse with a group of elite soldiers. He carried the emperor's imperial edict and set off for the prime minister's manor. There must be an explanation for this matter. Right now, Diwu Qingro was in his study with an ugly expression. It has been confirmed that the Chu clan of Upper Three Heavens does not have Chu Fei and Chunan. This small piece of paper was in Diwu Qingro's hand. Diwu Qingro immediately sent out an investigation request after receiving news that the Chu clan had arrived at Heaven-Reaching Tower. This was the news he had been waiting for these past few days. It had finally come. Diwu Qingro's hand clenched tighter and tighter. The next moment, Diwu Qingro shouted, "Jing Meng Hun! Here! In Wu Tian! Gather the troops and mobilize all the experts of Golden Horse Riders Department who are revered martial artists and above. Capture the Chu clan of Upper Three Heavens. Yes. Remember. No matter the cost. No matter the sacrifice. Capture them. Yes." There was a rumbling noise outside the door, followed by the sound of rustling. Then, it disappeared and returned to silence. And now, GMO, Grand Duke Ji, and Miao Butong had already arrived at Heaven-Reaching Tower. Inside Grand Duke Jiju's room, GMO was ready to return to the Three Heavens with his eldest brother at any time. His mission here had been completed. He only needed to go back to Upper Three Heavens to train. GMO had even planned to go to Tsanglan battlefront to train as soon as he returned to Upper Three Heavens. Using the method that Big Brother Qi taught him, he wanted to increase his strength as fast as he could in the shortest time possible. Wasn't it just breaking through the limit again and again? GMO thought about the wonderful training method Big Brother Chu taught him and his brothers. His heart was filled with confidence. Big Brother said that we must kill our way to Upper Three Heavens. Second Master Ji, you're back? In Jiju's room, when GMO entered, Jiju was reclining on a chair, nodding and dozing off. He had no choice. He woke up too early this morning and disrupted his biological clock. Seeing that his brother had returned, Jiju first waved his hand and chased the few family guards out. Then, he instructed Miaobu Guan, who was standing by the door, to close the door. Then, he lazily lifted his chin and looked at his own brother. With a half-dead attitude, he said these words in a strange tone. Cough, 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 big brother. GMO coughed dryly. He avoided his brother's gaze and laughed dryly. Big brother, you're becoming more and more brilliant. Really? Jiju pouted and used a very funny mouth shape. He used a very fake and self-satisfied appearance to accept his brother's insincere praise. He calmly asked, Second Master Ji, did you have a good time outside? Good. Good, good, it was really good. GMO lowered his head and rolled his eyes. When he raised his head again, his face was full of eagerness. Big brother, I didn't know before I came out. When I came out, I was shocked. Oh? What happened? Jiju looked at his brother with interest. Tired? A cup of water blinded you? His tone was close to an opera singer's voice. Big brother, you don't understand how I feel. This time, I have truly experienced the beauty of the earth, the magnificence of the mountains and rivers, the vastness of the sea, and the countless uncanny workmanship. The wind that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth is. Ah. 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 I'm really reluctant to go back and forth. GMO used an exaggerated expression and posture. He used a very aria tone and his eyes were full of fascination as he spoke. Huh? Is there a hell? Jiju's expression was very strange. Yes, yes. GMO nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It's really too howling. Burping, I even wrote a poem about it. You can write poems? Jiju opened his eyes wide. This time, he was really surprised. Of course. GMO shook his head and proudly said, Listen carefully. It rained for 3 days yesterday. Today, I came to the mountain. The stones on the mountain are really hard. The water on the mountain is really sweet. The flowers on the mountain are really fragrant. The girls on the mountain are like fairies. Yesterday, they left the mountain and today, they came to the sea. The sea waves are really high. Stop. Stop, stop. Jiju painfully twisted his face. Second Master Ji, this poem of yours can be passed down through the ages. You should go back to the lower 3 heavens and recite it to Father. GMO laughed mischievously and said flatteringly, Big brother, the lower 3 heavens is so fun, really? Jiju made a pig face. He suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. Is Sun Lightsaber also howling? Hell. It was indeed howling. Garuwu. GMO replied happily. Suddenly, he grabbed his thigh and jumped up. The hair on his entire body stood on end. He looked at his elder brother in horror. His eyes froze. Jibu Tong, who was at the side, almost cried out in shock. Second Master Ji. Jiju fiercely slammed the table, unable to restrain his anger. He shouted like a thunderclap, How dare you? GMO sat down on the ground, and cold sweat started to pour out. Granny. Boss. GMO's lips trembled. You motherfasters cur. Jiju roared like a thunderbolt. Do you know that this will kill the entire family? Do you know that once your actions are exposed, it will bring disaster to your family? Do you know how stupid you are? Don't you know, your granny? Motherfasters cur. Motherfasters cur. Motherfasters cur. GMO lowered his head and didn't answer. He didn't move, but his heart was crazily fighting back. My granny is your granny. My granny is your granny. My mom is your mom. Motherfasters cur. Motherfasters cur. Motherfasters cur, you actually said dog ant? Jiju's real outburst had finally arrived. He raised his leg and kicked GMO, causing him to tumble over. His saliva splattered everywhere. Dog is your aunt? GMO screamed and rolled on the ground. He cursed in his heart, It's your aunt. He screamed, Boss, I was wrong. I changed. I won't do it again. I finally understood the doubts in my heart. It turned out that this fellow had also gone to fight for it last night. But when he heard me call out dog ant, he found out about my identity, motherf asterisk cur, his mouth really needs to be sewn shut. Jiju flew up, grabbed this guy, and beat him up. His hands were like raindrops, punching and kicking. Jimo's body spun back and forth in the air, unable to touch the ground. In the end, he ruthlessly kicked his brother's fleshy buttocks, sending him flying as if he was kicking a carpet. Then, before he could fly as high as he could, he slapped his brother on the ground with a loud bang. Only then did Jiju stop. Tell me. What should we do? Jiju, who had finally finished venting, turned back and sat on the chair. His whole body was in a tie shape as he said lazily. Oh woo, oh you 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 you. GMO, who had been screaming miserably all this time, was extremely proud of himself in his heart. My special skills during this period of time aren't just for show. Boss beating me like this is just like scratching an itch. When he heard Jiju's words, he couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Bichong is dead. Don't play dumb with me. Jiju slammed the table. I know I didn't hurt you. You dare to call yourself old in front of me? GMO shrieked. Suddenly, he was filled with righteous indignation, and jumped 3 feet high. You motherf asterisk cur, Jiju. You call yourself old in front of me? Miao Butong closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. His face was twisted and convulsed. What kind of brothers are these? In an instant, Jiju's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. He jumped up. Immediately after, Miao Butong saw the 2 brothers, who shared the same father and mother, cursing each other angrily. Then, they wrestled on the ground, bang bang bang, puff puff puff, bang bang bang. It was finally over. The 2 brothers were lying on the ground, groaning with bruised noses and swollen faces. Damn, little brat, you've improved a lot. Young Master Jiju hissed and breathed in cold air. He carefully stroked the bruises on his face and cursed, you dared to hit me? I'm your elder brother. Since ancient times, an elder brother is like a father. You're a bastard who deceives his master. These words made Yin Butong's stomach ache. You have the nerve to say that an elder brother is like a father? I hit you, little brat. Second young Master GMO was lying on the ground with his buttocks sticking out. He tried to stroke his bruised buttocks with one hand, but he kept breathing in cold air and muttering. GMO, wait until we return to the clan. I will report everything you've done to my father, and let him decide on your crime. I'll also report it to the elders to discuss your punishment. Ouch. Jiju fiercely counted with his fingers. Ah. Elder brother. Blood brother. Jimo's face suddenly turned gloomy. You and I are brothers from the same mother. Our hearts are connected to each other. Blood is connected to blood. Even broken bones are connected to each other. I'm your blood brother. You can't be so heartless. If you report this to the clan, I'll be done for. I'll be locked up in the dark cave for at least 3 years, humph. Jiju sneered. That has nothing to do with me. Say it. What are your conditions? Keep it a secret for me. GMO solemnly raised his head, looking like a hero dying for justice. The conditions are very simple. Jiju proudly looked at him. Say it. I can take it. Jiju bravely said. His face was like a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water. When we return to the clan, you'll put all these things on me. Then, you'll tell the clan to remove me from the position of the clan's successor. I'll take the punishment for you. That's enough. Jiju blinked his eyes and bravely said, who told me to be your elder brother? If I don't take the blame for my brother, can I still be considered a brother? Yin Butong, who had been restless on the side, heard this and became completely confused. Boo. What kind of explanation was this? No. GMO said emotionally, a man should take responsibility for his own actions. How could I let my dear brother bear such a crime for me? I've decided. Even if I have to go to the dark cave, I will accept it. No. Second brother, you're still young. I should go to the dark cave. Jiju said kindly, I'll leave the family to you. No. Big brother, you are the pillar of the clan. GMO was very determined. F***ck. Do you want to be the successor of this family? Jiju shouted in exasperation. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were full of sullen anger. He seemed to be about to go crazy. No way. I won't do it even if you kill me. I won't do it even if you chop my head off. GMO was impassioned. I can kneel and kowtow, but I can't lose my position as the second duke. My head can be severed and my blood can flow, but my body must be free. Wow. Jiju madly rushed forward and grabbed GMO's neck with both hands. He shook him hard and gnashed his teeth. Will you do it or not? GMO was choked so hard that his tongue was stuck out, but he still said with great difficulty, yes. Yes. I won't do it. Rue Butong was dumbfounded. He was used to seeing and hearing that brothers in other families would fight to the death for the position of the head of the family. He never thought that these two brothers would be pushing each other. It was just the head of the family. Did they have to be like this? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. These two in front of him would never sit if they could lie down, and would never stand if they could sit. It would be difficult for them to be the head of the family. This situation made Rue Butong click his tongue and sigh. This is really a man of the world. There are all kinds of strange things. Second brother, take pity on me. Jiju suddenly let go of his hand and cried bitterly, take pity on me. Look at my lazy and sloppy appearance. Do I look like the right person to be the head of the family? I have been driven crazy by father and the elders. Every day, I have to learn those dog-sit rituals. GMO burst into tears. Big brother, please spare me for the sake of your younger brother's young age. My young heart can't withstand that kind of devastation. Woo-woo, the two brothers hugged each other and cried bitterly. Subutong felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a thud. Finally, he couldn't help but hit the ground with his head. He pounded the ground with his hands and cried loudly, you two brothers, please spare me. I'm so pitiful that I've already broken down. It was a farce. Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders Department had gathered and surrounded Heaven-Reaching Tower. Bao Menghun personally led the team. He was fully armed and on guard. This was a long-range operation to capture King of Hell Chu. Jing Menghun was completely convinced that this would be the biggest feat in recent years. This operation would definitely go down in history. Is the target still there? Jing Menghun asked in a low voice. The target has always been there. The person in charge of monitoring was a revered martial artist. His eyes revealed a happy expression. He suppressed his excitement and said, I have been watching closely. Through the curtains, that person has been crouching in front of the desk. It seems like he is looking at something or studying something. He has not moved. Are you sure? I am sure. Jing Menghun was relieved. He straightened up and smiled with satisfaction. If this operation is successful, you will have made a great contribution. It is all thanks to the king-level leader's promotion. The revered martial artist smiled and saluted. He felt as if his whole body was as light as a feather. It was as if he was riding the clouds. All teams, pay attention. Jing Menghun's eyes flashed with lightning. His extremely sharp gaze flashed across the faces of his subordinates. He said coldly, this operation is of great importance. There must be no mistakes. This could affect Great Zhao's hegemony. Prime Minister Diwu's grand blueprint to unify the world. Do you understand? Is it really that serious? A revered martial artist asked suspiciously. I am not afraid to tell you that the person in this room. Jing Menghun was full of apprehension as he pointed at the window. He lowered his voice, but it made people feel even more awe-inspiring. It is King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu. Everyone turned pale with fright. Some people couldn't help but shout out loud. Too shocking. Too unexpected. It turned out to be King of Hell Chu. Ah. Jing Menghun quickly covered the mouth of the martial great master who was about to shout. Then, he slapped him repeatedly. He cursed in a very low voice, Motherf ****. What are you shouting for? What if we alert the enemy? That martial great master's mouth was covered. His head was swaying left and right due to the impact. His hair was scattered all over the place. It looked like an underwater algae that had encountered a tsunami. Jing Menghun loosened his grip. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and 3 teeth. He excitedly asked, "Is it really King of Hell Chu?" Jing Menghun looked at him with contempt. He then looked at the others and scolded, "Look at your useless faces. We have only caught one person. Is it worth being so excited? Haven't we caught a lot of people?" Everyone nodded like chickens pecking at rice. However, they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. "King of Hell Chu must be. King of Hell Chu," Jing Menghun was scolding them. However, he had always been as calm as ice and snow. He was a veteran of Jianghu. But, he couldn't help but be so excited that his face turned red. "This is really King of Hell Chu." Jing Menghun secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Pay attention. Listen to my orders." "Yes. Team 1, 2, 3. Jing Menghun's voice was low and urgent. It was full of oppressive feeling as if a storm was about to come. "Yes." Everyone was in high spirits. "Strictly seal every intersection. Once the operation begins, even if it's a rat, we can't let it get out." "Understood." Team 4, 5, 6. "Yes." "Strictly seal the sky. Even if it's a fly. Don't let it fly out." "Understood." Team 7, 8, 6. "Yes." "Unified support." "Understood." Wu Tian. "Yes." Wu Tian took a step forward. His eyes were full of the pleasure of revenge. King of Hell Chu had crippled his elder brother Wu Fa. This was an irreconcilable blood feud. Now, the time for revenge had finally come. "You will personally lead your troops to attack from the windows." "Understood." "The rest of the troops will follow me through the main entrance." "Yes." Jing Menghun's commanding ability was undeniable. His leadership ability was also remarkable. Everything was arranged properly. Everyone was in place. Everything was ready. Jing Menghun felt his heartbeat accelerate. Everyone could feel their heartbeats quickening. Their hearts were beating so fiercely that it seemed as if they would jump out of their chests. Their breathing was rapid. It was as if they were old virgins who had just entered the bridal chamber. They had discovered the incomparably beautiful body of the bride. Some people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Everyone was waiting for the opportunity to attack. They were anxiously looking at Jing Menghun. They were waiting for him to wave his hand. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. It was motionless. It was so, finally, all the troops arrived at their designated positions. Jing Menghun's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone held their breaths. Jing Menghun slowly raised his right hand. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped to their throats. The next moment, Jing Menghun fiercely waved his hand. His voice was low, but it seemed to affect everyone's soul. Everyone felt dizzy at the same time. "Yes, move." Jing Menghun's head shook as he said these 2 words. However, no one noticed King-level leader Jing's excitement. The moment King-level leader Jing uttered these words, a shadow shot out like a sharp arrow. His agility and speed had definitely exceeded their highest level. At this moment, almost everyone had a breakthrough at the same time. That kind of excitement, this operation would be the most perfect operation since the establishment of Golden Horse Riders Department. "Arrest King of Hell Chu." Jing Menghun's body swept out like lightning. He took the lead in front. A wisp of green smoke swept across a distance of several hundred feet. He then turned into a formless ghost and entered heaven-reaching tower. In the next moment, like a wisp of moving smoke, he had already silently leaped up the stairs, shwa shwa shwa. Finally, they arrived. No less than 10 top-grade revered martial artists had been killed. Dozens of their core forces had also lost their lives. Just a few days ago, he had spoken a few words in this very room. But, he had been reprimanded on the spot, and had been called a slave. Every single one of these things was the work of this person. Today, your retribution has arrived. King-level expert Jing's eyes emitted hatred and delight. He held his breath, and suddenly, quietly raised his right hand. It was silent, but majestic. The leaders behind him prostrated themselves in unison. Finally, a sound was heard from the direction of the window. It was the sound of Wu Tian breaking the window stem. Yin Wu Tian had already made his move. Jing Menghun didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his leg and kicked the door with the force of a thunderbolt. The door was smashed into pieces with a loud bang. The door was smashed into pieces. Jing Menghun immediately strode into the room. He then shouted in an awe-inspiring manner, "King of Hell Chu! Surrender without a fight." Ha ha ha. The fragments of the wooden door scattered everywhere. Time and space seemed to have become modeled at this moment. They couldn't see anything clearly. They could only see a tall and straight figure on the opposite side. He had also adopted a fighting posture. The two palms collided with a loud bang. The person on the opposite side suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother! It's me!" "Yin Wu Tian," Jing Menghun shouted angrily. He rolled up his sleeves, and the fragments scattered in the air flew away like a whirlwind. The view of the room suddenly became clear. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department came out of the window behind Jing Menghun and in front of him. They were emitting murderous auras as they entered the room. Jing Menghun opened his eyes wide. He was dumbstruck as he looked in front of him. Everyone who had entered the room maintained the same posture. They were dumbstruck as they looked in one direction. Over there was a desk and a chair. On the chair, there was a quilt rolled up and placed on top of it. The top of the quilt was tied tightly with a piece of rope, creating a position similar to the neck. She was sitting on the chair in a contemplative posture. Apart from this, there was no one else. Jing Menghun turned his neck in a daze. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a guy near the door. He fiercely asked, "Where is he?" This pitiful revered martial artist who was rolling his eyes was the one in charge of monitoring. This is clearly. I. The pitiful Wu Zun's eyes were filled with fear. He was on the verge of breaking down. With a long face, he asked blankly, "Where is he?" "I'm always asking you." Jing Menghun swung his hand and slapped the revered martial artist's head with a loud bang sound. The revered martial artist's head was violently thrown backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and several of his teeth fell to the ground with a ding-ding sound. Then, he passed out. He fainted at the right time. He avoided answering the question, although he couldn't answer it anyway. Trash. Jing Menghun threw him to the ground and cursed angrily. "There is a letter here." Yin Wu Tian stood on one side with a gloomy and cold complexion. This was an ordinary letter. On the cover, it was written, "To Diwu Qing Ro. Chu Yang pays his respects." Chu Yang. Chu Yang. Jing Menghun's blood rushed to his head. He stared fixedly at the letter. "It's really King of Hell Chu." At this moment, a cold voice said, "King-level leader Jing, could it be that my heaven-reaching tower offended you? You actually smashed this place to pieces. Is your hatred very strong?" Jing Menghun suddenly turned his head and saw a fat man standing in the direction of the doorway. He was coldly looking at him. His usual amiable attitude was gone, replaced by a rage that was brewing in his heart. "Heaven-reaching tower's shopkeeper, Du Fa Kai. Cabinet Du, your door did not offend me. But your heaven-reaching tower is hiding a spy from Iron Cloud. Moreover, it is our life and death feud." Jing Menghun said gloomily, "Shopkeeper Du, you need to give me an explanation for this matter." "Explanation? Ha ha ha." Du Fa Kai sneered, "Jing Menghun, you need to understand. My heaven-reaching tower does not belong to Great Zhao. Let's not talk about a spy from Iron Cloud. Even if Jing Menghun killed your father and stole your wife, he would be our honored guest as long as he could afford to pay the price. Even if the real King of Hell Chu came here with his identity, he would still be our honored guest. I don't need to explain anything to you. On the contrary, my heaven-reaching tower needs an explanation from you, King-level leader Jing. Even Golden Horse Riders Department cannot cause trouble at my heaven-reaching tower." Du Fa Kai said gloomily, "Even your lord, Diwu Qing Ro, cannot." Du Fa Kai's eyes emitted a cold light, but he calmly looked at Jing Menghun. Jing Menghun's face instantly turned ugly. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. This person was not someone who could be easily bullied. This was a person from Dark Bamboo, the biggest dark power in the lower heavens. If they really had a falling out and angered Jun Shizhu, that crazy woman would not mind bringing the underworld of the lower three heavens to the lower three heavens to gain experience. As the master of the dark side, Dark Bamboo only retained some respect for the rules, but in other aspects, he completely ignored the restrictions of the rules. Therefore, only Dark Bamboo's forces could come to the lower three heavens to make money. The reason was simple: who had ever seen an underworld really abide by the law? Fortunately, they were only making money. If they were to do something else, it would be unbearable. Diwu Qingro was currently waiting at the mansion. Opposite him was Gao Sheng. Since the major clans of the lower three heavens came to the province, Gao Sheng began to live in seclusion. Even if he had to go out, he would wear a veil. Even his subordinates would cover their faces. They did not want anyone to recognize them. Young Master Gao had a misgivings. This misgivings was Gao Sheng's nightmare. Although this nightmare had not appeared yet, Gao Sheng did not dare to be careless. What a sin! Gao Sheng lamented countless times in his heart. Every time he thought of that Miss Huyan, he felt as if he had eaten a fly. That kind of feeling did not need to be mentioned. Prime Minister, in your opinion, what are the chances of capturing that king of Helchu? Gao Sheng asked. Right now, I can only say that fake Duke Chu. I cannot say king of Helchu. Fifth Prince looked at the book, and said in a gentle and warm voice, anything can happen before king-level expert Jing returns. With such a meticulous plan and a thunderous operation, does Prime Minister think that there will be an accident? Gao Sheng asked in astonishment. In his heart, this operation was absolutely foolproof. King of Helchu would not be able to escape. Before you do anything, do your best and do your best to do it in the best way possible. At the same time, you have to minimize the joy and sorrow of being on the verge of success. Try your best to think about the obstacles you might encounter. Diwu Qingrou's gaze was profound. Only then can you reap one surprise after another. Even if it is a predicted success, it can still give you a pleasant sense of accomplishment. Any complacency and self-confidence can lead to a crushing defeat. Moreover, with that kind of mentality, a crushing defeat will have a huge impact on your mind. Diwu Qingrou looked at Gao Sheng and said, Gao Sheng, you must remember this. Gao Sheng pondered deeply over these words and nodded. Since ancient times, how many heroes and generals have suffered setbacks when they were about to succeed? In the eyes of the later generations, under that kind of strength, even if they suffered a setback, they would not be destroyed. However, the bizarre affairs of the world are hard to predict. Often, that general would be unable to recover after that setback. His army would be defeated like a mountain nephew, and thus lead to the defeat of the entire war. Do you know why? Too much expectation? Is it because of the heart's devil? Gao Sheng asked in confusion. Yes, and no. Diwu Qingrou said, it is because they have lost to themselves. He was already preparing to celebrate when he launched the attack that he thought would decide the outcome of the battle. But a failure at this moment was the most fatal. Before this, a person would not be defeated by thousands of failures. But, at this time, he would be utterly defeated. Therefore, there have been many war cases since ancient times. Later generations have studied them, but they are still puzzled. Because, no matter how you look at it, they should not have failed. But, they failed. Military researchers and strategists call it a mystery. But, this matter is only one thing: the general's heart was in chaos. His heart was defeated. So, any decision he made at that time was wrong. Failure was inevitable. I don't want to fail at this time. Diwu Qingrou said casually, so, I never think about what happens after the victory. I understand. Gao Sheng said in a heartfelt and sincere manner. When one was about to succeed, it was the time when everyone was the most excited. If they suffer setbacks at that time. What Diwu Qingrou said was the most difficult thing: to grasp one's own mentality. You will still be able to move unhindered in the three heavens in the future. This is especially important for your mentality. Diwu Qingrou sincerely taught. Yes. At this time, a servant came in and reported, Prime Minister, Chief Steward Liu of the palace has come with an imperial edict. Imperial edict? Diwu Qingrou frowned slightly. This was a very distant word. Ever since His Majesty had trusted him, he had been suspicious, he had been on guard, and then he hated him. He had never received an imperial edict. Why did the imperial edict come at this time? Let him in, Diwu Qingro said. Not long after, Chief Steward Lu Renjia walked in with a white and fat body. His face was full of dissatisfaction. To receive an imperial edict, one had to burn incense and set up an incense table in the main hall. The whole family, young and old, would welcome the imperial edict. They would kneel 3 times, kowtow, and greet the emperor. Now, Diwu Qingro was actually receiving an imperial edict in the study room. Chief Steward Lu was not happy. Diwu Qingro sat motionlessly on the chair and looked at him calmly. This kind of serene yet deep gaze made Lu Renjia, who was standing opposite him, suddenly feel a burst of fear for no reason. He came with an imperial edict, but at this moment, he had a feeling that Diwu Qingro was standing on top of the clouds, looking down at him with disdain. Although there was no emotion in his eyes, Lu Renjia could clearly feel the disdain. At this moment, he, the head chief, was like an ant at the foot of a mountain, being looked down upon by others. This feeling made Lu Renjia very unhappy. He felt that he was being looked down upon. No matter what, he was still a powerful general manager. After losing some of the things that a man should have, Lu Renjia no longer had any requirements for money and beauty. But he cared more and more about power and prestige, especially the feeling of needing to be respected by others. It was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, his self-esteem had reached a perverted level. The imperial edict has arrived. Diwu Qingro, receive the imperial edict. When he didn't get the kind of response that he expected the most, General Manager Lu looked at Diwu Qingro and shouted again. Diwu Qingro frowned slightly. Then Lu Renjia suddenly felt an inexplicable chill all over his body. Read it. Diwu Qingro's expression was still calm. His eyes were still cold and deep. Just one word was enough to shatter Lu Renjia's perverted self-esteem. At this moment, he clearly felt that if he did not read it, he would never have the chance to do so. The 4 eunuchs behind him, acting as guards of honor, were so scared that their 8 legs started to tremble together. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The duck voice just started to read. Read the contents. Diwu Qingro said calmly. Lu Renjia held his breath and almost suffered internal injuries. Diwu Qingro is ordered to return all the items in the royal treasury. Lu Renjia finally could not resist the pressure and only read out the important parts. The royal treasury was stolen? Diwu Qingro frowned and said to himself, you want me to return it? His voice carried a hint of laughter. Gao Sheng, who was standing at the side, almost laughed out loud. Get out. Diwu Qingro opened his eyes and looked at Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia was furious. He held back his anger and said, Prime Minister Diwu, before I came here, His Majesty had warned me again and again that if Prime Minister Diwu took some things, you must have taken them in a proper way and used them in a proper way. However, those things are the foundation of the royal family. I hope that Prime Minister Diwu can understand His Majesty's difficulties. Well, I will understand, Diwu Qingro said indifferently. This sentence caused Chief Steward Lu to roll his eyes. The emperor asked you to understand, but it was just a polite sentence. You actually understand and did it? The emperor has another verbal order. Lu Renjia gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Diwu Qingro's expression did not change, but General Manager Lu clearly felt a sense of impatience. His Majesty said, he hopes that Diwu Qingro will know when to advance and when to retreat, and not be a traitor. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate him at all costs, Lu Renjia said slowly. In fact, this sentence was not the emperor's verbal order. It was a private conversation between the emperor and the empress. At that time, Chief Steward Lu was not far away, waiting to serve him. After hearing these words, he naturally placed Diwu Qingro in the same category as those out-of-favor ministers who could be exterminated at any time. To be able to make the emperor say such words, could it be that this official had something good to do with him, inherited prime minister? So what? In the past, there had been many officials whose achievements surpassed the emperor's. Which one of them had not been killed by the emperor? Even if you, Diwu Qingro, had great power, you were still just an official, therefore, today, Chief Steward Lu coldly said these words to protect his pitiful self-esteem. He looked forward to seeing Diwu Qingro kneeling on the ground and kowtowing pitifully after hearing his words. If that happened, Chief Steward Lu would proudly say, "Since you know this, why did you do it in the first place? I am also powerless," and then leave in a huff. Leaving behind a soulless Diwu Qingro, regret it. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Diwu Qingro's face changed. His eyes slowly turned cold. His face also seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. "Are these His Majesty's original words?" Diwu Qingro said heavily. "Of course." Chief Steward Lu raised his head. "Please report to His Majesty that I, Diwu Qingro, will remember. I will give His Majesty a satisfactory explanation." Diwu Qingro said slowly. Before Lu Renjia could speak, Gaosheng waved his hand and said, "Men, throw these eunuchs out." In an instant, a few fierce men came in and picked up Lu Renjia and the others. They mercilessly dragged them out. "Prime Minister, don't be angry. These words may not have been said by the Emperor." Gaosheng comforted him. "I know, this is definitely not the Emperor's verbal order." Diwu Qingro smiled gently. "Since this is the case, why did Prime Minister, although this is not the Emperor's verbal order, the Emperor must have said this?" Diwu Qingro said slowly. Gaosheng was speechless. The Emperor had said this before, so it was inevitable. There is no smoke without fire. Lu Renjia was a eunuch. Even if he had the guts, he would not dare to fabricate the Emperor's verbal order. Now, since he was able to say such words, it must have been said by the Emperor. The conflict between the royal family and Diwu Qingro had been going on for a long time, but the two sides had never completely fallen out with each other. The royal family hated Diwu Qingro. They could not wait to tear Diwu Qingro into pieces. But they also knew that Great Zhao could not do without Diwu Qingro. Everyone was well aware that Great Zhao wanted the country to be stable forever. It wanted glory and wealth to rule the world. But Diwu Qingro wanted to unify the world and establish an unparalleled hegemony. It seemed like they had the same goal, but it was not the same. People like Diwu Qingro were fighting for their ideals and ambitions. His lifelong ambition was to unify the world with his own hands and with his own wisdom. Diwu Qingro did not care about power. Power was only a tool to achieve his goals, therefore, it could be said that both sides were taking what they needed. Diwu Qingro was now in power. If he wanted to usurp the throne, he would have succeeded. But he did not. This was an invisible hint: you can be the Emperor, and I can be the Prime Minister. You can enjoy your glory and wealth, and I can fight for my country. As for who this country belongs to, I don't care. I only want the pleasure of conquering the world. This was a silent communication. But this kind of communication, this kind of minister, no matter how powerful, would not be liked by the Emperor. But the Emperor of Great Zhao could only accept it. Although he was sullen to a certain extent, he could only endure it. Originally, this situation would continue. No matter who won or lost, it would continue until the end of the war. This was the history of Great Zhao. It was destined to be history, but now, because of a eunuch who delivered the decree, because of this eunuch's abnormal self-esteem, this originally smooth development of history took a strange turn. Because once this sentence came out, Diwu Qingro and the royal family had no room to maneuver, especially, behind this eunuch, there were 4 young eunuchs. Next to Diwu Qingro, there was Gaosheng. If it was an ordinary person, Diwu Qingro could kill them all to silence them. This situation could still continue. But he could not kill Gaosheng. Since he could not kill Gaosheng, killing this Wuhua eunuch would make him look cowardly. But if he let them go, the conflict would intensify. Whether the national treasury was stolen or not was no longer important. What was important was the power struggle of Great Zhao. Just like this, the curtains were magnificently opened by an insignificant person with a disfigured body. History was full of coincidences, and it was so dramatic. Who said that insignificant people could not change history? Chief Steward Lu did it. With the identity of a eunuch, he could control the world with just one sentence. He could be said to be the most powerful eunuch in history. It could be imagined that no matter how things would develop in the future, no matter if Chief Steward Lu would be able to live past today, no matter if he would be able to see the sun tomorrow, and no matter who the final hero of the continent war would be, the great name of this illusory night phoenix was destined to leave behind a thick and heavy mark. In the history of the heavenly layer, the national treasury was stolen. Diwu Qingrou's eyes slowly became sharp. In one night, from the beginning of the chaos to the retreat of the big dukes, it was not more than 20 hours. And in these 20 hours, Golden Horse Riders Department was watching the periphery. There was absolutely no one who left the royal palace with any large items. Not even a small package was taken out of the palace. The time was too short. It was absolutely impossible to steal the national treasury in this period of time. But now the national treasury is empty. And I have to return it. Diwu Qingrou sneered. Moreover, there was even a sentence about getting rid of this person at all costs. Ha ha ha. Diwu Qingrou smiled gently. But, this smile made Gaoxing shudder at the side. Diwu Qingrou's words revealed a lot of things. But in short, there was only one conclusion: the royal family of Great Zhao could no longer tolerate Diwu Qingrou's monopoly and wanted to take action. How could Diwu Qingrou be the kind of person who would take a beating without fighting back? Diwu Qingrou's habit had always been to strike first to gain the upper hand, but, is the county really stupid to this extent? This was the only thing Gaoxing could not understand. The stupidity of the royal family is far beyond anyone's imagination. Diwu Qingrou's words immediately closed the coffin. From this moment on, there was no turning back. Jing Menghun did not catch King of Hell Chu, but returned to the Gongxiang Manor with a letter and a large amount of money. Content 1. Today, I owe heaven-reaching tower 100,000 silver taels for the loss of goods. Content 2. Today, I owe heaven-reaching tower 100,000 silver taels for the loss of reputation. Content 3. This is the certificate. Signer, Diwu Qingrou. Signer, Jing Menghun. When Diwu Qingrou saw this IOU, his expression became very interesting. Diwu Qingrou was already prepared to make a move on Heaven-Reaching Tower and capture people from Heaven-Reaching Tower. He would have to pay a certain price to Jun Shizhu. Otherwise, he would not be able to negotiate. However, Diwu Qingrou believed that if he could capture King of Hell Chu, it would be worth it even if it was 100 million. But he could not capture him. Secondly, if he could not be captured, then the price of 1 million was too high. After mobilizing so many people, he did not even get a single strand of hair. Moreover, he was humiliated. And he still had to pay 1 million. Thirdly, what made Diwu Qingrou the most unhappy was that even if it was 1 million, then so be it. But, why write an IOU? With the status of a king-level leader of Golden Horse Riders Department, how could he not pay? What was even more excessive was that he had signed his name as Diwu Qingrou. Very good. Prime Minister Diwu gently clenched his teeth. Then, he exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect that king-level expert Jing would have the ability to lead the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, you're a king-level expert in martial arts. Moreover, your calligraphy skills are also very high. Looking at these few words, they were really strong and majestic. Even writing an IOU could be so imposing. You are a talent. Jing Menghun's head hung low in front of his chest. At this moment, king-level leader Jing felt that he did not have the face to see anyone. Very good. Very good. Diwu Qingrou took a deep breath and felt the anger in his heart rising. How many years had it been since he could not suppress this feeling? I asked you to capture someone, and all you did was bring back an IOU? Diwu Qingrou's chest heaved up and down. His voice was still flat, but his eyes suddenly shot out a light. Forgive me, Prime Minister. Jing Menghun lowered his head. Humph. Diwu Qingrou snorted heavily. He finally vented his anger. Or it could be said that he had successfully controlled his anger. Let me take a look at this letter and see what it says. Diwu Qingrou took the envelope and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and kept his emotions in a tranquil state. This might be a letter written by his greatest enemy. No matter what the contents of the letter were, it was worth taking seriously. When you're impatient, you can't look. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the letter. To Prime Minister Diwu. Chu Yang pays his respects. Diwu Qingrou softly read it out loud. He even used his hand to gently pat his thigh. It seemed as if he was appreciating it. These are 10 words. The entire handwriting is very heavy, but every single word has a dangerous and precipitous aura. It's like a sword that pierces into the sky. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, judging a person by his appearance, this person is an offensive character. Han Buchu came forward and looked at it. He frowned and said, Prime Minister, although these words are steep and dangerous, they are full of steadiness. Furthermore, it's extremely strict. It's not all about attacking. That's right. This is a person who can attack or retreat. Careful thinking. Diwu Qingro said, but, looking at his strokes, there is a hidden sharpness to them. This person likes to use dangerous tactics. Yes. Diwu Qingro looked at these words for a while and said, it was done in one go without showing any impatience. It shouldn't be fake. Plus, there was plenty of time to prepare. In other words, when I met them, he immediately prepared to retreat. King-level leader Jing's futile efforts were not without reason. A few hours had already passed. Then, he opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. It was a beautiful semi-cursive hand. Brother Diwu Junjian, I have often heard of your heroic name, but regretted not meeting you. I did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles from Iron Cloud to Great Zhao to meet you. Over the years, I have been thousands of miles away from you. We have both won and lost, but I am even more fascinated by you. Brother Diwu Jun's heroic appearance, meticulous planning, and strategizing. You have decided victory from thousands of miles away. You are my role model, thousands of miles of ice and frost, a journey of wind and snow. Finally, I met Brother Diwu Jun a few days ago. It is enough to comfort my life. Brother Diwu Jun has the pearl of wisdom. You have the wisdom to make a unique guess about my origin. I admire you very much. As the saying goes, knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. But I say that meeting is even better than knowing someone by their reputation. The matters of Great Zhao have come to an end. I left in a hurry, terrified. If I was one step late, I am afraid I would have been imprisoned. I left in a hurry, but the feelings are long. Great Zhao's magnificence and beauty, and Great Zhao's magnificence are all in my heart. In the future, I will drink with you and get drunk. The heroes of the world are only Brother Diwu Jun and me. In the future, when I am on the battlefield, I will remember Brother Diwu Jun's kindness today. I will remember to repay you. I am young and have been nicknamed King of Hell. I am terrified. I only hope that in this life, I will not let down Brother Diwu Jun's head. Only then will I live up to the name of King of Hell. We have parted for thousands of miles. When we meet again, it is already the end of the yellow flower. I will see you again when I become a prisoner. You do not have to send me off. Great Zhao is in ruins. Please forgive me. Everyone has their own master. I am in Jianghu. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. Only life and death, respectfully, Brother Chu Yang. That was all there was to the letter. When Diwu Qingro read the letter, his face was full of smiles. His voice was unprecedentedly clear. When he read it aloud, his voice shook the small courtyard. What an arrogant king of Hell Chu! The veins on Jing Menghun's forehead bulged. He punched his own thigh and gritted his teeth. Han Buchu frowned. Qingyun he pondered. Gaosheng looked pensive. What do you think of this letter? Diwu Qingro finally finished reading and looked at everyone with a smile. Prime Minister, this letter may not have been written by King of Hell Chu. Han Buchu said cautiously. I also think that King of Hell Chu should not have written this letter. Qingyun he furrowed his brows and said this after thinking for a long time. Oh? Diwu Qingro's smile did not diminish. Let him go. King of Hell Chu came here to cause trouble and cause chaos in Great Zhao. His goal has been achieved. Han Buchu said softly, then, with King of Hell Chu's clean character, he should not have written such a shallow letter. Yes, after the event, it was full of schadenfreude. It was also full of hostility. It was as if two armies were facing off against each other. Qingyun he said, King of Hell Chu should not have been so shallow. As for the handwriting, it should be a trap. Han Buchu said, Prime Minister, please take a look. The handwriting on the inside of the envelope is the same as the one on the outside, but there is a slight difference. The outside is too smooth, but the inside is too difficult. Even though it strives to express the meaning of flowing water, but from beginning to end, it is as if two armies are facing off against each other, and it is very tense. King of Helchu would not be so impatient. Qingyan, he concluded. If you think this way, you are wrong. Diwu Qingro said casually, if you think this way, you will fall into another trap of King of Helchu. Trap? Han Buchu opened his eyes wide. This letter was indeed written by King of Helchu. Diwu Qingro held up the thin piece of paper and said with a firm and unquestionable tone. Ah? Han Buchu and Qingyan he were stunned. I know what you are thinking. Diwu Qingro said, first, there is another earthquake in Iron Cloud's officialdom. Plus, the high officials that were captured this time were those that were not discovered before. Their methods are similar. Second, King of Helchu used a thunderous method to quell the rumors in Iron Cloud in just a few days. He did not hesitate to kill thousands of people. These two matters are heavily colored by King of Helchu. Therefore, you are beginning to suspect that King of Helchu did not even come to Great Zhao. Diwu Qingro said casually. Yes, we are thinking this way. Han Buchu frowned. But this way of thinking is wrong. Diwu Qingro snorted heavily. How did Iron Cloud's movements come so quickly this time? In such a timely manner? If the real King of Helchu was in Iron Cloud, he would not have handled it like this. With his usual methods, he would have cast a long line to catch a big fish. He would have made us think that our rumors were effective, and then he would continue to kill our people. He could have done it. But he did not do it. Why? This is a powerful move, and I have already planned how to deal with it. But they did not use it. They gave it up on their own just to let us know. This is clearly because they are afraid that the real King of Helchu would have an accident in Great Zhao, so they deliberately released a smokescreen. This letter purposely uses an arrogant tone to provoke us and make us think that the real King of Helchu is not in Great Zhao. Why? Moreover, when we think about it, the first thing that arises is that King of Helchu is still in Iron Cloud. The second is that King of Helchu came, but he has already left. Diwu Qingro sneered, when you have these two thoughts, you will be dragged by the nose by King of Helchu in the future. Until you are dragged into a dead end, you will not know that the person dragging you along is actually him. If it were you instead of me who was sitting here to preside over the overall situation, then I would announce that even if you were in Great Zhao, you would have been completely defeated by King of Helchu, and would have turned into ice-cold corpses. Diwu Qingro's voice was stern. Han Buchu, Qingyan, and the others were sweating like rain. Even if it was me, even if I saw through his plan, before catching King of Helchu, I could only do my best to minimize losses. It is impossible to completely avoid losses. Send this letter to my bedroom. Diwu Qingro said softly, I want to carefully study King of Helchu's handwriting. You should know that this is the only handwriting of King of Helchu that has ever been circulated outside. For us, this 100-something is priceless. Yes. Golden Horse Riders Department, continue to organize the evacuation. Evacuate some important things first. Yes. Order Gao Shangjuan, Yan Qinghuan, and Wu Yongjun to lead the 3 armies to attack Limitless Sword God. We must attack Limitless Nation before summer arrives. Even if we cannot destroy it, we must at least tortoise them. The cold light in Diwu Qingro's eyes became deeper and deeper. Yes. Although Limitless Nation was in the middle of winter, it was not a hindrance to the army. In fact, it was even warmer than the north where flowers bloomed in spring. Every year during winter, the north would rest for the war to start in the south. When the north could start the war, the south would be so hot that it would heat up if they moved, but this time's dispatch was clearly different from the past. Han Buchu and Qingyan He's breathing became heavier. They realized that Diwu Qingro's order this time revealed a purpose. Next summer, the decisive battle with Iron Cloud would begin, and this battle would decide who would be the ruler of the world. When summer arrives, Limitless Nation can only tortoise them. This sentence contained too much information. Prime Minister Diwu was finally going to make his move. After a series of responses, Diwu Qingro suddenly became silent. After a long time, he finally sighed, if you want to fight outside, you must first settle inside. King of Helchu, I will let you take advantage of me first. Then he immediately said, Qingyun Manor, try to keep a low profile. Let the royalists gather and expose them. Put them on the list. If they can live peacefully with us, then that is fine. If not. Diwu Qingro smiled deeply. His eyes suddenly shot out a sharp murderous intent. This murderous intent was so strong that it made Jing Menghun, an old butcher who had killed countless people, feel his hair stand on end, and now, King of Hell Chu was with his brother. In an inn, the bearded Chu Yang and Gu Du Xing looked like two ordinary Jianghu men. Recently, there were too many people like this in Continent City. Gu Du Xing was holding his sword and carefully comprehending the sword intent. And King of Hell Chu was lying on his bed. Lying on the bed, motionless, he seemed to have fallen asleep. Even in Gu Duxing's eyes, Chu Yang was already in deep sleep. However, no one knew that King of Hell Chu was inspecting his harvest from his trip to the Great Zhao's imperial palace. He was drooling as he tidied up his tribulation space. What a great harvest! What a great harvest! Ha ha ha! Chu Yang looked at the iron frames in the tribulation space and danced with joy. Don't move. Don't touch it yet. Chu Yang pounced over and firmly hugged a piece of metal that was emitting seven-colored starlight. However, the sword tip of the tribulation sword circled around him. Finally, it chose an angle and successfully drilled in. Hiss hiss, in the blink of an eye, there was only a fist-sized piece of seven-colored iron left in Chu Yang's hand. F***CK. What I say doesn't count. Chu Yang was furious. The sword spirit appeared in a flash and sighed, just let it suck. It has been starving for more than 10,000 years. Besides, this is for your own good. Chu Yang was stunned. However, he immediately jumped up and picked up a black piece of steel that was the size of a human head. It was shining with a dark light and said, I will allow the others, but this piece must be used by the tribulation sword after I use it. Nightmare steel? The sword spirit had no choice but to greet the sword point. The sword point flew over and reluctantly circled around the nightmare steel a few times. Chu Yang's heart was suddenly filled with the eagerness of a child who wanted to eat candy but couldn't eat it. For a moment, his heart almost softened. However, he finally held back and said resolutely, this is of great use. I must use it now. After I use it, there should be more than half left. At that time, you can suck it however you want. I don't care if you suck it into dregs, but you must keep it for me now. Seeing that Chu Yang was so determined, the sword point could only give up. Hey, has the heavy pill formed yet? Chu Yang remembered that in the Great Zhao's imperial palace, there were only 2 large warehouses filled with precious medicinal herbs. Now, they were completely empty. Obviously, they had been absorbed by the tribulation sword. If it was an ordinary pill, a heavy pill that can revive the dead, there are already 3 of them now. The sword spirit said unhurriedly, although there are many medicinal herbs in the Great Zhao's imperial palace, there are no treasures that belong to the category of great elixirs. Therefore, the materials for a heavy pill that can really cure any injury are still insufficient. The sword spirit said slowly, only the catalyst is missing. Any kind of great elixir will be able to complete the heavy pill. Then, can this ordinary heavy pill treat Mo Qingwu's injury? Chu Yang asked. No. The sword spirit answered very straightforwardly, almost making Chu Yang faint. With such a huge amount of elixirs, it can't even form a heavy pill? Can 100,000 pounds of grass become a lingji mushroom? The sword spirit asked disdainfully. Chu Yang was speechless. Piles of gold and silver were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If these gold and silver were thrown out, it would be enough to equip an army of 5 million people. But now, they were all turned into dust by the tribulation sword point. Finally, the tribulation sword spirit stopped. The sword spirit smiled with relief and said, gold and silver can basically be declared. From now on, there is no need. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Looking at the small gold and 2 silver ingots left from the mountain-like pile of gold and silver, his hands and feet trembled for a while, and he asked in a trembling voice, the other metals. Do they also need this much? Cough cough. It should be more or less. The sword spirit also seemed to feel embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, there are also some things other than metals. For example, medicine, souls, flesh and blood. Chu Yang fell to the ground and roared in agony, "Kill me." Suddenly, tears poured out like a fountain. They all say that he is a prodigal and a prodigal. This is directly a prodigal. No, no, this is a prodigal continent. Cough cough, a continent. I'm afraid it's not enough. The sword spirit said reservedly. Chu Yang finally broke down. After the tribulation sword swallowed a large amount of resources, the sword tip in his dantian had already turned pale gold. And the sword tip had also turned into a silver color mixed with pale gold, sparkling. Chu Yang was very worried. If this went on, would his stomach become a luminous object like a lamp in the dark night? Chu Yang's worry did not become a reality. In fact, only he could see the tribulation sword in his dantian. Of course, among so many things stolen, there were many things that the tribulation sword didn't need. Naturally, the leftover trash after the tribulation sword chose became the benefits of the tribulation sword master, King of Hell Chu. This included several divine weapons that had already taken shape, a large number of famous calligraphy and paintings, many martial arts manuals, and many works of art. There were also hundreds of erotic pictures. Looking at the dazzling array of erotic pictures in different poses, King of Hell Chu was stunned. This? I can't take it anymore. So, King of Hell Chu came out with a whoosh. Gu Duxing was comprehending the sword intent when he saw Boss Chu sit up straight from the bed like a zombie. He couldn't help but be shocked. Duxing, there are a few books you need to read. Chu Yang touched under his butt and a few books with yellowed pages appeared in his hands. They were obviously old books. What books? Gu Duxing was very strange. It was enough to cultivate the sword, why did he need to read books? Besides, when did you hide so many books under your butt? Why didn't I see them? Taking a look, his hands trembled. On sword cultivation, sword energy nourishes my thoughts on the 5 realms of sword, sword of the king, sword of killing, sword of sentiments. Gu Duxing read one book after another. The light in his eyes became more and more violent, and his hands trembled more and more. The authors of these books didn't necessarily have a high cultivation level, but they were filled with wonderful ideas. Moreover, they were all the painstaking efforts of their predecessors. One of them was actually the last realization of a sword scholar before his death. These books were condensed from the lives and time of countless predecessors. For Gu Duxing's current sword cultivation, it was tantamount to pointing out a bright path. Perhaps after he became a sword king, these books would not be of much use to him. But the current Gu Duxing was most in need of these things. Where did these come from? Gu Duxing clenched these books tightly, his face flushed red. It doesn't matter where they came from, as long as there is something to read. Chu Yang said lazily, coming to Great Zhao once, you should at least have some harvest. This harvest is, really not small. Gu Duxing hurriedly took a few breaths. Chu Yang smiled in his heart, really not small? This is nothing. I even prepared a set for GMO, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, Miao Butong and the others. Besides, there is also the entire treasury of the Great Zhao Palace. There are many good things. In this matter, Chu Yang's only dissatisfaction was that there was still no way to treat Mo Qingwu's injury. However, there was finally a ray of hope, he only lacked the catalyst. He only needed a rare treasure like a rare herb and a heavy pill would be formed immediately. This news was quite comforting to Chu Yang. Besides, having 3 more heavy pills was equivalent to having 3 more lives. Whether it was his own or his brother's, it was a guarantee. Gu Duxing practiced his sword even more desperately. First, the Gu brothers died. Even though it was not his doing, it was Chu Yang's doing. Gu Duxing felt that this was no different from him doing it himself. Since it was his brother's doing, he had to shoulder it. Moreover, Chu Yang's main purpose in doing this was for himself. If not for him, no matter what happened to Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu, what did it have to do with Chu Yang? Why did Chu Yang have to personally take the risk to kill the two? Therefore, Gu Duxing was waiting to shoulder this responsibility. Even though he did not say it, Gu Duxing would never shirk his responsibility. The Gu brothers died, and the Gu clan would soon summon him back. At that time, what should he do, also? Chu Yang had created such a convenient cultivation environment for him. If he did not advance quickly, who would he be worthy of? Sister Xiaomiao, would she come out early? If she came out and found out that one of her brothers had died an unnatural death, even if they were not on good terms, would she be upset? It was nighttime again. This city was destined to not be peaceful. Finally, on this night, it was the most tragic night in history. A sword light, like the dark moon of the netherworld, faced the bright moon in the sky and shot up to the sky. Moonlight sword. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The brilliance of the waning moon was still as bright as ever in this pitch-black night. The hazy brilliance was still as dreamy as ever. After the previous fierce competition, no matter who it was, they were both physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, everything was quiet. Many Jianhu people knew that they had no hope after the big clans participated in the competition and retreated one after another. As for the juniors of Ask the Heavens Sword and Underworld Saber, no one knew when they had disappeared without a trace, but in this tranquil place, a thunderous shout suddenly sounded out of nowhere, "Leave behind the moonlight sword before you go." Immediately after, a breathtaking sword light soared into the sky. A person leaped through the roof at lightning speed and fled at lightning speed. Behind him was another person who was also chasing after him with his sword light. Suddenly, one person chased after the other and disappeared into the distance. Compared to the appearance of the sunlight saber, the appearance of the moonlight sword was even more unexpected, but no matter how unexpected it was, an expert was always an expert. In the heaven-reaching tower, a loud shout was heard and a few people's silhouettes flew high in the sky with a brilliant pressure. They turned in the air and chased after him. Immediately, the entire heaven-reaching tower boiled over as one figure after another broke through the windows and chased after him like lightning. Sunlight Saber had already fallen into Xianxia's hands, so the moonlight sword became even more important. Whether it was Mo Tianyun or the other elders, they were all burning with excitement and somewhat nervous. If Xianyun had both the saber and the sword, once he obtained the secret, the strength of the Ao clan would far surpass them. This was a life-and-death crisis. As for Xianyun, he was naturally even more anxious. Sunlight Saber was already in his hands and he was looking forward to the moonlight sword all day long. Once it appeared, how could he not go all out? The first person to discover and chase after him was a member of the Ao clan. The sword light went all the way to the west. Along the way, there were people who jumped out to block it, but the person holding the moonlight sword did not stop and continued to rush forward. The sky was filled with bursts of bloody light. This person was much more vicious and merciless than the owner of Sunlight Saber. "Those who block the road will die." He had used his actions to prove these words. He did not even need to say a word to let people clearly understand what he wanted to say. As the pursuers got closer and closer, the sword light suddenly stopped and fell down. Then, he disappeared without a trace. The king-level experts looked all around. Some of them jumped high in the sky to look around, but they didn't find anything. Could he have escaped? Just as he was thinking about this, the sword light appeared again. It was about 1,000 feet in front of him, and it dashed swiftly against the wind. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they chased after him again. This time, his goal was clear. There was a small hill in front of him. At the foot of the hill was a rather shabby-looking military camp. This unit had been stationed here for quite some time. The military flag was a little tattered. Even those who saw it would only think that it was an ordinary military camp. Only a few people knew that this was the headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department. The barracks were only a distraction. Everything under this small hill had already been emptied. In fact, the vastness of the underground space far exceeded that of the surface by several times. The invincible and undefeatable Golden Horse Riders Department was here. Dong Wushang dashed forward with his sword in hand, and Luo Kudi chased after him relentlessly. It was as if they couldn't live under the same sky as each other. Bang 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 bang, they fought fiercely in front of the barracks. "Brother, let me live, and I will repay you in the future." Dong Wushang roared with grief and indignation. "Less nonsense, I only want the sword in your hand." Luo Kudi was wearing a black mask, and his face was covered with frost. "You really don't want it?" "Absolutely not. You are forcing me." "So what if I force you?" "Why yeah, I'm so angry." Woo, hand it over." Both of them mustered up their courage and roared at the top of their lungs with all their might. Their voices were completely devoid of any substance. Luo Kudi praised in his heart while fighting. "Damn it, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Dong Wushang, this guy looks like a taciturn gourd, but I didn't expect him to be so good at acting." The shadows of people flew in the distance. The first group of people arrived. Without saying anything, they rushed into the battle and grabbed the moonlight sword with their fingers like an eagle's claw. Dong Wushang was furious, he brandished his sword. That person snorted and blood flashed as his fingers were cut. But Dong Wushang's chest felt as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose as he staggered back. If not for the divine sword's sharpness, the sword would have flown out of his hand. The shadows of people appeared in the distance one by one, rushing over like meteors. In the sky, the glorious crown was also gradually gathered. Almost all the people had arrived. Everyone formed a circle, trapping Dong Wushang inside. Mo Tianyun stood at the front, his eyes flashing. Seeing that it was going to be a fierce battle, he was determined to get the moonlight sword. Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking confident and at ease. If there was another martial arts competition, it would be meaningless. With Xianxia's strength, he could still come out on top. But what should he do this time? Are you all here to snatch the moonlight sword? Dong Wushang stood with his sword in his hand, looking at the people around him with grief and indignation. Xie Danqiong sighed and said, "Warrior, you can see the current situation. You won't be able to protect it by relying on your own strength. So, it would be better if you honestly hand it over. That way, you can still keep your life." Hand it over? Hand it over to whom? Dong Wushang sneered. Xie Danqiong was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, even if the other party handed it over, who would he hand it over to in front of these people, who wouldn't want it, or rather, who would dare to take it if he showed off? The scene of Mo Tianyun obtaining the sunlight saber flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and they could not help but hesitate. The first person to obtain the moonlight sword, no matter who it was, would absolutely not be able to keep it. He would only become everyone's target and consume his strength. It was precisely because of such misgivings that everyone did not make a move at this moment without prior agreement. What's wrong? Is it hard to decide? Dong Wushang sneered in a strange voice. I have a proposal, what do you think? What proposal? You people first fight. Those who should be killed will be killed, and those who should be eliminated will be eliminated. Only one person is left alive, and I will hand over the moonlight sword to him. How about it? Bullshit. Everyone was angry. Do you really think we are all fools? What should we do? Stand here in a deadlock? Dong Wushang waved his sword and asked coldly. Looking at the black-clothed masked man in the field, Dong Wulei suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was a kind of sudden and wonderful feeling, as if this person was very familiar and close to him. He could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Dong Wushang snorted and said, "Since you are here to snatch the sword, why ask who I am? No matter what, let's take it first." Li Xiongtu roared and took the lead to rush forward. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and laughed, "Come on." Unexpectedly, he did not evade, but rushed forward with his sword in hand. It was a head-on clash. Li Xiongtu was known for his extraordinary strength in the three heavens, but this time, he suddenly felt as if he had hit a mountain. His opponent's figure seemed to be only a little more than 50 kilograms, but the collision force at this moment was almost several thousand kilograms. It was as solid as an ice-cold iron block. Li Xiongtu screamed loudly, and flew out with blood spurting out of his mouth. 2 ribs in his chest were broken, and he cursed angrily before he landed on the ground. F***ck. Who the F***ck are you? Why are you so heavy? Li Xiongtu had collided with a bison in the past, but he had not suffered such a serious injury. Such a fact was hard for him to accept. Even if he had been defeated, it would not have been as shocking as this. Dong Wushang also retreated 5 steps, and coldly snorted without replying. Li Xiongtu had only looked at his figure, but he would never have thought that the unremarkable saber on the back of this black-clothed masked man in front of him was actually 570 kilograms. If the weight of the saber was added, it would not be much different even if it was less than 400 kilograms. Li Xiongtu was caught off guard by such a weight, and the opponent's cultivation was almost the same as his. How could he not immediately suffer a big loss? Everyone's expression became even more cautious. Forget it, forget it. Dong Wushang looked at the splendid crown on his head, and suddenly shook his head dispiritedly. I thought that after obtaining this moonlight sword, I would be able to concentrate on refining, and be invincible in Jianghu. But I never thought that such a great treasure would not be something that I could possess. He let out a long sigh, and said in a desolate tone, Sword, ah sword, don't tell me that I am not fated to be with you? The sadness in these few words was overflowing with words and expressions. Everyone's heart was moved. The next moment, second young master Dong suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, but if I can't get it, don't think that you can get it easily. Suddenly, he let out a long roar, and straightly jumped up. This jump was more than 10 feet high, and under the bright moonlight, the moonlight sword was shining brightly, as if it had merged with the bright moon in the sky. Nobody knew what he was doing by jumping up at this time. They were all at a loss, thinking, even if you can jump higher, but jumping straight up like this, without any foothold to support your feet, won't you still fall down? But they saw this person shaking his arm in the air, and with a loud shout, a long rainbow suddenly shot out from his hand, a comet-like tail of light shot out in midair. After traversing several hundred zhang of space, she entered the land of Earth Mountains. With a clang, it completely disappeared. Thrown. Yes, thrown. Moreover, it was thrown from a high altitude, using all his strength to throw it. Everyone could see the sharpness of Sunlight's saber, but it fell from the sky without any resistance, and even pierced into a rock and disappeared. Obviously, the moonlight sword was as sharp as Sunlight's saber. Such a throw, perhaps it would penetrate several tens of feet into the ground. Moreover, in this pitch-black night, the landing point was very vague. Everyone was furious. Dong Wushang shouted loudly. He landed on the ground, and rushed in the direction of his elder brother Dong Wulei. He then shouted, those who block me will die, but not be injured. When Dong Wulei heard the words die without injury, his iron-like face suddenly exposed a strange expression, and he angrily said, bullshit. Watch how old he beat you to death, you bastard. His palms crossed, and he met Dong Wulei's attack head-on. Dong Wulei had personally taken action, so how could the others join in the fun? Moreover, everyone was most concerned about the moonlight sword. With a shout, everyone flocked forward, and rushed towards the camp. The barracks wanted to block them, but in the blink of an eye, they were in a mess. What the hell are you doing? Dong Wulei angrily cursed in a low voice. At the same time, he shouted and punched and kicked. I can't explain it clearly now. Dong Wushang's face was cold as he attacked fiercely. When did you say Feng Chu? Dong Wulei gritted his teeth. Let's talk about it when we get back. Dong Wushang snorted. Make it simple. Dong Wulei glared. It's fake. Dong Wushang rolled his eyes. F***ck. Dong Wulei couldn't help but curse. Young master, let's deal with him. The two king-level masters of Dong clan came over. Get lost. Dong Wulei shouted frantically, I'll deal with him myself. The faces of the two king-level masters twitched. Then, we'll go in and snatch the sword? Idiot. Dong Wulei angrily shouted, stay here and guard the formation. Therefore, the two brothers fought further and further away in the shouting and shouting. They punched and kicked. One leaped and flew, and the other followed closely behind. It didn't take long for them to get far away from that troublesome place. Dong Wulei finally pounced forward while panting for breath after he had made several turns. He didn't dodge or hide. That black-cloaked masked man also didn't dodge. So, Dong Wulei grabbed his collar just like that. This strange phenomenon made the two king-level masters open their eyes wide. They couldn't figure out what was going on. What's going on? Eldest brother Dong gnashed his teeth. This is just a game. The voice of the masked man changed into a voice that everyone recognized. Second young master? The two king-level masters were shocked. They never dreamed that such a result would happen. Game? Eldest brother Dong grabbed Dong Wushang's neck and shouted with grief and indignation, do you know that I was almost killed by Ao Xiayun because of this game of yours? You, why didn't you say so earlier? Dong Wushang snorted and said coolly, if I had said so earlier, would you still be able to take this beating? Good. Dong Wulei was so angry that he couldn't speak. His finger trembled as he swallowed his saliva and pointed at his younger brother. He almost spat out blood. You have guts. You have guts. He nodded fiercely. If it wasn't for me, you would still be fighting inside. Dong Wushang snorted. His face was expressionless as he pointed at the two king-level experts of his clan. Lead the way. I'll go back and sleep first. I guarantee that you'll sleep when you go back. Moreover, you'll have nightmares. Dong Wu Lei's nose became crooked. Big brother, you should be content. Luo Kadi was also in the know. Wasn't Luo Kawu still yelling and rushing in now? Dong Wushang said earnestly, come on, let's go back. Dong Wu Lei was completely speechless. That king-level expert had called out from the other side of the room. So, everyone had also discovered this situation. Some of the more impatient ones gathered all their strength, punching and kicking at the same time. Suddenly, they felt the ground beneath their feet become empty, and their whole body fell straight down. He fell straight down. Damn, the space here is so big, what is this place? Who cares where it is, let's find the moonlight sword first. Could it have been hidden by the people inside? It's also because of that despicable bastard. He inserted himself into someone else's lair. This is really ket up, how do we find them? Suddenly, the headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department was in chaos, one after another, the place collapsed with a bang, filling the air with smoke and dust. Then, a crashing sound could be heard from the other side, as if a landslide had collapsed, the ground was empty. So, how could it withstand the torment of these king-level experts? In an instant, screams could be heard one after another. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing held their breaths and hid their traces. Taking advantage of the chaos, they also entered the Golden Horse Riders Department. This was really a heaven-sent opportunity, if not for the matter of the Moonlight Sword today, if not for Diwu Qingrou's order to withdraw the personnel here, if not for, under such circumstances, the biggest enemy of the Golden Horse Riders Department, King of Hell Chu, could actually come and go as he pleased in the headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department. If it was in the past, wouldn't this be a joke? Today, the two's main task was to release those Jianghu people who had been captured by the Golden Horse Riders Department. According to Chu Yang's investigation, those people were basically locked up here. Of course, the second auxiliary task was to thoroughly destroy, but things were so coincidental. After Chu Yang and Gu Duxing entered, they went straight underground. After passing through 3 levels, they found that the ground below was also a pot of chaos. But what made Chu Yang the happiest was that there was a guy holding a sword, excitedly rushing out. Damn! Isn't that the main culprit of this chaos, the Moonlight Sword? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Dong Wushang's throw actually caused the sword to penetrate more than 300 feet into the ground? Isn't this strength too great? Of course, this was not the time to sigh at Dong Wushang's strength. Chu Yang flashed forward, and with a puff sound, he pierced through that guy's heart, snatched the sword, and immediately started a massacre with Gu Duxing. The enemy has mixed in. Not good. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing killed all the way inside. After killing half of the mountain, they found that they did not even meet a single martial great master. Most of them were martial artists and martial masters. It could be assumed that those experts had been transferred away by Diwu Qingru. Chu Yang's teeth itched with hatred. This bastard, it seems that he already expected that I would wantonly wreak havoc here, and actually made preparations in advance. This is really too unpleasant, too unpleasant. The next moment, the Moonlight Sword was already inside the tribulation space. He put it away. Why did you put it away? Gu Duxing was somewhat puzzled. Stupid, if I put it away, wouldn't they not be able to find it? Chu Yang said, but they clearly saw that it fell here. If they can't find it, why? Don't they look for it with all their might? If they can't find it in 1 day, then they can find it in 2 days. If they can't find it in 2 days, then they can't find it in 3 days. Gu Duxing broke out in cold sweat. He could see through Chu Yang's plan. He simply wanted to completely destroy this place. And he didn't even have to lift a finger, the rumbling sounds were getting closer and closer. Everyone only hated their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. Quickly, a group of madmen is coming, this mountain is about to collapse. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were also running rapidly. It should be over there. Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes in disdain. When they reached here, the screams were almost deafening. Let us out. We want to go out. If they still didn't know, then they would be really slow. Chu Yang didn't say anything and flew forward. With a few schwa 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 sounds, the huge iron chains of the 3 prison cells were cut off, and a stream of people rushed out like a tide. Schwa schwa schwa, Chu Yang continued to work. Not long after, all the prison cells were opened. It was obvious that these people's powers had been restricted. That was why they were trapped in this cell and could not rush out. But it didn't matter. As long as they could get out, everyone would have their own way to break this kind of imprisonment. Mo Tianyun and the others carefully searched layer by layer, but they did not find anything. When they reached this place, they were met with a black mass of people rushing out. These men were caught off guard and trampled into meat patties, but Chu Yang was looking for something else. What are you still looking for? I'm looking for the treasury of Golden Horse Riders Department. Chu Yang said with a headache. This guy is addicted to making money. He is actually looking for some unexpected wealth here. Diwu Qingro already guessed it. Do you still expect him to keep it for you? Gu Duxing curled his lips. Then there's nothing. Let's go. Chu Yang raised his head in disappointment and followed behind the crowd. Together with Gu Duxing, he assumed a clumsy posture as if his strength was being restrained. Then, the two of them swayed as they ran out. They passed by Mo Tianyun, Xia Danqiong and the others, then the men went to the lower level. After a long time, boom, with a loud explosion, the entire hill collapsed, stirring up dust dozens of feet high. It's really spectacular. Chu Yang was already standing at a high point. He praised, it finally collapsed. In the midst of the smoke and dust, dozens of figures could be vaguely seen. They were tirelessly looking for something. Mo Tianyun and the others had already decided. This was Golden Horse Riders Department, Diwu Qingro's place. The sword had clearly fallen here. If they couldn't find it, they might as well look for Diwu Qingro and talk about the conditions. Besides, if they couldn't find it in 1 day, or 2 days, how could they not find it in 3 days? It must be known that as long as the iron rod was ground into an embroidered bowl, the heavens would not let down the painstaking effort. Naturally, these men did not know that the Moonlight Sword had already been returned to its rightful owner. This time, no one who knew the inside story would deny it, because this so-called Moonlight Sword was indeed created by Chu Yang. As for how this place would develop, Chu Yang didn't care. He only needed to know one thing: these young men would definitely make Diwu Qingro badly battered during this period of time. They would annoy him to death. As for Diwu Qingro's explanation about King of Hell Chu and the like, these men would certainly not believe it. What kind of treasure was the Moonlight Sword? Even if it really belonged to King of Hell Chu, would he be willing to take it out to set up such a trap? Who are you trying to fool? If you were Diwu Qingro, would you be willing to do so? Just one sentence and they were left speechless. For the time being, there is nothing for us to do here. Gu Duxing muttered to himself and asked, what should we do next? Find a place to hide, and I will add some materials to your black dragon. Chu Yang also regained his seriousness and said seriously, your black dragon is indeed a heavenly weapon, but it is still too weak. I will give you another tempering. Good. In addition, the 2 brothers are already dead. I am afraid that the Gu clan will soon look for you to return. Chu Yang said lightly, I estimate that we will have to separate before summer. During this time, I want to make some preparations. Preparations? Yes. There are some things that I need you to bring to Dongwu Shang, GMO, Luo Kudi and Yin Butong. Chu Yang said softly, there are also some things that I need you to bring to Xiaowu. In addition, I also have some things that I need you to do in these 3 days. Chu Yang's worried and distant eyes seemed to penetrate the barrier of the sky and went to Mo Qingwu's side. 3 days later, in the Mo clan. Mo Qingwu's small body was curled up on the steps in front of the door. Her 2 small hands were supporting her cheeks as she stared blankly at the empty space in front of her. In her arms, a worn-out scabbard was quietly nestled in her arms. Sigh. The little girl sighed sadly. At such a young age, her sigh was heavy and full of vicissitudes of life. During this period of time, Mo Qingwu felt that the whole world had changed. Everything in the past was now unrecognizable. The elixirs used for cultivation had obviously dropped by dozens of levels. As for the priceless purple crystals used for cultivation, she couldn't even get a single piece now. In the past, the elders of the clan would often come to see her and urge her on her cultivation progress. Then, they would coax her with a satisfied smile for a while before leaving in satisfaction. Now, not a single person came. In the past, when her father saw her, he would always pick her up and happily lift her up in the air, laughing heartily. But now, she hadn't spoken to her father for a few months. Even if they met, it was only twice in a hurry. Whenever her father saw her, he would always sigh. And then leave. As if he was running away from something. Over time, Mo Qingwu's little heart became colder and colder. Father doesn't like me anymore. Because my 3e meridian is crippled, but, with my 3e meridian crippled, am I no longer his daughter? Am I no longer father's Xiaowu? Why, is the 3e meridian so important? Is it more important than a daughter? The clan's power, a person who can't contribute to the clan in terms of martial arts, is there no value at all? I have no value at all, Mo Qingwu asked herself softly in her heart. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. I don't want much, I just want my father to hug me, I want my father to kiss me. I want to laugh in my parents' arms for a while, no, even cry for a while, I just want to feel a warm embrace. But now, no one is willing to hug me, or maybe I'm no longer useful in the clan. Thinking of the conversation between her father and mother that she overheard that day, Mo Qingwu suddenly felt sad. Xiaowu is now. Aren't you going to comfort her? She's so young, how can she bear it? Mother's reproachful voice. Even if you can't bear it, you still have to bear it. His father's voice let out a long sigh. No one can bear falling from the peak. But if she couldn't accept it now, she wouldn't be able to accept it when she grew up. Therefore, she must learn to accept it. I'm afraid that comforting her now will only harm her. Then, is there really no hope for Xiaowu's fiancé? Her father sighed deeply. And said, let's wait and see. If any family comes to propose marriage, her mother started sobbing. Her sobs were filled with sorrow for her daughter's future. If any family comes to propose marriage. Mo Qingwu was young, but she had grown up in a big clan. So, how could she not understand the meaning of this sentence? Am I going to be reduced to a tool for those clans to form alliances through marriage? From that moment on, Mo Qingwu's heart had truly turned cold. Second brother didn't come to see me anymore. He had constantly sent people from the Tsunglan battlefront to deliver small gifts and toys. Now, Mo Qingwu's bedroom was filled with those little things. But that's not what I want. That's not it. All I want is kinship, Mo Qingwu's heart was screaming. She was incomparably miserable. All the things that Mo Tianji had sent over had been thrown into a corner by her like a pair of worn-out shoes. Perhaps, in this world, there is only one person who still cares about me and still likes me, regardless of what I have become. Mo Qingwu hugged the scabbard in her arms and gently pressed her delicate little face against the worn-out scabbard. Scabbard, you know, don't you? Mo Qingwu murmured in a low voice, only big brother Chuyang truly likes me. He truly doesn't dislike me. When I met brother Chuyang, my 3e meridian was already crippled. I didn't know at that time, but brother Chuyang played with me every day and told me stories every day. He even gave me a saber. Looking at them, I knew that the saber was very, very good. That was given to me by brother Chuyang. My saber made them break their heads to snatch it. Mo Qingwu smiled proudly. But, her tears flowed down along with her smile. Do you know that the saber that you shed all pretenses of cordiality to snatch was only a toy that elder brother Chuyang gave me? Brother Chuyang, I miss you so much. Mo Qingwu looked at the empty space in front of her and said weakly, I don't want to stay here anymore. I don't like here, although this is my home, miss, it's cold outside, let's go inside. A maid walked over softly. Okay. Zhen Qingwu wiped her tears and stood up with the scabbard in her arms. Her little face became expressionless again. Mo Qingwu's experience during this period of time had greatly changed her state of mind. Since no one cares about me and no one cares about me, even if I want to cry, I won't let anyone see it. Even if I'm sad, I'll only be sad in my heart. I won't let you see me as a joke, I'll only cry when I see brother Chuyang. The atmosphere in the Mo clan was somewhat gloomy these days. Tsunglan battlefront had undergone drastic changes. The martial arts training ground of the major clans was in turmoil during this period of time. The seal had cracked open. Xianxia battlefront was filled with all kinds of spirit beasts. The territory was vast, and the pelts and cores of the spirit beasts were very popular goods. Moreover, Xianxia battlefront was a place similar to the wilderness. Humans couldn't live in it. Therefore, every time they entered it, they would rush out after obtaining what they needed. The major sources of income for the major clans basically came from there. Xianxia battlefront was also the best testing ground for the martial arts of the younger generation of the clans. As long as the younger generation didn't go deep into Xianxia battlefront, they could challenge and kill ordinary spirit beasts. Not only could they hone their martial arts, they could also earn income and increase the clan's foundation. It was also the best place for the younger generation to make a name for themselves. Of course, this place had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years. There were also countless spirit herbs inside. And these spirit herbs were also things that the clans longed for, but recently, the seal had cracked open. No one would have thought that when the seal cracked open this time, the 3 Stars Divine clan would come out from inside. 10,000 years ago, they were the mortal enemies of mankind. After the 3 Stars Divine clan came out, they occupied a large area. Then, they used their innate talent to urge the spirit beasts to form one area after another within Xianxia battlefront. Everyone minded their own business. But once a human entered, they would rise up and attack him. This was equivalent to the originally unorganized and undisciplined spirit beasts transforming into a well-trained army, and these areas were gradually expanding. So far, there was a faint momentum of expanding beyond Xianxia battlefront. For the major clans of the lower heavens, this was absolutely unbearable. Therefore, after New Year's Eve, the major clans held on for a period of time. Without prior consultation, they issued a mobilization order and a summon order. They ordered the people outside to immediately rush back to Xianxia battlefront, lower 3 heavens, Great Zhao Prefecture City. Quyang and Guduxing were nestled in a place. They hadn't moved for a long time. Both of them were digesting the results of this trip. Guduxing's cultivation had broken through to 4th grade revered sword artist 2 days ago. He had taken another solid step forward. And Quyang didn't let him go either. Calamity Sword. After robbing the Great Zhao Imperial Palace, Calamity Sword had absorbed the residual medicinal efficacy in his meridians. Unexpectedly, it had made him advance rapidly and broke through to 1st grade revered martial artist. Even though the sword spirit was trying to suppress it, the sword tip and sword edge seemed to have something to rely on. It madly rushed forward. By the time the sword spirit had succeeded in stopping it, Quyang was already a 1st grade revered martial artist. The sword spirit wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. And the residual medicinal efficacy was too much. The place where the two lived was not far from Heaven-reaching Tower. Therefore, they could completely see the movements of Heaven-reaching Tower. The major clans didn't find anything in the ruins of Golden Horse Riders Department. As expected, they found the Xianxia residence. The conditions were Mo clan, as long as the Prime Minister can make Golden Horse Riders Department hand over the sword, we will do whatever we want. Ao clan, as long as the Prime Minister can make Golden Horse Riders Department hand over the sword, we will do whatever we want. Xia clan, as long as, Li clan, as long as, Tu clan, as long as, O clan, as long as, of course, they all spoke in unison. As long as Prime Minister Diwu doesn't make Golden Horse Riders Department hand over the sword, we will do whatever we want. For the first time in his life, Diwu Qingro tasted the feeling of being badly battered. Ao clan, Mo clan, and Xia clan were easier to deal with. Their words were softer. However, Tu clan was unreasonable. Tu Qianhao lived in the Prime Minister's residence, and said, if you don't give it to me, I won't leave. As for Li Xiongtu, he commanded his king-level experts to compare notes with Golden Horse Riders Department every day. He said, compare notes, just once. Well, if you don't give it to me, then I will beat you until you give it to me. Diwu Qingro wouldn't have cared if it was an ordinary person. He would have directly ordered them to be expelled, locked up, or killed. However, these people were the treasures of the 3 great clans. They weren't ordinary people. How could Prime Minister Diwu endure this? He urged Jing Menghun more than once, it's best to quickly find that sword, and then throw it out. Let them fight amongst themselves, and do whatever they want. However, Jing Menghun was depressed. Where can I find that sword? Jingyu Master was also very anxious. In fact, he had to swallow his anger and gather his subordinates. He couldn't blame the other party for destroying his headquarters. Instead, he had to help them find the sword. However, the small hill was turned over and over again. Almost every stone was knocked open and turned into powder. The entire hill was flattened and then turned into a big pit. The pit got deeper and deeper, but they still couldn't find the sword. So much so that this place became a fertile field in the end. There was no other place where the soil was more delicate and fertile than this place. Vote, Golden Keyboard Award link, QDRGG. In the royal palace, Emperor Xianxia was shivering. This emperor grew up in a sheltered place. He never dreamed that Diwu Qingrou's methods would be so ruthless and bloody. He did not leave any leeway. He did not care about the dignity of the royal family. He did not care about the lives of tens of thousands of people. He did not care about the military officials. There was only one word for everyone in his hands: kill. The imperial concubines were huddled together. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Their bodies were shivering like the wind. Prime Minister Diwu has arrived. A soldier at the door announced with a blood-stained saber. But it sounded like a death knell. Diwu Qingrou has arrived. Emperor Xiaoxia's lips turned purple. He said with a trembling voice, "What is he doing here?" No one answered him. There was only silence. The sound of steady footsteps was heard. Diwu Qingrou had a gentle smile on his face. He calmly walked in step by step. He was wearing an ordinary cotton robe, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he walked in leisurely. His expression was still elegant and calm. It was as if he did not care about anything. But Xiaoxia seemed to see a demon from hell covered in blood. His eyes turned white, and he almost fainted. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Diwu Qingrou greeted. Good. 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 Greetings, Prime Minister. Xiaoxia tried hard to control his facial muscles. He wanted to show a smile and not lose his temperament. But he did not succeed. Diwu Qingrou stood with his hands behind his back. He slightly glanced. A guard quickly brought a chair and placed it behind him. Diwu Qingrou smiled and sat down gracefully. "Your Majesty." You and I are monarch and minister. It is fate." Diwu Qingrou smiled and sighed. He said, "I originally thought that we could work together to unify the country and stand at the peak for the world to worship. I have the ability to unify the country, and I also have the courage to do so. It is a pity that Your Majesty does not trust me." Diwu Qingrou sighed and looked at Xiaoxia with pity. "Why bother?" "Yes. It is my fault." Xiaoxia did not dare to look at him. He said with a trembling voice. "Yes, I was really wrong." Diwu Qingrou chuckled. "Back then, you didn't trust me. I had no choice but to find an opportunity on the battlefield to seize power. But I didn't expect that it would be much better than you giving me military power." Diwu Qingrou slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed as if he was recalling the tragic battle of those years. One exchange after another, one battle after another, I, Diwu Qingrou, have built up my reputation. I have also accumulated countless military merits. You have no choice but to reward me. And when it reached a certain point, all the commanding power in the front line was in my hands. The overall situation was set. You are no longer able to control me." Diwu Qingrou's voice paused for a moment. Then, he continued, "Next, I will go on expeditions to the south and the north. Firstly, I will eradicate my enemies. Secondly, I will be an omnipotent commander in the eyes of the world. Even in the eyes of Iron Dragon City, I was the one who was in control of the battle. For the sake of great military exploits." But he was wrong. "What I want is not military merit, but power." Diwu Qingrou said casually. During that time, the entire Great Zhao Empire's 12 million soldiers were deployed to the battlefield. What I want is familiarity with the army. I want the trust of the generals in the army. And I want to have control over each army. Because I know that you won't give me those things. So I can only fight for them myself. Countless ships and traps. Although Iron Cloud's losses were huge, Great Zhao's casualties were much more than Iron Cloud's. Because there were too many people who were personally set up traps and led into Great Zhao's ambush. And those people were loyal to His Majesty and Great Zhao. But because I didn't trust you, I didn't trust those people. So I wanted people who were loyal to me. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. Finally, when the war came to an end and Ironclad was weakened, I stopped fighting and returned to the court with unparalleled military merits. Everyone thought that I deliberately gave Ironclad a chance to breathe. But that was not the case. Diwu Qingro said, because at that time I only had the army and no politics. So I had to come back and create a political situation that I could control. And at that time, the royal family's control over the country was still very strong. Even if I destroyed Ironclad, it would be easy for you to destroy me. So I couldn't go to war at that time. So I gave up the good situation of the war and came back to manage the rear. Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. If you could have trusted me at that time, I would have conquered the country for you by now. Unfortunately, you didn't. So now, it's too late for you to deal with me. Diwu Qingro stood up. The army is the absolute truth. You don't have soldiers or generals. You want to deal with the leader of the army with just a bunch of rotten scholars? Your Majesty, don't you think this is too ridiculous? Zhao Zhi's face was pale and his eyes were blank. There are many things I want to say. Many things I wanted to say to you many years ago. But today, I found that there is no need to say anything. Diwu Qingro said casually, there is no need to say anything. Maybe my state of mind has changed. But now, I feel that I am somewhat naive. Diwu Qingro said slowly, today, I came to talk to you and demonstrate. But, I was naive. Diwu Qingro stood up after he finished speaking. He didn't even look at Xu Yang as he casually walked out. Then, Diwu Qingro's voice came from outside. Seal this place. Let His Majesty live a good life inside. From today onwards, no one is allowed to come out. Until the end of this war. Yes. After the war, if we win, take His Majesty out to see the good situation. Then, behead him. If we lose, behead him. Exterminate the whole clan. Yes. Zhao Zhi heard everything clearly. His eyes rolled and he fainted. Death regardless of victory or defeat, this matter was reversed. It had always been the royal family who ordered the extermination of other clans. But now, Diwu Qingro directly ordered the extermination of the royal family. This was really speechless. Great Zhao's purge was still in progress. Moreover, looking at Diwu Qingro's attitude, it would take a while. And at this time, the Gu clan finally contacted Gu Duxing. Return to the clan. The night before Gu Duxing left, Xu Yang whispered to him for half the night. Finally, he handed him a big bag. This is for GMO, this is for Dong Wusheng, and this is for... Of course, most of it was for Emo Qinggu. In the morning breeze, the two brothers stood facing each other. Take care. Take care. These two words were said almost at the same time from the two of them. Then, Gu Duxing looked at Xu Yang silently and deeply. Then, he turned and left without looking back. Good brother. I met you at a time of danger. You helped me. You gave me hope. You helped me cultivate. You've done everything you can for me. I will not let you down, never. These words were in Gu Duxing's heart, but he did not say a word. Xu Yang also did not say anything. The parting seemed very simple, but both of them knew that the next time they met would be in 3 days. And not here. On the third day, the Mo clan suddenly became lively. This should not have happened. All the clans were preparing for war in the Zhonglan battlefront, but the Mo clan was suddenly as busy as a marketplace. On this day, Mo Xingchen was discussing matters with the great elder in the study. Suddenly, a servant came to reporting to clan master, the 2 young masters have arrived. Young masters? Mo Xingchen was surprised. The 2 young masters, Ji Zhu and GMO, have arrived. Oh, let them wait in the living room. Inform the Grand Duke to welcome the guests. Yes, young Master Ji Zhu is already drinking tea in the living room. But second young Master Ji has gone to the inner residence to find young Miss. Young Miss? What young Miss? Mo Xingchen was surprised. It's young Miss Xiao Wu. The servant lowered his head and pursed his lips in a hidden place. Xiao Wu? Mo Xingchen was surprised. Why is GMO looking for Xiao Wu? Inner residence. Brother GMO. Mo Qingwu's surprised cheer resounded through the entire backyard. She practically flew over. Brother GMO, why are you here? Where's Brother Chuyang? Is he also here? Your brother Chuyang didn't come. GMO said this sentence and saw Mo Qingwu's small face fall. He hurriedly hugged her in his arms. He comforted her. But even though your brother Chuyang didn't come, he asked me to bring you many good things. Really? Mo Qingwu opened her eyes wide and became excited. Where? Of course it's true. GMO suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why are you so much lighter? Why are you so thin? Second young Master Ji was furious. Who bullied you? No one bullied me. Mo Qingwu's eyes flashed and then dimmed. She raised her face and begged, Brother GMO, I don't want to live here anymore, can you take me to your house to live? This? GMO hesitated. No. A voice came. Xiao Wu, this is your own house. How can you leave? The one who spoke was an elder from a branch of the Mo clan. He was under the orders of the clan master to invite GMO to the hall. Xiao Wu, what happened? GMO put down Mo Qingwu and slowly stood up. He looked at the king-level master of the Mo clan. Second young Master Ji, this. The master hesitated for a while. Seeing GMO's face become more and more ugly, he finally pulled GMO aside and whispered in his ear. 3 Meridian was destroyed? GMO was stunned. After he came to Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Chu Yang didn't tell him about Mo Qingwu's 3 Meridian being destroyed. So he only knew now. As the younger brother of a big clan, GMO certainly knew the fate of such people who lost their future. He couldn't help but sigh. But this was the Mo clan's internal affairs. Although he was a cousin, it was inconvenient for him to intervene. He could only silently decide in his heart, if there is really a key, then I must do my best to find a good home for my cousin. So that she won't suffer for the rest of her life. You go first. I'll accompany Xiao Wu. I'll be there later. GMO said. Mo Qingwu watched from the side. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her little hands were clasped together, full of uneasiness. Xiao Wu, come. Take a look at the gift that Brother Chuyang asked me to give you. GMO forcibly suppressed the pain in his heart and pretended to be happy. He took Mo Qingwu's little hand and went to her room. Come, take a look at what this is. The first thing GMO took out was a medium-sized jade bottle. Inside this bottle was the vitality spring water that Chuyang had asked him to bring. A big bottle. What is this? Water? Wine. Mo Qingwu looked at the jade bottle suspiciously. The next moment, she gently stroked it. She raised her face and asked hopefully, this jade bottle, is it Brother Chuyang's? Yes. GMO scratched his head. Chuyang's jade bottle? What's precious is the water inside, okay? Brother Chuyang. Mo Qingwu suddenly hugged the jade bottle tightly in her bosom. Big drops of tears fell from her eyes. At this moment, seeing this jade bottle, Mo Qingwu felt as if she had seen Chuyang himself. The pain that had been suppressed for several months suddenly rushed up like a flood. She cried for a long time. GMO was at a loss. He completely didn't expect that a mere jade bottle would make Mo Qingwu so emotional. After a long time, Mo Qingwu finally stopped sobbing. Drink it quickly. This is a priceless treasure, the vitality spring water. GMO lowered his voice and said, your brother Chuyang repeatedly told me to watch you drink it with my own eyes. But I can't bear to drink it. Mo Qingwu blinked her big eyes and looked at GMO, there's no more after drinking it. Silly girl, what is there to be reluctant about? GMO hurriedly advised, after drinking this, your body will improve a lot. Moreover, even if you get injured, it won't leave a scar, but I still can't bear to drink it. Mo Qingwu was on the verge of tears, can I keep it? But if you don't drink, Big Brother GMO will be angry. Jimogwan said in confusion. But seeing that it didn't work, he could only say, if your big brother Chuyang knew that you didn't drink the vitality spring water that he went through untold hardships for you, he would be heartbroken. Then I'll drink. Mo Qingwu hurriedly nodded vigorously. I'll drink it right away. Seeing Mo Qingwu raise her head and gulp down a bottle of vitality spring water, GMO was stunned. Chu Yang's power is so great. After drinking the vitality spring water, Mo Qingwu hugged the jade bottle to her bosom. Brother Chu Yang, what else did you bring for me? Mo Qingwu asked hopefully. Yes, and this, GMO simply untied the bundle. Inside was a pile of toys of all shapes and sizes. This is good. Mo Qingwu fiddled with it a few times with her small hands and found a bow. It was made of red cloud steel and star iron. It was bright red, reflecting the specks of starlight. It was extremely beautiful. Jimo's lips twitched. Every time he saw this bow, he had this reaction. Using the essence of red cloud steel and star iron to make a bow to coax a little girl to play with. In this world, only Chu Yang would be so extravagant, right? This must be given to me by Big Brother Chu Yang. As for the rest, Big Brother GMO bought them yourself, right? Mo Qingwu tilted her head and looked at the bow lovingly as she asked casually. How do you know? GMO was dumbfounded. Mo Qingwu's casual words were the truth. Humph, because this is the only one I like. Mo Qingwu wrinkled her nose. Her smile revealed a long-lost happiness and wisdom. She said, only Big Brother Chu Yang knows what I like. As she said, she looked at GMO with some disdain. She pouted and said, you don't know. GMO fainted. Big Brother GMO, I still have to thank you. Mo Qingwu cherished the jade bottle and the bow in front of her chest. Her face revealed a satisfied smile. Thank you for bringing them to me. You're welcome. You're welcome. GMO suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Mo Qingwu, the young miss of the Mo clan, was now so coincidental. I'll go and discuss it with Uncle. GMO wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. He thought, if Uncle doesn't agree, I'll stay and accompany her. No, I can't stay. Songlan Battlefront is still waiting for me to fight. Sigh. Besides, even if I take her to my house, if I'm not there and Big Brother is not there, who can she play with? He shook his head and sighed. He returned to the hall. He told Mo Xianxia about the idea of taking Mo Qingwu to stay for a few days. Sure enough, Mo Xianxia thought for a while and refused. He said, if it's a normal time, it's fine to go and stay for a few days. But now all the big clans are dealing with the 3 Stars Divine Clan and Songlan Battlefront. Why are you still looking after the child? Let's wait until this matter is over. Jiju and GMO had just left. Mo Xianxia was about to rest when he heard someone reporting to Clan Lord, the 2nd Duke of the Luo clan is here to visit Miss Xiao Wu. Luo clan? Luo Ergong? Here to visit Xiao Wu? Mo Xianxia was really startled this time. Jiju and GMO visiting Mo Qingwu was understandable. After all, they were cousins. But why did this Luo Ergong come? Didn't he know that the Mo clan and the Luo clan were enemies? The 2 clans had been fighting each other for more than 100 years. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable enmity between the 2 clans. This Luo Ergong actually came to visit Xiao Wu at this time. Did he have an ulterior motive? Knowing that our clan's genius was crippled, he deliberately came to humiliate us, but even so, he was really too audacious. You should know that if things go wrong, this Luo Ergong may lose his life here. Please come in. Mo Xianxia said indifferently. He stood up at the same time. I'd like to see what this Luo Ergong is here for. Luo Kudi, dressed in a snow-white robe, walked in under the hostile gazes of everyone in the Mo clan. He was calm and collected, not looking sideways. Although Luo Kudi was usually very funny, and his style of doing things was also very unconventional, he was a person who valued relationships the most. Chu Yang is my boss. Boss once said that when I have the chance, I should come and dance, then I must do it, because I promised. So what if the Luo clan and the Mo clan are enemies? When I promised boss, we were already enemies. If I didn't want to come, I wouldn't have agreed at that time. But since I promised, even if we are enemies, I will still come, even if I die, I will still come. So I came. Under the astonished gaze of Mo Xingqian and the watchful eyes of everyone in the Mo clan, Luo Kudi walked into the Mo clan. According to his request, he met Mo Qinggu. What happened next made even the experienced and knowledgeable Mo clan lord, Mo Xingqian, drop his glasses. Xiao Wu. The frost on Luo Kudi's face instantly melted into a bright and affectionate smile, as if he had seen a little sister he hadn't seen in a long time. Wow, brother Luo. Mo Qinggu was also very surprised. She knew that her clan and the Luo clan were not on good terms, but she would never have thought that Luo Kudi would actually risk universal condemnation to come and see her. Mo Xingqian's eyes widened in a split second. Luo Kudi looked at the big and small pair playing happily outside Mo Qinggu's room. Then, he patiently listened to Mo Qinggu's long-winded complaints, and then, played a game. Then, telling stories, Mo Xingqian sighed deeply and quietly retreated. How long has it been since Xiao Wu was so happy? Now, after Xiao Wu saw her enemy, Luo Kudi, she was even more affectionate than seeing her father. Could it be that I was wrong? But for the clan, even if I am wrong, what can I do? I am the clan lord. Mo Xingqian quietly left. And Luo Kudi also played with Mo Qinggu for a day without worry. Xiao Wu, this time, your brother Chu Yang sent me to play with you. I can only stay here for a day. Luo Kudi squatted in front of Mo Qinggu and said softly, tomorrow, I will go to Canglan battlefront. Why do you all want to go to Canglan battlefront? Mo Qinggu said dazzlingly, but I am so lonely here. There is no one to play with me, and no one to talk to me. Luo Kudi was silent for a while and said, I also don't want to go, but I still want to go very much. It is very dangerous there, but it is also very happy there. There are enemies there, but there are also friends there. As a brother of the Three Heavens clan, it is my responsibility. And a man's responsibility. Luo Kudi said softly. To this Mo Qinggu, who was obviously just a little girl, Luo Kudi didn't have any pretense and easily spoke his mind. Responsibility, fighting against the Three Stars Divine Clan and protecting the Three Heavens continent was their responsibility. There was no room for shirking. When I came, I packed a lot of small gifts for you. I don't know if you will like them. Luo Kudi put down the big package in his hands. Oh right, when your brother Chu Yang asked me to come see you, he asked me to pass you a message. Luo Kudi said. What message? Mo Qinggu hurriedly raised her head and pricked up her ears. He said, Little Wu, you must be happy. Luo Kudi said, Brother Chu Yang will come to find you and pick you up. Mo Qinggu was stunned. Tears flowed down her white and tender cheeks. For a very long time, she had been looking forward to hearing these words. She had been looking forward to someone to take her away. And today, she finally got these words from Brother Chu Yang. For a moment, her little heart suddenly felt sour. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. Luo Kudi left. After all, he was an enemy of the Mo clan. He couldn't stay here for too long. The reason he could stay for so long was because Mo Tianyun had already gone to Canglan battlefront. If Mo Tianyun was still here, it would be even harder to say. But Mo Qinggu's heart had already calmed down. She felt that she had grown up. Moreover, her heart also had a place to stay. Little Wu, you must be happy. Brother Chu Yang will come to find you and pick you up. Mo Qinggu tilted her head and hugged the broken scabbard and jade bottle. Wearing a rainbow starlight bow on her head, she imitated Chu Yang's voice and murmured softly. Her voice was very soft, so soft that it was as if she was having a beautiful dream and was afraid of waking up. Brothers and sisters, the double monthly votes have already started. Please support me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Dong Wushang followed him. Moreover, Second Master Dong had arrived in a rather shocking manner. Second Master Dong had arrived with a large group of people. The Dong clan had sent a total of 2,400 people to Canglan battlefront. And, all of them were experts. Dong Wushang was riding on a huge 1,000-mile cow. It was swaying back and forth. He also wanted to ride a horse. After all, riding a horse was much more elegant than riding a cow. This cow was a spirit beast. However, a cow was a cow. It wasn't as smooth and beautiful as a horse's. However, Dong Wushang's saber was too heavy. In addition, there were other miscellaneous things, special soft armor, and second Master Dong's tall and sturdy body. So, it was more than 500 kilograms. What kind of horse could carry such a heavy load? Therefore, the 2,400 people of the Dong clan were all riding on tall and big horses. Only the second Master Dong was riding on a tall and big bull at the front. The Dong clan was east of the Mo clan. The two clans were more than 500 kilometers apart. So, it was on the way to Tsunglan battlefront. Naturally, it wasn't on the way to Mo clan's main gate. It was such a coincidence that second Master Dong had strongly requested this. Therefore, the large group of people had changed their direction, and had arrived in a grandiose manner. Dong Wu Lei, who was leading the group, didn't want to change their direction. After all, they would have to travel for at least 2.5 days if they changed their direction. This was too much of a waste of manpower and money. However, the most helpless and humiliating thing for young Master Dong was that he couldn't beat Dong Wushang at this moment. Dong Wushang blatantly threatened his elder brother, "Change your direction if you don't want to lose face in front of these 2,400 people and get beaten up by me." Young Master Dong had no choice but to change their direction after he had cursed for a long time. The sound of carriages and horses neighing was heard. It seemed as if they had come to seek revenge. The 2,400 people of the Dong clan were led by second Master Dong. They had arrived at the Mo clan's territory in an awe-inspiring and murderous manner. They had arrived at the Mo clan's main gate. Second Master Dong carried his saber, and jumped off his horse. Then, he shouted at the gatekeeper in a rough voice, "Go. Inform them that the second master of the Dong clan, Dong Wushang, has come to visit Miss Mo Qingwu." The guards at the entrance of the Mo clan were already dumbfounded. They were so scared that their legs were cramping. F***ck. Why are they glaring at us? Could it be that they are enemies? As soon as he heard this, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly turned around and went in to report. Patriarch Mo Xingchen was truly depressed. This time, he was really depressed. Why wasn't it over yet? One by one? And to visit our family's youngest daughter who has already become a cripple? The Dong clan and the Mo clan had never interfered with each other. However, the Dong clan was stronger than the Mo clan in terms of strength. Moreover, the relationship between the two brothers of the Dong clan was very good. They weren't like the two brothers of the Mo clan who were at loggerheads with each other. So, it could be said that the Dong clan would certainly suppress the Mo clan in the future. Therefore, Mo Xingchen had no choice but to personally welcome him. When he came out to take a look, he was shocked. So many people are here to visit Xiaowu? Are they here to F***king demonstrate their strength? This must be Patriarch Mo? Dong Wushang cupped his hands and respectfully said, "Wushang has been entrusted by someone to visit Xiaowu. And it just so happens that it's on the way to the Tsunglan battlefront. I hope Patriarch Mo won't take offense to my rudeness." "Nephew Dong, what are you talking about? Please come in quickly. This old man is extremely happy that you've come." Although Mo Xingchen didn't know whether Dong Wushang's real intention was to visit Xiaowu or something else, he still had to put on an act. "How has Xiaowu been these days?" Dong Wushang smiled and walked through the door. He already knew the answer. Her 3E meridian was crippled, and her qualifications to be groomed by the clan were revoked. It was equivalent to falling from heaven to hell. How could she be well? Besides, this matter wasn't a secret in the three heavens anymore. Mo Xingchen rolled his eyes in his heart, but on the surface, he sighed and said, "It's all thanks to you." "You're wrong. It can't be all thanks to me." Dong Wushang glared and said, "Since when did I, Dong Wushang, have such great fortune?" Mo Xingchen was so angry that he looked like a Buddha ascending to heaven. F***ck, aren't your words too unpleasant to hear? I respect you as the second Duke of the Dong clan, but this old man personally coming out to greet you is already giving you a lot of face. Why are you still speaking in such an eccentric tone? Everyone says that the two dukes of the Dong clan are steady, but why is this person acting like the second Duke of the Dong clan today? What he didn't know was that when Dong Wushang was in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, although he was taciturn and didn't like to talk, he was quite fond of Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu would often look for him to talk to, which relieved a lot of the boredom of this second young Master Dong, and added a lot of fun. Therefore, he especially liked this obedient little girl. This time, when he heard that Mo Qingwu had suffered grievances in the clan because her 3E meridian was crippled, Dong Wushang was already full of anger. This time, he came to visit Mo Qingwu, but his real purpose was to use this opportunity to vent Mo Qingwu's anger. Therefore, he purposely put on this attitude to disgust people. Besides, he had spent so much time with Luo Kudi and GMO, these two hoodlums and bandits. This vivid image of a ruffian didn't need to be pretentious, he just opened his mouth and said it. I don't know how second young Master Dong and my daughter met. Mo Xingchen suppressed his anger. He had to suppress it. In case he offended him, the current strength of the Mo clan was no match for these 2,400 people in front of him. Mo Tianyun had already led the Mo clan's military force to Tsanglan battlefront a few days ago. In case this bad-tempered guy flipped out and swept the entire Mo clan, then, that would be a great loss of face. It's also a coincidence. Yes, Miss Xiao Wu and I hit it off very, very well. I like her very, very much. Dong Wushang smiled. Moreover, my big brother also likes her very much. It's like he's afraid she'll melt in his mouth, and afraid she'll fall out of his hands. Your big brother? Mo Xingchen was somewhat startled. Old dog, these two words were no joke. Since he called him that, then he definitely wasn't his big brother. It was just that he didn't know when this second young Master Dong had another big brother. This big brother, what kind of earth-shattering character was he? Yes. My big brother. Dong Wushang grinned and said, he's also the big brother of GMO, Gudu Xing, Luo Kudi, and the rest of us. He likes Xiao Wu very much. Moreover, he gave Xiao Wu a treasured saber that he had kept for many years. That saber is our big brother's family heirloom. Back then, there were several saber monarchs in our big brother's clan. They all relied on that saber to dominate the heavens. Mo Xingchen only felt his head explode with dizziness. His body couldn't help but sway twice. Countless stars flashed before his eyes. Saber monarch, family heirloom, GMO, Luo Kudi, Gudu Xing, and Dong Wushang's big brother? I'm going to faint. What kind of character is this, if this mysterious big brother knew that the saber he gave to Mo Qingwu was stolen? I wonder what kind of reaction he would have. Would he fly into a rage and rush to the Mo clan? Dong Wushang lowered his eyelids and secretly sized up this Mo clan head's expression. He couldn't help but smile proudly in his heart. This was the method that he, GMO, Luo Kudi, Miaobu Tong, and the rest came up with to build momentum for Mo Qingwu. That was, bragging. Bragging fiercely. Bragging to your heart's content. There was no fear of bragging, only fear of not daring to brag. Moreover, if such words were spoken by GMO or Luo Kudi, the threat wouldn't be great. Only Dong Wushang had a clan and strength. Moreover, he was almost universally acknowledged as a man of few words, only interested in saber fanatics. Such a person wouldn't lie at all. But if he were to lie to someone, it would be a piece of cake for him to get caught. Nephew Dong, who is this big brother of yours? Mo Xingchen asked cautiously. Previously, he had addressed him as Nephew Dong. But Dong Wushang's tone was very rude, so when he got angry, he changed it to second young Master Dong. Now that his heart was shaken, he couldn't help but change it back to Nephew Dong. I can't tell you this. Big brother has strict rules. If he knows that I leaked his information, I won't be able to bear his temper. Dong Wushang chuckled and said, but your Mo clan is really blessed. With Miss Xiao Wu, your clan will definitely prosper for a long time. Speaking of which, it's really fate. Big brother is traveling the heavens, but accidentally saved Xiao Wu. Cough cough, it's really fate. Second Master Dong was at a loss for words as he made up stories. He could only sigh about fate. After all, he wasn't as eloquent as Luo Kudi and GMO. However, this only made it even more convincing. Traveling the heavens. This sentence gave Mo Xingchen endless fanciful thoughts. Could it be someone from a super clan of the upper three heavens? Yes, to be able to make the four geniuses of the four great clans so convinced, and to think that Big Brother casually gave out a treasure saber that's the best in the world. Such a character could only exist in the upper three heavens, right? And it should be some super clan. Oh, I see. Nephew Dong, please come in. Mo Xingchen hurriedly extended his hand to welcome the guest. He realized that he was still blocking the guest at the door. This was a great disrespect. Yes, I'm going in. But I'm leaving after seeing Xiao Wu. I still have to go to the Tsanglan battlefront to play. Dong Wushang squinted his eyes and said, Uncle Mo, you must take good care of Xiao Wu. My big brother is currently prescribing medicine for Xiao Wu. He won't be here for a while. But I reckon it won't be long before he comes to treat Xiao Wu's illness. Dong Wu smiled meaningfully and said, my big brother has the ability to transcend the heavens and see through the earth, ah? Mo Xingchen was delighted. He asked suspiciously, but I wonder, how confident are you? I can't say for sure. Dong Wushang frowned. Which big brother of yours really has such means? Mo Xingchen asked. Uncle Mo. Dong Wushang stood still and looked at him. He suddenly took down the saber from his shoulder. What do you think of my saber? Mo Xingchen helplessly laughed dryly and said, Nephew Dong's saber is naturally a divine weapon. As he spoke, he received the sheathed saber, but suddenly felt his wrists fiercely drop down. Greatly startled, he hastily circulated his elemental energy to support the saber, so as not to embarrass himself on the spot. However, he was also shocked. What saber? So heavy, with a clang, the saber was pulled out. Instantly, a cold black light shot out in all directions, filled with killing intent. It was as if the temperature of the entire Mo clan had dropped by a dozen degrees. The entire saber was without any ornaments. Very plain. But, the saber's edge was short, and the back of the saber was as thick as a mountain. The saber's shape was smooth, and one could tell at a glance that this was a murderous weapon. Under such a saber, even a sledgehammer would be sliced in half. This saber, even without any strength, can cut through iron like mud. Its sharpness is not inferior to the dreaming of a gentle dance saber that my boss gifted to Miss Xiao Wu. Dong Wushang said meaningfully. Dreaming of a gentle dance saber. Mo Xingchen was shocked. At this point, he was already 80% convinced of Dong Wushang's words. He actually knew the name of that saber. What a good saber. Mo Xingchen held the saber lovingly, his heart reluctant to part with it. But, such a saber could only be used by the Black Saber clan. If it was in the Mo clan. Even if a king-level master used it. He would not be able to use it, it was too heavy. Dong Wushang received the saber, and smiled contentedly. This saber was gifted to me by my boss. Mo Xingchen was shocked again. His heart's understanding of his mysterious boss's abilities deepened. Dreaming of a gentle dance saber, and such a peerless treasure saber. What kind of background did he have, to be able to casually gift such a heavenly weapon that could shake the world? Furthermore, he gave away two of them at once. Dreaming of a gentle dance saber was given to Miss Xiao Wu because of the two words Qing Wu in her name. Dong Wushang said solemnly, Uncle Mo, please do not disappoint the two words Qing Wu. Mo Xingchen forced a smile, an indescribable feeling in his heart. I'm going to check on Xiao Wu. Boss asked me to bring something for her. Dong Wushang chuckled and said, these are all things to coax children. Uncle Mo, go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving in a while, so I won't specially bid farewell to you. Mo Xingchen solemnly nodded his head, his heart in turmoil. If Dong Wushang knew about Xiao Wu's misfortune in the clan, would he? Dong Wushang entered Mo Qingwu's small courtyard and spoke to her for a while. Under Mo Qingwu's innocent and puzzled gaze, Dong Wushang moved closer to her small, sparkling ear and whispered, don't ever tell anyone about your big brother Chu Yang's appearance. If anyone asks you, no matter who it is, don't tell anyone, okay? Why? Ying Qinggu blinked her big eyes. Sigh, you'll bring great danger to your big brother Chu Yang. He might die. Dong Wushang said. He might die. These few words had thoroughly frightened Mo Qingwu. I won't tell you. The little loli fiercely nodded her head with a determined expression. The bow on her head buzzed as she nodded her head. Dong Wushang left. Mo Xingchen thought for a long time and finally decided to look for his daughter to ask about the situation. Xiao Wu, the person who saved you that day, what did he look like? Mo Xingchen sat beside Mo Qinggu and asked gently, he saved you, it's a great kindness. We have to think of a way to repay him. I forgot. Mo Qinggu blinked her eyes. Forgot? Mo Xingchen was startled. Yes. Mo Qinggu nodded her head vigorously. I really forgot. Mo Xingchen wanted to ask more, but he saw a deep sense of fear and hatred in his daughter's eyes. He couldn't help but tremble all over, his whole body weak. Such a look of fear and hatred was clearly because she saw him. She looked at her biological father as if she was looking at a life-and-death enemy. She was still a child. A little girl. Even now, she was only 10 years old. Why did she have to endure so much pain? Mo Xingchen's heart softened as he stretched out his hand, intending to caress his daughter. However, Mo Qingwu's body trembled violently as she looked at her father in alarm. She shrank back a little, avoiding her father's hand. Mo Xingchen's hand stopped in midair. His eyes flashed with pain. Then, he gently retracted his hand and let out a long sigh. How could he not know, the cold treatment these days, compared to before, was like heaven and earth, had already caused an indelible wound to Mo Qingwu's young heart. Mo Xingchen could totally imagine, these days, would be unforgettable for his daughter. Even her personality would change greatly, and she would never be able to walk out of this pain for the rest of her life, but he could only do so. Because he was the clan head of the Mo clan, what he considered, was forever the interests of the Mo clan as a whole, forever the survival of the Mo clan, and never the kinship of a father. Sitting in this position, he could no longer have any kinship. What Mo Xingchen didn't know was, Mo Qingwu's heart was actually still yearning for her father's caress. She had always longed for that warm embrace. Her retreat just now was only because the recent experiences had made her feel inferior and subconsciously avoided. It was also because of a little girl's peak. But if Mo Xingchen reached out his hand again, Mo Qingwu would definitely throw herself into her father's embrace and cry to her heart's content. She had been longing for this embrace where she could cry for a long time. Even in her dreams, she was being hugged by her father, but when she saw Mo Xingchen's hand stop in the air for a while and retract it, Mo Qingwu was completely in despair. Really, he's not even willing to hug me. After the visits of GMO, Luo Kudi, and Dong Wushang, who could be said to be outsiders, Mo Qingwu could especially feel her father's alienation towards her. Mo Qingwu's beautiful big eyes were filled with a deathly gray of despair. Her delicate red lips also became pale at this moment, without any color. At this moment, she remembered Dong Wushang's words. Because if they know, your brother Chu Yang will most likely die. Sure enough, after brother Wushang left, father came to inquire about brother Chu Yang. He didn't come to see me at all, but to get news about brother Chu Yang from me, to kill him. Mo Qingwu suddenly felt her heart turn into ice. She looked at the person closest to her with hatred. Her heart was only screaming madly, why? Why are you so unfair to me? Why are you so cruel to me? There are already very few people in this world who are willing to treat me well. Why do you still want to hurt my brother Chu Yang? Do you want no one in this world to treat me well before you are satisfied? Mo Qingwu lowered her head, not moving at all. Little Wu, go to the room. It's cold outside. Mo Xingchen sighed deeply, lowered his head and said, don't run around. If you have time, learn needlework from your mother. This was the longest sentence he had said to his daughter in a long time. He was not without concern. He had finally given up on getting information from his daughter. Just let his daughter have a beautiful memory. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. However, his last words made Mo Qingwu even sadder. Learn needlework. I know. Mo Qingwu said in a low voice, extremely disappointed. Then, she slowly turned around and walked into her room step by step. She lowered her head, never lifting it up. Her small figure walked all the way into the room, never turning back. With a smack, a big teardrop fell on the stone steps in front of the door. Then, Mo Qingwu entered her room and gently closed the door behind her. The two doors slowly closed, but it seemed that the door of Mo Qingwu's heart was also completely closed at this moment. She shut her home, shut this world out, from now on, this heart was sealed in ice. Mo Xingchen stared at the closed door in a daze. He suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart just now, as if he had vaguely felt that he had already lost his daughter. It seemed that once his daughter closed the door, she would never open it again in this lifetime. He shook his head and expelled this absurd emotion from his mind. He smiled bitterly in his heart. How is this possible? She's still a child. She's just a little girl who has just turned 10 years old. Then he turned around and walked out, walking very quickly. Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber was actually a gift from a big figure. This matter must be discussed with the clan elders immediately. We must not make a strong enemy because of this. We must discuss a foolproof plan with the elders. In case that big figure comes knocking on our door, not only must the clan think of a way to keep the dreaming of a gentle dance saber, it would be best to use Mo Qingwu's relationship to add a powerful alliance to the clan. This was also the only and biggest use of her heart of a woman, right? Mo Xingchen came to the elder pavilion and explained his intentions. When he mentioned Dong Wushang's words, the clan's grand elder Mo Wu Xian chuckled. He slanted his eyes and said, just based on this second young master Dong's one-sided words, you, the clan head of the Mo clan, are shaken? This should not be fake. Mo Xingchen said, from the beginning, it can be seen that Xiao Wu must have been saved by an expert. And the dreaming of a gentle dance saber is definitely not something that an ordinary person can take out. That may not be so. Mo Wu Xian said, however, we cannot be careless about this matter. We can only wait and see, and wait for the arrival of that expert. If we can take it for our own use, it would be a wonderful thing. Before that, should we first hand over the dreaming of a gentle dance saber? Mo Xingchen probed. Just based on this second young master Dong's few words, you actually want to hand over that peerless treasure saber to a trash without any future? If this is the Dong clan's conspiracy, and their goal is to seize the treasure saber, then what? Mo Wu Xian rolled his eyes and said, if that's the case, do you know what the consequences will be? You must know that the Dong clan is also known as the Black Saber clan. They are the true experts in saber use. When Rui Budong came to the Mo clan, he didn't come alone. Instead, he came with his two masters. Compared to the previous few people, Rui Budong's arrival was the most important to the Mo clan. The previous few people all belonged to the clan. Belonging to the clan meant that they couldn't be poached. But with Rui Budong's identity, they didn't even have to worry about poaching. He and his two masters were free people, they didn't belong to any clan. Such a person with such strength was the dream target of all the clans of the three heavens. Besides, even if they couldn't recruit people like Stealing God and Thieving Ghost, they could still avoid many inexplicable losses if they had a good relationship with them, so the Mo clan showed great enthusiasm towards the arrival of Rui Budong and his master. A few elders and the clan lord personally came out to welcome them, giving them enough face. But when they heard that Rui Budong was here to visit Mo Qingwu, Mo Xingchen and a few elders lost their voices. What was going on? Why was there an endless stream of people coming one after another? Not only was the Mo clan surprised, even Rui Budong's two masters were a little surprised. They had never seen this little brother care about a girl. Why did he have to come to the Mo clan to visit their young miss? Could it be that little Rui has taken a fancy to this girl? So the two elders came with the intention of seeing their disciple's wife. A large group of people went to Mo Qingwu's small courtyard in a grandiose manner. As soon as Mo Qingwu came out, Ji Budong jumped over with a beaming smile and started chatting with Mo Qingwu. The most surprised people weren't the Mo clan people, but the two great thieves who gave the entire three heavens a headache. Stealing God and Thieving Ghost looked at each other, and saw each other's nose crooked. They thought it was a great beauty, but they didn't expect it to be a little girl who hadn't even started to develop. Look at this, it's definitely not a romantic relationship. The two old men who were anxious to hold their grandchildren were stunned. A few elders of the Mo clan sat with Stealing God and Thieving Ghost, watching Shi Budong talk to Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu felt uncomfortable, and pulled Rui Budong into the room. Just as she stood up, Mo Qingwu's head trembled. A red light flashed, and starlight twinkled. Mo Wu Xian was immediately stirred up. He stared at the butterfly knot on Mo Qingwu's head, and was startled. There was no mistaking it. This exquisite bow was definitely made of red cloud steel and star iron. It was made of the same material as the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. Even a piece of red cloud steel would require the full strength of an emperor-level expert. Who could be so extravagant as to make a bow knot out of red cloud steel? It's as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather. It's so intricate and ingenious. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't be able to do that, right? After Shabu Tong and his disciple left, Mo Wu Xian called Mo Qing Wu over alone. Little Wu, who gave you the bow on your head? Elder brother Gmo gave it to me. Mo Qing Wu blinked her eyes, but her voice was very cold. Nonsense. Soul Fighter was furious. GMO? G-Clan? As a family related by marriage, who didn't know what the G-Clan was capable of, how could the G-Clan make such a vow? What kind of joke was this? It's really from where elder brother GMO came to see me last time. Mo Qing Wu explained. She was careful, elder brother GMO gave it to me. As for who gave it to me, I won't tell you. It seems you don't want to tell me the truth? Soul Fighter said angrily. It's really, humph. Soul Fighter flicked his sleeves and left. With his status, he couldn't do such a thing to a little girl. But this bow was definitely not from GMO. Everyone in the Mo clan was sure of this. If the G clan really had such an expert, they would have rushed to the upper three heavens long ago. Look, after this courtyard, you don't need to go out as you wish. Do you understand? If anyone comes in, you must report to the clan immediately. Soul Fighter left behind an order and left. Mo Qing Wu bit her lips and stood in the courtyard. Tears rolled in her eyes, but she held them back. Humph, are you treating me like a prisoner? Elder brother Chu Yang, quickly come and pick me up. Quickly come and pick me up. I really don't want to stay here any longer. When Gu Duxing returned to the clan, he saw his adoptive father Gu Yunlan's sad face. His adoptive father used to have black hair, but today, half of it had turned white. The rest of it was also a little white. 2 of his biological sons had died at the same time. For the clan lord of the Gu clan, this was an unbearable blow. Adoptive father. What happened to you? Gu Duxing cried out in alarm. Oh. Duxing, you're back. It's good that you're back. Gu Yunlan heaved a long sigh. Then, he held Gu Duxing's arm and said, You left home without saying a word a few days ago. Foster father was very worried. So, he sent people to look for you. But, there was no news of you. Where did you go? A few days ago, I was in Iron Cloud. Gu Duxing lowered his head and said hesitantly. I know. You're feeling terrible, but... Gu Yunlan looked at the trees on both sides and said, Your sister Xiaomiao's matter. She harmed the clan's interests. The consequences are serious. You have to understand this. I understand. So I will try my best to become a sword emperor. I will save sister Xiaomiao. Gu Duxing said firmly. Sword emperor. Gu Yunlan's body shook. He turned his head to look at Gu Duxing. Then, he carefully sized up his own righteousness. It was the righteousness that he valued the most. He couldn't help but be gobsmacked when he saw it. You become a swordsman? Gu Duxing's body had a cold sharpness. It was like an unsheathed sword. No one in front of him could block his sharpness. This was the unique characteristic of a swordsman. Yes, adoptive father. Gu Duxing said quietly. What grade of sword great master are you now? Gu Yunlan asked anxiously. I'm not a sword great master anymore, adoptive father. Gu Duxing said in a low voice, I'm now 4th grade revered sword artist, the peak. I broke through to 5th grade revered sword artist within half a month. Hiss. Gu Yunlan sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Duxing left the clan less than a year ago. When he left, he was only a 5th grade sword great master. In just a few months, he had actually advanced by 10 levels? How? How is this possible? You. How did you do it? Or, did you eat some kind of treasure? Gu Yunlan asked. There was only one explanation. He ate some kind of spiritual shackle by chance. After digesting the medicine, he advanced to the peak. However, this kind of thing only existed in legends. Could it really happen to Gu Duxing? I didn't eat any kind of treasure. I just met a strange person. Under his guidance, I advanced by leaps and bounds. Gu Duxing said casually. That's only because you're hardworking. However, to rise by 10 levels in a few months, that's too unexpected. Gu Yanlan exclaimed. Looking at Gu Duxing, his face suddenly revealed a bitter and gratified smile. The heavens took pity on me. The heavens didn't destroy my Gu clan after all. Duxing, the Gu clan, will depend on you in the future. Gu Yanlan said sadly. A few days ago, we just finished their funerals. Gu Duxing hesitated for a long time and finally said firmly, Godfather. Actually. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu. I know about them. Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu's deaths. You know about it. Gu Yanlan seemed to not believe his ears. He unconsciously repeated it. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Gu Duxing with hawk-like eyes. You know about it? Yes. Gu Duxing said seriously. What do you mean? Gu Yanlan's voice was full of coldness. Not long after they were killed, I got the news. Gu Duxing said with difficulty. You didn't kill him? Gu Yanlan exhaled. It's good that you didn't kill him. Although I didn't kill them, it was no different from me killing them. The person who killed them was my brother. Gu Duxing said it all in one breath. The reason he killed them was because of me. Although I didn't know about this matter beforehand, but I didn't want to lie to Godfather. Your brothers. Gu Yanlan's voice was filled with an awe-inspiring murderous aura. When their corpses came back, I was thinking that the Xia clan's Xia Danxiong had always been calm and steady. Although his reputation wasn't prominent, he was definitely a promising young talent. So, how could he have rashly killed Yan Yang and his brother? Even if it was a love dispute, it shouldn't have happened. So the truth was like this. Who is your brother? Gu Yanlan asked seriously. I can't say. Gu Duxing's expression was conflicted but firm. As long as he did it, no matter what it is, it can be blamed on me. If Godfather is angry, you can kill me. But I would rather die than betray my brother. Good. What a strong sense of brotherhood. Gu Yanlan laughed coldly. Gu Duxing, do you think that you've grown up and your wings have hardened? Plus, Gu Yenyang and the others are already dead. You're the only one left who can inherit the Gu clan head position. Do you think you can be so fearless? Godfather is wise. Chuer has never dared to think like this. Gu Duxing's head was originally lowered, but at this moment, he lifted it up and said proudly, I have always believed that a man should dare to bear the consequences of his actions. No matter what lies ahead, since I have done it, I will not regret it. I will bear the consequences. There's nothing that can't be said. Being open and aboveboard is the direction of my sword cultivation. Being straight and not bent is my life's principle. If I hide it now, Godfather may not know for the rest of your life. Because there's no evidence at the scene. Even if it's Xia Danxiong, he won't be able to find any evidence to clear his name. But I still have to say it because I don't want to lie to you. Gu Duxing said, if I don't bear the consequences of my brother's actions, who will? So Godfather, no matter what you do, it's what you should do. I have absolutely no complaints. But as for betraying my brother, I would rather die than do that. Gu Yanlan was silent for a long time. His sharp eyes stared at Gu Duxing for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Now that things have come to this, I only hope that you and your brother will give me an explanation in the future. Gu Yanlan said somewhat blankly, the two of them are useless, how could I not know? If the Gu clan had fallen into their hands, it would have been destroyed in a few years. But no matter what, they shouldn't have been killed. Gu Duxing was silent. Gu clan, Gu clan. Haha, if not for the foundation of the Gu clan, tens of thousands of people would be watching us eat. Gu Duxing, today I will kill you with my palms. Father, please calm down. Gu Yanlan snorted coldly and sighed deeply. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened a lot. Regarding this matter, I still need to think carefully. Gu Yanlan sighed deeply and walked forward silently. After walking for 70 to 80 feet, he suddenly stopped. Without turning back, he said softly, this matter, don't let anyone know. Yes, father. Gu Duxing watched his father's figure desolately walk away. He could not help but feel his heart ache. This matter, was it wrong? Wrong, from Gu Yunlan's perspective, from Gu Yunlan's kindness to Gu Duxing, it was wrong. The kindness of raising him was as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. But his own brother killed his own son. But Gu Duxing admitted his mistake, but did not regret it. Guilt was a certainty. But no matter what, Chu Yang did it for himself. Just as Gu Duxing had predicted, after his father passed away, he, Gu Yanyang and Gu Yanyu would have a battle sooner or later. If he did not die in their hands, they would die in his hands. Life and death, this was a matter destined to happen. But that was a matter for the future. No matter what, his father would not see it. Now that such a situation had occurred, it was hard for the old man to accept. From a certain point of view, Chu Yang had saved the Gu clan by killing Gu Yanyang and his brother, preventing the clan from declining. But this was only an official statement. It could not be used as a reason. Gu Duxing's heart was in pain, very conflicted. But he did not blame Chu Yang. Not only did Chu Yang risk his life, but he also risked breaking off relations with this brother of his to help him kill someone. Even if you blame me for doing it, I will still do it for you. Because I'm your brother. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between you and them. At that time, if you kill them, your conscience will be disturbed for the rest of your life, and it will become an inner demon that hinders your progress. But if I kill him, your conscience will be much less burdened. So even if you blame me, I will still do it. Even if I sever all ties with you, I will still do it. Even if we become enemies because of this, I still want to do it, and the sooner it was done, the better. I only want my brothers safe. For this reason, I did not hesitate to bear a body of sin. Eternal infamy. So what? Chu Yang didn't say these words. He didn't say a single word. But Gu Duxing could feel it. Therefore, today, he had come to bear this crime for his brother. Even if I didn't know what my brother did, I'll take responsibility for it. Fight to the end. Gu Yunlan had disappeared for 3 days. The Gu clan had remained silent during these 3 days. The troops heading to the Tsonglan battlefront had already packed up and were ready to go. They were only waiting for the clan lord's command. On the 3rd day, Gu Yunlan finally came out. His body was still straight, but his hair was almost completely white. Gu Duxing, you come with me, Gu Yunlan said. Gu Duxing followed him. You take people to the Tsonglan battlefront, Gu Yunlan said in a low voice. But then, he suddenly raised his head and shouted in a low voice, I want you. We will lead the Gu clan to show our might. Take the Gu clan and rush to glory. Take the Gu clan. Rush to the upper 3 heavens. Can you do it? I can. Gu Duxing quivered, and suddenly roared. Go. Foster father, I want to see Sister Xiaomiao. Gu Duxing clearly knew that this request was somewhat inappropriate at this moment, but he still couldn't help but ask. These days of longing had tortured him to the point of collapse. The more he left, the more he thought of Gu Miaoling. Gu Duxing had finally returned to the clan after being deeply worried about it. This was his wish, to see Gu Miaoling, his only wish. Gu Yunlan stared deeply at him for a while. Then, he finally said, Go. Come back immediately after you see her. Thank you, foster father. Gu Duxing was overjoyed. Gu Duxing flew away. Gu Yunlan looked at his back for a while. Then, he let out a long sigh and muttered, It seems that Duxing really didn't do it. But Duxing, how good would it be if you didn't say anything? Do you know that I would rather fight a muddled war with the Xia clan? Then, he took a big step forward and walked to the front of the clan. The flag above his head fluttered in the wind. Gu Yunlan stepped on the high platform and raised his hands. Suddenly, there were thunderous cheers below. Clan Lord! Clan Lord! Everyone, be quiet! Gu Yunlan clasped his hands behind his back. His body was ramrod straight. Under the flag, he looked like an unbreakable sharp sword. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said loudly, Today, I will announce something. Everyone, please listen carefully. There was absolute silence below. From today onwards, Gu Duxing is the only successor of the Gu clan. Gu Duxing has full authority to decide this war in the Tsonglan battlefront. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Anyone who is dissatisfied with, unfavorable to the young clan lord, or even secretly plotting against him is not allowed. Once discovered, they will be expelled from the clan. In serious cases, they will be beheaded without mercy. Everyone, do you hear me clearly? Gu Yunlan said sternly. We hear you clearly. From today onwards, we will only listen to the young clan lord's orders. Long live the clan lord. Compared to Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu, Gu Duxing's prestige in the Gu clan was much higher. Moreover, it was more convincing. Gu Duxing was the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Gu clan. Almost everyone was certain that with Gu Duxing's ability, he could definitely lead everyone to glory. After all, following a genius young clan lord or following a mediocre young clan lord, who would have a brighter future? It was obvious. When Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu were in power, although these people did not say anything, they were full of pessimism about the clan's future. Therefore, when the Gu brothers died, besides a few people, almost no one in the Gu clan was sad. There were some who were relieved. These two incompetent bastards were finally dead. Because of the death of the Gu brothers, these people saw hope. Therefore, this time's expedition was filled with high morale. Gu Yunlan waited for the cheers below to die down before saying, "Everyone, please wait here for a moment. After the young clan lord comes, we will set off immediately." Yes. This answer was even louder and more orderly. Gu Yunlan's heart was filled with bitterness. This kind of situation, when his son Gu Yenyang was alive, had never happened. Not even once. Gu Duxing sped along, passing through the garden and making a few turns. Finally, he arrived at the back of the Gu clan. This was where the dragon prison cave was located. But as he got closer, Gu Duxing's footsteps became slower and slower. In the end, there was even some hesitation, as if he was about to turn around and leave. He was afraid. Gu Duxing had never been afraid of anything. Even if he were to face thousands of enemies alone, he could only face them with an expressionless face. Gu Duxing's courage could be said to be made of iron, but at this moment, when he was about to see Gu Miaoling's pouch, he was afraid, terrified. If Sister Xiaomiao ignores me, if Sister Xiaomiao, will Sister Xiaomiao, what should I say when I see her? Finally, Gu Duxing stopped less than 100 meters away from the dragon prison cave. In front of him was a puddle. It had snowed some time ago, and the accumulated snow had already turned into ice. Gu Duxing came to the side of the puddle. Facing the smooth surface of the ice, he carefully tidied his clothes and combed his hair. Looking at his face, he used all his strength to grab a handful of ice cubes and wiped them on his face. The bone-piercing coldness cleared his mind. Since he was already here, what was there to be afraid of? Gu Duxing steeled his heart and walked over with large strides. Halt! The guard shouted. It's me. Gu Duxing said, I want to see the young lady. So it's Duke Duxing. May I ask if Duke Duxing has the clan lord's written order? The guard's attitude was much more respectful. Everyone knew that Gu Yenyang and Gu Yenyu were dead. The future clan lord of the Gu clan was Gu Duxing. How could he dare to show his face to the future clan lord? Yes. Gu Duxing took out a token and threw it over. Duke Duxing, please wait for a moment. After the guard saw it, he immediately turned around and went inside to report. Not long after, there was a faint sound from inside. Then, there was a flash of brilliance at the smooth entrance of the cave, and it suddenly became extremely cold. A bone-chilling cold came out from the cave. The ground in front of Gu Duxing was immediately covered in a thick layer of ice. Dragon Prison Cave. This was the amazing part of the Dragon Prison Cave. The temperature inside was absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. The further in one went, the colder it got. In the deepest part, even the rocks would be frozen to pieces. Normally, it was covered by a formation and the cold air couldn't come out. But once it was opened, it would be freezing cold. The faint sound of footsteps reached the entrance and stopped. It seemed that the person inside was doing something. After a long time, a young girl covered in frost walked out from inside. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and looked at Gu Duxing. Smiling, she said, "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Her smile was very bright and beautiful. The frost on her hair had already condensed. With a head full of black hair, she looked like she was 70 or 80 years old. Her face was blue from the cold. Her hands and feet were also somewhat stiff. But even though her hair was frozen stiff, it was still neat and tidy. Her clothes were also neat and tidy. It could be seen that before she came out, she must have dressed up in front of the ice wall for a long time. Only then could she forcefully dress up to this effect. This young girl had already done her best. Gu Duxing looked at her in a daze. His eyes seemed to be fixed on her body. For a long time, he didn't say a word. No. Sister Xiaomiao is still so beautiful. Gu Duxing excitedly said, no one can be more beautiful than Sister Xiaomiao. Nonsense. This young girl was precisely Gu Miaoling who had suffered for Gu Duxing. At this moment, after hearing Gu Duxing's words, Gu Miaoling's reaction wasn't one of shyness, but rather a kind of annoyance of a big sister talking nonsense to a little brother. This gentle smile seemed to have dispelled the cold frost on Gu Miaoling's body, causing her blue cheeks to emit an astonishing beauty. Gu Duxing suddenly felt dizzy, the sky and earth spinning, the sun and moon dimming. He looked straight at Gu Miaoling and licked his lips, perplexed, dazed, and unconsciously said, so beautiful, little bastard. Gu Miaoling finally couldn't stand this lecherous gaze. She bashfully stomped her little feet and angrily looked at Gu Duxing. I'm your sister. Is this how you talk to your sister? Gu Duxing opened his mouth, saliva actually flowed out. He reached out to wipe it, and was about to pounce on her. Suddenly, his body crashed into the protective fence, and flew out with a bang, his nose bruised and his face swollen. Gu Miaoling giggled tenderly as she watched. It seemed as if all the sufferings that she had endured in this dragon prison cave during this period of time had completely vanished the moment she saw Gu Duxing. Little fool, if we can get out, elder sister will definitely beat you up for what you said just now. Humph. Gu Duxing jumped up like a carp, and angrily stood up, smash it. Let me in. Young master. The guard pitifully looked at Gu Duxing, and then looked at Gu Miaoling, and was about to die. Don't be willful. Gu Miaoling softly said, and then stared blankly at Gu Duxing's robust face. After a long time, she softly asked, little brother, during this period of time, have you been well? Little brother, during this period of time, have you been well? This sentence made Gu Duxing's nose sour, and he almost shed tears. Inside the dragon prison cave, Sister Xiaomiao was still thinking about her own well-being. I'm very well. Gu Duxing hoarsely said. Then, you're not young anymore. Do you have a girl you like? I can ask father to act as a matchmaker for you. Gu Miaoling looked at Gu Duxing. Her eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. She looked at him with some expectation and some fear. If you don't find one soon, it will really be too late. I have a girl I like, but... Gu Duxing said painfully. But what? Gu Miaoling's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. Her lips started to tremble, and tears started to appear in her eyes. She hastily turned her body sideways. She paused for a moment before turning around. Then, she smiled and said, what's wrong? So big sister's little brother actually has a girl he likes? Yes, there is. Who is it? Gu Miaoling bit her lips as she forced herself to endure Xianxia's heart. She then smiled sweetly and said, tell me, elder sister will give you some advice. Unfortunately, elder sister won't be able to attend your wedding banquet. She is very, very good. She is very, very good to me. I don't even know how to repay her. I always thought that she was good to me. I was grateful to her and respected her. But I never thought that I like her. I want her to be my wife. Gu Duxing lowered his head in pain until one day, she left. Only then did I know that I like her so much. I can't bear to part with her. I want her. Sister Xiaomiao, I want her to be my wife. Is that okay? Gu Miaoling's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Her lips curled into a sad smile, and her eyes were filled with despair. He likes her. He loves her. He wants her to be his wife. Gu Miaoling, you. At this moment, Gu Miaoling's heart broke into pieces. She even hated herself. Why did she come out today? After being locked in here, there was no hope for her to get out in this lifetime. The only thing that could support her was nothing more than an illusion, an extravagant hope. If she didn't come out, she could still guard the dream in her heart and continue like this, continue to deceive herself, even if she knew that it was fake, it was still a dream. A beautiful dream, but today, when she knew that Gu Duxing came to see her, she couldn't help but run out in joy. She was afraid that he would see her unsightly appearance. She even tried her best to dress up to make herself look more pleasing to the eye. Only then did she dare to come out. But today, as soon as he walked out, he received such a shocking piece of news. He has a sweetheart. He has a sweetheart, Gu Miaoling smiled sadly. It's time to wake up from this dream. In a daze, she heard Gu Duxing asking her. He seemed to be very nervous and terrified. Sister Xiaomiao, do you think she will agree? Sister Xiaomiao, do you think she will accept me? The current Gu Duxing was still immersed in the memories of the past. He only hated himself. Why didn't he realize Sister Xiaomiao's feelings for him earlier? Why did he wait until Sister Xiaomiao entered the dragon prison cave for him? Suffer 1,000 kinds of pain, her body is so delicate. How could she bear it? How could she bear it? I'm so stupid. Gu Miaoling fiercely bit her lips. She finally felt her consciousness returning. She tried her best to support herself and not let herself fall. She smiled sadly and said, she will definitely agree to you. My little brother is so outstanding, so capable, and so handsome. Young and promising. If she doesn't agree, wouldn't it be too unreasonable? Really? Gu Duxing raised his head in surprise. Yes. Be brave and tell the girl you like. Duxing's sister Xiaomiao is very gratified. Gu Miaoling's face was deathly pale. She tottered. And said, you will succeed. Sister Xiaomiao is here. She sincerely wishes you well. Forget it, forget it. When I return, I will die of old age in this dragon prison cave. In this life, I won't dream anymore. I won't dream anymore. Gu Miaoling quietly turned her face. 2 lines of pearl-like tears quietly slid down her face. She resisted the urge to cry out loud. She smiled bitterly and said, Duxing, girls are very reserved. Even if they like you, they won't say it out loud. If you like someone, you must take the initiative to confess. Once you miss it, you will have nothing left. In a person's life, the best time is only a few years. Don't regret it, don't regret it. Go for it. Go quickly. You will succeed. As she said this, her heart was filled with bitterness and despair. If I wasn't so reserved in the past, if I didn't suppress my feelings in the bottom of my heart, if I didn't tell him earlier, would the ending have been different? If I tell him now, would he, what's the point of thinking about this? He's going to marry a wife, and I will be in this dragon prison cave forever. My life is already over. Why bother to make him sad? Let this secret be buried in my own heart. Sister Xiaomiao. Thank you for agreeing. Gu Duxing excitedly said, I am too happy. I am going to faint, I agreed? What? Gu Miaoling was still heartbroken. She felt as if her heart was bleeding. Suddenly hearing this sentence, her brain couldn't turn around for a moment. You promised me just now. Gu Duxing threw himself on the railing and shouted, you clearly promised me just now. I promised you, Xintian. Gu Miaoling blankly asked. You promised to be my wife. Gu Duxing was so excited that his face turned red. He jumped up and somersaulted, and shouted, you promised to be my wife just now. Gu Miaoling was dumbstruck for a moment. Her pretty eyes opened wide as she looked at Gu Duxing. She then stammered, you don't you have a girl you love, That's right. I already have a girl I love. Gu Duxing happily said, but my beloved girl is you, Sister Xiaomiao. Could it be that there is someone else? How could there be someone else? Gu Duxing looked at Gu Miaoling in puzzlement. He didn't understand why Sister Xiaomiao would say this. Could it be that I, Gu Duxing, will fall in love with someone else in this generation? This is really a joke. I. Gu Miaoling looked at him flabbergasted. For a long time, she didn't speak. Suddenly, 2 lines of hot tears flowed from her eyes. Then, she suddenly stopped on the ground and burst into tears. Her cries were tragic. they spread far and wide. But Gu Miaoling didn't seem to care. She didn't care about her own appearance. She just cried herself hoarse. Tears rolled down her body and clothes. The cold and hot stimulated, and a faint white mist rose. She cried with such sadness and with such devotion. It was as if 1,000 grievances were vented in this burst of crying. It was as if all kinds of despair had melted in this burst of crying. But it quickly transformed into an even greater despair and bitterness. It made her sad from the heart. She finally got what she had been dreaming of, this relationship. This sentence, how many times in the middle of the night? It was the biggest spiritual pillar that supported her and comforted her to live on. Every time she imagined this scene, Gu Miaoling wouldn't feel cold, nor would she feel uncomfortable. Her heart was filled with love. But now, she fiercely hated herself. Why did I have to get it? I shouldn't have. She was still mourning and pitying herself. But now, she was already filled with intense regret. A woman's heart is such a contradiction. She was unwilling. The person she loved deeply for so many years had thrown himself into someone else's arms. If it really happened, Gu Miaoling would lose all interest in life. But once she got it, she regretted. She was punished to be imprisoned in the dragon prison cave for an eternity. If Gu Duxing stubbornly likes me, then, wouldn't I be harming him for a lifetime? He is still young. He shouldn't be lonely for life. But besides you, I don't like anyone else. Gu Duxing said with certainty and anxiousness, I went out some time ago to the lower 3 heavens. There were many beauties there, but none of them could compare to Sister Xiaomiao. I couldn't even bear to look at them. You don't know, but GMO and Luo Kudi were staring at them. I just couldn't bear to look. In order to confess his love, Gu Duxing betrayed his 2 brothers without blinking an eye, and ruthlessly trampled them under his feet. But I can't. Gu Miaoling wiped her tears with all her might. Even though she was in a sorrowful mood, Gu Duxing's words almost made her smile through her tears. She said gently, little brother, you must know that husband and wife are only called husband and wife when they are together. I'm in here now, and I can't get out for the rest of my life, don't be silly. She gently stopped Gu Duxing from speaking and said softly, little brother, Sister Xiaomiao is very touched by your feelings. You know, from today onwards, I won't be afraid of this dragon prison cave anymore, but you can't continue to be silly like this, my little brother. Find a gentle and lovely girl, and let her accompany you through life's trials and tribulations, never leave, never abandon, and grow old together. That's what husband and wife are like. Quickly go back, don't stay here anymore. Don't be silly. Gu Miaoling looked at Gu Duxing with deep affection. She gazed at him for a long time, tears welling up in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth surged with a gentle and satisfied smile. With these words of yours, Sister Xiaomiao's life is not in vain. No. Gu Duxing shouted, isn't it just an emperor-level expert? Sister Xiaomiao. Wait for me, I will reach emperor level within 2 years. I swear. I swear on the souls of my ancestors. You dare. Gu Miaoling said sternly, you dare to continue. I will die here right now in front of you. Gu Duxing stopped and looked at Gu Miaoling. He suddenly smiled and said, Sister Xiaomiao, if you die here right now, then, we can immediately become husband and wife. The meaning of these words made Gu Miaoling's whole body tremble. She rushed over like a madwoman and threw herself on the railing, screaming hysterically, you're not allowed. I forbid it. Gu Duxing reached his hand through the railing, and gently but firmly embraced Gu Miaoling's ice-cold body. Gu Miaoling's body trembled, and her face suddenly flushed red. Sister Xiaomiao, look, when you entered here, I was only a 3rd-grade sword great master. But now, I'm already a 5th-grade sword exalt. Within half a year, I will definitely become a sword king. Do you trust me? Gu Duxing asked in a low voice. 5th-grade revered sword artist? Gu Miaoling looked at Gu Duxing in a daze, really? Of course it's real. Gu Duxing said proudly, furthermore, I definitely didn't take any shortcuts. Every step was done by myself. Then, he moved his mouth close to Gu Miaoling's ear, and whispered, I met a strange person. He taught me a set of methods that could allow me to advance quickly. Well, no one else knows about this matter. In order to make Gu Miaoling feel at ease, Gu Duxing made up a story out of goodwill. Really? Gu Miaoling looked at him with sparkling eyes. Of course it's real. Or I swear. Gu Duxing raised his hand. Don't. Gu Miaoling hurriedly stopped him, and gently said, I trust you. Gu Duxing smiled contentedly. Although there was still a cold and indestructible railing in front of them, the two felt incomparably warm and happy at this moment. Oh right, that strange person later became my boss. He gave me something good, and asked me to give it to you. Gu Duxing wanted to reach into his bosom to take out the item, but he was unwilling to let go of Gu Miaoling. He could only use an extremely strange posture to take out the item, then, as if he was presenting a treasure, he stuffed a jade box into Gu Miaoling's hands, and quickly hugged her again. What is this? Gu Miaoling lowered her tender neck, and played with the small jade box. Don't open it first. Open it after we enter. Gu Duxing whispered, this is a flame essence. Ah? Gu Miaoling was shocked. Flame essence was a rare treasure in the world. As long as it was worn on the body, no matter how cold it was, it would not feel cold at all. This was what Gu Miaoling needed the most right now. This was a piece of flame essence that Chu Yang had saved after almost falling out with the sword spirit. There was almost nothing left of such a precious item. If it was absorbed by the calamity sword, perhaps not even a scrap would be left. The entire treasury of the great Zhao Empire, which had been accumulated for hundreds of years, only had such a fist-sized piece in the palace. Now, it was all given to Gu Duxing. There is also this. Gu Duxing took out a jade bottle from his bosom. What is this? Gu Miaoling was so happy that she could not speak. Vitality spring water. Gu Duxing said, this is also given to you by my boss. You should drink it now. This is a good thing. I heard that after drinking it, it can increase your vitality. Even if you are injured in the future, it will not leave a scar. Gu Duxing introduced the vitality spring water without stopping, and his eyebrows were dancing. Gu Miaoling, as the daughter of the Gu clan master, how could she not know about the vitality spring water? But she did not say a word. She only looked at Gu Duxing gently, and carefully listened to her beloved man's long-winded introduction to her. She understood that since Gu Duxing had such thoughts, how much effort must he have put in during this period of time? How much suffering must he have gone through? Just over half a year, from 3rd grade sword great master to 5th grade revered sword master. Most people were surprised by Gu Duxing's progress and praised Gu Dunyan's genius. But Gu Miaoling's first thought was, in such a short time, he had advanced so much. How much inhumane training must he have gone through? Thinking of this, Gu Miaoling could not help but feel heartache. Silly, don't work too hard, with this. Gu Miaoling pinched the box of flame essence and said softly, I can wait in there for a few more years. It is okay. No. Gu Duxing said firmly, it is my sin to let you stay in there for 2 more hours. Okay, you should go now, right? Gu Miaoling gently let go of him, it seems that someone is coming to rush you. Gu Duxing looked back and saw an elder of the clan walking towards them quickly. His face sank, and he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, this bunch of old bastards, don't say that. Gu Miaoling shook her head, we are doing this for our own clan. It is also our home. Sigh. Gu Duxing looked up and sighed. I am going in. Gu Miaoling said softly. Her eyes were like water as she looked at him deeply, you have to take care, little brother. You are still calling me little brother. Gu Duxing was anxious. If not little brother, what should I call you? Gu Miaoling's eyebrows arched. She snorted and said, I did not promise you. Ah? Gu Duxing was anxious, Sister Xiaomiao, you can't go back on your words, I didn't go back on my words. Gu Miaoling softly looked at him and softly said, elder sister Xiaomiao is here, she can't run away. But, if you find a girl you like outside, you must not wrong yourself for elder sister Xiaomiao's sake. Go ahead and pursue her. Even if I come out, I don't know when it will be. Don't waste your great youth, other than sister Xiaomiao, I don't want anyone else. Gu Duxing's voice was trembling, there are many good girls in the world. In this heavenly realm, there are at least hundreds of thousands of beauties. Don't tell me I want all of them, Gu Miaoling giggled and said, you're an idiot. Even if you want, they have to be willing, right? After she finished speaking, she faced Gu Duxing and slowly retreated. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Gu Duxing's face. She was reluctant to look away. The elder who had rushed over shouted from afar, young clan lord, everyone is waiting for you. When this sentence was shouted, even the guard who was hiding at the side rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. This old thing, are you in a hurry to hold a funeral? Such a touching scene. Can't you see that the elders are crying? I know. Gu Duxing turned his head and replied unhappily. When he turned his head, Gu Miaoling had already entered the dragon prison cave. Gu Duxing looked at her in a daze. After a long time, he suddenly shouted, Sister Xiaomiao. Wait for me. I will definitely take you as my wife. Inside the dragon prison cave, Gu Miaoling moaned. She felt her face heat up and her body go soft. This little sweetheart, the cold air in the cave attacked again. Gu Miaoling shivered. She took out the jade box and opened it. Immediately, a wave of heat rose up. Her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She kept this fire essence crystal close to her body. She felt that this cave was like a stove in the cold winter. She did not feel cold at all. This kind of gentle warmth only protected him and the 3 feet around him. The rest of his body was still as cold as ever. However, this kind of treatment was already a far cry from the one just now. At least one person could stay in this temperature. Gu Miaoling reached out and stroked the fire essence crystal in her arms. Her face revealed a bright and beautiful smile. Duxing, I will wait for you. Even if you don't want me to wait. I will still wait even if you don't want me to wait. Then she sat down quietly. Ever since Gu Miaoling had entered this place, every day felt like a year. But today, she felt that her heart had a glimmer of hope, and calmed down. No matter what I do, there's still an infatuated person waiting for me outside. I cannot fall down. Duxing, I will not disappoint you. Then Gu Miaoling sat down and meditated. Duxing is working hard. I also have to work hard to help him. Gu Duxing turned and walked out. He bowed to the guard and said, Brother. Please take good care of her for me. His 2 sword-like eyebrows suddenly rose up. He said, I will not treat you unfairly. That guard was flattered. He hurriedly waved his hand. Young clan master, what are you saying? Young miss has not suffered any grievances in here. You can rest assured. Many thanks. Gu Duxing cupped his hands. His body suddenly shot out. Like a sword, he pierced straight into the sky. For this love, I will charge. Everyone. This time, we are going to face the 3 stars divine clan for the sake of the entire 3 heavens. Gu Duxing did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. We may die, or we may go missing. Or we may be eaten by spirit beasts. Regarding this, I only have one thing to say. Below, the eyes of the 2,000 people were on him. Quietly, not a single word was spoken. Gu Duxing stood under the biting cold banner. He pulled out his sword and waved it as he shouted, this sentence is, behind us is our home. Our parents. Our loved ones. Our children. So. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, Gu Duxing flew up and landed on the first horse. He turned around and cupped his fists. Godfather, take care. Gu Yanlan waved his hand lightly and said deeply, I only have one request for you, come back alive. Yes. With a wave of the banner, Gu Duxing took the lead and left. Behind him, the majestic cavalry swept past like a whirlwind. Their iron hooves crushed the ice and snow, watching the majestic cavalry disappear in front of the door. Gu Yanlan stood motionless for a long time. Clan head. Beside him, a shadow flashed and a person appeared. It was the elder who went to call Gu Duxing. Clan head, are you still suspicious of young master Gu Duxing? No. Gu Yanlan said deeply, ever since he came back, I have never doubted him. Oh. This elder was clearly surprised. We are the Gu clan. Our surname is Gu. Gu Yanlan solemnly said, as Gu Yanyang and Gu Yenyu's biological father, I absolutely do not wish for them to die. But in the entire Gu clan, more than a majority of the people are looking forward to their early deaths. Is that right? The elder lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. The two of them are indeed unpromising talents. Gu Yanlan heaved a long sigh and said, but, Gu Duxing is. Yes. This time, the elder did not deny it. So, for the sake of the Gu clan, forget this matter. Gu Yanlan closed his eyes tightly. Two muddy old tears quietly flowed from the corners of his eyes. He said pitifully, I hope that the Gu clan will continue to prosper. Then he lowered his head. As the head of a family, he had already given up what he should have given up. He had already sacrificed what he should have sacrificed. However, who could truly understand how much bitterness and pain this family head had to swallow in secret after giving up and sacrificing himself? No one knew. Or perhaps some people felt the same way, but no one said it out loud. Not a single one. Looking at young Master Du Xing's progress, it's very likely that he'll be able to break through to Sword Emperor before the age of 30. Furthermore, young Master Duxing and young Mistress Miao Ling are deeply in love with each other. When they get married, young Master Duxing will not only be your righteous brother, he will also become your son-in-law. A son-in-law is half. The elder beside him said, Clan head, you don't have to worry about anything. The future successor of the Gu clan will not only be yours, but also an outsider. Moreover, he will be able to ensure that the Gu clan will continue to exist for generations to come. Clan head, isn't this very good? You must know that nothing in this world is perfect. Not bad, this is very good. Gu Yanlan smiled absent-mindedly. He then muttered, you must know that nothing in this world is perfect, nothing is perfect. Forget it, forget it. Gu Yanlan turned around and walked towards the manor. I'm going to see Miao Ling. This girl has also suffered these days. His figure disappeared. The elder also sighed and followed him. He was extremely glad in his heart. The crisis of the Gu clan is finally over. Meng Chaoran and Tan Tan had arrived in the third heaven. They were also on their way to the Tsanglan battlefront. Meng Chaoran would have never thought that he would have brought Tan Tan to the lower three heavens in order to avoid disaster and not cause more trouble for Chu Yang. However, everything had gone beyond his expectations after arriving in the third heaven. First, he had discovered that he had changed. The spirit energy of the third heaven was several times richer than that of the lower three heavens. Meng Chaoran had discovered that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds under the stimulation of the spirit energy and the wonderful body-tempering method that Chu Yang had imparted to him. He had barely been able to complete the set of movements that Chu Yang had taught him in the lower three heavens. However, he had managed to expel the accumulated impurities in his body after he had completed it once in the third heaven. Since then, things had gotten out of hand. Meng Chaoran cherished this opportunity very much. On average, he would perform the set of movements 3 times a day. On the third day, all the impurities in his body had been expelled. Then, the spirit energy of the third heaven was very rich. Secondly, the spirit energy of the third heaven was several times denser because of the presence of the divine qi-gathering fish. Meng Chaoran discovered that his cultivation had shot up like a rocket. He had broken through a grade in just 3 days. In the next 2 months, Meng Chaoran had broken through to the peak of revered martial artist. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to king level. At this time, it seemed as if he had just adapted to the spirit energy of the third heaven and had slowed down. However, the cultivation of his body was still several times faster than that of the lower 3 heavens. As for Tan Tan, it was even more exaggerated because the divine qi-gathering fish was always by his side. This guy had gone crazy and didn't even eat. Normally, he would only practice martial arts. Tan Tan nearly broke his own waist the first time he completed the entire set of movements. But, the good results that followed made Tan Tan overjoyed at the unexpected good results. Within 2 months, Tan Tan had steadily advanced from martial artist to 1 grade every 3 or 4 days. It was as if he was soaring through the clouds. He had steadily broken through to martial master and continued to advance steadily. After Meng Chaoran's cultivation had returned to normal, Tan Tan was still advancing by leaps and bounds. As of today, Tan Tan had already broken through to martial great master. This kind of advancement speed made Meng Chaoran feel as if he was dreaming. He examined Tan Tan's body and found that Tan Tan seemed to have awakened a strange physique. It was completely different from before. This made Meng Qiaoran even more puzzled. Tan Tan's strange physique, was it something that was hidden since birth? Or was it something that changed after the third heaven? If it was something that he was born with, why didn't he discover it? If it changed after the third heaven, Meng Qiaoran felt that it was even more ridiculous. He had never heard of a complete change in physique after the third heaven from the lower three heavens. Even the aptitude had changed. After Tan Tan had finally broken through to martial great master, Meng Qiaoran finally felt that he could not go on like this. What Tan Tan needed now was not to advance, but to fight. Therefore, he immediately made the decision to bring Tan Tan to Sanglan battlefront to gain experience along the way. At the beginning of their departure, Meng Qiaoran did not even know that there was a huge change in Sanglan battlefront. On this day, they arrived at Ice Mirror Mountain. The so-called Ice Mirror Mountain was a big cliff. It was as if a knife had cut it from top to bottom. At the bottom of the cliff was a big plain. When winter came, the mountain walls here would be frozen, forming a huge mirror. When people walked on the road, it was as if they were walking in a mirror. It was a marvelous scene in the third heaven. After turning around Ice Mirror Mountain, they would arrive at Sanglan battlefront. It could even be said that Ice Mirror Mountain was actually a part of Sanglan battlefront. When they arrived here, Meng Qiaoran collapsed. When Tan Tan saw such a big mirror, he immediately turned pale with fright. He looked at the mountain wall in shock and shouted, "Master, this whole mountain is a mirror." Meng Qiaoran smiled indifferently. But then, an accident happened. Then, Tan Tan looked at himself in the mirror in shock. He opened his eyes wide and his mouth wide. Meng Qiaoran felt strange. So, he turned his head to look at Tan Tan in the mirror. Tan Tan's eyes were wide open, and he had a shocked expression on his face. However, Tan Tan's facial expression was unexpectedly very handsome due to the distortion of his face. His two eyebrows were no longer up and down. They were flat. His nose bridge did not look so protruding. His protruding ears also seemed to be restrained. Instead, he looked like a jade face and red lips. Meng Qiaoran was really shocked. He turned his head and looked at Tan Tan. He found that he was like this. It was really like this. When Tan Tan showed infinite shock, he would become so much better looking. Then, Tan Tan became excited. When he became excited, his shocked expression faded and he returned to his normal appearance. "Shiji, was I especially handsome just now?" Tan Tan looked at Meng Qiaoran in high spirits. "Yes, you are much more pleasing to the eye than before." Meng Qiaoran was also very happy at that time. After all, this was his disciple. He was always like that. He was also very tangled. As a result, Meng Qiaoran became depressed. That was because Tan Tan kept walking in front of the mirror. He would turn his head after taking a few steps. He would grimace and look at the mirror. He would turn his head again after taking a few more steps. He would continue to grimace and change his expression. Finally, Tan Tan found that he looked the best when he was shocked after doing more than 10 experiments. Therefore, Meng Qiaoran's torture began. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan was shocked. He said, "Look, there is grass here." Meng Qiaoran smiled faintly. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan was shocked. He said, "The grass has turned green." Meng Qiaoran smiled. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan continued to be shocked. "Look, the sky is so high." Meng Qiaoran forced a smile. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan was even more shocked. "Look, there is soil on the ground." Meng Qiaoran's smile stiffened. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan said in shock, look at me." The corner of Meng Qiaoran's mouth twitched. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan maintained a shocked expression. "Am I handsome?" Meng Qiaoran's body somewhat swayed. "Wow! Master!" Tan Tan moved closer to him. "Am I more handsome?" Tears streamed down Meng Qiaoran's face. He collapsed. What kind of willpower did Meng Qiaoran have? To put it bluntly, even Diwu Qingro would be at an absolute disadvantage when compared with Meng Qiaoran in terms of willpower alone. He would remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. He wouldn't blink even if the blue sea flowed. He would remain indifferent even if life and death were to part. He would remain calm even if millions of corpses were to fall. For the next few days, regardless of whether Tan Tan was walking, eating or talking, he maintained this expression of extreme shock. Every now and then, he would shout, "Wah! Master!" This led to Meng Xiaoran's constant bouts of "Wah! Master!" These 3 words would immediately cause him to have a headache, a splitting headache. Eventually, Meng Xiaoran finished walking this part of the Ice Mirror Mountain. He was about to heave a sigh of relief when he discovered that Tan Tan was still making a big fuss like this. Meng Xiaoran was miserable beyond words. Even the divine chi-gathering fish in Tan Tan's arms floated on the surface of the fish tank with its white belly facing upwards. Meng Xiaoran really couldn't stand this guy's narcissism and shamelessness. Just as they walked out of the Ice Mirror Mountain, they heard the sounds of battle. Meng Xiaoran's experience was plentiful. The first thing he did was to cover Tan Tan's mouth, and then quietly approach. Just as they turned the corner, a green-clothed young lady was engaged in a fierce battle with a strange 3-headed serpent. The young lady's right hand held a sparkling longsword, while her left hand held a sparkling dagger. Her battle style was extremely valiant. She was actually going head-to-head with the 3-headed serpent. When Meng Xiaoran and Tan Tan arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. 3-headed black-bone serpent. Meng Xiaoran immediately recognized it. This was a type of spirit beast from the Zhonglan battlefront. Even though it was only a 3rd-grade spirit beast, the serpent's essence core from the 3 heads of the black-bone serpent was a rare medicinal ingredient. Looking at this young lady, she seemed to be very experienced in dealing with the black-bone serpent. She was actually able to injure the serpent. As Tan Tan watched, his mouth unconsciously turned into an O shape. This time, he didn't do it intentionally. He was shocked. This young lady looks about the same age as me. How is she so powerful? What Tan Tan didn't know was that with his current cultivation level, even if he were to face the black-bone serpent alone, there would be no danger. Master, this young lady is really beautiful. Tan Tan turned his head in shock and looked at his master in a daze. She's really strong. I like it, look at her big breasts and round buttocks. Meng Xiaoran was speechless. Meng Xiaoran really couldn't see any part of this girl that was beautiful apart from her big breasts and round buttocks that Tan Tan had mentioned. She was just an ordinary person. However, Tan Tan was right about one thing. It's really powerful. Looking at this battle, this kind of valiance, even a normal burly man would find it hard to use such a method. This young girl actually used it without even blinking her eyes. As he fought, his saliva splattered all over the place. Evil creature. Why aren't you kneeling down for me? To voluntarily offer up his head. Damn it. How despicable. There is indeed a kind of violent beauty, Meng Xiaoran murmured. However, she didn't hear her disciple's reply. She turned her head and saw that Tan Tan was staring at the young girl with his mouth wide open. He seemed to be lost in thought. Poor Tan Tan, he fell in love at first sight. Could it be? Meng Xiaoran was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the 3-headed black-bone serpent seemed to know that it would not be able to escape this calamity. With a sudden roar, it slammed its tail against the ground and shot out viciously towards the young lady. It was actually a mutually destructive attack. Ah! The young lady screamed and cursed, "Your grandmother! You stinking snake! You're actually shameless. Let me tell you, you've successfully angered me." With a loud bang, one person and one serpent collided. The 3-headed black-bone serpent's 3 heads simultaneously opened their mouths and viciously bit down. Not good. Meng Xiaoran didn't manage to hold him back and Tan Tan had already rushed out in a hurry. Beauty. I'm here to save you, haha. Regarding the hero saving the beauty, Tan Tan had heard Chu Yang mention it before. As long as the hero saves the beauty would be moved by the hero and secretly give her heart to him. After that, both parties would worry about each other and she would give her heart to him. After that, it would become a story that would last for eternity. Such a beautiful thing, Tan Tan had always dreamed of it. Today, he finally had such an opportunity. Furthermore, the target was the girl he fell in love with at first sight. How could Tan Tan not run as fast as he could? The young lady originally had a way to deal with the serpent. Just as the serpent pounced on her, her dagger flew out from her hand and pierced deeply into the throat of one of the serpent heads. At the same time, her long sword also pierced through the other serpent's mouth. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a dagger to deal with the last serpent head. However, she suddenly heard Tan Tan shout. One had to admit, the power of Tan Tan's voice was extremely great. This kind of broken gong sound was mixed with the howls of a male duck and a female wolf. When the young lady heard it, she was immediately startled into a state of confusion. Her hand that was pulling out the dagger slowed by a sliver and she was actually tightly coiled around by the three-headed black-bone serpent. Where did this bastard come from? What are you shouting for? The young lady cried out in grief and indignation. With her remaining hand, she used all her might to prop up the serpent head that was about to fall. The three-headed black-bone serpent had suffered 2 fatal injuries and was on the verge of death. However, it still went berserk and wanted to bite this young lady to death. The serpent's mouth hissed as it breathed out a fishy stench. At this moment, Tan Tan arrived just in time. One slash, with a swoosh, he cleanly chopped off one of the dead serpent heads. It should be this one. The young lady almost vomited blood. Is he an idiot? Can't he see that this is the most dangerous one? Oh. Tan Tan responded. With a loud roar, he slashed out again. The light from the blade was like a waterfall. Another dead serpent head was chopped off. F***ck. The young lady was driven mad and actually burst out with a manly phrase. She gnashed her teeth and spat out, "This one you pig. There has to be an order." Tan Tan raged, "What are you shouting for?" Tan Tan thought to himself, this woman really doesn't know what's good for her. This handsome brother is here to save you and you actually dare to call me a pig. Thinking of this, he almost gave up on saving her. This was the first time Tan Tan encountered a three-headed black-bone serpent. How would he know that the other 2 heads were already dead? He only saw that the young lady was using her hand to support one of the serpents. The remaining 2 were too dangerous, hence he chopped them off first. The young lady struggled to support the remaining serpent head and was about to heave a sigh of relief. From her point of view, after this guy finished chopping off the other 2 serpent heads, shouldn't he at least chop off this one? However, she did not expect that after holding on for a while, there was still no movement. Feeling that she could no longer hold on, she furiously turned her head to look. All she saw was this little guy standing by the side happily. Seeing the young lady struggling to turn her head to look at him, this little guy excitedly shouted, "Do your best. Do your best." This was the most infuriating thing in the world. Ugh. The young lady who was already unable to hold on fainted from anger. Before she fainted, her only thought was, I definitely wasn't bitten to death by the three-headed black-bone serpent, nor was I poisoned to death. I was angered to death by this hateful bastard who can't do anything right. If there's a next life, if I don't torture him to death, my surname isn't Xia. As the young lady fainted, her hand lost strength and the serpent head fell to the ground. Tan Tan then realized, F***ck, so this is what she was talking about. He hastily leaped forward and screamed. Swoosh, with a swing of his blade, the remaining serpent head was chopped off by Tan Tan. Taking advantage of the momentum, he kicked it away. Hurry up and save her. Meng Chaoran shouted. Oh. Tan Tan repeatedly agreed. With all his might, he moved the serpent body away from the young lady. This serpent was as thick as a thigh. Tan Tan moved it while drooling, tsk, so fat. Not sure if he was referring to her or the serpent's fat, the young lady woke up. The cool breeze on her head immediately woke her up. I'm not dead? Of course you're not dead. I'm here to save you. A strange voice spoke. The young lady turned her head and saw a shocked face looking at her. Eh? It seems to be a different person from the guy with crooked eyebrows and slanted eyes. The young lady jumped up and fiercely said, Where's that bastard from just now? Shocked. Tan Tan was shocked and asked, What bastard? That bastard who killed the serpent. The young lady stomped her feet. Her eyes searched around. Where's the bastard? Tan Tan was shocked and asked. Is he gone? The young lady asked. No. Tan Tan was shocked and said. Then where is he? The young lady was somewhat puzzled. We're just talking normally. Why do you have to put on such a shocked face? He's here. Tan Tan was still shocked and inexplicably said, I'm him. Oh. The young lady's throat emitted a strange sound. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. What are you looking at? Tan Tan was shocked and asked. It's clearly not you. The young lady frowned. It's me. Tan Tan was still shocked and said, Young lady, I saved you. It's really me. The young lady somewhat collapsed and said helplessly, You saved me, why are you shocked? Tan Tan was inexplicably shocked and said, Young lady, don't you think I'm particularly handsome? Where's the serpent? The young lady was defeated and changed the topic. At this moment, she was distracted by the mysterious expression on his face. She actually forgot to be angry. Over there. Tan Tan said, I helped you vent your anger just now. The young lady finally saw the 3 snake heads that had been smashed into pieces. Yes. It's me. Tan Tan was shocked and said, It's just a stinky snake. It actually dared to hurt you. I smashed it. I smashed all 3 of its heads. Oh my god. The young lady beat the ground in grief and indignation. Kill me, what kind of monster did I meet? It's just a snake. Young lady, don't make a fuss. Although it has 3 heads, it's still a snake. It's not a dog. Tan Tan explained in shock. I'll kill you The young lady jumped up and pounced on Tan Tan like a tigress. Her 2 hands firmly grabbed his neck and violently shook him back and forth. You pig. Pig. You smashed the snake heads, then why did I spend so much effort to kill the snake? You bastard. The young girl's anger surged like a mountain. I killed this snake for its nucleus. I'm so angry. Nucleus? Tan Tan was at a loss. The snakes here are like apples and jujubes, they have nuclei. Meng Ran was almost choking. He finally came up to mediate. The young girl saw that there were outsiders present, so she angrily let go of Tan Tan. She ran forward to check the 3 snake heads that had already turned into meat paste. She looked around, but found nothing. She sat down on the ground and wanted to cry but had no tears. My nucleus, miss, what is your name? Tan Tan touched his nose and walked over. He seemed to feel that he had done something wrong. Ahem, I saved you. Miss, can this be considered as a hero saving a beauty? Hero saving a beauty? The young girl looked at him with teary eyes. Her brain was not thinking straight. You call this a hero saving a beauty? You call this shameless? You are not beautiful enough. Yes. Tan Tan said proudly. He forgot to maintain a shocked expression and said, My senior brother said that if a hero saves a beauty, the beauty will repay him with her body. From then on, you 2 love each other. It will become a beautiful story for all eternity. Repay with her body? The young girl stammered. She looked at this guy. She did not expect that this bastard would not only ruin her plan, but also smash the nucleus. He made her work in vain. Finally, he had the cheek to ask her to repay him with her body. Where did he get such thick skin? Yes. Repay with your body. Tan Tan said as if it was a matter of course, I am a hero and you are a beauty. I saved you. Shouldn't you repay me with your body? Besides, my martial arts are high. Your chest is big. I am handsome and your butt is round. You are a perfect match. Tan Tan said until here and suddenly realized something. He hurriedly gathered his emotions. Then, he suddenly said with shock, Wow. Do you think that such a handsome person like me is not worthy of you? He raised his eyebrows in shock as he said this. Ugh. The young girl rolled her eyes and fainted again. This time I have met my nemesis, Meng Ran mediated, and the 2 sides finally sat face to face in a calm and peaceful manner. Tan Tan was somewhat indignant. I saved the damsel in distress. But, she didn't repay me with her body? The girl was also indignant. This guy was simply a lunatic. With Meng Ran's superb conversational skills, he used the spring wind and rain to gently and quietly ask the girl. Unknowingly, Meng Ran's amiable smile coaxed out all her information. Cough. It wasn't easy for Meng Chaoran either. In order to get information about the woman his disciple fell in love with at first sight, he didn't hesitate to use his beauty to trick her. Xia Danfeng belonged to the Xia clan. She was the younger sister of the young clan lord Xia Danqiong. Moreover, the Xia clan had focused on nurturing her. He had the potential of a genius. Although she wasn't very good-looking, she had everything that ordinary women had. Moreover, it was definitely several sizes bigger. It was just that her face was a little plain, but she was still a beauty. However, this flaw could be made up for with that extremely impressive and hot body. In fact, it was even better than that. Although the relationship between the two of them wasn't very good, Meng Chaoran had 10,000% confidence in his disciple's divine skill of pestering and beating. Moreover, he also had a super invincible divine skill of being thick-skinned and narcissistic. Meng Chaoran believed that it wouldn't be difficult for his disciple to deal with this girl. Well, the only problem was this girl's family. However, he didn't need to worry about this for the time being. He would deal with her first. As for the other matters, he would let Chu Yang worry about them when the time came. Meng Chaoran thought irresponsibly. Everyone was heading towards the Xanglan battlefront. And it was said that Xia Danfeng had come out this time because she had been scolded by Xia Danqiong. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Therefore, Meng Chaoran deliberately walked far in front of them all the way, and sometimes he would hang far behind them to create opportunities for the two of them. Therefore, whenever the two of them got together, they would become extremely fiery. They would fight every day, several times a day. Fortunately, Tan Tan had improved very quickly. He was actually on par with Xia Danfeng, a genius who had been promoted by the clan with countless elixirs. At first, he was at a disadvantage, but after a few fights, he began to attack and defend. After fighting for another 3 days, Tan Tan actually had the upper hand in all aspects. Moreover, Tan Tan had a great advantage or merit. After seeing this, Meng Chaoran realized that he had always underestimated this brother of his. This guy didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. This made Meng Chaoran, as his master, worried and admired him at the same time. Therefore, along the way, he often saw Tan Tan throwing Xia Danfeng to the ground, and then riding on top of her to beat her up. Apart from not hitting her face, there was nothing else that was forbidden. Chest, buttocks, thighs, wherever he could get his hands on, he would hit, bang 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 bang. It was like hitting a sandbag. It was very satisfying. And Xia Danfeng was struggling under Tan Tan's body. She was cursing while being beaten. The most amazing thing was that Xia Danfeng didn't cry after being beaten. Instead, she would think of ways to hit back. And she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. This character was really good. Therefore, this kind of scene could be seen almost everywhere along the way. Meng Chaoran's goal of using battles to temper Tan Tan was almost half completed before they even entered the Xanglan battlefront. This was all thanks to Xia Danfeng, even though it was full of Xia Danfeng's grievances and tears. When they encountered spirit beasts, both of them would fight to be the first to rush up. This was because Xia Danfeng's important mission was to obtain the pelts and cores of spirit beasts. On the other hand, Tan Tan wanted to hone his martial skills, and on the other hand, he wanted to rely on this to make a fortune. The cores that both of them obtained were clearly separated, and each of them kept his own. Well, water didn't interfere with river water. Tan Tan would never deliberately give them to Xia Danqiong to curry favor. These were mine. Why should I give them to you? You haven't promised to give yourself to me. Tan Tan's reason was very good. This was very different from the situation of an ordinary man pursuing a woman. And Xia Danqiong would never accept Tan Tan's gift. This is yours. Why should you give it to me? You're not my husband. Both of them were money grubbers to a certain extent, but they were very principled. Moreover, they were very principled. This point made the corners of Meng Chaoran's mouth twitch. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, it was unknown who brought up the topic. Let's bet. Gambling. Every time they fought, there would be a wager. The loser would hand over the wager, and become the winner. The wager was usually one or several spirit beast cores. It could be imagined that Tan Tan had only lost a few times. But, eldest young lady Xia had lost in grief and indignation. Therefore, the spirit beast's inner cores that she had painstakingly hunted for a long time had almost all entered Tan Tan's pocket. Tan Tan's pocket only went in, but not out. this drove Miss Xia crazy. She also worked harder and harder to obtain the cores of spirit beasts. Then, she would come back to fight with Tan Tan after getting the wager. Then, she would lose, and then fight again, and so on. Following these two crazy people, Meng Chaoran really didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Forget it. Anyway, they came out to gain experience. Just let them be. Therefore, this strange combination of three people quarreled and fought all the way to Canglan battlefront. While the lower three heavens was in chaos, the lower three heavens was also filled with murderous aura. Diwuqing Rose Purge was still ongoing. However, Minister Chu, who had facilitated all of this, was currently fishing on the Lotus Lake. He was having a carefree and unrestrained day. The Lotus Lake wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It had a radius of several hundred miles. In this inland area, it could be said to be a very big lake. The winter had just passed. Although the frost had begun to thaw, the grass on the ground had only a few small sprouts. This was precisely the time when the wind blew on the face of the willows. The Lotus Lake was still withered. The lotuses that were frozen on the surface of the lake during the winter were now floating like pieces of rags. There wasn't the slightest bit of the magnificent scenery of the lotus flowers in the summer. Minister Chu's white robe was whiter than snow. He was holding a thin fishing rod. He was sitting on a small boat that was not much bigger than his butt. He was floating on the surface of the water. He was floating like duckweed. It was like a white cloud floating on the surface of the dark green water. The fishing line on the fishing rod was moving. Suddenly, it was pulled taut and made whooshing sounds. Suddenly, it curled up and floated on the surface of the water. It turned out that a fish had taken the bait. Moreover, this fish was not small. The strange thing was that the fish had taken the bait, but Minister Chu didn't pull back the rod. He could only let the small boat float around under the surface of the water with all his might. This is so satisfying. Minister Chu held the fishing rod and felt the pulling force under the water. He was very relaxed and happy. Is the joy of fishing really in the fish? No, no, no. Is it the process of fishing? No, no, no. It's just the moment when the fish takes the bait. It's that heart-palpitating excitement and pleasure. Right now, I'm still enjoying this pleasure. Minister Chu looked up to the sky and sighed. Awesome. Pfft. Someone laughed. Not far from him, there was a slightly bigger boat. On it, there was a little girl wearing a brocade jacket. She was also holding a fishing rod. One of her hands was supporting her chin as she fished. The girl's expression was somewhat bored. At this moment, when she heard Minister Chu's fallacy, she couldn't help but laugh. She shouted, "Hey! Bookworm, did you catch a fish?" Minister Chu's face darkened. He said unhappily, "The ancients said that men and women should not touch each other. The ancients said that women should strictly abide by the ways of women and not show their teeth when they smile. The ancients also said that men and women should not talk casually when they meet. The ancients also said, you should call me this Duke, not this bookworm." Haha. The girl grinned, revealing a pair of sharp canine teeth. She rubbed her belly and said, "Ayaya, you're really a sour scholar. You're talking about the ancients, 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 the ancients. I'm dizzy. Not a scholar?" The girl was even more amused. "Then you are, a high scholar?" "No." "Grand scholar?" "No." "Top scholar?" "Even more no." "Then what exactly are you?" "I'm still a commoner." "I'm ashamed." Minister Chu's face revealed a look of shame. It seemed as if he was deeply ashamed. Waha. The girl laughed so hard that she almost fell into the water. She turned her head and shouted, "Miss, this bookworm is so funny." "I am just teasing you," the girl inside said softly. Her voice was very magnetic and very powerful. It could be said that this voice was a man's voice, but it could also be said that it was a woman's voice. Sex. Chu Yang had already noticed this strange master and servant pair for the past few days. This girl seemed to have never shown her face. Only the little girl was busying herself. But Chu Yang had been on the Lotus Lake for a few days, and they had also been floating on the lake for a few days. They had seen each other almost every day. This made Chu Yang feel a little strange. I came here to find the Sword of Calamity. You came here. What are you here for? There was not even a single water plant on the lake. If you said you came here to see the scenery, I would not believe it. Chu Yang came here for 2 reasons. First, to understand the soft power of water. Second, there was a very important reason. The 3rd fragment of the Sword of Calamity was in the Lotus Lake. Chu Yang had planted a spy in the House of Exceptional Beauties to confuse Diwu Qingro. But the most important reason was to get the 3rd fragment of the Sword of Calamity in the Lotus Lake. Because the 3 masters' meeting was in the Lotus Lake, Chu Yang was now checking the spot. He was floating here and there to let the sword tip and sword edge in his dantian feel where the 3rd fragment was. But until now, even after a few days, he didn't feel anything at all. Chu Yang's memory could not be wrong. But in this situation, he could only explain it to himself. It was not time yet. Following the voice, the curtains on the small boat were lifted, and a figure walked out in large strides. He stepped on the small boat, causing it to sway. The young maidservant cried out in alarm and almost fell into the water. Sir, can you come on the boat for a chat? The one who spoke was the voice from before. Or rather, that miss. However, even though this young lady was on a boat, she walked out with a majestic gait, as though she was a mountain peak. Chu Yang glanced over, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, my goodness, he originally thought that since she was a miss, even if she wasn't beautiful, she should at least be graceful and slender with a delicate figure. However, the miss that appeared in front of him made his jaw drop. She was 7 feet tall, with leopard-like eyebrows, round eyes, broad shoulders, and a thick back. She had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Just by standing there, he naturally exuded the aura of a domineering hero. If it were a man. Chu Yang's face remained expressionless, but his stomach began to churn. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have a beard, if it weren't for the fact that she didn't have an Adam's apple, if it weren't for her perky breasts and perky buttocks, if it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a dress, Chu Yang would definitely think that this was a man. Moreover, he was a burly man. Sir, please come over for a chat. The young lady frowned, and suddenly, an aura of anger appeared. Okay. Chu Yang replied. He swung the fishing rod, and the big fish below dragged him over. Chu Yang had a premonition that this woman was not a simple character. You didn't throw up the boat. How did the boat move? The young girl's pretty eyes widened as she asked in astonishment. I was dragged over by the fish. Chu Yang winked and smiled. *T. The young girl pouted. Hee. Chu Yang had already arrived in front of her, and casually handed the fishing rod over. Take it, enjoy it, the young girl pouted, and took the fishing rod full of distress. She even said, who would believe you? Ah. Suddenly, she screamed, and her body tilted. With a splash, she fell into the water. Caught off guard, she was pulled down by the big fish, and water splashed everywhere. However, she immediately floated up on the surface of the water. She wiped the water droplets off her face and shouted, wow. So I was really pulled by a fish. And such a big fish. Wow, don't run. The last few words were said to the fish. Then, the young girl climbed onto the boat, and with the fishing rod in her hand, she started to compete with the big fish in the water. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This maid knows martial arts, and she is not weak. Sir, please come in. Don't bother with this crazy girl. The tall and sturdy young lady smiled and stretched out her hand. Thank you. Chu Yang smiled and walked in. There was a small table in the cabin. On the table, there was a big teapot and a big cup. It was very thick. May I ask your surname? Chu Yang asked. My surname is Huyan. The young lady took out a big teacup and poured tea for Chu Yang. She sat down opposite him and smiled. My name is Huyan Abwa. So it is Miss Huyan. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Another person from the Three Heavens clan. Didn't the people from the Three Heavens all go back? Why is this girl still here? What is your surname? The girl Huyan Abwa smiled faintly. My surname is Chu. So it is Duke Chu. Huyan Abwa smiled gently. May I ask if Duke Chu is from the Three Heavens? Or from the Three Heavens? As she spoke, she stared into Chu Yang's eyes and said, Duke Chu, Please don't say that you are a scholar who is not even an elementary scholar. If you do, I will look down on you. Chu Yang suddenly realized that this girl was difficult to deal with. She was difficult to deal with, not because she was unreasonable, but because she was calm and wise. This was difficult to deal with because she was full of wisdom. In front of her, it was difficult to tell a lie without being seen through. I am not from the three heavens, nor the three heavens. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Oh, King of Hell Chu? Huyan Aobua raised her head and looked at him with her bright and sharp eyes. Like a hawk, this pair of eyes should be on the face of a man of high status. Chu Yang thought. He smiled and said, Miss, why would you make such a ridiculous deduction? King of Hell Chu. Isn't that too comical? Haha. Huyan Aobo smiled calmly and said, perhaps you don't know this, but you were able to control a big fish underwater with a single thread. How can an ordinary person do that? Or you can say that you have a fishing line to guide the fish, but the fishing line can only prevent the fish from escaping, but it cannot control the direction of the fish. This is the first reason. Oh? Chu Yang became interested. Second. I have seen many of the dukes of the three heavens. The outstanding people that I have not seen are not like you. Third, I heard that 2 dukes of Chu came from the three heavens. Later, Diwu Qingro investigated and confirmed that he was the king of acting. However, when he mobilized a large force to capture them, he discovered that they had already disappeared without a trace. Huyan Aobua said confidently, in the three heavens, if you were in the Great Zhao, you would have been taken in by Diwu Qingro. Now that Great Zhao is in chaos, you are not worried at all. This means that you are not from Great Zhao. She smiled, there are many young men of Great Zhao who see this chaos and sigh, but this does not prove that I am Chu Yan's wife. Miss, don't you think this is too far-fetched? Chu Yang was not flustered. It cannot be proven. But I can be sure. The woman suddenly smiled and said, I believe that even if you are not king of Hell Chu, you should be one of the dukes of Chu. Also, I believe that you are king of Hell Chu. Even if you are not, I still believe that you are. Domineering, Chu Yang rarely saw this kind of temperament in a woman, but this woman in front of him clearly showed this kind of domineering aura in her soft words. Then I really have no other way. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. What could he do if the other party said so? This woman had completely merged the willfulness of a woman with a domineering aura that only men could have. If he continued to deny it, he would become a joke. He might as well not admit nor deny it. He would just muddle through it. Chu Yang's sensitive senses told him that this woman did not have the slightest bit of enmity towards him. On the contrary, she admired him. Moreover, it was a sharp kind of appreciation. It was the appreciation of meeting a worthy opponent. Duke Chu, do you know Gaosheng? Huyan Aobo smiled calmly and said. Gaosheng? Even if Chu Yang did not know before, he would definitely know after coming to the prefecture. The first successor of the Gao clan of the lower three heavens. He came to the lower three heavens for some unknown reason and helped Diwu Qingro for some unknown reason. In a short 1 or 2 years, he used the power of his hands to make great contributions to Diwu Qingro. Gaosheng. Yes, Gaosheng. Huyan Aobo said as if she was talking about a stranger, I am Gaosheng's fiancé. The reason why Gaosheng is not in the lower three heavens and came to the lower three heavens is to escape from marriage. Escape from marriage, cough cough cough. Chu Yang choked and nodded repeatedly, cough cough. I understand. Huyan Aobo looked at him with some anger, what do you understand? I understand your feelings. Chu Yang said solemnly, the feeling of someone running away from marriage is too uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Even though she knew that Chu Yang did not mean what he said, Huyan Aobo did not expose him, I already knew that Gaosheng ran away from marriage. However, I am also curious about this person. That's why I came to see him. Oh? See him? Chu Yang asked. Yes, just to see. Huyan Aobo smiled proudly and said, even though I am not good-looking, I want to see what this man who ran away from marriage looks like. Is he worthy of me? Oh? Chu Yang was a little confused. Wow. Chu Yang was sweating. I suddenly felt sad for the enemy Gaosheng. To be played by a woman to this extent, he can be considered unique. Do you want to know the many things I learned from him about Diwu Qingro? Including many, many secrets? Huyanao Bo blinked her eyes. Many, many things about Diwu Qingro? Chu Yang looked at her inquiringly. After thinking for a long time, he finally said resolutely, yes. You finally admitted that you are king of Hell Chu. Huyanao Bo looked at him with a smile. King of Hell or Qingro, they are all mortals. Chu Yang said philosophically, for half a month, I was here, and you were here. I observed you for half a month, and you also studied me for half a month. You called me up today, definitely not just to confirm my identity. Of course. Huyanao Bo laughed coldly. May I ask your true intentions? It's very simple. Huyanao Bo raised her head and said quietly, Gao Sheng, running away from marriage is a fact. But in the upper three heavens, he can be considered a relatively famous rising star. Firstly, I was curious. Secondly, it's easy for a woman to dress up as a man, so I sneaked in to see this person. After several months of observation, I finally came to a conclusion. Huyanao Bo smiled lightly with a hint of disdain. Gao Sheng is a talent. He has brains, means, and great potential for martial arts development. If that's the case, why? Such a person, if he didn't run away from marriage, I would have just married him and let it go. After all, compared to Ao Xia Yun, Gu Du Xing, Xia Dan Qiong, Mo Tian Yun, Mo Tian Ji, O Du Xiao, Dong Wu Shang and the others, although he is somewhat lacking. Compared to the majority of the heirs, Gao Xing can already be considered outstanding. It can't be considered as an insult to me. Lacking compared to the top, but more than enough compared to the bottom. This is Gao Sheng. Huyanao Bo said lightly. Chu Yang frowned fiercely. He was a little shocked. This Miss Huyan's tone is really big, and her eyesight is really accurate. The influential people in the upper three heavens, she almost casually included most of them. Just like several families. Moreover, many of them were not famous at all. However, she had clearly discovered the potential of these people. Only Duo Qian Hao and Mo Tian Yun were left out. But, then again, if Mo Tian Yun didn't die in the hands of Mo Tian Ji and grew up, who could be sure that his achievements would be lower than these people? However, since he ran away from the marriage, he must pay the price. Although I'm not interested in him at all. A masculine smile appeared on Huyanao Bo's face as she said, so now, Gao Xing is no longer worthy of me. If you don't like this marriage, just say it. No one would shamelessly pester him. Why did he have to sneak away? How can a man be so irresponsible? Huyanao Bo said in disdain. Eldest miss, there are many things that you can't do as you please. Chu Yang said lightly, can Gao Sheng make his own decisions? As for you, if Gao Sheng didn't run away from the marriage, with your own strength, would you be able to completely break up this marriage? This is an alliance of interests between two great clans. But how can it be resolved by personal feelings? Although Chu Yang didn't know Gao Sheng and had never met him before, he still had to express his own opinion on this matter. Because, he could already see that this Huyanao Bo was definitely a woman who clearly knew what she loved and hated. And her love and hate were very strong. Today, she told him some secret information, but if she regretted it in the future. Chu Yang felt that her methods might not be much better than dealing with Gao Sheng now. Therefore, Chu Yang's words weren't an explanation but a nail in the coffin. If anything happens in the future, you can't blame me. Yes, that's what I meant. With our own strength, we can't do it. But if I dare to say it, would he dare to? Huyanao Bo looked at Chu Yang meaningfully and said with a smile, I didn't expect Minister Chu to be so meticulous and think of Gao Sheng's difficulties. Preparing for a rainy day, just in case. In front of such a smart person, lying would make one look stupid. What a good preparing for a rainy day. Huyanao Bo praised and said, then, you should know why I'm looking for you today. Please tell me. Chu Yang smiled, not anxious or impatient. If you don't say it yourself, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Huyanao Bo looked at him deeply for a long time before she laughed and said, King of Hell Chu, you are indeed King of Hell Chu. Minister Chu's actions have made me even more wary of the heroes of this world. You flatter me. Huyan Aobo pondered for a while and finally said, "My purpose is very simple. Since Gaoxing offended me, I want him to pay the price. Everything that he has done with all his effort, I want to destroy it. And I want to destroy it thoroughly. He has spent so much effort to help Diwu Qingro to succeed. Hee, how could it be so easy?" Huyan Aobo sneered, "I wonder what it feels like to have your efforts destroyed mercilessly. He will soon have a taste of this feeling." Chu Yang smiled and raised his cup. "I believe he will never forget it." "I also believe it." Huyan Aobo stared at Chu Yang for a long time before she smiled and said, "Not only here, the 3 days, the Gao clan will also have to pay the price." Huyan Aobo cried faintly. She used a very manly gaze filled with murderous intent to look at her hand and the teacup in her hand. She said, "That's my business. I believe you can succeed. I have faith in you." Chu Yang egged her on. "Ha ha ha. Great." Huyan Aobo raised her head and laughed. Her long hair flew and her eyes shone brightly. She suddenly turned her head. "Do you want to drink? You have wine?" "I have good wine." Huyan Aobo laughed. She reached out her hand and took out a huge wine jar. 50 years old Nuer Hong, do you want to drink?" 50 years old Nuer Hong was really an old lady. As the saying goes, women are like wine. "Of course I'll drink." Chu Yang licked his lips. Women are like wine, they are a product of time, a product of the human world, a product of the martial world. But they are not for you men. Huyan Aobo said unceremoniously, "You men are nothing." Chu Yang could only smile bitterly. "After seeing you this time, I will immediately return to the lower 3 heavens. I stayed in the lower 3 heavens longer than the others just to find you." Huyan Aobo drank big bowls of wine and said without lifting her eyelids, "Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. Don't talk to me like a grandmother, I don't like it." Chu Yang also held a big bowl and said with some dissatisfaction, "Your dissatisfaction has nothing to do with me." This Miss Huyan was definitely a different kind of person. She did not mind when she spoke. "Then what does my dissatisfaction have to do with you?" "What did you say?" Chu Yang retorted. "Humph." Huyan Aobo glared, "King of Hell Chu, although you are called the King of Hell in the lower 3 heavens, I am not afraid of you. Watch me drink you to death today. Let's see who drinks who to death today." Chu Yang sneered and said, "But, I have to make things clear first. As the saying goes, drunkenness is a mess. Now, you and I are sitting here drinking alone. If anything happens later, I'll say it in advance, I won't be responsible." "Responsible your head. In your dreams." Huyan Aobo's face turned red as she glared and shouted. "Damn. I would rather not be so beautiful." Chu Yang had already drunk 7 or 8 bowls. He was drunk and said with a big tongue, "Pity a pretty boy like me. My chastity. My chastity. My chastity. My chastity. My. Get lost." Huyan Aobo could not bear it anymore and shouted, "Take this." Huyan Aobo took out a stack of paper from her bosom, "Lest I forget later. I have written everything on it clearly." "Just these?" Chu Yang was not drunk at all. He took it with unusual nimbleness. He did not even look at it and stuffed it into his bosom. The stack of paper was silently sent into the tribulation space. Now it was safe. Even if he was dead drunk, he would not lose it. If you use these well, even if you don't completely defeat Diwu Qingro, you can still severely injure him. Huyan Aobo looked at him. "These, including the information that Gaoxing brought back himself, the information that I observed in my speculations, are enough." "Thank you. I knew you were not drunk." Huyan Aobo said disdainfully, "You want to pretend to be drunk to avoid drinking? King of Hell Chu, you are not a man. Whether I am a man or not is easy to prove. There is no need to fight over this." Chu Yang snorted and said, "But since you said so. Woman, prepare to go home today." "Okay. Come." The two raised their bowls and drank. This Miss Huyan's drinking speed was even faster than Chu Yang's. She picked up the bowl and poured it into her mouth. It was gone with a gulp. Even the corners of her mouth were not wet. Both of them were full of worries. Huyan Bo even had a vague intention. She wanted to use this drunkenness to say goodbye to the past. From now on, everything that happened in the past has nothing to do with me. Normally, she would not dare to get drunk. But today, King of Helchu was definitely a trustworthy person, so she drank without holding back. Picking up the bowl, Chu Yang's drunken eyes slanted. He suddenly laughed and said, "Miss Huyan, I suddenly thought of a pair. I would like to ask you to pair it." Pair? Huyan Bo was already a little drunk. When a daughter drinks red, her face will turn red. Chu Yang laughed. How about it? Huyan Bo held the bowl and thought for a long time. Finally, she put it down with a bang. She pointed at Chu Yang and scolded, "Bastard, speak bastard words, bastard words." Chu Yang fell to the ground and cursed, "Mother asterisk cur." Lotus Lake, the water was calm. A small boat was floating on the surface of the lake, but there was no one on it. Now, Chu Yang was at the bottom of the water. His eyes were wide open as he stood at the bottom of the water. His feet stepped on the slippery mud, and a sword in his hand was slowly unfurling, practicing his sword underwater. Anyway, he had nothing to do for the time being. He couldn't find the calamity sword for the time being, so he might as well try his best to experience the soft power of water here. For the two countries, this was an extremely rare period of peace and tranquility for Chu Yang. Huyan Aobua had left long ago. Chu Yang also checked the things she left behind. Many of them were Diwu Qingrou's intelligence network. Many of them were in Iron Cloud's base, and there were also some Iron Cloud's officials and generals. But more of them were Diwu Qingrou's strategic deployment and military allocation plans. Every item had Huyan Aobua's personal annotations. The content was very detailed. Chu Yang was speechless. At the first moment, he quickly sent this important piece of information that could affect the war situation between the two countries to Tai Badian. Then, he was free. The sword pierced out with a swoosh. It spun and slashed sideways. Chu Yang stared. He didn't look at the sword, but at the movement of the water when the sword pierced out. He felt the soft resistance coming from the sword. This was a completely different feeling of stagnation. It wasn't appropriate to say that it was binding, because the water didn't deliberately bind, it was the sword that was in the water. The water didn't move, but the sword moved. Although the water wouldn't do it deliberately, it would react naturally. Chu Yang was startled, as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but be lost in thought. After a long time, he felt that his energy was about to run out. His legs kicked, and he broke away from the mud. He suddenly rushed up to the sky. When he was about to reach the surface of the water, he slowed down and gently exposed his head above the water. The fresh air above the water rushed into his lungs. Chu Yang suddenly felt his mind clear up. After a long period of suffocation under the water, when he suddenly exposed his head, there was a feeling of being born. This feeling was very strange. Chu Yang suddenly felt that if the underwater world was one world, then the surface of the water was another world. This was like the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. Below the water was the lower three heavens, above the water was the upper three heavens. Chu Yang stepped on the water and came to the shore. Just like that, he sat on the ground with his body dripping wet, deep in thought. But, what was the meaning of this? Which aspect of martial arts should he start from? Chu Yang suddenly felt that his mind was filled with inspirations. Not just one, but several. Several inspirations lingered in his mind, but all of them were vague and blurry, and he couldn't grasp any of them. Chu Yang had a feeling that as long as he could grab hold of any one of them, he would be able to break through his current state of mind. This was a rare opportunity. Chu Yang tried his best to empty his mind, and sat quietly on the shore. He hid himself in the withered grass, but at this moment, a feeling arose from his heart. The grass above had already withered, but the grass below was still thriving and green. Moreover, it was already as tall as a palm. What was the meaning behind this flourishing and withering scene, or, what else could it mean? Or was it life? All these inspirations and comprehensions were like flies circling around him, filling his heart. Chu Yang sat cross-legged on the grass, without any signs of life. He had already sunk into a deep state of comprehension. In the space of the calamity sword, the sword spirit stood in disappointment. He seemed to have felt something, and also seemed to be disappointed. Only he knew what kind of realm Chu Yang was in now. this had already exceeded the scope of comprehension of the second fragment of the Calamity Sword. It could even be said that it had exceeded the scope of the Calamity Sword, and had become a completely different realm. This realm belonged to the universe, but not to the heavens. The sword spirit also didn't expect Chu Yang to have such comprehension. Perhaps, once the master of the Calamity Sword this time succeeded in his comprehension, his future potential would be far greater than that of the previous masters of the Calamity Sword, the secret of the Calamity Sword that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the biggest secret of the Calamity Sword that no one had been able to solve since its birth. Or, it was very likely, that it would be solved by this young man. This was the first time Chu Zhen practiced his sword underwater, and he did it to experience the soft power of water. But what he didn't expect was that the soft power of water was a kind of power of heaven and earth. It even belonged to a kind of domain of the universe, the domain of water, so when his internal circulation couldn't keep up, under the pressure of his extreme desire to breathe, he suddenly touched a little bit of the mystery of heaven and earth. If he only experienced this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when he rushed out of the water, the sudden awakening gave him the feeling of shattering the void and entering a new world. This was a completely different kind of gap. Naturally, if it was only these two kinds of comprehension, under the guidance of the sword spirit of the Calamity Sword, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly sensed the profound meaning of life, withering, thriving, and growing, the first understanding of the profound meaning of life's reincarnation and the mystery of heaven and earth made Chu Yang completely fall into a mysterious and chaotic realm. He just stayed there quietly. In this state, he didn't move or breathe. After half a day, his body temperature slowly disappeared. All signs of life on his body seemed to be vanishing and disappearing. Returning to silence, only the dense green grass beneath him was growing wildly in this warm spring weather. In this quiet lake, slowly, there were insects, ants, and flakes. Chu Yang didn't know anything about this. It was as if he was just sleeping. Ironcloud Citadel, Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian were sitting in the imperial study of the palace. In front of them was the information sent back by Chu Yang using the invisible falcon. The scope of this intelligence report, the number of people who designed it, the status of the people who designed it, and the unimaginable level of their bases, all of them were extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that there was a part of the military agreement with the grassland wolves of the northern frontier, although it was only bits and pieces, combined with what he had encountered during this period of time. No matter how he looked at it, it proved that this information was absolutely true. It was impeccable, but if they were to get rid of all of it, the movement would be too big. This would definitely surpass any of King of Hell Chu's previous purges. Whether it was the military, the government, the merchants, the Confucians, or the major cities, this was the result of Di Wu Qingrou's 10 years of hard work. What does your majesty think? Wu Qianqian's black robe covered her body as she said lightly. Her voice was cold as if the secret information in front of her was just a pile of waste paper. She didn't consider that if these forces were to be uprooted, it would implicate no less than 100,000 lives. Minister Chu has gone through untold hardships to obtain this information. This is a great loss for our Tai Chi. But, this is a rare opportunity. Taibu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp ray of light as he said, "We must get this done once and for all." Wu Qianqian said seriously. "None of these people can be let off." Taibu Tian slowly stood up with his hands behind his back. He frowned and paced back and forth in the study. He said in a deep voice, "I would rather kill by mistake than let them off." Wu Qianqian's body shook. "I would rather kill by mistake than let them off." This was a famous saying of Di Wu Qingrou. He really didn't expect to hear it from Taibu Tian's mouth today. "I only hope that the internal turmoil of Iron Cloud will end here." Taibu Tian's slender finger gently tapped on the name list. It passed through the paper and hit the table. "So I will pay any price, no price." Taibu Tian's eyes flashed. "Not to mention 100,000 or so, even if it's 1,000,000 or so, I will kill them all." "Yes." Wu Qianqian's body trembled. From this sentence, she could clearly hear Taibu Tian's imperial sentiment of slaughtering the world, heartless. Apart from this, there are also some disobedient people who are listed as important targets in this purge. Taibu Tian frowned in pain and finally said it out gloomily. "Your Majesty, this is inappropriate." Wu Qianqian was shocked. The so-called disobedient people were not necessarily spies. They were just people who firmly supported the old emperor, people who supported the old emperor's authority. In other words, people who opposed Taibu Tian. What's inappropriate about this? Taibu Tian's back was facing Wu Qianqian. He didn't look back. He sneered and said, "There's nothing inappropriate. In this world, there may be a lack of chivalrous men, or peak experts, or honest and upright officials, but there will never be a lack of corrupt scholars. It's these people who still advocate the arts of the saints when the country is in danger. When blood flows like rivers, they still hold the banner of morality high. When the people of the country are in dire straits, they still sing praises. When the soldiers die valiantly in battle, they sing praises for moral integrity at all costs. But when the country is destroyed, they are the first to run out and sell their bodies to the enemy." Taibu Tian smiled coldly. "These are corrupt scholars. They never know what the people need. They never know what the soldiers need. They never know what war needs. They only know benevolence, morality, etiquette, and tolerance. They sing praises for those who can bear the humiliation of kneeling down to others to achieve great things. As a result, the country has too many so-called warriors who can bear the humiliation of kneeling down to others. At the same time, there are too few iron-blooded men who stand out bravely in times of war. They always say that when the country is destroyed, it is the time for the country to rise. But they never think of fighting for the country's survival before the country is destroyed. When the country is destroyed, they have already borne the humiliation of kneeling down to others and become the enemy's subjects, in the name of working for the welfare of the people of the country. In an era of prosperity and peace, these people can't be left out. Because they are in charge of government affairs, they can make use of their jealous nature and talent to mediate the government affairs so that one party doesn't dominate the country. There are many uses. But in a time of continuous war, these boneless and pedantic scholars can't be left alive. Yes. Wu Qianqian's heart was shaken. Taibu Tian's words contained a desperate atmosphere. Even an illiterate person would be able to sense the chalkiness of her words: fight at all costs. Fight to the death, rather perish together with the enemy than live in cowardice. Don't worry about anything. Taibu Tian seemed to have seen through Wu Qianqian's worries. Iron Cloud is huge and there are many talents. If we win, we will have time to slowly clean up the mess, slowly promote talents, and slowly recover in an orderly manner. We won't have to worry about anyone obstructing us. We have a lifetime's worth of time. But if we lose, we don't have to worry about these. Taibu Tian smiled strangely and said, "Then we'll let Wu Qingru worry about it." So that's how it is, Wu Qianqian suddenly understood. Taibu Tian's decision had both victory and defeat in mind. People are full of blind followers. But even if they are blind followers, there needs to be someone of sufficient status to stand up and call for them. Be it for the brave warriors or the fallen slaves of the country. Someone needs to stand up and lead them. Let me give an example that everyone knows. Just like how a member of the party can develop a base, a traitor of the Han dynasty can also establish a puppet government. Outside of the ancient and modern world, there is no other world like this. There is no other way. Taibu Tian's move may seem vicious, but it actually cut off the possibility of Wu Qingru conquering the entire Iron Cloud in the shortest time possible. In case of failure, the top traitors of the Han dynasty were all dead. The only ones left were those who were still traitors, but they were only in charge of a village or a town. A group of dragons without a leader can't be called a force. From this point of view, Taibu Tian was already prepared to perish together with the enemy. She even prepared in advance. Taibu Tian's unyielding character was evident. "I understand," Wu Qianqian said solemnly. "It's good that you understand." Taibu Tian looked at her warmly, a gentle smile on her face. She said softly, "I'll leave this matter to Minister Chu. You can mobilize all the forces under me." "All of them?" "All the forces under me." Wu Qianqian's body trembled as she replied, "I won't disappoint your majesty." Taibu Tian nodded and smiled. Great Zhao is also in a state of total chaos right now. Even if Wu Qingru wants to take action, he won't be able to. Therefore, we must end this purge before Great Zhao's internal strife ends. In order to achieve this goal, I will allow you to use slightly more extreme methods. Tai Budian said heavily. Yes. Tai Budian couldn't help but feel relieved. It was the same sentence. Even though he was facing a minister from Butian Pavilion, this minister was completely different from the previous one. If the person she was facing was Chu Yang, Tai Budian definitely wouldn't have dared to say such words. Because there was no need to say anything. Chu Yang had already gone too far. It was extremely extreme. If he were to say it out loud. Tai Budian is really worried that Chu Yang will kill everyone by himself. However, facing Wu Qianqian was a different matter. As for the people hidden by the senior generals in the military, when the time is right, I will need to go to the front lines personally and cooperate with Uncle Wang to completely eliminate them. However, with Butian Pavilion's current strength, dealing with those people is still not enough. Yes. It's all right, Xianxian. Tai Budian said softly. His eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. He sighed softly, you are not him. Therefore, you don't need to act like him in front of me, or imitate his voice and methods. Your Majesty, please call me Minister Chu, or Minister. Wu Qianqian took a step back vigilantly. She said coldly, I really like it when your Majesty calls me by my official position and not my name. Tai Budian cried helplessly, You. Are you afraid that I will eat you up? Wu Qianqian took another step back. Her beautiful face was hidden under the mask. Her expression couldn't be seen. She bowed and said, If your Majesty doesn't have any other instructions, I will take my leave. The moment I leave, Iron Cloud's purge will officially begin. Tai Budian was silent for a while. Finally, he said indifferently, Good. Wu Qianqian turned and walked out quickly. Tai Budian looked at her back and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl, then, he frowned. Ever since he ascended the throne, there had been a constant stream of ministers who wanted him to take concubines and choose an empress. If he hadn't firmly refused, he would have already chosen several concubines by now. But this was unavoidable. What should he do about it? Men should marry when they are of age, and women should marry when they are of age. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. Tai Budian sighed with a headache. His face revealed a look of contemplation. Then, the entire Iron Cloud was completely covered by King of Hell Chu's chalk butcher's knife. The cleansing operation this time was swift, and swift. It was almost unprecedented. According to the name list in Wu Qianqian's hands, they searched one by one. Once they were found, they were immediately subjected to cruel interrogation. Then, specialized personnel followed the vine to the melon, until the trail was completely uprooted. Then, they were immediately beheaded, without going through a trial or the emperor's approval. They were directly killed, from the top to the bottom. Blood gushed out and heads rolled as they slaughtered their way down. In the end, even the executioners who were in charge of the executions became weak. On average, each chalky hand chopped off hundreds of heads every day. These were all living human lives. His Majesty was deep in the palace. He didn't care about anything. Being forced by the ministers, he slowly said, Dear ministers, do you all want to stand on the chopping block and see what it is like? Thus, there was complete silence. Thus, King of Hell Chu became even crazier. It was said that Minister Chu fiercely ordered at Butian Pavilion, Too slow. Too slow. Did you all not eat? If you don't want to do it, you can change people. Continue to increase the intensity. Increase the intensity. Investigate to the end. Even if you die of exhaustion, you must investigate. Wu Qianqian only had one thought: the bigger the commotion in Iron Cloud, the safer Chu Yang would be in Great Zhao. Thus, for the first time, Wu Qianqian regretted recklessly ordering people to kill. If you kill too many people and fall into hell, then I will, but you must live well. After a few days, Chu Yang quietly woke up by the Lotus Lake, as if he had slept for thousands of years. Chu Yang's eyelids gently blinked and then opened. At this moment, all of the life force was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, pouring into his body at the first moment. Chu Yang didn't sit up immediately. He continued to lie down in his original posture, and carefully sensed this world. This world seemed to be something he didn't recognize. The insects crawling around him, the birds singing softly in the distance, the insects squirming beneath him, all of these sounds were clearly transmitted into his ears. in fact, he could even hear the sound of the grass growing bit by bit. This was the sound of life, the heavenly chalk path realm. The reason why the water binds the sword is because the sword destroys the balance of the water. The reason why people always feel bound is because they want to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Therefore, the heavens must bind them. To put it simply, it's the power of the water against the sword. But to put it simply, it's the law of the heavens. The law of the heavens, when people in the water can't take it anymore and break out of the water, it's equivalent to breaking the law of the water, but as long as you're in it, you must be bound by it, Xianxia quietly comprehended. For half a month, he almost didn't know fatigue as he shuttled between the water and the shore. He didn't know fatigue as he attacked, comprehended, retracted, and comprehended. Time passed bit by bit. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit heaved a deep sigh, but also a sigh of relief. He saw with his own eyes how Xianxia suddenly fell into an epiphany and was completely bound by it. He almost lost his mind and fell into a deep sleep. In the end, he finally broke through and entered a brand new realm. The reason why the sword spirit said that this was a brand new realm was because even the sword spirit had never seen or comprehended this realm in its infinite life. This realm wasn't necessarily a peak that couldn't be reached, but it was definitely unprecedented. Since ancient times, no one had ever entered this realm. Xianxia's power didn't increase by much, but his spiritual realm had broken through to a level that even a sword emperor might not be able to reach. The sword spirit smiled with relief. Xianxia had already broken through the realm of the tribulation sword. Although he still cultivated the tribulation sword technique, he still walked the same path. But he could transcend this path at any time. In other words, no matter how miraculous the tribulation sword was, it couldn't control the current master of the tribulation sword. The master of the tribulation sword was in front, and the master was behind. But now, Xianxia had really become the master of the tribulation sword. The sovereign tribulation sword, these were two completely different concepts. Xianxia continued to practice his sword. Sometimes, he even ate and drank underwater. He grabbed a fish and ate it. He tirelessly familiarized himself with this realm and this new feeling. When others fell into a special spiritual realm, they would be able to transcend it in half a day at most. However, Xianxia had retained this miraculous state for an entire month. When Xianxia came out of the water again, he discovered that the lotus lake had changed. The surface of the lake was already covered in greenery, and flowers were already blooming on the shore. There was an endless stream of tourists on the shore. They were shuttling back and forth on the lake. There was the sound of zither music, the sound of flute music, and the fragrance of rouge floating with the wind. It was already April. There was only 1.5 months left until the Moon Lotus 3 ultimate gathering. Xianxia's divine sense moved, and he clearly felt the sword tip and sword edge of the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly jump. Then, in the depths of the lotus lake, a sword essence that seemed to have been reunited after a long time suddenly appeared, clear and stable. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As expected, you appeared. Although he could sense it now, it was still not the time to put it away. Xianxia could feel that his cultivation was still not enough. Therefore, he could only turn around and leave this place that made him suffer from endless temptation. After I break through, I'll come immediately. Just you wait. The lotus lake had become the focus of attention. People from all over the world began to rush over in an endless stream. This was the music festival of the entire Chongtian continent. It was a truly grand event. Countless refined scholars and literary figures were gathered here. Xianxia was 3 feet under the water. He was like a big fish, silently swimming under the water. The discussion of a ship aroused his interest. He let her stay away from the other ships and quietly hid under this ship. This time, Prime Minister Diwu is really ruthless. So many people died. One of the people on the ship said. Yes, this is a catastrophe for Great Zhao. And it's been a long time and it's still not over. Another person sighed. After this incident, I'm afraid, we won't be able to recover for 3 to 5 years. Another person said worriedly. That's not necessarily true. The people on the ship obviously had some misgivings. They lowered their voices, fearing that others would hear them. Xianxia immediately felt relieved. It seems that Diwu Qingro hasn't completely destroyed Great Zhao. From the moment Diwu Qingro made his move, Xianxia estimated that with such a big incident and the disturbance caused by the sword, Diwu Qingro would not be able to calm down and recover in half a year. Or even longer. In other words, they would be absolutely safe for at least half a year, and now, only 3 months had passed. Even though he knew it wouldn't be so fast, but now that he heard the confirmation of others, Chu Yang was completely relieved. Everything was still in time. Wait until I get the 3rd fragment of the sword, then I can still make it in time. At this moment, a dreamy sound of a flute suddenly sounded. It surrounded the lotus lake that was shrouded in the sadness of spring, adding to the melancholy of a broken heart. Someone suddenly shouted, "The flute master is here." I didn't expect the flute master to come so early this year. There's still 1.5 months before the competition. The flute master is the flute master. She's really extraordinary. But with this flute sound, there's no other sound in the entire lotus lake. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. They saw a flat and long boat slowly sliding down the lotus lake. It was a boat with a black awning. The hull of the boat was pitch black, without any other color. Against the green grass, red flowers, green mountains, and clear water, it was even more abrupt. At the bow of the boat, a person in white robes sat peacefully. A cool breeze blew gently. His snow-white robes fluttered in the wind, fluttering in the wind, the whimpering sound of a flute spread out. The sound wasn't loud, but it silenced all other sounds between heaven and earth. Someone listened attentively with an intoxicated expression. Only when the sound of the flute stopped did he finally wake up as if from a dream. He recited, "The moon and lotus flowers bloom, the meeting of the 3 absolutes. Who ascends the heavenly palace, who takes the lead? The flute immortal drifts on the water, the flute sage quietly swims on the boat. The sound of the zither descends from the heavens, the vicissitudes of life paint the spring and autumn. 20 years of wind and rain, who doesn't fall? 20 years of wind and frost, who can stay? The flute master, with only half a tune, has already surpassed the world's music. Worthy of the flute master." The sound of the flute lingered in the air. The flute master's small boat floated down the river. His white robes fluttered as he passed through the vast water surface. But he didn't stop for a moment before disappearing into the vast expanse of smoke. Everyone could clearly see a man in his 30s sitting at the bow of the boat. His eyes seemed tired, emotionless, and helpless. But he also seemed to be weary of the compassion of the world. He was motionless, as if he didn't hear the cheers around him. The silhouette of the boat went far away. Chu Yang peeked out from the water plants to witness this scene. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This flute master is really pretentious. That mother **ker posture is really cool. But even though it was pretentious, it was still necessary. In a musical competition, popularity was the deciding factor. The flute master appeared alone, dressed in white and on a black boat. His elegant bearing was like a rider leaving dust behind. He floated in and out. The sound of the flute was mellow, directly penetrating one's heart. This scene of gaining the upper hand by a show of strength would surely leave a deep impression on everyone present. In particular, his flute sound was filled with sorrow. It was exactly in line with the current mood of the people of Great Zhao during this period of turmoil. One couldn't help but admit that this move was really brilliant. The flute master had disappeared for a long time, but the discussions of the crowd were getting more and more heated. In a direction that no one paid attention to, no one discovered that there was an additional fleet of boats here. These boats were no different from other boats. But Chu Yang could clearly see that these boats also came from upstream. They were clearly the boats of the flute master's clan. Chu Yang chuckled. Unknowingly, he chose a secluded place to go ashore. Immediately, he changed his clothes and changed his appearance. He bought a small boat like the one he had bought some time ago. Holding a fishing rod, he sat on it. Floating on the water. Who doesn't know how to act pretentious? Chu Yang thought to himself. Suddenly, he fixed the fishing rod on the boat. Pulling off his clothes, he dived into the water with a splash. After swimming underwater for a long time, he finally found a big fish that weighed dozens of pounds. He caught it in a few moves and stuffed the hook into the mouth of the fish. Then, he returned to the boat. Wearing his snow-white clothes, his face was tranquil as he held the fishing rod in his hand. Everyone can understand that fish from before. Actually, Minister Chu didn't know how to fish, but he knew how to catch fish. Therefore, Minister Chu continued to float on the boat like an immortal. His expression was tranquil as he held the fishing rod. The fishing line made whooshing sounds as it was pulled, drifting on the lake. This freehand style was truly a masterpiece of the Lotus Lake. Immediately, many people noticed this extremely pretentious guy. Such a small boat, yet he didn't use a mast, a sail, a paddle, or a bamboo pole. Just like that, whooshing through the water. Immediately, everyone looked over curiously. Suddenly, in front of the boat, where the fishing rod was pointing, the head of a big fish suddenly popped out. With a puff, it made a huge splash. Immediately, everyone could clearly see that the fishing line was in the mouth of the big fish. This fish must weigh at least 100 pounds, right? Immediately after, the big fish moved on the water's surface, creating a ripple. It continued to pull the boat, drifting from east to west. Wow! So cool! A young girl shouted like a love-struck fool. She was so happy that she jumped up and down on the boat, clapping her hands. Her eyes were filled with longing, using a big fish to pull the boat. Wow, wow, more and more people started to notice. Especially some girls. Their eyes were shining as they looked at this pretentious criminal. They were both envious and fascinated. This kind of carefreeness wasn't something an ordinary person could do. So much so that, this degree of flashiness was not in the least inferior to the flute master from before. Minister Chu was expressionless. With a proud and aloof face, he was very noble and untainted as he weaved through the cracks of the big boat and the small boat. His facial expression didn't change in the slightest. This was a different kind of scenery. Such elegance, such confidence, and such originality, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The commotion that the flute master had caused earlier disappeared in an instant. The man smiled helplessly and embraced his daughter in his arms. How could an ordinary person like him do such a thing? Many young girls ran to the bow of their boats and stretched their bodies out, waiting to see the scene of a big fish pulling a boat. Immediately, the surface of Lotus Lake was filled with jubilation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Minister Chu circled around all the boats. Even the big fish that was pulling the boat, Liang Ran, was also a flashy guy. It actually jumped out of the water countless times, revealing its beautiful golden body, and then casually fell back into the water, pulling the boat forward. Another one! Another one! Wahahaha! Immediately, waves of cheers rose, wave after wave, and wave after wave. Wave after wave, especially the screams of a few naive young girls, which rose and fell in succession. The people on the flute master's boat looked at this showy and flashy guy. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. They couldn't wait to dismember this guy into 10,000 pieces. After such an unexpected commotion, the flute master's shocking appearance had become meaningless. The impact it had caused had vanished like smoke in thin air. Could it be that the flute master could make another appearance? Wouldn't that be a joke? The limelight of the entire Lotus Lake was monopolized by Minister Chu. On an ordinary-looking boat, a middle-aged man looked on with a smile and said softly, "Who is this person? He's obviously here to cause trouble for the flute master. Even though he's not on our side, he's completely relieved the pressure on the flute master, eliminating the influence of the flute master. Haha, to us, this is not a bad thing. Could he be one of the Zither master's people?" Another person asked. No, normally the Zither wouldn't appear so early. The previous person said with certainty. That's true. The Miss should be arriving soon, right? She should arrive tomorrow or the day after. The first person sighed. It's just that this year's Lotus Lake is really a bit untimely. Yes, Great Zhao is currently in a state of chaos. If something were to happen here, I'm afraid Diwu Qingro will make a move here. Another person said worriedly. We'll take it one step at a time. Has the clan witness arrived? Not yet. On another boat, a young man with smiling eyes looked at Chu Yang, who was drifting left and right. He sighed softly. Why are you sighing? I'm sighing. The problem that gave me a headache has been perfectly solved by someone. Difficult problem? Solve it? Not bad. Alu's zither skills had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. No one could compare to her in the heavens. However, Alu didn't like to create momentum. She didn't like to play to the gallery. Therefore, it was foreseeable that she would be at a disadvantage at the start of the three masters gathering. But, the appearance of this person will definitely bring the three ultimates to a completely balanced state. Is it this extremely showy person? The person who asked the question did not believe it. Him? Look at his smug look, he's obviously forgotten himself. You're wrong. This minister you looked at Chu Yang, who was having a great time, and said, the reason why you said that is because you don't know who he is. He is not such a shallow person, but he did it to help us. This is a huge favor. Giving out this favor is equivalent to giving Lu the title of number one in the world. It's extremely heavy. Then, he said decisively, move the boat, invite him. I want to talk to him. Chu Yang was about to end this game. Suddenly, a boat moved in front of him. At the same time, the fishing rod loosened and the fishing line broke. The big fish escaped from his control and disappeared without a trace. The boat's curtain suddenly rolled up. Yes, very suddenly, it rolled up. Because Chu Yang saw clearly that this curtain was not touched by anyone's hand, but it rolled up by itself. An expert, Chu Yang's eyes narrowed and he became alert. The curtain opened. A young Xingyi duke sat quietly on the boat and looked at him. When the two people's eyes touched, Chu Yang immediately felt a strange feeling. This pair of eyes seemed to have existed here since the beginning of time. It had existed for countless years and looked at him for millions of years. If his eyes were a drop of water, then the other person's eyes were the ocean. It completely melted him. Chu Yang's heart shook. He wanted to move away, but he couldn't. It was as if his mind was being controlled by the other person. He froze there. Chu Yang was shocked. How could there be such a terrifying person in the lower three heavens? At this moment, the sword spirit in the space of tribulation snorted and a huge amount of spiritual energy was transmitted into Chu Yang's eyes. Yes, when the two people's eyes were forcefully separated by Chu Yang, there was a clear sound of Pa. This voice was so clear that even the servant behind the green-robed duke could hear it clearly. His eyes were separated from his body and he was able to make a sound. This was an inconceivable thing. Chu Yang's heart thumped wildly. In an instant, he only felt cold sweat soaking his clothes. If this young man in front of him wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. This person was unfathomable. Xingyi Duke also made a slight sound of surprise. His eyes flashed with a clear look of doubt. Then, he said lightly, you go out first and go back by yourself. The servant behind him immediately agreed. They were now in the middle of the Lotus Lake. That servant actually jumped out of the cabin without hesitation and fell into the water with a splash. He used his hands and feet to swim to the shore. Only the two people were left sitting opposite each other. Who are you? Chu Yang calmed himself down and asked slowly. Please come in. Please take a seat. Xingyi Duke smiled kindly and said lightly, we've met before. We're friends. Oh? Chu Yang looked at him questioningly. Then, he stood up and gently floated into the other party's cabin. Facing such a peerless expert, Chu Yang knew that his opposition was futile. There was no way he could escape. He might as well go in openly and see what he wanted to do. In the cabin, there was a white crystal table. Opposite the man in green, there was a white crystal seat. Chu Yang sat down unceremoniously. White crystal, this kind of treasure that was second only to purple crystal in the heavens continent, was actually used as a table and chair by the man in green. The generosity of this man in green could be imagined. In his dantian, the sword tip let out a low cry of longing. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This white crystal is good stuff, but I can't afford to offend him now. Drink? Or drink tea? Xingyi Duke smiled kindly. The guest will follow the host's wishes. Chu Yang also smiled warmly, the best. You're really not polite. Xingyi Duke held the teapot in his hand and waved. The lid of a small water tank on the side of the bed slowly opened automatically. A stream of water rose into the air. As if it had a life of its own, it slowly poured into the teapot. The man in green smiled at Chu Yang. This is ice crystal water from the three heavens. Chu Yang looked at it with interest and praised, not bad. But his heart was shocked. How could it be just not bad? In this world, there was only one thing that could use cold ice to gather spiritual energy, then divide it into ice and completely contain it. When it melted, the spiritual energy would completely dissolve in water, ice crystal. Although the quality of the spiritual energy contained in ice crystal was not as good as purple crystal and white crystal, it was the only kind that could be drunk. Chu Yan did not expect that the person in front of him would be so extravagant as to use this kind of water to make tea. The man in green smiled and took out a small jade bucket made of purple crystal. He said, "This is the tea that I made myself. It's nameless. But I think that only this kind of tea can bear the name nameless." As he spoke, he opened the lid of the purple crystal bucket and carefully poured out a few pieces of tea into the teapot. Then, he placed the teapot flat on his palm. In a moment, white mist suddenly rose and gurgling sounds could be heard. This lake water was actually boiling in his hand. Ordinary tea will not taste good after it's boiled. But this tea of mine needs to be boiled for a while before it can completely dissolve the fragrance of the tea, the man in green explained. Then, he flicked his finger and a stream of water shot out, landing steadily in front of Chu Yang. It was filled to the brim, but not a single drop spilled out. A light and elegant fragrance spread out just like that. In an instant, it made one feel relaxed and happy. Although the fragrance of this tea is not strong, it can spread very far. It's also a problem. Xingyi Duke smiled and flicked his sleeves. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the entire space had frozen. Even the hot air that was floating out also froze in the air. Domain control, Chu Yang almost exclaimed out loud. Domain control was a wonderful technique that only Emperor-level martial artists could comprehend. The wonderful thing about this technique was that some second-grade Emperor-level martial artists could not have a domain, but some first-grade Emperor-level martial artists could. This completely depended on one's perception and luck. It was not based on the depth of one's martial power, but it was a technique that only Emperor-level martial artists could have. Emperor-level martial artists did not necessarily have a domain, but those who had a domain were definitely Emperor-level martial artists. "May I ask who you are?" Chu Yang asked slowly. The other party said that he had seen him before, but he had no impression of him at all. "Who was this person?" "Ha." The man in green smiled faintly. Chu Yang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This kind of familiarity was not the kind of familiarity that he had seen before, but a kind of familiarity that seemed like déjà vu. This person's bearing, temperament, and attitude were all filled with a kind of indifference. Or it could be said that everything in the world did not bother him at all. It was 80% similar to Meng Chaoran's bearing. "I don't have a surname, nor a name." The young man smiled faintly. That kind of free and easy aura that came from his bones floated out like that. "But everyone calls me Duke Yu. So you can also call me Duke Yu." Duke Yu. Chu Yang's heart shook violently. He almost lost his mind. So it was him. Duke Yu, Chu Yang was shocked. So it was this person. This Duke Yu could be said to be the most mysterious person in the three heavens. He was also a top expert, the most powerful expert under the dark bamboo of the three heavens. No name, no surname, no origin. He came and went like a shadow, like a dragon whose head could be seen but whose tail could not be seen. Since this person made his debut, he seemed to have suddenly appeared in this world. No one knew where he came from. It was as if he had suddenly appeared with a powerful cultivation base. No one knew what level his cultivation was at. He could win against a martial great master. He could also win against a revered martial artist. He could also win against a martial king by a little bit. No one knew where the bottom line of his martial arts was. Every battle was fought with ease and ease. Since he suddenly appeared in this world, he had never lost a battle in his life. Duke Yu was the leader of the dark forces in the three heavens. To them, the name of Duke Yu was synonymous with the devil. Duke Yu. Chu Yang gasped and said cautiously, "You are from the dark bamboo?" Duke Yu's eyes flashed with a surprised light. He said, "You know me?" When he said that they had met before, it was actually him who had met Chu Yang. Chu Yang had not met him before. But now, looking at Chu Yang's tone and expression, it was obvious that he knew him. Duke Yu could not help but be curious. "How can I not know an illustrious expert?" Chu Yang said with a smile. "That's right. Your brothers are all dukes of the three heavens. Dukyu immediately thought of this point. That day, the person who did not appear in Jun Lulu's room was you, right? Qiyang smiled and raised his head. He thought of that terrifying aura that day. You are really good. Dukyu praised from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Qiyang with deep eyes. You actually thought of this with just one sentence. This is not hard to guess. Qiyang smiled. Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. He felt a burst of ice-cold air flowing down his throat. Then, it transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, and fused with his meridians. He felt extremely comfortable. Dukyu didn't call me here today just to drink tea. He sighed and said, although the tea is good tea and the water is good water, the tea is not good. Dukyu stared at him for a while and said, this tea is worth drinking. He sighed and said, today, I called you here not because you helped Alu at Lotus Lake, nor because you helped Alu comprehend music at the Pavilion of Exceptional Beauties. Qiyang tilted his head, oh? It's because I realized that you always have a certain kind of ability. Dukyu smiled. When he smiled, there was actually a sense of innocence and shyness. This was an expression that should have appeared on a teenager's face, but when it appeared on his face, it actually had some charm. You're always able to make people unknowingly owe you. Haha. Qiyang laughed. That's why I want to ask you. Dukyu suddenly stared intently at him and said in a deep voice, are you a member of the Yi clan? Or was it someone from the family? Was it someone from the Ling family, the Li family, the Chen family, or the Xiao family? Or are they from the Long clan or the Shi clan? Dukyu said 8 surnames in a single breath. Qiyang counted silently in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, there's still one missing. Dukyu snorted and said, because you definitely can't be a member of the Zhuge clan. So. Diwu Qingro is a member of the Zhuge clan? Qiyang's mind was very clear. He immediately asked back. You. Dukyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at him. Then, the light suddenly weakened and returned to normal. He said indifferently, answer my question first. I'm not a member of the Yi clan, and I'm also not a member of the family. Qiyang also repeated the names of the clans and smiled, my surname is Chu, and my name is Qiyang. I know you're king of Hell Chu. Dukyu was somewhat helpless. He raised his head and looked at the top of the cabin. It seemed that there was something there that was worth studying. After a long time, he said quietly, maybe I guessed wrong. It seems that you guessed wrong. Qiyang shook his head and smiled. But in his mind, he quickly memorized the names of the clans. If he guessed correctly, the so-called Yi clan, Chu clan, Ling clan, Li clan, Chen clan, Xiao clan, Long clan, Shi clan, and Zhuge clan should be the big clans that ruled the upper 3 heavens. Qiyang only knew of the Yi clan because his master's lover was surnamed Yi Chu Chen. Thinking of this, Qiyang thought of the man in blue. He suddenly thought, could it be that the Chu clan of the upper 3 heavens is not one of the big clans? Speaking of the man in blue, Qiyang was somewhat surprised. After the matter at heaven-reaching tower, Qiyang waited for the man in blue to come find him. But for some reason, the man in blue seemed to have suddenly disappeared from this world without a trace. He actually did not come to find Qiyang. But earlier, he seemed to be in a hurry. Why? Of course, Qiyang was not worried about him. An emperor-level master was absolutely invincible in the lower 3 heavens. No one could hurt him. What are you thinking about? Dukyu asked. I'm thinking about the surnames you mentioned. Qiyang said softly, they are the big clans of the upper 3 heavens, right? Correct. Dukyu nodded. I won't hide it from you. Actually, I don't know anything about this double heavens continent. Qiyang said honestly, today is the first time I've heard of these names. Dukyu looked at him with a strange light in his eyes. I only know about the official records of this double heavens continent. Qiyang smiled bitterly, I don't know anything about the inside story, the secrets, or the legends. Dukyu's expression became even more strange. I was wondering why there are only upper 3 heavens, lower 3 heavens, and upper 3 heavens since it's called double heavens. Qiyang asked, in fact, this is only a triple heavens continent. Why is it called double heavens? Dukyu carefully observed each of Qiyang's expressions. After a long time, he suddenly sighed and laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems that I guessed wrong, Chu Yang was doubtful. So you really don't know anything? Dukyu said heavily, as if he was very angry that he guessed wrong. It's you who made some simple things complicated. Chu Yang laughed. I don't believe that you didn't investigate my information. But you still asked this question. Obviously, you don't believe in my information. It's because you're advancing too fast. Dukyu sighed. If I'm not wrong, you're already a revered level martial artist. Moreover, you're a revered sword artist? Second grade? Chu Yang was shocked. He had already tried his best to hide his cultivation level. Now, he didn't even reveal his aura. But, his cultivation level was seen through by Dukyu. Dukyu's eyesight was already frightening. How long has it been? Counting from the time you were born. Even if you're a peerless genius with countless elixirs and a first-class teacher teaching you, it's impossible to reach your current level in the lower three heavens. Dukyu smiled bitterly and said, if you were me and knew how powerful this is, you wouldn't doubt why I'm suspecting you. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He was naturally aware of this. His advancement was a legend to everyone. Fine, we owe you twice. Today, I'll tell you the secrets of the Double Heavens continent. Dukyu snorted and said, you can only know the corresponding things when you're at the corresponding level. With your current cultivation level, you know things that are beyond your ability. This is the first time in the Double Heavens continent. Please enlighten me. Chu Yang smiled leisurely. In fact, he was very anxious. What Chu Yang lacked now was history. The real history of the Double Heavens continent. In other words, the level of the real experts of the Double Heavens continent. Only when he knew it would he have the energy to catch up. All day long, they had only heard some vague legends. Who would take those things seriously? This matter. It's really hard to say. Dukyu was absent-minded for a while and said, it's actually a little absurd. Or rather, I don't really want to tell you. I've been caught in a trap of my own making. He sighed. Who would have thought that you would make such a request? This is a symbol of status. You can only know about it when your strength reaches a certain level. Even some people in the upper three heavens don't know about it. The secret of the double heavens only belongs to the big clans of the upper three heavens. Sigh. Chu Yang laughed. This was what he wanted to know the most. So when Dukyu said that he owed him twice, he straightforwardly said, I don't understand the double heavens continent. The fog above my head naturally has to be uncovered. I even thought that you would ask me to assassinate Diwu Qingro. Dukyu rubbed his temples. Chu Yang's smile remained unchanged. He was full of patience. Fine, fine. Dukyu smiled helplessly. He said with a hint of indifference, even if they know that it came from my mouth, what can they do? Humph. These words were full of arrogance. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were slightly shaken. Could it be that such a secret can't be said casually? If it gets out, will there be serious consequences? Why? The Double Heavens continent. It was originally a continent. There were no upper three heavens, no lower three heavens, and no double heavens. It was just a world. At that time, there were endless disputes. There were humans, beasts, and other races. They all lived and thrived on this continent. The continent's conflict had reached the point where it would all perish if it wasn't stopped. Therefore, the great experts didn't care if they were friends or foes. They gathered together to discuss a solution. In the end, they came to a decision. That was, to divide the continent into large pieces. There would be areas that were barren and areas that were rich. The term barren and rich referred to the vital energy of heaven and earth. They agreed that each race could only live in their own area. Once they crossed the boundary, they would definitely be attacked by the other great races. And the way to determine which race lived on which continent came from the hands of the great masters. The great masters would have a ranking battle, and the person who ranked first would be able to live in the best place for his race. And so on until the end. The great races at that time were divided into the sun race, moon race, and star race. This is what we often call the three stars divine race. The three stars divine race didn't belong to the human race nor the beast race. It was a special race. They had one thing in common, which was that they could transform into human form when they condensed stars. But their strength was equally strong. There was also the beast race. The beast race was the largest. Moreover, when their cultivation reached a certain level, they could also transform into human form, no different from humans. The bird race, dragon race, fairy race, human race, devil race, and spirit race. Each race had their own unique skills that couldn't be copied. These are the great races. Dukyu's gaze revealed a strange look. Chuyang looked at him, but he couldn't understand the meaning behind Dukyu's gaze. In short, it was very, very strange. Since they are the great races, why are the other races nowhere to be seen? Chuyang asked, what was the final result of the battle between the great experts? Haha, after the battle in the middle of the East, the strong and the weak were finally ranked. It was also the first ranking battle between the great experts on the continent. Dukyu shook his head with a smile and said, the final result is, the human race is ranked first, so they occupy the best territory. Next, it is the spirit race, devil race, fairy race, dragon race, bird race, star race, sun race, and moon race. So the continent was separated. At that time, the entire continent was connected by water. Every race was separated by an ocean, so they didn't invade each other. After many years, however, how can the various races not have ambitions? Who wouldn't want to occupy the best? Many years after the disappearance of the great experts, the human race, the strongest race at that time, finally declined, and the continent was once again embroiled in disputes. The Three Stars Divine Clan has taken the lead in leaving their own residences. They are preparing to seize the best resources. Once the Three Stars Divine Clan took action, the other clans also responded one after another. Thus, the continent was once again thrown into chaos. But this time, there was no great expert to restrict them. But at this time, a person and a sword appeared. Calamity Sword. Dukyu said heavily. Chuyang was dumbfounded. F***CK. Why was the Calamity Sword involved? Calamity Sword? Chuyang's mouth was crooked. What does this have to do with Calamity Sword? Because Calamity Sword was the one who settled the matter. Dukyu's expression seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be sighing helplessly. That person was a super bastard. He used an even more F***ed-up method to settle this matter. Chuyang was confused and disoriented as he asked, how many years ago was this? This is really hard to calculate. Dukyu shook his head. At that time, after Calamity Sword's master suddenly appeared, he first found a few experts from the Three Stars Divine Clan and beat them up without saying a word. Then, the experts from the various races all suffered a blow without exception. The most serious one was a supreme martial artist of the human race. He felt that the human race was at a disadvantage, so he didn't let it go. He was chased by Calamity Sword's master and slapped all over the heavens. It is said that the slaps were earth-shattering, and a single slap could shatter a mountain. Dukyu's eyes were filled with fascination. A single slap could shatter a mountain? Chuyang's eyes almost popped out. What does this slap have to do with a mountain? A single slap on the face, and then this supreme martial artist was slapped onto a mountain. Then, this mountain was gone. Dukyu raised his eyebrows. It's that simple. Chuyang almost fainted. There's actually such a slap? But then again, how hard must this supreme martial artist's body be? Then, Calamity Sword's master forcefully gathered all the experts. It is said that the situation was very shocking. Everyone gathered together, but they were still not convinced of each other's strength. Then, Calamity Sword's master said that since this was the case, it was better for everyone to live in their own space. So, he folded the entire continent. Folded the continent. Chuyang was completely stunned. Folded? This Motherf * King Heaven continent is not a piece of paper. How can it be folded? Yes, folded. Then everyone realized that the continent had become smaller. Moreover, it had become a layer like a pagoda. Calamity Sword's master was very satisfied at that time. He said that from then on, this continent would be called Heaven Level. Chuyang was speechless. So this is how the Heaven Level continent got its name. Then, each race moved into their own space according to Calamity Sword's master's request. No one said that they were unwilling. Dukyu said. Xianxia shook his head. Facing such a person. Unwilling? Who dared to say that they were unwilling? However, Calamity Sword's master didn't do it perfectly. Moreover, it caused a huge disaster. Dukyu sighed and said, originally, it was settled like this. However, the space that he made in a hurry was very unstable. After he finished, it suddenly collapsed, Beads of sweat finally flowed down Chu Yang's forehead. The space collapsed. At that time, the highest level was the human race. Then, it was the 3 Stars Divine Clan. Then, it was the other races. Dukyu had an indescribable expression. He smiled bitterly and said, the upper level completely collapsed, and the lower level continued to collapse. Therefore, the dragon race, fairy race, devil race, spirit race, and so on, who were originally fighting for the continent, disappeared just like that. Were they crushed to death? Chu Yang was shocked. What do you think? Dukyu rolled his eyes and said, the entire continent fell down just like that. Who could bear it? Even if it was a supreme martial artist, it's really hard to say. Chu Yang's hands and feet were cold. Calamity Sword's master felt that he had no face. Dukyu's words made Chu Yang's brain completely short-circuit. This guy destroyed 5 races at once, and he actually felt that he had no face. Hearing this sentence made him feel like his balls were cramping. Therefore, he refurbished it and combined the 2 lowest levels into one continent. Then, he combined the 2 levels into one. As for the 5 levels above, he completely combined them. In this way, the heavens became 3 heavens. Then, in order to commemorate the 5 races that disappeared in that disaster, the continent's name was still the heavens. I see. Chu Yang finally understood the origin of this heavens continent. However, thinking about it still made him shudder. There was actually someone who could casually fold the continent? And if he wasn't satisfied with it, he could unfold it and fold it again? This, just thinking about it made him dizzy. However, there was still a hidden danger. That is, the space collapsed from time to time. Dukyu said, therefore, Calamity Sword's master left his sword on this continent. There were a few heaven's eyes. He divided his sword into 2 parts and stuffed them into the heaven's eyes. I don't know what method he used, but the continent stabilized from then on, and there were no more collapses. Then, this Calamity Sword's master disappeared. Since then, no one has seen him again. Dukyu said deeply, when this man left, he once said, this Calamity Sword appears once every 10,000 years. It locks the fate of the continent, and the cycle of cause and effect is the supporting force of this heaven's continent. Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he nodded in a daze. So that was it, this was the origin of the Calamity Sword. From then on, this strange sword was called Calamity Sword. Everyone was guessing why this eccentric would name this sword Calamity Sword. Could it be that this continent was going to experience another great calamity? But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. So, they could only give up. After the first 10,000 years, someone indeed obtained the Calamity Sword. But that time, the entire heaven structure was completely changed. After a great war, the last remaining bird race was completely annihilated. After a period of time, the 3 Stars Divine Clan finally had a great conflict with the humans. But that time, the one who obtained the Calamity Sword was a human expert. Therefore, when the Calamity Sword's master reached his peak, the entire 3 Stars Divine Clan was sealed. Sealed, yes, sealed. Only when the Calamity Sword appears can the seal be unsealed. Cough cough cough. Chu Yang felt like he was about to break down just from listening. Right now, his heart was filled with doubt. Is this really the case? Is there really such an unbelievable thing? Could it be that the reason why the Calamity Sword kept absorbing the essence of these things was to obtain the supporting force of the continent? If that was the case, wasn't this too big, too big? Every time a fragment of the Calamity Sword appeared, there would be a phenomenon in the world. Was it because the heaven's eye had been taken out, causing the support point to lose its support, resulting in some kind of reaction? Yet another tens of thousands of years have passed. Indeed, the Calamity Sword would appear once every 10,000 years. And every time it appears, there would be a huge calamity. Each time it appears, it would change the entire structure of the heavens. From start to finish, 10,000 years have passed. Dukyu raised his teacup and took a sip of water. He then said, "Now, the Calamity Sword has appeared again. Not counting the time when the Calamity Sword's master appeared, this is the umpteenth time the Calamity Sword has appeared." Umpteenth time. From the records, the commotion caused by the appearance of the Calamity Sword this time is very different from the previous times. It seems like this time, it's even more serious. And ever since the Calamity Sword appeared, there has been a legend in the heaven realm: when the Calamity Sword appears, the earth will split and the sky will flip. In other words, the entire heaven realm will be destroyed. This kind of nonsense, who knows when it started? Let's not talk about what you've heard. Even if I'm talking about it, it sounds like I'm talking in my sleep. Dukyu laughed bitterly and said, "But this is the biggest secret of the heaven realm. The root of everything is Calamity Sword. Doesn't this mean that all the secrets are on the Calamity Sword?" Xianxia frowned and asked. At this moment, he was thinking, damn it, it's just a sword, why is it so complicated? Yes, the Calamity Sword, but it's a pity that you're not its owner. And this generation's Calamity Sword has already been born. The birth of the Calamity Sword means that it has found a person who can complete all of this. You don't have a chance. Dukyu misunderstood his meaning and said slowly with a kind of sarcasm and helplessness. No chance. Xianxia raised his head and said disappointedly, "What a pity. It's really a pity." Dukyu heaved a long sigh. His pity was genuine. This made Xianxia feel the crisis in his dantian even more. If people knew that the Calamity Sword was in his dantian, Xianxia dared to bet that even if his cultivation speed was 100 times faster, even if he had 100 lives, he would definitely die miserably in a very short time. Dukyu was in a daze for a while before he finally said, "This is the heaven-level continent." As he said this, Dukyu's finger moved slightly. Then, Xianxia realized that the tea fragrance that was originally stagnant in the air suddenly resumed its flow and slowly floated out. Did this mean that the conversation was over? The sound of flowing water and the clamor outside seemed to have appeared out of nowhere at this moment, ringing out once more. It turned out that Dukyu's blockade was actually the complete sealing of the entire space. Those outside couldn't hear what was going on inside, and those inside couldn't hear what was going on outside. What kind of magical power is this? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he said, "May I ask, Dukyu, the level of martial artists in this continent, the level of martial artists, is what you saw?" Dukyu lowered his head and chuckled softly, "But the truly exciting part isn't here. The truly exciting place is not here? Is it the lower three heavens? Is it still the heaven-level continent?" "Oh? Then, this truly wonderful place, has Dukyu been there before?" Xianxia asked meaningfully. "It is indeed very fun." Dukyu's eyelids drooped as he said in a deep voice, "It is filled with life and death. It is also filled with opportunities," Xianxia pondered. Then, he suddenly smiled in his heart. He thought, judging from Dukyu's words, the truly wonderful place he's talking about should be the upper three heavens. "I've already prepared your identity." Dukyu picked up his teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp. He reached out his hand and grabbed the air. The tea fragrance that was floating in the air was caught by his hand. He kneaded it like he was kneading mud, forming it into a small ball. Then, he flicked it 3 times with his finger. From the small ball, 3 streams of milky white fog flew out. With a whoosh, they pierced through the cabin and flew out, plop, plop, plop. 3 sounds of falling into the water came from outside. The current rose and fell, causing the small boat to bob up and down on the surface of the water. In this world, there will always be too many people who overestimate themselves. Dukyu grinned at Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Ants." Then, he stood up and chuckled, "You're making me so annoyed." At this moment, his smile was suddenly filled with a helpless killing intent. His snow-white teeth bit his lower lip lightly. The white light reflected from his teeth was like a shark in the sea that was devouring its food. Only then did an angry shout come from outside, "Who are the people in the boat? Attacking people in the dark without saying anything. What kind of hero are you? These people should be here to look for you. The trouble you caused by riding on the fish just now." Dukyu ignored the shouts outside and smiled at Yang. Do you want to do it, or should I? I want to do it, but you've already stood up. Yang smiled slyly. I won't snatch away someone's beloved. Dukyu was stunned. Then, he suddenly laughed, sly. Then, he stood up with his hands behind his back and walked out slowly. The cabin was still sealed off from all sides, but Dukyu's figure was suddenly nowhere to be seen. Yang looked at his seat. His eyes flickered. Finally, he stood up, opened the curtains and walked out. His hand grasped the air and solidified it. With a flick of his finger, the enemy was defeated. From beginning to end, it was played down, without the slightest bit of anger. Although this Dukyu's husband had only revealed the tip of the iceberg, he was already ranked first among all the people Yang had seen. He was fully deserving of the title. Only when he came out to take a look did he realize that this small boat had unknowingly been surrounded. 5 boats were anchored in the front, back, left and right. The bows of the boats were filled with people. On the surface of the water, 3 corpses in blue floated quietly. Presumably, it was Dukyu's 3 flick of his finger. On the opposite boat, a square-faced man with a face full of anger looked at Dukyu and Yang who had just come out. His eyes were fierce. Yang looked at these boats and immediately recognized them. These were the boats of the flute master. Presumably, they were here to take revenge for disrupting the flute master's plan of gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. What is the purpose of you blocking my boat? Dukyu stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. His green robe fluttered, and his expression was filled with an indescribable air of arrogance. May I ask this Duke, who was the one who killed these 3 people? That person was unknowingly intimidated by his imposing manner. Although his tone was unyielding, it had unknowingly changed into an inquiring tone. It was this Duke. Dukyu didn't even look at him. His pair of eyes seemed to be filled with deep affection as he looked at the undulating water below the boat. He sighed and said guiltily, I'm sorry, since Dukyu is apologizing, then, I'm sorry, for letting these 3 ugly corpses fall into your clear and pure water. It's really my fault. Dukyu said apologetically, in order to express my apology, I will clean this place up. The caretaker on the opposite boat was so angry that his face turned purple and he was speechless. So Dukyu's apology was actually for the water, and not for the people. This made the person who had wrongly expressed his feelings to explode in anger. You killed 3 of my people, and you actually blame the corpses for contaminating the water? How can there be such an unreasonable person in this world? Duke, are you the transverse flute master's people? The person endured his anger and clenched his teeth. The sun was beating wildly. You are the flute master's people? Dukyu raised his head and looked sideways. His clear black and white eyes looked at him as he asked softly. His pure eyes seemed to belong to a wealthy family who grew up in a golden palace and didn't know the sorrow of the world. But when that person was looked at by this pair of eyes, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That's right. Just now, this Duke was trying to please the crowd by using a big fish to pull the boat. He ruined my master's appearance. I want to ask about this matter. What is the purpose of this? The square-faced man looked at Yang with his dignified eyes. Your Excellency, you should give us an explanation for your actions. His intuition told him that this Duke in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. After acknowledging his identity, he immediately changed his target and opened fire at Yang. At the same time, this also explained to Dukyu, we are looking for him, not you. If you are busy, then go and do what you are supposed to do. This was actually a sign of weakness and begging for mercy. Speak? Speak what? Yang didn't say anything. Dukyu rolled his eyes and asked indifferently. During the meeting of the 3 masters, everyone shows off their abilities. This is a convention, the person said. Convention? What convention? Dukyu frowned and asked coldly. This Duke, even if you are strong in martial arts, it is difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. You should know that in this world, there are rules and regulations, the person said with a fierce expression. He didn't even know who this young man in front of him was, but he was already afraid in his heart. Difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands? Dukyu said oh. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at a boat on the left. He said, are you referring to these people? His voice was very soft, and could even be said to be very gentle. But after he finished speaking, the boat he was pointing at suddenly shattered into pieces with a puff. 7 or 8 people on the boat flew into the air at the same time. They disintegrated in the air and fell to the ground with broken limbs and minced meat. There were no screams, and no energy that broke through the air. With just a casual point of his finger, a boat and 7 or 8 people were destroyed. This was simply a monster. On the surface of the water, the biggest pieces of the boat were no bigger than a palm. An indescribable smell of blood spread out on the surface of the lake. Dooku turned his face to the side and said in a pained voice, "It's all my fault, I polluted another area and..." Then, he turned his face and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with his pure eyes. He smiled amiably and said, "Is there anything else?" Then, he raised his hand and looked at the person in front of him questioningly. His finger pointed at another boat and asked, or, before he could finish his sentence, a series of exclamations sounded. The sound of people falling into the water was endless. The 7 or 8 people on the boat he was pointing at had already jumped into the water and swam in all directions with all their might. The person in front of him stared blankly. His whole body was trembling. His teeth were fighting fiercely. His 2 legs were like playing a pipa. He was about to kneel down. "Do you still want to say it?" Dooku looked at him warmly and said with interest, "I can tell you. Believe me, I can definitely tell you." No, 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 no? Dooku looked like he had a headache. He said, "Then, do you want it or not? It's hard for me to listen to you talk like this, you know. No, 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 don't say it anymore." The man was almost scared to tears. Even his voice had changed as he shouted desperately. "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, I will follow your instructions." The man nodded like a chicken pecking rice. The faces of the people behind him were all pale. They avoided his gaze because they were already scared out of their wits. "Yes, in addition. Whether we want to use fish to pull the boat or birds to pull the carriage, this is not something that you, or your master can control. Do you understand?" Dooku chuckled. "Understood. Dong dong dong." The man replied repeatedly. However, because he was extremely nervous, he said understood instead of dong dong dong. "Yes, go." Dooku flicked his sleeves and a strong wind suddenly flew out. The boat opposite them suddenly retreated like an arrow. The people on the boat couldn't stand steadily because they retreated too quickly. They were already scared out of their wits. This time, they couldn't control themselves and fell into the water. In an instant, the boats around them retreated rapidly as if they had seen a ghost. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed might have already set a record on the Lotus Lake. They came aggressively and left scared out of their wits. Dooku smiled and turned around. He spread his hands towards Zhiyang and said, "Look, it's settled." Zhiyang shook his head and sighed. This man's solution to the problem was too simple. He was simply bullying people. She slapped him, "Okay?" She slapped him again. "Okay? We can't beat him. Who dares to say that it's not okay?" "Awesome, straightforward," Zhiyang said sincerely. "That's how it should be for these people." Dooku smiled lightly. Who has time to talk nonsense with them? Reason? If one slap isn't enough, then another slap. Remember, when it's time to reason, it's always because we're already at a disadvantage. He smiled with his hands behind his back. When you're stronger than your opponent by more than one level, there's no need to reason. If you reason at this time, others will only say that you're a fool. Zhiyang smiled and continued, however, when you're weaker than your opponent, there's also no need to reason. Because that will only give others more pleasure in bullying you. Haha, not bad, not bad. Dooku laughed heartily. If that's the case, wouldn't there be no reason in this world? What's the use of reason? Zhiyang asked. That's why I think that logic is useless. Dooku said calmly, logic is only applicable to ordinary people. When you reach a certain level, or when you have a certain amount of power, you can trample on reason. You think that reason is useful now because you haven't transcended the scope of ordinary people. Wait until you reach the upper 3 heavens. Then, you will understand one thing. Dukyu smiled mockingly. He smiled for a while before he continued. Sometimes, logic is worse than bullshit. Ha ha ha. Dukyu's body floated up and flashed in the sky. When Chuyang opened his eyes again, he was already on the shore. We don't owe you anything anymore. If you need your identity, come and find me. You know where I am. The voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Dukyu, who was on the shore, had already disappeared. Chuyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only he knew that the other party no longer owed him anything. On the contrary, he owed him something. Dukyu might have said some words unintentionally, but when they fell into Chuyang's ears, it had a completely different effect compared to when other people heard it. Just like the last sentence, logic in the upper three heavens is worse than bullshit. This sentence made Chuyang immediately feel that the upper three heavens was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The story of the upper three heavens was a legend to others. But when Chuyang heard it, it gave him a special feeling. Until now, he still hadn't recovered from the legend of the Calamity Sword. Shaking his head, Chuyang sat down on the boat. His fingertips trembled and the sword tip of the Calamity Sword sneakily appeared. As if it felt that there was no one else here except for Chuyang, it suddenly appeared and landed on the white crystal table. In an instant, the white crystal table and chairs turned into a pile of powder. Even the teapot had disappeared. Then, with a whoosh, the sword tip returned to Chuyang's body. The moment it returned, a pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly emerged from Chuyang's dantian. In an instant, Chuyang only felt that his whole body was warm and comfortable. It was as if his whole body was suddenly immersed in a hot spring in the middle of winter. After a while, this spiritual energy became more and more lively. Some of the residual medicinal power in Chuyang's meridians that had been suppressed by the sword spirit was also attracted to it. The strength and spiritual energy converged into a torrent in his meridians and fiercely rushed towards the barrier of second-grade revered sword artist. With a boom, the barrier collapsed and disappeared. Chuyang only felt that his body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. His whole body was filled with strength. Second-grade revered sword artist. Chuyang's mind flashed. His body sat still, but a big hole had already appeared under him. The lake water slowly overflowed. Chuyang's body silently disappeared in the water. Under the water, Chuyang's body was like a big fish. He stretched his body and shot towards the bottom of the water like an arrow. In his dantian, the sword tip and sword edge simultaneously jumped with joy. At the bottom of the water, the urgent call also became clear. Finally, following this wonderful feeling, Chuyang reached the bottom of the water. The bottom of the water was originally flat, but here, there seemed to be a big hole under the water. It was dark and deep, and he didn't know how deep it was. Chuyang didn't hesitate. He summoned a big piece of black steel from the tribulation space, which weighed hundreds of pounds, and held it in his arms. Then, he plunged into it. The buoyancy under the water was getting stronger and stronger. Chuyang was worried that he would be counterattacked before he could reach the bottom of the water. But with this piece of black steel, he didn't have such worries. His vision was getting darker and darker. After falling for a while, he couldn't even see his own fingers. That wonderful feeling was getting closer and closer. The sword edge and sword tip had already protruded from his fingers, and were making a long clanging sound. Finally, Chuyang felt that he had sunk nearly 1,000 feet from the bottom of the lake. His 2 feet stepped on a piece of slippery mud. At the same time, a faint ray of light shone from the front, causing the deepest part of the water to suddenly become colorful. It was extremely beautiful, but also extremely strange. Chuyang opened his eyes wide, and only felt that his heart was beating wildly. He slowly walked towards the source of the light. His feet felt as if he was stepping on cotton. He was holding hundreds of pounds of black steel in his arms, but at this moment, he couldn't feel the weight of the black steel at all. The weight of the black steel and Chuyang's body had been offset by the buoyancy of the water. As he got closer and closer, the light became more and more condensed. Chuyang cautiously sensed his surroundings, and walked over step by step. In such a deep place, no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. Who knew what existed here? Chuyang wouldn't have been surprised if a sword emperor had died here for no reason at all. This underwater world was really full of danger. As he got closer and closer, the light almost directly shone on Chu Yang's face. At this moment, Chu Yang only felt his feet harden. He had actually stepped on a piece of stone. Next to the stone was a silt that was hundreds of feet deep. But right after that, there was a stone ground. After tens of thousands of years, the silt hadn't spread to the stone ground? Chu Yang calmed himself down and took another step forward. He saw it, in front of him, there was a stone wall. In the stone wall, there was a fist-sized pearl inlaid. It emitted a weak milky white light. What a great pearl! Chu Yang praised in his heart. This pearl was definitely not an ordinary item. In the pitch-black depths of the water for tens of thousands of years, it could still shine. If it wasn't a treasure, then what was it? The call that resonated with the sword point of the Calamity Sword was behind this stone wall. It was very clear. Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and was about to examine the stone wall carefully. Suddenly, he felt something strange in the water beside him. It seemed that a small whirlpool had appeared. He suddenly took a step back and turned his head to look. He saw that 5 feet to his left, there was a sudden bright light. It was as if 2 big lights had suddenly appeared. The surroundings were instantly illuminated by this sudden light. Chu Yang turned his head and saw that the top of his head, front, back, left, and right were suddenly filled with strange snakes. These strange snakes were of different sizes. The big ones were as thick as a bucket, and the small ones were only as thick as a finger. But every one of them had a strange triangular head with a strange horn on it. Their eyes were filled with malevolence as they surrounded him. Looking in the direction of the light, Chu Yang almost choked on his water. The light moved slightly at this moment, but Chu Yang saw the true appearance of this light. This was actually the 2 eyes of a huge snake. These 2 eyes were as big as Chu Yang's head, and the snake's body was as thick as a house. Looking at its length, it should be more than 200 feet long. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? While Chu Yang was sizing it up, this huge snake actually twisted its body and slowly slithered over. It silently used its huge body to completely cover the stone wall and the pearl on the stone wall. A pair of eyes looked in Chu Yang's direction with vigilance. F***ck. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. He was so conflicted that he almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. The 3rd fragment of the Calamity Sword was behind this stone wall, but this huge snake was obviously guarding the 3rd fragment of the Calamity Sword. With such a huge monster here with hundreds of millions of its descendants, how could he take it? Damn it, when he came to take the 3rd fragment of the Calamity Sword in his previous life, there was no such monster. And it wasn't at the bottom of the water either. What was going on? 1 person, many snakes, facing each other, motionless. After a long time, the huge snake seemed to be a little angry at Chu Yang for not leaving. It shook its head. Suddenly, countless strange snakes in front of Chu Yang swung their tails and rushed over like lightning. Chu Yang was shocked. His long sword appeared in the water and waved fiercely. He set up a sword screen in front of him. There was a strange sound. It seemed to be the screams of the snakes that were cut by the sword. The water in front of Chu Yang was suddenly dyed green by a kind of pale green blood. It completely blocked his vision. Fortunately, Chu Yang had been practicing his sword underwater all this time and had gained experience. Otherwise, just this wave of attack would have been enough to teach him a lesson. As the long sword waved rapidly, countless strange snakes were cut down by him. But even more strange snakes rushed over, faster and faster. Chu Yang only felt a huge force pulling him forward. He almost couldn't stand still. The body parts of the snake in front of him seemed to have encountered a hurricane. They rushed toward the mouth of the huge snake and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, Chu Yang felt his arms lighten. The black steel flew out, and entered the mouth of that strange snake with a gulp sound. Without the black steel, his body suddenly became light. He immediately floated up and flew toward the mouth of the snake with the huge suction force. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly activated his martial energy. The sword tip of the Calamity Sword appeared on the sword in his hand. He suddenly slashed down. With a poof, the Calamity Sword sank into the head of the strange snake. A gush of blood gushed out, and the world suddenly turned dark. The strange snake felt pain, and suddenly raised its head and roared. Then, Chu Yang felt his head become dizzy, and he floated up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had left the area of the deep water, and came to an area of blue water. Looking up, he could vaguely see the sky through the water. He was actually almost at the surface of the water. Chu Yang's heart was still beating fast. This snake was really too strong. He calmed down and looked inside. He saw that the calamity sword was still in his dantian, but the sword in his hand was lost in the water. With a poof, Chu Yang came out of the water. He took a deep breath. If he didn't have the calamity space, he would have suffocated inside. But what was going on? In his previous life, there was no such snake. Why did it appear in this life? Also, this snake seemed to only want to stop him from getting the third fragment of the calamity sword. It didn't have much hostility toward him. What did this mean? He had already felt the call of the third fragment of the calamity sword. Was it not enough to get the third fragment? Chu Yang smiled wryly. If the requirement to obtain the third fragment was to slay the snake, then even the Sword King might not be able to do it. In his dantian, the sword tip of the calamity sword was moving restlessly. If you want to obtain the third fragment of the calamity sword, when the time is right, you will be able to obtain it without any danger. This poisonous flood dragon will also not appear. However, if you try to obtain it before the time is right, you will attract the poisonous flood dragon's attention. At that time, you must kill the poisonous flood dragon to obtain the third fragment of the calamity sword. In his consciousness, the sword spirit said slowly, full of schadenfreude. F***ck. Chu Yang angrily barged into the calamity sword space and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Bastard, what should I do now? Such a huge snake with the cultivation of a 7th grade spirit beast. I'm only at the revered level, how am I supposed to kill it?" "That's your business," the sword spirit said indifferently. "Who told you to be so impatient?" Chu Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "However, the appearance of this spirit beast has a lot to do with you." The sword spirit saw that Chu Yang was anxious. "So," he said slowly, "you made it appear. What does it have to do with me?" Chu Yang was puzzled. Xianxia scratched his head. He really couldn't figure out how such a powerful monster had anything to do with him. "Could it be that I want him to appear? F***ck. This is simply nonsense." Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva. He directly snorted at such a statement. "It's because of you." The sword spirit said slowly, "Because from the third fragment of the calamity sword, you finally embarked on a different path from the previous calamity sword masters. And the appearance of this poisonous flood dragon this time is because your path is different." He paused and said, "So, you have to defeat it or kill it to get it. Why is it different?" Chu Yang asked strangely. "I'm still me, and the calamity sword is still the calamity sword. How is it different?" "It's because of the sudden enlightenment you had a few days ago. It's beyond the realm that the calamity sword should have." The sword spirit didn't know whether he was sighing or feeling helpless or gratified. He said, "So, your path is destined to be different. It's also more dangerous." Realm. Chu Yang suddenly recalled the long epiphany he had a few days ago. "That works?" Chu Yang's mouth was wide open. "It should be so." The sword spirit said sympathetically, "Your strength still needs to be improved." "Then why are you suppressing my strength all the time?" King of Hell Chu flew into a rage. "This bastard wants me to improve my strength, but he's also suppressing it. Is he playing with me? Or, you can find that person and fight him. Or maybe you can fight many times. You should have some gains." The sword spirit said this and quickly disappeared. "That person?" Chu Yang scratched his head and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly called out, "Duke you? ***. You bastard, you should have just told me to kill myself." Chu Yang jumped up. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even understand Dukyu's strength. Yet, he still wanted to fight him, or even fight several times. "He could turn me into ashes if he stretched out his hand." "How could I fight him?" Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Then, he climbed out of the water and went ashore. He continued to sigh helplessly. Then, he hung his head and walked away. Dukyu was shocked when Chu Yang appeared in front of him. "You found me so quickly." Dukyu was startled when he heard Chu Yang's intention. "You want to make a breakthrough? So, you want to challenge me?" you want to challenge me? Haha, you want to challenge me? So what if I challenge you? Chu Yang felt a surge of anger in his heart. Duke Yu's attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. Haha. Duke Yu laughed and rocked back and forth. I've never met a challenger like you. Don't laugh. Chu Yang said angrily. Haha, brother Chu, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But, you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Duke Yu laughed until his eyes almost disappeared. I'm not afraid to say this, even your master Meng Chao Ran doesn't have the qualifications to challenge me. Draw your sword. Chu Yang roared. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was so angry that all the pores on his body were about to explode. Duke Yu's contempt for Meng Chao Ran completely enraged Chu Yang. Especially when he had said those words. That kind of contempt and disdain had made Chu Yang's blood boil. I don't even need to draw my sword to deal with you. Even if I use only 10% of my strength, you won't be able to stand it. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang with disdain. He even added oil to the fire. Of course, it's the same for Meng Chao Ran. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the blood in his body was burning. He let himself be angry, and Duke Yu's strong provocation. He even forgot the purpose of his visit. Both of his eyes were completely red. He rushed up almost without thinking. Without saying anything, he unsheathed his long sword and used the move one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. He fiercely unsheathed it. Good sword technique. Duke Yu's eyes focused. He rushed up with one hand behind his back and the other hand waved. A tyrannical force surged out. Clang clang clang, the continuous sounds of attacks were like the wind blowing on a lotus, or the rain falling on a banana leaf. At this moment, Duke Yu did not dodge. He had already been hit hundreds of times. However, he rushed into the sword net without blinking. With a flick of his finger, Chu Yang's long sword flew out. The sword technique is not bad. It's a pity that the person using it is not good enough. Duke Yu said indifferently. However, he was shocked in his heart. This sword technique was not just not bad. It was definitely the best sword technique that he had ever seen. Moreover, it was thousands of times better than the second best. What kind of sword technique was this? If the two of them were of the same level, he would have died no less than 10 times under this sword. Duke Yu did not think of the Calamity Sword. Firstly, in his heart, the Calamity Sword's master would not be so weak. Secondly, the most important point was, the Calamity Sword had not appeared on this continent for 10,000 years. The Calamity Sword had never left anyone alive. Furthermore, it had not appeared for 10,000 years. If Duke Yu could recognize it, then he could only say, I've seen a ghost. Chu Yang let out a shrill cry, and jumped up. The sword flashed in the air, and he caught it in his hand before it fell down. Chu Yang's body had already begun to descend when he caught the sword. But, he suddenly rose up again the moment he caught the sword. At the same time, a strong murderous intention condensed into a substance. A sword light came down from above and smashed into the ground like a meteor. It carried with it a tyrannical cruelty that could destroy everything. The second move, so what if I slaughter the world? The sword aura was vast and mighty, and it fell down without any hesitation. The viciousness of this move was beyond the limits of the world's understanding. Under this evil move, the billions of lives in the world could only die. For the first time, Duke Yu felt regret. He regretted that he had only used 10% of his strength against the enemy. This sword was highly condensed from at least 1,000 swords. The power of this sword had far exceeded the power that Chu Yang could unleash by tens of times. If he did not increase his power, then he would definitely be injured by this sword. However, Duke Yu did not change. He said that he would use 10% of his strength. This was his extreme arrogance. After killing the enemy, he brazenly faced it. Facing this destructive move, he stepped forward. Only this time, the wave of his hand turned into a clap. Bang! Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He somersaulted and fell down. The long sword, from the hilt to the sword blade, shattered into pieces. It turned into streaks of flowing light and disappeared. However, the tip of the sword pierced through Duke Yu's left palm and right hand. Finally, half of the sword tip pierced into his shoulder. It was originally aimed at his heart. However, Duke Yu raised his hands to block it and avoided his heart. Chu Yang only felt a huge force pulling him forward. he almost couldn't stand still. The body parts of the snake in front of him seemed to have encountered a hurricane. They rushed toward the mouth of the huge snake and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, Yang felt his arms lighten. The black steel flew out, and entered the mouth of that strange snake with a gulp sound. Without the black steel, his body suddenly became light. He immediately floated up and flew toward the mouth of the snake with the huge suction force. Yang was shocked. He suddenly activated his martial energy. The sword tip of the calamity sword appeared on the sword in his hand. He suddenly slashed down. With a poof, the calamity sword sank into the strange snake's head. A gush of blood gushed out, and the world suddenly turned dark. The strange snake was in pain, and it suddenly raised its head and roared. Then, Yang felt his head become dizzy, and he floated up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had left the area of deep water, and arrived at a patch of blue water. Looking up, he could vaguely see the sky through the water's surface. He was actually almost at the surface of the water. Yang's heart was still beating fast. This snake was really too strong. He calmed down and looked inside. He saw that the calamity sword was still in his dantian, but the sword in his hand was lost in the water. With a poof, Yang came out of the water. He took a deep breath. If he didn't have the calamity space, he would have suffocated inside. But what was going on? In his previous life, there was no such snake. Why did it appear in this life? Also, this snake seemed to only want to stop him from getting the third fragment of the calamity sword. It didn't have much hostility toward him. What did this mean? He had already felt the call of the third fragment of the calamity sword. Was it not enough to get the third fragment? Yang smiled wryly. If the requirement to obtain the third fragment was to slay the snake, then even the Sword King might not be able to do it. In his dantian, the sword tip of the calamity sword was moving restlessly. If you want to obtain the third fragment of the calamity sword, when the time is right, you will be able to obtain it without any danger. This poisonous flood dragon will also not appear. However, if you try to obtain it before the time is right, you will attract the poisonous flood dragon's attention. At that time, you must kill the poisonous flood dragon to obtain the third fragment of the calamity sword. In his consciousness, the sword spirit spoke slowly, full of schadenfreude. F*ck. Yang angrily barged into the calamity sword space and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Bastard, what should I do now? Such a huge snake with the cultivation of a 7th grade spirit beast. I'm only at the revered level, how am I supposed to kill it?" "That's your business," the sword spirit said indifferently. "Who told you to be so impatient?" Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "However, the appearance of this spirit beast has a lot to do with you." The sword spirit saw that Yang was anxious. "So," he said slowly, "you made it appear. What does it have to do with me?" Yang was puzzled. Xianxia scratched his head. He really couldn't figure out how such a powerful monster had anything to do with him. Could it be that I want him to appear? F*ck. This is simply nonsense. Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva. He directly snorted at such a statement. "It's because of you," the sword spirit said slowly, "because from the third fragment of the calamity sword, you finally embarked on a different path from the previous calamity sword masters. And the appearance of this poisonous flood dragon this time is because your path is different." He paused and said, "So, you have to defeat it or kill it to get it. Why is it different?" Yang asked strangely. "I'm still me, and the calamity sword is still the calamity sword. How is it different?" "It's because of the sudden enlightenment you had a few days ago. It's beyond the realm that the calamity sword should have." The sword spirit didn't know whether he was sighing or feeling helpless or gratified. He said, "So, your path is destined to be different. It's also more dangerous." Realm. Yang suddenly recalled the long period of epiphany he had a few days ago. "That works?" Yang's mouth was wide open. "That should be it." The sword spirit said sympathetically, "Your strength still needs to be improved. But you have nothing better to do. Why are you suppressing my strength?" King of Hell Chu flew into a rage. "This bastard wants me to improve my strength, but he's also suppressing it. Isn't he playing with me? Or, you can find that person and fight. Or, you can fight many times. You should gain something. The sword spirit said this and quickly disappeared. That person? Xianxia scratched his head and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly called out, Duke you? Asterisk asterisk. You bastard, you should have just told me to kill myself. Xianxia jumped up. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't even understand Dukyu's strength. Yet, he still wanted to fight one or several times with him. He could have turned me into ashes with a stretch of his hand. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Then, he climbed out of the water and went ashore. He continued to sigh helplessly. Then, he hung his head and walked away. Dukyu was shocked when Xianxia appeared in front of him. You found me so quickly. Dukyu was startled when he heard Xianxia's intention. You want to make a breakthrough? So, you want to challenge me? You want to challenge me? Haha, you want to challenge me? So what if I challenge you? Xianxia felt a surge of anger in his heart. Dukyu's attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. Haha. Dukyu laughed. He swayed back and forth. Really, I've never met a challenger like you. Don't laugh. Xianxia said angrily. Haha, brother Chu, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Dukyu laughed until his eyes almost disappeared. I'm not afraid to say this, even your master Meng Chao Ran doesn't have the qualifications to challenge me. Draw your sword. Xianxia roared. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was so angry that all the pores on his body were about to explode. Dukyu's contempt for Meng Chao Ran completely enraged Xianxia. Especially when he had said those words. That kind of contempt and disdain had made Xianxia's blood boil even more. I don't even need to draw my sword to deal with you. Even if I use only 10% of my strength, you won't be able to stand it. Dukyu looked at Xianxia disdainfully. He even added oil to the fire. Of course, it's the same for dealing with Meng Chao Ran. Xianxia suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was burning. He let himself be angry, and Dukyu's strong provocation. He even forgot the purpose of his visit. Both of his eyes were completely red. He rushed up almost without thinking. Without saying anything, he unsheathed his long sword and used the move One Ray of Cold Light Pierces 10,000 Fathoms. He fiercely unsheathed it. Good sword technique. Dukyu's eyes focused. He rushed up with one hand behind his back and the other hand waved. A tyrannical force surged out. Clang, 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 the continuous sound of attacks was like the wind blowing on a lotus, or the rain falling on a banana leaf. At this moment, Dukyu's body had already been attacked hundreds of times. However, he didn't even blink as he rushed into the sword net. With a flick of his finger, Xianxia's long sword flew out. The sword technique is not bad. It's a pity that the person using it is not good. Dukyu said indifferently. However, he was shocked in his heart. How could this sword technique be just not bad? It was definitely the best sword technique that he had ever seen. Moreover, it was thousands of times better than the second best. What kind of sword technique was this? If the two of them were at the same level, he would have died no less than 10 times under this sword. Dukyu didn't think of the Calamity Sword because, firstly, in his heart, the Calamity Sword's master wouldn't be so weak. Secondly, the most important point was, the Calamity Sword hadn't appeared on this continent for 10,000 years. The Calamity Sword had never left anyone alive. Furthermore, it hadn't appeared for 10,000 years. If Dukyu could recognize it, then he could really say, I've seen a ghost. Xianxia roared and leaped up. The long sword flashed in the air. Before it fell, it was caught in his hand. The moment he caught the long sword, Xianxia's body that had already started to fall suddenly rose up again. At the same time, a strong killing intent seemed to have condensed into a substance. A sword light came down from above and smashed into the ground like a meteor. It carried a tyrannical cruelty that could destroy everything. The second move, what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The sword momentum was vast and mighty, and it fell down without any hesitation. The viciousness of this move was beyond the scope of the world's understanding. Under this evil, the billions of people in the world could only die. Dukyu felt regret for the first time. He regretted that he had only used 10% of his strength against the enemy. This sword was highly condensed from at least 1,000 swords. The power of this sword had far exceeded the strength that Chu Yang could unleash by 10 times. If he didn't increase his strength, he would definitely be injured by this sword. However, Dukyu still didn't change. He said that he would use 10% of his strength. This was his extreme arrogance. After killing the enemy, he brazenly faced it. Facing this destructive move, he stepped forward. Only this time, the wave of his hand turned into a clap. Bang! Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He somersaulted and fell down. The long sword, from the hilt to the sword blade, shattered into pieces. It turned into streaks of flowing light and disappeared. However, the tip of the sword pierced through Dukyu's left palm and right hand. Finally, half of the sword tip pierced through his shoulder. It was originally aimed at his heart, but Dukyu raised his hands to block it and avoided his heart. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and watched from the side. Chu Yang felt that he understood Dukyu's mentality better than anyone else. Dukyu wouldn't have been so angry if it had been a normal day. But today, he was really angry because of Chu Yang. Moreover, he was on the verge of exploding, but had yet to explode. Wu Tian was very lucky to have bumped into Dukyu's brows at this time. It could be imagined that Wu Tian would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. In fact, Chu Yang felt that Dukyu would have slapped Wu Tian in the face if Wu Tian had finally admitted defeat and said, "I'm not your fourth master." Given Dukyu's demonic temperament, why aren't you? In short, Duke Wei wouldn't stop until he had crippled Wu Tian today. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Hold on. Show mercy. Have mercy." It was the first king-level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Jing Menghun. Jing Menghun landed with a whoosh sound. He was about to take 2 steps forward when Dukyu glared at him. Dukyu's cold eyes locked onto him. Jing Menghun felt as if the sky had collapsed in front of him. A destructive aura enveloped him. He suddenly stopped and didn't dare to take another step forward. He couldn't help but be aghast. How did fourth brother provoke such a terrible person? Even I am far inferior to this person in front of me. What should I do? Duke. Jing Menghun forced a smile. This may be a misunderstanding. Bang. Dukyu was standing in front of Jing Menghun. He had one foot on Wu Tian's chest, and was motionless. Then, he slapped Wu Tian's tattered face, and insipidly asked, "Are you my fourth master?" The corners of Jing Menghun's eyes twitched. But, he didn't dare to move. Considering the strength of this person in front of me, I'm afraid that I'll end up with another person lying on the ground. It'll be useless. Duke, may I ask who you are? Jing Menghun cupped his hands and asked respectfully. Dukyu turned his head and looked at Jing Menghun with a smile that wasn't a smile. He tilted his head and looked at Jing Menghun for a while. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up and revealed a smile. "Are you Jing Menghun?" "Yes." "May I ask the Lord?" You can call me Dukyu." Dukyu smiled faintly and said, "This is your brother, right?" "Your brother said that he's my fourth master, and you're his boss. So, are you, my first master?" Dukyu. Jing Menghun's body was covered in cold sweat. In that instant, all the nerves in his body quivered. He was a first-grade king-level expert. So, he had frequently traveled between the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. So, how could he not know Dukyu, who was widely recognized as a first-class devil in the underworld of the upper 3 heavens? For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Her legs felt like jelly, especially when he heard Dukyu say, "Could it be that you're my grandfather?" Jing Menghun had an impulse to kill Wu Tian on the spot. "My dear fourth brother, even if you call yourself fourth master in front of Prime Minister Diwu, it would still be better than this. Look at what you've done now. I've also become Dukyu's great master. But am I worthy of being this great master? No, no, no. Weiju. Weiju, you've misunderstood." Jing Menghun didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily cleared his name. "I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if I had the courage of the heavens." Then, he fiercely winked at Wu Tian. There was no need for Jing Menghun to signal him. Wu Tian had already heard the words Dukyu. "My mother. How did I provoke this evil star? This guy is famous for being unreasonable, so, you're not my first master?" Dukyu tilted his head thoughtfully. No, no. I wouldn't dare to. Jing Menghan repeatedly cupped his hands. Bang. In Wu Tian's face received a heavy slap. So, you're my fourth master? In Wu Tian suddenly cried. Master you, yes. I have eyes but failed to recognize the great mountain. I have offended Master you. I deserve to die. In Wu Tian had learned his lesson. Master you, please punish me as you see fit. You want me dead or alive? I won't dare to frown. He knew that he would lose his life if he didn't deal with it properly. Even now, it's already been 10 minutes. Bang. Duke, you slapped him again. I asked you if you were my fourth master. I didn't ask you anything else. In Wu Tian's tears flowed freely. No. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. Bang. Duke, you angrily said, Motherf asterisk Kerr, why isn't my fourth master? In Wu Tian was tongue-tied. He stared pitifully for a while, and then fainted. Why isn't it your fourth master? When Chu Yang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that he was too good at foresight. Jing Menghun immediately noticed Chu Yang's laughter. He didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. May I ask who this duke is? It's none of my business. You don't need to pay attention to me. Chu Yang was in disguise. So, he naturally wasn't afraid of being seen through. He casually said, I had a fight with Duke Yu a moment ago. He suffered a small loss. So, he was angry when he met the fourth master. Cough, cough. Everything will be fine once his anger subsides. So, don't worry. It would have been better if Chu Yang hadn't mentioned it. Jing Menghun suddenly felt that he was a head shorter than Chu Yang. This guy fought with Duke Yu, and made Duke Yu suffer, a small loss? My goodness! Is this guy even fiercer than Duke Yu? On the other side, Duke Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm really convinced. There's someone in this world who has a thicker face than me. You're bragging too much. You only used 10% of your strength, and you still have the nerve to say that. He couldn't help but slapping Wu Tian's face again. He angrily cursed, this star of misfortune. Everything goes wrong when I meet him. Na Ling, you haven't replied yet, why aren't you my fourth master? Jing Menghun's whole body trembled. He saw that In Wu Tian couldn't hold on any longer. He rolled his eyes, and hastily took out a red cloth package from his bosom. Then, he enthusiastically stuffed it into King of Hell Chu's arms. This. Duke Yu, please help me. Duke, please put in a few good words for me. My brother looks like he won't be able to hold on any longer. Many thanks, many thanks. If I can escape today, I will never dare to forget Duke's great kindness in this lifetime. Jing Menghun knew that he didn't have any face in front of this devil. So, he had no choice but to use a roundabout way to save the country in a moment of desperation. Duke Yu's voice resounded in Chu Yang's ears like a mosquito's at this moment. Are you counting on me to get rid of an opponent for you? Let me tell you something. That's impossible. I can't kill a king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department. You can take advantage of this situation to fish for some benefits. Can't kill? Chu Yang was startled. You can't kill him. Why are you tormenting him like this? Fu K, I was thinking of saving some effort in the future. He rolled his eyes, and awkwardly said, this. Jing Menghun saw that there was a chance. So, he hastily stuffed the red cloth package into Chu Yang's hands. Then, he bowed with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Please, please. Please accept this. It's just a small token of my sincerity. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. The other party was so sincere. If he didn't accept it, he would feel too bad. The infant lifted the red cloth just like that. Immediately, a streak of purple light came out. This purple light was rich and bright. Even Duke Yu turned his head to take a look. It turned out to be a rare purple crystal core. It was as big as a baby's fist. It contained an intense amount of vitality. So much so that the tribulation sword kept tumbling in Chu Yang's dantian. This purple crystal core couldn't be compared to the purple crystal jade essence. However, it was still a rare treasure that was only slightly inferior. To a cultivator, such a large piece could be said to be a priceless treasure, with more than enough to spare. This. Chu Yang weighed the purple crystal core in his hand. He smacked his lips and took a deep breath. Then, he hissed, "It's very difficult. You also know that bastard is famous for being difficult to talk to." Jing Menghun understood the meaning behind Xu Yang's words. This guy's heart is very black. Isn't he satisfied with just a purple crystal core? He hastily reached into his bosom and took out a token. Then, he eagerly said, "Sir, I came out in a hurry, this is my identity token. With this token in your hand, even though you are not afraid of trouble, but in this great Zhao, it is still somewhat useful. Please accept it." Identity token? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This is a treasure. I'm in Great Zhao right now. If I have this thing, it will be much more significant than the purple crystal core. Hey, since you're so sincere, I can only accept it. Chu Yang frowned. He reluctantly put the identity token and the purple crystal core into his bosom. Then, he reluctantly sighed. Thank you very much. Jing Menghun's face lit up with joy. Chu Yang took the lead. He smiled and said in a graceful manner, "It's all right. I don't like to take advantage of others, you'll soon know that you won't be paying in vain today." That's right. Jing Menghun repeatedly nodded and opened his mouth. He thought, don't like to take advantage of others? I don't know what kind of reward this expert will give me in the future. He almost laughed out loud as he thought of this. Today is a blessing in disguise. Jing Menghun had never imagined that the reward he would receive from this identity token would be so unforgettable that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Under a freak combination of factors, the leader of Golden Horse Riders Department and the boss of Butian Pavilion, King of Hell Chu, met for the first time. It was full of drama. The king-level leader of Golden Horse Riders Department shamelessly wanted to give King of Hell Chu a purple crystal core and an identity card. Moreover, King of Hell Chu seemed unwilling to accept it. It was as if accepting it was giving the other party a lot of face. Hey, old Wei, you've already hit and scolded me. Chu Yang said in an old-fashioned manner, shouldn't you let me go now? After all, I didn't mean it. You've received a Motherf Asterisk Curse benefit. Moreover, you've received it in such a carefree and happy manner. But, you haven't gotten anything in return. Not only have you worked hard, but you've also been angered. Moreover, you still have to release these people. I've already decided to release them. But, I can't suffer such a loss, can I? Quickly release them. Chu Yang shouted, be careful that I won't be polite to you if you don't release them. Duke Yu felt a surge of energy from his dantian. He was so angry that he almost saw stars. He snorted heavily. He didn't want to stay here and look at this vile person's face. He lifted his feet and flew up with a whooshing sound. He then said angrily, quickly follow me. I'll turn the world upside down with you today. He disappeared with a whooshing sound. He had been angered to the point of leaving. However, Jing Menghun's eyes were very different. This duke had only said a few words. Moreover, he was very impatient and impolite. But, Duke Yu, who was hailed as a demon in the entire upper three heavens, didn't even dare to let out a fart. He had left behind some ruthless words. But, everyone knew that he had no other choice but to say them. Normally, he would say such words when he couldn't beat someone, awesome person. Jing Menghun looked at Chu Yang in awe. He had already raised Chu Yang's status to an infinitely high level in his heart. If Jing Menghun had been a woman, Chu Yang wouldn't have doubted that he would have given himself to Chu Yang. King-level Master Jing, why aren't you going to see your brother? Chu Yang waved his hand. His bearing was graceful and confident. His face was reserved and alienated. I'm also leaving. We'll meet again if fate allows. At this time Yin Wu Tian crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. He couldn't even articulate a word of thanks. Then, he said a few more words of thanks. However, Duke Yu had beaten him too fiercely. So, Chu Yang couldn't clearly hear what he was saying. He nodded and smiled. Minister Chu's figure didn't move. It seemed as if he had been lifted by a strong wind. He went up to the roof with a whoosh sound. Then, he flashed and disappeared without a trace. The dragon's head can be seen, but the tail can't be seen. This is the demeanor of an expert. Jing Menghun had a look of fascination on his face. He murmured in admiration, when can I reach such a level, sigh. He shook his head as he said this. He knew in his heart that this was a hopeless situation. He just hoped that the other party would give him some face or repay him when they met again. This was a great blessing for him. Fourth brother, you're too reckless. AI, how can Dukyu be provoked by just anyone? Jing Menghun was distressed and angry at the same time. He checked Yin Wutian's injuries. He shook his head as he spoke. Yin Wutian had barely uttered a word when he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, his legs kicked, and he fainted. He had humiliated this fourth king-level expert to a certain extent. He was finally safe now. But, he felt that he couldn't do anything about it. A dignified king-level expert was begging miserably in front of his sworn brothers and followers. No one will know. Jing Menghun suddenly stood up. He looked at the two men who were under the restriction for a long time. Then, he sighed and said, I'm sorry. A look of extreme fear flashed in their eyes. But, Jing Menghun's palms had already slammed down. On the outskirts, it was a lonely hill. There's no hurry to fight. Let's divide the loot first. Give me the purple crystal core. Minister Chu was stunned as he looked at Dukyu's outstretched white palm. Dukyu had reached out his hand to ask for the purple crystal core after they had arrived here. Moreover, he had a bold and righteous appearance. Why should I? Minister Chu was obviously unwilling. This is the fruit of my labor. Of course, he wouldn't give it to him. He had rarely seen such a treasure in the lower three heavens. Now that he had gotten it in his hand and had eaten it, how could he spit it out? Besides, Dukyu was rich and overbearing. Even his tea set was made of white crystals. Yet, he still wanted to snatch the purple crystal core, the fruit of your labor? How can you say that? Dukyu was amused by the words the fruit of labor. This Duke is the one who has worked, and you've gotten it. Moreover, you've gotten two things. How did you become a miser? I say, Dukyu, with your status, you still have the nerve to ask me for such a small thing? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. That's a purple crystal core. If it's an ordinary purple crystal, I'll pretend that I didn't see it. But this purple crystal core, you must give it to me. Dukyu was very determined. All right. Chu Yang quickly compromised. At the same time, he instructed the sword point of the Calamity sword to suck it quickly. Just leave the shell for me. The sword point of the Calamity sword couldn't wait any longer. Now that it heard the clear instructions, it somersaulted excitedly and came to Chu Yang's chest. Then, it silently coiled around the purple crystal core. Suck it. Hurry up. Dukyu urged. Chu Yang put his hand into his chest and sighed. All right, I can't afford to offend you. I can only submit to your power. But Dukyu, what do you want this for? Minister Chu didn't take his hand out. It seemed that he was very reluctant to let this guy stall for time. Dukyu smiled proudly and said, I used a whole purple crystal to carve a purple crystal lotus throne at home. But, it lacks a lotus core. This is very imperfect. This piece's shape and size are more or less suitable. Chu Yang nodded and thought in his heart, so you want to play with it. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. Since that's the case, I also want to see that purple crystal lotus throne. Chu Yang finally stretched out his hand. In his palm was the purple crystal core. It was still flickering with purple light. For you. I'm so sad. After all your hard work, it's all for someone else, haha, this still needs to be carved properly. Dukyu happily took it. Then, he suddenly let out an ah sound, followed by an e sound. It was an unspeakable kind of unexpected sound. Then, he opened the red cloth and raised the purple crystal core high up in the sun. Is there a problem? Chu Yang said worriedly, this. What's going on? Chu Yang's expression was blank, puzzled, and also curious. It was impeccable. What's going on? Dukyu scratched his head with an empty hand. He was puzzled. His eyes opened wider and wider. He turned the purple crystal core over and over again under the sunlight. This shouldn't be, Minister Chu also scratched his head. He said in confusion, what shouldn't be? This is clearly a purple crystal core. But, how can there be no energy inside? Dukyu looked at the purple crystal core that was shining brightly under the sunlight and said, how can such a thing happen? No energy? Minister Chu's expression became even more strange. How can there be no energy? Yes, how can there be no energy? Dukyu was also extremely puzzled. This Duke has seen quite a number of purple crystal cores, but I have never seen such a strange thing. Logically speaking, this purple crystal core should have already turned into powder since there isn't any energy inside. But, it's still intact now. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple crystal core suddenly made a popping sound and turned into powder in Dukyu's palm. Dukyu was dumbfounded, his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as he looked at the powder in his palm. Ayaya, how did it turn into powder? Xianxia said in shock, why did you crush it? Dukyu, so, it was you who extracted the spiritual energy inside on the spot, Xianxia said, what a pity, what a pity. As he said this, he shook his head, sighed, raised his eyebrows, and squinted his eyes, **T. Dukyu was furious. Do you know that even a monarch-level expert would need at least a day to absorb such a big piece of purple crystal core? Moreover, he knows the fastest way to absorb the energy. Moreover, this energy has to be converted after entering the body's meridians. Do you think I'm a supreme martial artist? Then, what's going on? It was fine in my arms for so long. But, it turned into powder in your hands. Xianxia glared and said righteously, Dukyu, I know you can't bear to part with it. But, you're too embarrassed to snatch it from me. So, you decided to create an eternal mystery? This gene is too petty. I've already given it to you. Am I so tasteless? It's not like that. Dukyu was tongue-tied. Looking at this glib-tongued guy in front of him, he couldn't say anything else. Forget it. Don't talk anymore. Let's fight. Xianxia said dishearteningly, you're the one who contributed the most in this matter. I won't say anything if you want it. It's okay. Don't take it to heart. Bastard. Dukyu almost vomited blood. Please. Xianxia showed his sword, it's a small matter. Brother, you don't mind it. I won't mind either. Please make your move. Why would I use such a despicable method to obtain this purple crystal core? Dukyu was seething with anger. You with the surname Chu, don't you dare look down on people through the cracks of the door. I didn't say anything. Xianxia spread out his hands innocently. Why are you so agitated? Seeing his expression, Dukyu became even angrier. I have plenty of this in my house. Do I need to resort to trickery to obtain it? I know that you have a lot of it in your house. Right? Anyway, I can't see it. But I believe you. Xianxia said lightly, I told you not to talk about it, but you're still talking about it. Really, isn't it just a purple crystal core? I didn't even take it to heart. Look at you, you're so anxious. Dukyu really wanted to vomit blood. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer a matter of a purple crystal core. This was related to his reputation. When you reach the 3 heavens in the future, I'll give you 2 purple crystal cores. They're both bigger than this. Dukyu said loudly, so that you won't look down on me. I don't want it. 2 purple crystal cores, is too much. Xianxia frowned. You must have it. I don't want it. If you don't want it, I'll kill all your brothers. Dukyu threatened fiercely. This anger almost made him faint. He had to vent it out. Okay then. Minister Chu finally relented under such a strong threat. He seemed to be very sad and indignant as he helplessly said, you can let me see it when you find it. Is that okay? You must have it. Dukyu roared, I've never been looked down on in my life. Let's fight. Dukyu panted heavily. He felt as if his chest was about to explode. He had never felt so aggrieved before. However, Dukyu was also puzzled. How could such a good purple crystal core not have any energy? Furthermore, it broke the moment I held it in my hands. It wasn't that he didn't suspect that Xianxia had done something to it. However, when he looked at Xianxia, he denied it in his heart. It's not that I'm looking down on this guy, but for someone like him to set up such a trap in such a short period of time, He would need at least 500 years of cultivation. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. He leaped up and shook his hand. A single cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Dukyu stomped his feet and roared loudly, as if he was venting his anger. Then, he charged forward with a loud roar. Bang! It was as if fireworks had exploded in midair. The ground trembled for a moment. Chu Yang's body flew out like a meteor. He flew diagonally into midair. Dukyu only used 10% of his strength. He staggered back 30 to 40 steps as if he was drunk. Chu Yang clearly felt that this move of his was much more powerful than the one that had surged out earlier. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. It was indeed useful. A clear whistling sound was heard in the air. The longsword circled and rolled, and a dragon-like beam of light shone brightly around it. Then, the beam of light suddenly fell down with a powerful momentum. Dukyu snorted and punched. Punched. Punched, there was a loud boom. This time, Dukyu's entire body was blown into the air. Chu Yang spun on the ground like a spinning top. He spun continuously for hundreds of rounds. A huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep actually appeared on the ground. Just as Dukyu was about to descend from the sky, a bright ray of light suddenly flashed from the bottom of the pit. Following that, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly shot out from the pit. Calamity sword, layered heaven sword technique, third move, buried deep unchanging sharp wool. Dukyu was shocked. He was in midair at this moment, but the opponent was rushing up aggressively. He had no choice but to continuously attack with his palms. In this kind of response, injuring the enemy was secondary. The most important use was to borrow the recoil of the opponent's sword to find a point of impact and leap higher into the air. In this vast and empty sky, a sword light was chasing after a terrifying figure. It was like a maggot in the bones of a corpse. One was up and the other was down, and they both rushed up hundreds of feet into the sky at the same time, a shooting star catching up with the moon, nothing more than this. Both of them were in the sky. A light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Then, he swung the long sword above his head. Suddenly, the sword's body emitted a bright light. Then, a woo sound suddenly resounded in the silent sky. At this moment, it was as if a hurricane had suddenly, abruptly, and violently swept up. Immediately after, a glorious crown appeared in the sky. It was dazzling and clearly visible. It was as if an ancient emperor who ruled over all life and death had suddenly descended. In the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. It was as if the clouds were moving in all directions and the wind was destroying everything within 10,000 miles. Everyone was gathering here. Waves of heavenly might burst forth, dignified and solemn. Calamity sword, heaven sword technique, fourth move, gathering wind and clouds as emperor. At this moment, Chu Yang also shouted out loudly, "One, gather, wind, cloud, is, emperor." Dukyu suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Even though the power of this move had not been fully released, he already knew that he had overestimated himself. He would definitely not be able to take this move with just 10% of his strength. Helpless, he let out a long roar in the sky. Then, his entire body's energy suddenly burst forth violently. At this moment, he had already raised his strength to 2 levels. Dukyu was helpless. He had never thought that a mere second-grade revered sword artist would be able to unleash 10 times his original strength under the control of this mysterious sword technique. The sword light was like rain, but it was majestic. It was as if this was the judgment of a king. Slash, slash. Slash, Dukyu felt a stabbing pain in more than 30 places on his body. In this instant, he had been stabbed so many times by his opponent. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Then, there was a sharp pain in his heart. Then, there was a sharp pain in his back. F***ck. Dukyu was so shocked that he cried out in shock. Then, he unleashed an attack that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom. Boom, the sword light and the energy continued to clash in the air, exploding and exploding. Chu Yang's body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. This time, it seemed as if he was riding on the clouds. His hands and feet danced as he flew for more than 1,000 feet. Then, he smashed heavily on the ground, and rolled 20 or 30 times. Then, he stopped with his head and face covered in dust. He lay sprawled on the ground, and blood was flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Dukyu dodged as he fought. In the end, he used the 1,000-pound fall and the recoil from the explosion to fall into the huge pit that Xianxia had just created. With a loud boom, a cloud of dust was raised into the air, a few streams of water splashed into the sky. By the time Dukyu came out of the hole, there was already a puddle of water below him. He had actually managed to create water out of this pit. This was a mountainous area. As soon as he came out of the pit, Dukyu quickly flew towards Xianxia. He had used 20% of his strength just now. Under such a violent attack, he could not hold back at all. He had to make sure that he did not kill this little brat. When he arrived, he saw Xianxia lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Dukyu was shocked. He had indeed used too much strength. Looking at this guy's pale face, I'm afraid that his internal organs have all been destroyed by me, he could not help but sigh. Just as he was sighing, he saw Xianxia sitting up with his hands after twitching for a while. Don't move. You're badly injured. Eh? Dukyu's eyes widened. He looked at this guy who was just sitting there and immediately started to heal his injuries. After a short while, his face, which was as pale as a sheet of gold, turned deathly pale. Pale. Although it was ugly, it was not the face of a dead person. But, why was it so fast? Just as she was wondering, she saw that Xianxia's face had already turned ashen. Then, a trace of redness appeared. This. What kind of speed is this? Dukyu felt dizzy. Even if it was him, he would need at least half a month to recuperate for a few days and then slowly recover. But this guy actually got better just like that. Xianxia closed his eyes to heal his injuries. The sword spirit was very busy. The sword point was also very busy. In his dantian, the energy of the purple crystal core that he had just swallowed had just appeared in his dantian. It was suppressed by the sword spirit and completely used the energy accumulated in Xianxia's meridians to transform it into extremely pure energy and merged it into his meridians. Xianxia's injuries were not light. But with the help of such a huge amount of energy, his recovery was extremely fast. Moreover, he had used 4 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique in a row just now. Moreover, he was facing an invincible enemy like Dukyu. Under the huge pressure, his understanding of the sword technique became clearer and clearer. Some of the invisible barriers that originally existed were gradually fading away. At the very least, Xianxia could feel that his martial arts were advancing by leaps and bounds right now. Dukyu's pressure was as majestic as a mountain. It was definitely not something an ordinary expert could compare to. Although he had only used 20% of his strength, that kind of spiritual pressure and the aura of an expert could not be concealed. Under such pressure, Xianxia continued to use this enormous pressure to compress and explode the energy in his body. He continued to make progress, and continued to make breakthroughs, and continued to gain insights. To Xianxia, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a long while, Dukyu, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt something strange in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xianxia had already stood up. His body was tall and straight like a sword. Under the setting sun, standing in the wind, the sword in his hand was shining brightly. From Dukyu's point of view, Xianxia seemed to have the blue sky above his head and his feet under the setting sun. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Dukyu suddenly felt that the current Xianxia was completely different from the previous Xianxia. This was a very strange feeling. Xianxia should have achieved another breakthrough in a certain field. Dukyu's eyes flashed with a complicated light as he looked at Xianxia. He himself was a peerless genius. He had always been dismissive of the so-called geniuses that were praised by the world. But today, he knew that there were real geniuses in this world. Furthermore, this genius was currently improving at a crazy speed. And this process was facilitated by him. If a brand new legend appears in Fort Continent in the future, then I, Dukyu, will be part of this legend's promotion, because I have witnessed the growth of this genius. Come and fight. Xianxia pointed his sword at Dukyu. The tip of the sword carried a sparkling light that was like a clear spring. I would like to see how much you can break through in such a short time. Dukyu snorted coldly. His body floated up as he used the ground shrinking technique to retreat backwards. However, he rushed forward as Dukyu retreated. Xianxia only felt that the entire space in front of him seemed to be distorted. Dukyu had already appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He roared, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? He directly attacked. This time, the battle between the two continued for a longer period of time. Xianxia used the first 4 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique over and over again. Every time he used them, he had a different understanding and experience. When the battle reached its climax, Xianxia laughed loudly and shouted, "Watch out! Bring it on!" Dukyu was excited and shouted, "A sword edge that has been famous for all eternity!" Xianxia shouted. The tip of the sword seemed to have suddenly disappeared. But the sword edge seemed to be the sun in the sky, emitting an extremely bright light. The 4th move was the sword move of the tip of the Calamity Sword. But this move belonged to the sword edge, Calamity Sword technique, Heaven Sword technique. 5th move, the sword energy whistled and the sun set on the mountain top. But this sword here emitted a light that was comparable to the noon sun in the sky. Dukyu shouted softly, "Come." He pounced forward and didn't try to dodge at all. He faced it head-on. Chi chi chi. Sword energy whistled and sword light flashed. Dukyu's green clothes constantly made sounds of being torn. But the more he fought, the more excited he became. He roared and attacked without defending. With a sudden sound, the wind and clouds changed, but they were clearly separated. They turned into 2 torrents and rushed down towards Dukyu. Calamity Sword, Heaven Sword technique, move number 1. Dukyu was about to meet the attack head-on, but he suddenly realized that the 2 forces were one hot and one cold, one yin and one yang. They formed a whirlwind that intertwined with each other and came crashing down. There was such a sword technique in the world. Dukyu was shocked. He gathered his strength and met the attack head-on. A scorching sword wind rushed over. Dukyu's body felt as if it was on fire. He forcefully broke through, but a bone-chilling cold wind came crashing down. With a loud roar, Dukyu counterattacked with all his strength. When Xianxia used this move, he clearly felt that his martial power was not enough. He could not even use this move completely. His strength was still not enough. His cultivation was not enough. After this exchange, Dukyu's clothes had already become that of a beggar's. Only strands of clothes were left hanging on his body. He was in an extremely sorry state. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Dukyu's 20% strength could be said to be invincible in the lower 3 heavens, but he was still injured by Xianxia's sword energy. Of course, if he used a killing move, the situation would be different. But the problem was, he could not. So ruthless. Dukyu sat down cross-legged and looked at Xianxia, who was not far away. He was not worried at all. This guy gave Dukyu an illusion. As long as he was not beheaded on the spot, this guy was almost immortal. Sure enough, Xianxia, who had been lying motionless on the ground, slowly moved. He twitched, and twitched again. Damn it. Dukyu closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He focused on healing his injuries. He did not expect that he would fight with a revered sword artist to such an extent. This was really an anomaly. However, this battle had given Dukyu a great deal of inspiration, especially Xianxia's marvelous sword technique. Dukyu even hoped that Xianxia would have more of these sword techniques. Xianxia was using him to practice, but wasn't he also using Xianxia's pressure to comprehend his own bottleneck? Especially such a godlike technique, it was something that Dukyu dreamed of. It was already late at night, and Yang was already jumping up and down, full of vigor. Again. Come. After the fight, both of them felt hungry. They smiled at each other and then entered the city side by side. Dukyu changed his clothes first and found a small tavern to eat and drink to his heart's content. Both of them were very tired and hungry from the fight. They ate and drank, which made the others look at them with sidelong glances. In the blink of an eye, the table in front of them was filled to the brim. The waiter hurriedly came to clean up the mess, but he heard the 2 hungry ghosts clamoring, "Give me another basin." As he shouted, Xianxia slapped a gold ingot on the table. The shop assistant beamed with delight and hurriedly went to prepare. "Do we need to pay for our meals?" Dukyu gnawed on the meat ribs in big bites as he squinted his eyes. "You're asking me to pay for a slap? Who is a bully like you?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. She recalled the scene when Dukyu went to buy clothes. He actually walked into the clothing store almost completely naked. Then, he took off all his clothes and put them on after taking a piece of clothing from the clothes rack. After putting them on, he walked out without even saying goodbye. The fat boss came out to stop him, but was slapped back by him. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Xianxia felt inferior to such a scoundrel. After finishing their meal with great difficulty, the two of them touched their round bellies and staggered out of the door. Behind them, whispers could be heard. I guess these two guys are beggars. They haven't eaten their fill in their whole life. Look at their table manners. No, where would beggars get gold? It's because they are beggars that they picked up a gold ingot today. That's why they came to eat so much. Didn't you see that these two guys looked like they were going to eat their whole life's worth of food today? Yes, curse these two bastards to break their intestines the moment they leave. The waiter looked at the table full of meat ribs and the corner of his mouth twitched. Even a pack of hungry wolves can't eat so much, right? At this time, the battle in the suburbs had already begun. For 10 consecutive days, the two of them were almost inseparable from each other. Xianxia used the first move over and over again until Dukyu couldn't bear it anymore. Is there anything else? You're so annoying. Xianxia also felt that he was very familiar with it. So, he tried to use the 7th move, Sun and Moon as Thunder Generals. After a few days of fierce fighting, Xianxia broke through for the second time in these 10 days of fighting. 4th grade revered sword artist. After a few days of smooth battles, Xianxia finally succeeded in using the 8th move, splitting the mountain and breaking the high peaks, blood-red sky. During this period of time, the two of them fought more than 10 times a day on average. The sword spirit crazily consumed the remaining medicinal energy. Sword point and sword edge sullenly rolled around in Xianxia's dantian. Finally, almost all of the medicinal energy was squandered away. Xianxia had also reached a breakthrough. Moreover, after being suppressed by Dukyu these days, his realm had completely stabilized. Xianxia was like a piece of steel, and Dukyu was like a big hammer. During this period of time, he had been constantly hammered and tempered. Finally, he had reached the current stage. He was only one step away from obtaining the 3rd fragment of the Tribulation Sword, and this step needed to be done step by step. If the pressure was too great, even a precious jade would be destroyed. The sword spirit had grasped this point very accurately. Therefore, he timely stopped the battle. Xianxia's meridian still had a very small amount of medicinal energy. The sword spirit didn't want to use it anymore. Those were left for the sake of saving his life in case of an emergency. On the 10th day, after the last battle, a dense aura suddenly came out of Dukyu's body. He suddenly laughed and raised his hand. A strong suction force came out of his palm. The clouds in the sky suddenly surged crazily. They were pulled over from all directions. It was as if a marshal was gathering his troops. Thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing over from all directions. Breakthrough. Dukyu had also broken through. Dukyu's breakthrough was even more difficult than Xianxia's. No one knew that he had been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. He was so worried that his hair had turned white. He didn't expect that he would gain enlightenment during the battle with a revered sword artist and break through in one go. After the breakthrough, Dukyu let out a long breath. His expression suddenly became very calm. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the clouds in the sky that suddenly came and then slowly dispersed. His eyes were deep. Congratulations, you've broken through, Xianxia said with a smile. Yes, I've waited for this day for 3 years. Dukyu smiled gently and said, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that this bottleneck would continue for a long time. But, you should also thank me. Dukyu turned around and looked at Xianxia with a smile in his eyes. Although I don't know why you crazily broke through in such a short time, I know that you must have your reasons. Yes. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, no matter what, it's not a bad thing to be a little stronger. Haha. Dukyu laughed heartily and said, can I take the liberty to ask, what's the name of this wondrous sword technique of yours? Where did you learn it from? As he said this, Dukyu stared at Xianxia's face. How is this presumptuous? Xianxia chuckled and said, I met an old man when I was a Beyond the Heavens sect. I was barbecuing meat at that time. Ah, I forgot to tell you that I'm very good at barbecuing meat. Xianxia's eyes revealed an obvious look of reminiscence. That old man seemed to be very hungry. We ate roasted meat together. Then, before he left, he taught me 8 sword techniques. He also said, if you can learn these sword techniques, they'll be enough for you to move unhindered in the layered heavens. What he said was naturally a real experience. However, it wasn't a Beyond the Heavens sect. In his previous life, he accidentally met an old man in Songlan battlefront in the Three Heavens. What that old man taught him was naturally not the layered heavens sword technique, but a wonderful mental cultivation method. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang's reminiscing look and finally confirmed that this wasn't a lie. This kind of look couldn't be fabricated. Moving unhindered in the layered heavens? Dukyu sighed and said, if you can reach a higher level, you can even dominate the layered heavens. He looked at Chu Yang enviously and said, Chu Yang, this is your greatest fortune. Yes. Chu Yang nodded and asked, Dukyu, can I ask you? What realm are you at now? Me? Dukyu smiled gently. Slowly, his smile spread all over his face. He said, my realm. When you can see it, you'll naturally know. Chu Yang thought for a while and nodded. He knew that it wasn't that Dukyu didn't want to tell him, but it wouldn't be good for him to know now. If he told you that the person who was evenly matched with you every day for half a month was actually at a realm that you couldn't imagine, it would be a blow to Chu Yang's current state. Chu Yang asked because he wanted to get rid of his inner demons. Dukyu didn't answer because he wanted to maintain Chu Yang's clear state of mind. Or it could be said that the question and answer seemed to be useless, but Chu Yang's realm became as firm as a rock at this moment. This was a wonderful situation that could only be understood but not explained. The lotus fragrance is spreading. Dukyu stood with his hands behind his back and said, Alu should be here too. When he said this name, Chu Yang clearly saw the contradiction in Dukyu's eyes. The number one in the world this time. Miss Alu should have no problem. Chu Yang said softly. I've never cared about this number one in the world. Dukyu smiled faintly and said, but women always have to find something to do. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too lonely? Let's go and take a look. Chu Yang suggested. Dukyu nodded and took the lead. He said in a deep voice, Chu Yang, when you're done with your matters in the lower three heavens, you must come to the lower three heavens in the shortest time possible. The lower three heavens. It's very lively now, including the upper three heavens. Lively? The Three Stars Divine Clan has appeared. Dukyu said in a deep voice, this is a very good opportunity for us. When you fight with the Three Stars Divine Clan, you'll feel that it's completely different from the heavens. It's not just the lower three heavens. The upper three heavens is facing an even more intense attack from the Three Stars Divine Clan. All the people outside have already returned. Dukyu said, this is a fierce battle. But it's also another process of elimination for the heavens. The lakeside of the Lotus Lake was already crowded with people. Most of them were Confucian scholars. Their clothes were fluttering in the wind, and they looked indescribably elegant. In such an environment, even if one wasn't a refined scholar or a lecherous Mo2, one would still have to pretend to be like this. Many young people pretended to be refined scholars while glancing at the faces, bodies, breasts, waists, and other places of the young girls passing by. Then, they tried their best to pretend to be upright like a courageous and upright gentleman. They hoped that the beauty would take a fancy to them, and think that they were reliable and would repay them with their bodies. However, they didn't know that the more they acted like this, the more hopeless it was. Women didn't like hooligans, and they didn't like pointless chatter. But if you didn't even dare to chat, then you wouldn't have as many chances as a hooligan. Lotus and Heart, three big camps were faintly formed. One group was wearing purple, one group was wearing white, and the other group was wearing black. Chu Yang looked from afar, and knew that this group of people wearing black was Jun Lulu's camp. This nephew was worthy of being called Dark Bamboo. Even the music competition had a faint aura of an underworld. Society, at the center of the Lotus Lake, there were also many large boats gathered together to form an extremely large platform. It stood tall, and 7 colored ribbons were fluttering in the wind. Bursts of music were drifting in all directions. The competition hadn't started yet, but this place was already bustling with activity. Too many merchants and peddlers seized the opportunity to enter. They were using this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. This was a great business opportunity. Usually, even stingy people wouldn't bargain at this moment. They would slaughter to their heart's content. Chu Yang was wearing black clothes. He was slowly walking among the willow trees on the shore. His thoughts were flying, and he seemed to be aimless. His heart was also in a bit of a mess. Duke Yu had already left for Jun Lulu's big ship. But the words he said before he left had opened up a mystery in Chu Yang's heart. It also made his heart flutter in the night. He finally knew why the blue-clothed man had suddenly disappeared. He must have been summoned back by the clan. But after hearing this news, Chu Yang's heart suddenly had an indescribable feeling. When the black-cloaked man was there, he tried every possible way to make Chu Yang go home with him, or take out the jade pendant to have a look. But Chu Yang also tried every possible way to escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to solve the mystery of his birth, but he was terrified. Chu Yang, who had lived 2 lives, had already seen through life and death. The only thing left in his heart was a trace of obsession. However, this was the only thing that made him feel terrified. Although Chu Yang was trying to avoid it, he faintly felt that more than half of his life experience was related to the baby that the Chu clan had abandoned years ago. There was anticipation in his heart, but there was also resistance and fear. This was Chu Yang's conflicted feelings about his life experience. But, if he had really been ruthlessly abandoned, then Chu Yang would feel much more relaxed. After severing this part, he would no longer have any attachments. It was no big deal for him to wander the world. Because he didn't have any extravagant hopes in the first place, there was no disappointment. Even if he hated them, he couldn't kill them, right? But now, he knew that they might have been lost. This feeling was much more complicated. Chu Yang sighed softly. He leaned against a willow tree, and looked up at the sky through the green branches. The 3 enlightened beings were above his head. At this moment, the surrounding people suddenly quieted down. At the same time, a sound of orderly footsteps was heard in front of him. A group of great Zhao soldiers, who were dressed in neat military uniforms, walked over in an orderly manner. Chu Yang looked around, and saw that the entire Lotus Lake was full of soldiers. There were also some plain-clothed people who were clearly experts in martial arts. They were quietly mixed in with the crowd. Have you heard? This time's 3 Masters Conference is very important. Even Prime Minister Diwu is coming. No wonder, the security is so tight. I didn't expect Prime Minister Diwu to have such refined interests. Chu Yang frowned. Diwu Qingro is coming? Why? Chu Yang didn't believe that Diwu Qingro would have such leisure time. The most important thing for Diwu Qingro to do now was to be busy in his Prime Minister's mansion. If he really came, then he must have a purpose. Moreover, it must be a very important and big purpose. But, what was worth Diwu Qingro's personal visit? At this moment, a burst of flute music suddenly rose in spirals. It spiraled up into the sky, and seemed to cover up all the sounds of the Lotus Lake. The sound of the flute slowly spread out. It was actually the song Immortal Guest from the Heavens. It was full of joy and joy. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression on their faces. At the same time, a pleasure boat slowly approached the shore. A group of people dressed in white neatly got off the boat, and walked towards Chu Yang's direction. Chu Yang leaned against the tree, and looked at the approaching people with an expressionless face. Are you the big fish pulling the boat that day? The white-clothed people approached. The leader respectfully saluted and asked. The big fish pulling the boat that day. Chu Yang was speechless. What kind of address was this? However, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The other party didn't know him. It was understandable for them to address him as nephew. What's wrong? My elder sister Xiaoyu heard about Mr. Strange incident that day. She is very grateful to Mr. She wants to invite Mr. to come on the boat for a chat. I don't know if Mr. will agree. This person's attitude was very respectful, and even somewhat cautious. Your elder sister Xiaoyu. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Transverse flute master? Yes, the big man unconsciously stuck out his chest and said proudly. Chu Yang understood. He had thought that the song Immortal Guest from the Heavens was meant to welcome Diwu Qingro. He hadn't expected that it was meant to welcome him. However, this song was meant to welcome Diwu Qingro when he arrived. It was also meant to please Diwu Qingro. It could be said that it was a win-win situation. However, if this transverse flute master Xiaoyu knew that her song had welcomed Diwu Qingro and King of Hell Chu at the same time, wouldn't her expression be very interesting? Tell your elder sister Xiaoyu that I will come on the boat to visit her. But not now, Chu Yang said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the first king-level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Jing Menghen, walking towards him with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. So, he had no choice but to decline this person's invitation. Jing Menghen quickly walked over while they were talking. He cupped his hands in greeting. What a coincidence. So, Mr. is here. No wonder I feel that the air in this willow forest is so fresh and refreshing. He didn't even look at the white-clothed people. The white-clothed people were about to get angry when their leader recognized that this person was the one who had been following Diwu Qingro. He was startled. He saluted Chu Yang, and quickly retreated. Chu Yang smiled insincerely and said, according to King-level Master Jing's words, it seems that I will have to live in Prime Minister Diwu's mansion. Prime Minister Diwu will be able to feel relaxed and happy every day. Jing Menghen looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. He then said, Prime Minister Diwu must be looking for something. Chu Yang secretly laughed in his heart. He thought, Diwu Qingro must be looking for something. Diwu Qingro will vomit blood if I live in his headquarters. Mister, if you have nothing to do, how about we go on the boat? Jing Menghen asked enthusiastically. Forget it. I am used to being a wild crane. I don't like worldly etiquette. Chu Yang refused. It was true that he had changed his appearance, but being able to fool Jing Menghen didn't mean that he could fool Diwu Qingro. Chu Yang thought about how he had made ample preparations at Heaven-Reaching Tower, but still couldn't dispel Diwu Qingro's suspicions. Chu Yang felt a lingering fear towards Diwu Qingro's powerful spiritual sense. If he was seen through again this time, then he would really be in trouble. It's fine. Whenever Mr. comes, I will welcome you with all my heart. Jing Menghen didn't feel offended. He was still smiling. Ah, King-level Master Jing isn't accompanying the Prime Minister. Where are you going? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. Looking at Jing Menghen's appearance, it was clear that he was going to live somewhere else. Ah, there is a small matter. The Prime Minister asked me to deal with it. On the way, I will go back to get some things. Jing Menghen said. Go back to get some things? Chu Yang's mind suddenly became active. What a coincidence. I also want to go there to buy some herbs. Let's go together. Chu Yang's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Good, good. Jing Menghen was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This mysterious master was willing to travel with him. This proved that the relationship between the two sides had become closer. The two walked side by side, and quickly walked. What kind of herbs does Mr. need? Jing Menghen asked while walking. Ah, there is nothing I can do. Chu Yang said, the day before yesterday, I had a battle with Mr. Yu. I was injured. I was looking for some spirit herbs to recover. But where can I find them in the lower three heavens? Besides, my sword was destroyed by that guy in the battle. I need some good steel and metal. Speaking till here, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, these things are easy in the upper three heavens. But here, haha, let's not talk about it. Upper three heavens? Easy in the upper three heavens? Jing Menghen's eyes suddenly lit up. If Mr. Yu doesn't mind. I have some top-quality materials. Jing Menghen came forward and said, but I am afraid that the best quality materials in Mr. Yu's eyes are only ordinary goods, but it is better than nothing, huh? Chu Yang turned his head and looked at him. He finally smiled and said, forget it. It is not easy for you to collect these materials in the lower three heavens. I will just find 2 pieces of iron. Jing Menghen anxiously said, Mr. Yu, I am sincere. The materials are precious, but how can they compare to the importance of a friend? Chu Yang stared at him and muttered, if that is the case, I will take Mr. Yu immediately. Jing Menghen's eyebrows were raised in joy. Well, I owe you one more time. Chu Yang sighed. He thought, you can't blame me for this. It was you who wanted to reveal the secrets of the Golden Horse Riders Department in front of me. Jing Menghen's body suddenly felt light. He almost laughed out loud to vent his excitement. Mr. Yu, please. May I ask? Mr. Yu's surname? King-level expert Jing asked cautiously. My surname? Chu Yang looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He softly said after a long time, my surname is Yi. In the temporary headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Yin Wu Fei's room. Yin Wu Tian's head was wrapped in bandages as he sat on a small stool. He was holding a basin of water to wash his brother's feet. The hot water was steaming hot. After carefully washing his feet, he used a clean towel to wipe them clean. Then he held Yin Wu Fei's feet and gently placed them on the mattress. Then he massaged Yin Wu Fei's lower body from top to bottom. Well, don't bother. Yin Wu Fei closed his eyes and said in disappointment, crippled is crippled. I can feel it. Although there is nothing wrong with the muscles outside, the meridians inside are already necrotic. Yin Wu Tian did not answer. He just silently circulated his martial energy to unblock his brother's meridians. The person who injured you, we can't afford to offend him? Yin Wu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yin Wu Tian's face as he asked gloomily. Yin Wu Tian still did not say anything. Yin Wu Fei sighed and muttered, did you see second brother Kong today? I saw him. Yin Wu Tian took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, second brother should be very comfortable and happy right now. Ha ha. Yin Wu Fei laughed bitterly and said, Kong Xianxia, that bastard, is very relaxed. He just closed his eyes and didn't care about anything. Ha ha, he looked at the wall in front of him in a trance. After a long time, he said in a low voice, when we meet in the underworld in the future, I must find him and have a good fight. He risked his life to save a cripple like me. Haha, the last sentence was actually, he stopped talking as if he was lost in thought. Kong Xianxia's desperate roar seemed to echo in his ears, don't let me die with everlasting regret. It was as if he could see Kong Xianxia fighting desperately in front of thousands of soldiers and horses, charging left and right. Don't let me die with everlasting regret. Yin Wu Fei finally murmured and said blankly, Wu Tian, if there is a day in the future, don't let me die with everlasting regret. Brother. Yin Wu Tian suddenly raised his head, what nonsense are you talking about? Back then, you and I were brothers. We roamed freely in the lower three heavens, killing and robbing. Later on, we collected money and took people's heads. We came carelessly and left carelessly amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. With one strike, blood flew and lives were lost. Later on, we saved second brother Kong. The three of us laughed proudly in Jianghu. Although the world called us demons, those days were the happiest days of our lives. Yin Wu Fei smiled deeply as he reminisced. Later, Prime Minister Diwu found us and established the Golden Horse Riders Department. He promised us a high position and a high salary, wealth, splendor, and we were finally able to escape from the mountains and forests. Your elder brother did not want a high position and a high salary, nor did he want to bring honor to our ancestors. But I thought, our future generations could not live in the wilderness like us, right? His eyes were full of sorrow as he said, everyone says that we are king-level masters. But who would have thought that we are so inexperienced? Even when it comes to learning to read, we had to catch an old guy and force him to teach us. If other people don't speak clearly, we can't understand them. Even if they scold us, do our future generations have to be like that too? That's why I accepted Prime Minister Diwu's invitation. I did not do it for this superior position. Yin Wu Fei smiled miserably, since we came to the province, the Golden Horse Riders Department has been growing bigger and bigger. Every time we acted, we were successful. Under Prime Minister Diwu's strategic planning, we were almost invincible. We became the king of the dark and gloomy world of the lower three heavens, but we were not happy. Originally, the three of us brothers ate and drank together every day. But ever since we lived a life of luxury, the three of us got together and drank together. This was very rare. Last year, second brother Kong died in battle. Yin Wu Fei took a deep breath. His voice became hoarse, from now on, the three of us brothers will never be able to sit at the same table and drink together again. Yin Wu Tian did not speak. He was silently massaging Yin Wu Fei, but his face became more and more sorrowful. There will never be such a day again. Yin Wu Fei smiled unconsciously. Then, 2 drops of tears suddenly rolled down his cheeks as he said in a daze, and all of this is because of my decision to join the Golden Horse Riders Department. It was I who pulled second brother Kong into the Golden Horse Riders Department. And second brother Kong died in battle for me. The room suddenly became deathly silent. Only the breathing of the two brothers became heavier and heavier. Yin Wuefei's eyes looked straight into the void. Then, he suddenly said in a soft voice, "Little brother, I want to drink some wine." Yin Wutian did not answer. He did not go to get the wine. Instead, he said to himself, "Brother, do you know? When that man stepped on my chest and slapped me again and again, I wanted to kill myself by breaking my own heart. But, I did not die in the end. I did not." Yin Wutian closed his eyes. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "I am not afraid of death. But, I am afraid of humiliation. That kind of humiliation. If your body was in good condition, even if the humiliation was only half of that day, I would have died long ago. But, I thought, if second brother died, what would happen to your body if I died as well?" Yin Wutian said in a hoarse voice, "Prime Minister Diwu could not possibly raise you for a lifetime." Yin Wuefei's face was gloomy and gloomy. His eyes flashed with a kind of longing as he said, "Little brother, wait until we destroy Iron Cloud and kill King of Hell Chu. We will take second brother's ashes back to the mountain. We will go back to the place where we came from. We will not come out for a lifetime, okay? Go back to the place where we came from. We will not come out for a lifetime." Yin Wutian repeated in a murmur. His eyes shone brightly as he said in a heavy tone, "Okay." The two brothers did not speak. One was lying down, and the other was sitting. They had stopped all their movements and were quietly lost in thought. Their originally gloomy and untamed faces revealed a faint expectation. It seemed as if the life they had imagined was already in front of their eyes. The atmosphere in the room was dense and misty. Footsteps were heard outside. Yin Wutian looked out of the window and saw Jing Menghun walking quickly towards them. His face was full of excitement. Behind him was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was strolling leisurely. It seemed as if he was sightseeing in the temporary headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Yin Wutian suddenly felt that this young man looked familiar. He was shocked when he saw him as he walked closer. Yin Wuefei saw that his complexion was not right. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "It's Big Brother Jing has returned." Yin Wutian swallowed his saliva. "Fourth brother. Fourth brother." Jing Menghun rushed into the room and said, "Fourth brother, you accompany Yigong to my private collection. If Yigong needs anything, there is no harm in taking it all away." "Your private collection?" Yin Wutian was about to say, "What private collection do you have? There is only one place where we both keep our treasures." However, he saw that Jing Menghun was repeatedly winking at him with an anxious expression. "Good." Yin Wutian immediately regained his composure and agreed. "Well, you do your best to take care of Yigong. But if you need anything, you don't need to go through me." Jing Menghun waved his hand in a very bold manner and said, "I will take something and go back immediately. The Prime Minister is still waiting for me." As he said this, Chu Yang slowly walked in. Yin Wutian's old face suddenly turned red as he recalled his shameful appearance that day. He sullenly stepped forward and saluted, "So it is benefactor. Fourth King level Master Yin, you don't have to be so polite." Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. He seemed to know what Yin Wuefei was thinking. So, he kindly comforted him, "Victory and defeat are common in war. Fourth King level Master, you know when to yield and when to stand tall. You are a true hero." Yin Wutian nodded with a grateful look in his eyes. At this time, Jing Menghun was afraid that Diwu Qingro would become anxious from waiting. So, he hurriedly greeted Chu Yang. Then, he repeatedly reminded Yin Wutian that he must accompany this distinguished guest and not disappoint him. After that, he hurriedly left. Yin Wuefei, who was lying on the bed, struggled to get up. He looked at Chu Yang with a doubtful look in his eyes. When he saw Chu Yang, he didn't know why, but he had a faint feeling of déjà vu in his heart. But, he had never seen this face before. Yin Wuefei was deep in thought when he saw that Chu Yang had turned his head to look at him. He gently frowned and said, This is my elder brother, my blood-related elder brother. Yin Wuefei introduced him. Yin Wutian introduced. Then, his heart suddenly moved, and he stepped forward. His eyes revealed a fervent look as he said, Duke Yi, I have a presumptuous request. My elder brother has been paralyzed in bed ever since he got injured. He can't feel the lower half of his body. Duke Yi has remarkable abilities. May I ask, what can you do? Injured? Minister Chu seemed puzzled as he asked, what kind of injury could be so serious? Many doctors in the province have not been able to find any injuries. Yin Wu Tian's face revealed an indignant look as he said, I only know that the meridians in his lower body have suddenly necrotized for some unknown reason. Chu Yang frowned and said, oh, let me take a look. Of course, he knew why. He had been by Yin Wu Fei's side when he had been injured. It could be said that he was one of the main culprits. Now that he had come to diagnose, he would be much more accurate than the so-called divine doctor. He put on an act and extended 2 fingers to touch Yin Wu Fei's meridians. Then, he closed his eyes slightly as if he was examining and contemplating. Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian were full of hope as they looked at his face. They were counting on this remarkable Duke Yi to have a solution. The meridians below the waist are broken, and they reach the thighs. As for the meridians below, they are safe and sound. But, they have lost their source, and have become rootless water. They are already useless. Chu Yang pretended to sigh, and said, the person who did this is very ruthless. Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian's hearts shivered as they said, please explain in detail. It is, invisible sword energy. Chu Yang's expression was heavy as he said, the sword energy is very poisonous. It has completely destroyed the meridians in the waist, this injury is incurable. Invisible sword energy? Incurable? Both of them were frightened out of their wits. At the same time, they were puzzled in their hearts. When did he get hit by the invisible sword energy? Moreover, this invisible sword energy was attacked when he was completely defenseless. Chu Yang's face revealed a puzzled look. King-level Master Yin, with your king-level cultivation, how could you not feel anything? Only when you are completely defenseless would such a situation occur, and the strangest thing is that you don't know who did it. The complexions of Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian changed greatly. They looked at each other and saw the suspicion and resentment in each other's eyes. If that's the case, then this injury was definitely not caused by a chaotic battle. In fact, Yin Wu Fei had always been curious about his injuries. In his memory, he had rushed out of the heavy encirclement. At that time, after being rescued by Kong Xianxia, he had used his 2 legs to run back. At that time, he was sure that he had not received such an attack. And this kind of attack was obviously a malicious attack. Then, he fell into a coma for a month. After waking up, half of his body was paralyzed. During that month, only Xianxia he had been by his side. However, there was a problem. Xianxia he obviously did not know martial arts. Where did he get the invisible sword energy? But if it was not for him, no one else would have had such an opportunity. Could it be that Xianxia he had arranged for someone to do it? The 2 brothers looked at each other in doubt. They did not know that Chu Yang was even more surprised. When Xianxia he had brought Yin Wu Fei back, he and Gu Duxing had seen Yin Wu Fei's corpse with their own eyes. Moreover, it had been frozen into an ice cube. How could he appear here alive and well? If Chu Yang had not been tempered like a steel bar in his 2 lives, he would have turned pale with fright. Seeing a ghost, really seeing a ghost. So this bastard is not dead. Chu Yang thought to himself. Seeing a ghost, really seeing a ghost. Yin Wu Tian muttered, what the hell is going on? The 2 brothers' faces were very ugly. But in front of an outsider like Chu Yang, it was not convenient to say it out loud. Little brother, you accompany Yi Gong to do his business. Yin Wu Fei urged. He needed time to calm down and reflect on his grief. Yes. Yin Wu Tian agreed. He turned around and said, Yi Gong, please. The moment Chu Yang walked out of the door, Yin Wu Fei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly asked softly, Yi Gong, are you from the Yi clan of the upper 3 heavens? Chu Yang's footsteps paused. He did not turn around and said, King-level Master Yin, you also know about the Yi clan? After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else and walked away. Behind him, Yin Wu Fei's face showed a trace of relief. He really is from the Yi clan. No wonder boss respects him so much. If he is from the Yi clan, then the familiar feeling in my heart, is it an illusion? After lying down for so long, even illusions began to appear. Yin Wuefei's face was frighteningly gloomy. He mumbled, Qing Yun. He. With a cracking sound, his right hand, which was placed on the edge of the bed, unconsciously grabbed the edge of the bed and crushed it into pieces. Duke, please. This is our golden horse, our big brother Jing's private collection. Yin Wutian led Chu Yang through a few circles. Then, they left the temporary general headquarters and arrived at the backyard of a house. They exchanged a few words, and the guards quietly hid on one side. Yin Wutian stretched out his hand and pressed on a big tree. A faint creaking sound was heard. The tree's dense branches suddenly moved to one side, and revealed a huge flagstone. Moving the stone slab aside, a passageway leading downwards was created. This is Prime Minister Diwu's backyard, Yin Wutian said indifferently. It is also the safest place in the entire continent city. Diwu Qingrou's backyard? Chu Yang's expression changed as he softly repeated this sentence. This was really unexpected. This was Diwu Qingrou's backyard. Then, Diwu Qingrou's hidden treasure, would it also be here? As they walked downwards, there were 3 stone doors in a row. Then, there were 3 doors made entirely of fine steel. Each door was several feet thick. Chu Yang was secretly dumbfounded. This kind of defensive density was simply unimaginable. So, what kind of treasures were hidden here? Finally, the space in front of them slowly became bigger. They walked to the end, and saw 2 fine steel doors side by side. This place was probably more than 300 feet, or even 100 meters underground. But, it was surprisingly dry, without the slightest bit of moisture. Moreover, the air was fresh, just like on the surface. Just by looking at this hidden treasure house, one could tell how much manpower and material resources had been spent on it. This side has medicinal herbs. On this side, there are some rare and precious items, Yin Wutian explained. What does Duke need? I need some medicinal herbs. I fought with Duke the other day for several days and nights. So, I suffered some injuries. I need to heal them. Chu Yang casually said, moreover, my sword was broken by Duke, so, I need some materials to forge a new one. Yin Wutian was full of admiration. He had fought with Duke for several days and nights, and had only suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, Duke was able to break Duke's sword. How could the public sword of the most powerful clan of the upper 3 heavens be ordinary goods? How about we look at the medicine first? Yin Wutian's attitude became more respectful. He said with concern, you can't delay the treatment of your injuries. All right. Chu Yang smiled and said, 4th king level master is really attentive. This was his praise for Yin Wutian's concern for his own injuries. I'm not in a hurry. I'll look carefully. Chu Yang smiled gently and said, this nephew is really beyond my expectations. Then, he walked to the front of the first cabinet, pressed a button, and pulled it open. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of ginseng rushed into his nose. After it was pulled open, it was clear that there were 3 ginseng plants. They had a nose, eyes, arms, and legs. They were in human form. This row of 8 cabinets is full of ginseng. Starting from this one, there are ordinary wild ginseng, red jade ginseng, snow ginseng, blood ginseng, white ginseng, purple jade ginseng, grass, and so on. Each of them is more than 500 years old. Yin Wutian smiled as he introduced them. Chu Yang exhaled. He pushed the cabinet inside, and then pulled open the adjacent cabinet. However, his right hand was tightly attached to the outside of the previous cabinet. It seemed that he was unconsciously supporting it. Then, he pulled open another cabinet, and closed another one, but every time, his right hand would press on the cabinet that was previously closed. He had checked more than a dozen cabinets in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang stood up. He shook his head helplessly and disappointedly and said, the medicine is okay. It's a pity that it's not old enough. Let me look at these cabinets, Yin Wutian's face turned red with shame. Ah, the medicines here are priceless treasures in my opinion. But, Duke has already looked at 12 cabinets, and he hasn't even seen a single one of them. The aristocrats of the upper 3 heavens are really different. This knowledge, this eyesight, this experience, this is the difference between realms. Then, Dookie opened another cabinet. He looked at it a few times, closed it, and opened it again. The sword point of Calamity Sword was so excited that it was going crazy, happy. Too happy. Every time Chu Yang opened the cabinet and closed it, the sword Calamity would sneakily emerge from the fingertips of his right hand. Then, it would silently drill into the cabinet that was already closed and feast on the contents of the cabinet. Speed. The sword point of Calamity Sword seemed to know that time was pressing. For this reason, it didn't hesitate to reach an agreement with the sword point. As a result, the speed of absorption was godly. Once it went in, it would touch, and there would be nothing left. The ginseng that had been absorbed earlier had turned into small dried radishes. Not to mention the medicinal efficacy, the sword point absorbed, and the sword point transported. As their cooperation became more and more tacit, the speed of the two little guys became faster and faster. After absorbing more than a dozen cabinets, the sword spirit finally joined in, unwilling to be left out. It couldn't be helped. The sword point of Calamity Sword was absorbing the essence. The remaining residue was also extremely precious medicinal efficacy. These were all piled up in Chu Yang's meridians. They were about to burst, therefore, the sword point stole, and the sword point transported. The sword spirit was responsible for extracting them from his meridians bit by bit, and extracting them into the space of Calamity Sword. Everyone divided the work and cooperated happily. Minister Chu opened and closed the cabinets faster and faster. Bang. Open, bang. Close, bang. Open another one, bang. End of chapter 306. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.